Chapter 1 Infinite Evolution System. There's only 1 month left until the National Martial Arts Examination for people with supernatural abilities. If I can get into a good university, maybe I can become a strong person in the future. Your C-grade ability? Don't even dream about it. Hey, no matter what, we're still better than that trashy Shoyu who awakened an E-level ability, right? That's true, ha ha ha. With him around, we don't have to worry about coming in last place. The noise coming from the surroundings. This woke up Yi Shoyu from his slumber. He rubbed his head and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Looking at the unfamiliar scene around him, Yi Shoyu's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Just as he was confused, a large amount of unfamiliar memories flooded into Yi Shoyu's mind. Hiss! The intense pain made Yi Shoyu gasp involuntarily. In an instant, all the students' eyes were on him. Sun Guoping, the teacher on the stage, noticed Yi Shoyu's unusual behavior. He asked with some doubt. Yi, what's wrong? Veins bulged on Yi Shoyu's forehead as he endured the excruciating pain and replied. Teacher, I'm fine. Sun Guoping said with a serious expression, if you're not feeling well, just tell your teacher. At this moment, the pain in Yi Shoyu's mind subsided somewhat. He smiled and said, I'm really fine. All right. Seeing Yi Shoyu's insistence, Sun Guoping didn't press the matter further. However, the classmates couldn't help but whisper among themselves when they saw Yi Shoyu. What's wrong with Yi Shoyu? Who knows? Maybe they're afraid of losing face in the supernatural martial arts exam? Sigh. He awakened an E-level ability, but he's actually quite pitiful. Yi Shoyu ignored the strange looks from those around him. He lowered his head, a barely perceptible glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. I've actually time-traveled. Yi Shoyu was filled with shock. This is a world called Blue Star. The civilization and technological development of Blue Star are not much different from the Earth in his memory. Just a few decades ago, a giant bronze gate, known as the Gate of Beasts, suddenly appeared on Earth. A large number of unfamiliar, ferocious beasts emerged from the Gate of Beasts. These ferocious beasts possess extremely high defensive and destructive power, far beyond what ordinary people can withstand. If humans hadn't awakened superpowers, Earth has probably already become a paradise for ferocious beasts. The thought of superpowers made Yi Shoyu feel somewhat worried. From the memories I just received, I already know the condition of this body. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He awakened a rare spatial ability, but the quality of the ability is the worst, E-grade. To transmigrate into the body of someone like this, is this damn god playing a joke on me? Damn it, not only was he lacking in talent, but the original owner was also a poor wretch with no status or background. Everyone else who transmigrates gets a perfect start. How come it turned out to be a hellish start for me? Yi Shoyu grew angrier the more he thought about it. In another month, it will be the National Martial Arts Exam for people with special abilities. Given my current situation, I guess I can only serve as a background character in the exam. If you don't get into university, you'll only be able to live at the bottom of society. If one morning, while out for a stroll, you accidentally encounter a ferocious beast that hasn't eaten breakfast, then you'll have to resort to barbecue. Is this how I'm destined to live my life? Just as Yi Shoyu was silently cursing the heavens, a completely emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound yourself to the Infinite Evolution System. Ha! There's a system. Yi Shoyu couldn't help but get excited. As a time traveler, I am well aware of what being bound to the system means. Damn, life is finally getting better. With an excited heart and trembling hands, even I, Lao Tzu, can shake with the system. The new player gift pack has been successfully distributed. Please check it promptly. Upon hearing that the newbie gift pack had arrived, Yi Shoyu immediately issued the command in his mind without hesitation. Claim your newbie gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have gained 300 ability points. Special ability points? What are these? Yi Shoyu asked, bringing up the system panel with anticipation and doubt. Name, Yi Shoyu. Level, None Plus. Special ability, Spatial ability, rank E+. Ability, Another Dimension. Physical fitness, 124+. Mental state, 263+. Combat skill, None. Special ability points, 300 points. The various attributes on the panel represent Yi Shoyu's current situation in a simple and clear way. But what does the plus sign following the attribute represent? Out of curiosity, Yi Xiuyu tentatively clicked the plus sign next to superpower. Consuming 10 ability points, spatial ability has been upgraded from E rank to D rank. So the plus sign means that the attribute can be upgraded by consuming ability points. Doesn't that mean that as long as I have enough ability points, I can upgrade all my attributes at will? It's a sure thing. This is a sure thing. Yi Xiuyu was extremely excited. The system's capabilities and effects far exceeded his expectations. Since you're called the Infinite Evolution System, I'll call you Infinite from now on. He finally managed to calm his excited emotions and asked the system in his mind. Infinite, how do I acquire ability points? Host, you can obtain ability points by dismantling combat skills, pills, weapons, materials, and exotic beasts. So that's how it is. Yi Xiuyu rubbed his chin with his right hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He certainly won't dismantle his superpowers now, but as for cultivation techniques, pills, weapons, and materials, those can be bought with money. But he wasn't some rich kid, he didn't have any extra cash on hand. Yi Xiuyu rummaged in his pocket and said with a hint of helplessness, "It seems that the path of leveling up by spending money isn't suitable for me. That leaves me with only hunting ferocious beasts to obtain ability points." However, before officially hunting the ferocious beast, Yi Xiuyu decided to use all the ability points given in the newbie gift pack to improve his strength. Infinite, give me some points. Consuming 100 ability points, spatial ability upgraded from D to C level, awakening a new skill, teleportation. 150 ability points consumed, host's cultivation level increased to early stage 1. Consuming 40 ability points, the host's physique has increased to 363. Yi Xiuyu quickly exhausted the ability points given in the newbie gift pack. Damn, this system is a pay-to-win system too. Looks like I'll have to grind for ability points like I'm grinding in a game from now on. Fortunately, Yi Xiuyu's initial strength was too low. Although 300 ability points isn't a lot, it's enough to drastically change his various stats. Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, early stage of Tier 1. Special ability, space type, C rank. Abilities, extra-dimensional space, teleportation. Physical constitution, 363. Spirit, 428. Combat skill, none. Special ability points, 0. The originally grade spatial ability has been upgraded to C grade, and the storage space has been expanded from 1 cubic meter to 50 cubic meters. Not only that, after his superpower was upgraded, Yi Xiuyu also awakened a new ability, teleportation. This means that his C-level spatial ability comes with 2 additional effects. As far as Yi Xiuyu knew, this situation involved 2 or more ability effects. It almost only happens to abilities of S-rank quality or higher. He had never heard of anyone with a C-grade ability possessing multiple abilities. Clearly, this is a perk that comes with the system. This discovery filled Yi Xiuyu with immense excitement. As the quality of one's superpowers improves, the abilities associated with those superpowers will increase. In addition to the improvement in his superpowers, his own cultivation level has also reached the early stage of the 1st rank, making him a true superpower user. This provided a very solid foundation for him to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain ability points in the future. Next, I need to prepare for the upcoming martial arts exam with superpowers. Chapter 2 Wilderness Survival Drill, Yi Xiuyu refuses to team up. At this moment, inside Class 1, Grade 12 at Qing Teng High School, class teacher Sun Guoping stood on the podium, looking down at the students with a serious expression, and said, "Students, in 1 month, it will be the time for the National Supernatural Martial Arts Examination. In order to improve your martial arts exam scores, the school will arrange for you to participate in a simulated wilderness survival exercise over the next week. This exercise will be conducted in pairs. You will need to survive independently for more than a week within the area designated by the school. To ensure your safety, the school will arrange for a teacher with 2nd-level cultivation to secretly accompany you throughout the entire drill. Of course, the teacher will only appear when you are in danger. Once the teacher intervenes, it means that your survival simulation has failed." Yi Xiuyu's eyes lit up when he heard the news. It was like a pillow coming right out of his sleep. "I was still worrying about how to safely hunt ferocious beasts last night, but I didn't expect to receive a notice from the school about a simulated survival exercise this morning. Could it be that God knew about my difficulties and came to offer me some warmth?" Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel excited. This isn't a drill, it's practically a training ground tailor-made for him. Just as he was fantasizing about having a large number of superpower points, Sun Guoping, who was on stage, had already begun announcing the group assignments. Group 1, Malay, Zhao Shuai. Group 2, Li Dali, Zhao Guixiang. Group 3, Chen Huafeng, Ding Xiaowei. Group 24, Meng Xiyun, Yi Xiuyu. Sitting in the first row, Chen Huafeng was imagining himself in the same group as Meng Xiyun. After all, in this class, apart from Meng Xiyun's SS level ability, his awakened A-level ability is the most powerful. Upon hearing that Yi Xiuyu and Meng Xiyun had been assigned to the same group, he immediately stood up, pointed at Yi Xiuyu, and said with a dissatisfied expression, "Teacher Sun, with Yi Xiuyu's trash talent, why was he put in the same group as Meng Xiyun? Just because he goes out dressed in those cheap, low-quality clothes? Ha! E-rank talent? My dog, even after a good meal, could beat him twice." Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the classroom at this moment. Chen Huafeng glanced at Yi Xiuyu, his expression becoming even more smug. In terms of family background, the Chen family and the Meng family are both among the 4 major families in Qingtang City. In terms of talent, his A-level ability completely surpasses Yi Xiuyu's trashy E-level ability. From any perspective, he should be paired with the Dream Goddess. What a wonderful thing! Why should it fall on that bastard Yi Xiuyu's head? After hearing Chen Huafeng's question, the students began to discuss it amongst themselves. That's right. Not only has the Goddess of Dreams awakened her SS level ice ability, but her cultivation has also reached the mid-level of the first tier. Yi Xiuyu's 1 cubic meter spatial ability actually put him in the same group as the Goddess of Dreams. Exactly. Putting the most talented and the least talented in the same group, does Teacher Sun feel sorry for him? That's not entirely true. Although Yishin's talent is terrible, he has awakened a rare spatial ability. When it comes to simulated survival exercises, he can still handle some logistical work for Goddess Meng. Ha, I can't help but laugh when you mention that. That 1 cubic meter of storage space he awakened is truly a mini warehouse. This is really small. I can carry a suitcase and it's more useful than him. Ha 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 ha. Amidst a chorus of mockery, Chen Huafeng glanced smugly at Yi Xiuyu. You pretty boy, you think you're worthy of trying to steal my woman? Yi Xiuyu ignored Chen Huafei's taunts and turned his gaze to a girl in the first row. Even he had to admit that Meng Xiyun was indeed a chosen one of heaven. She is not only the undisputed #1 beauty at Qingtang High School, but also exceptionally talented. According to the International Association of Supernatural Abilities designated rating standards for supernatural abilities are graded into 9 levels from highest to lowest: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Even in the entire country of China today, there are only a dozen or so people with SS-level superpowers on record. The person with the lowest cultivation level among them has already reached the peak of the 7th rank, just 1 step away from entering the ranks of 8th rank experts. This is only because the person is still young. Given time, he will surely be able to go even further. It can be said that as an Esper who has awakened an SS-level Esper ability, as long as Meng Xiyun cultivates diligently, it is only a matter of time before she reaches the 9th level. As for the higher level SSS class, since the people of Earth awakened their supernatural abilities until now, in the past few decades, only 3 people in the world have achieved this. It is precisely because of their existence that humanity has been able to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts. Yi Xiuyu withdrew his gaze, and as he listened to his classmates' ridicule, a barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone's right, if we only consider his trashy E-level ability. Even if one is lucky enough to pass the entrance exam for a martial arts academy specializing in superpowers, one is destined to remain a low-level superpowered individual for life. However, now that I have a system to rely on, I'm not someone anyone can just manipulate. Seeing that Yi Xiuyu remained silent, Chen Huafeng thought the kid was scared, so he became even more demanding. Teacher, given Yi Xiuyu's talent, it's unlikely he'll get into a special abilities martial arts school anyway. In my opinion, it would be better to let him go alone in a group, so he won't drag the other students down. Brother Chen's suggestion is great, I support it. I also think this is a good idea. Let him be in his own group so he won't cause trouble for the other students. Yeah, with his skill level, anyone who gets grouped with him is doomed. Shu, keep your voice down, Dream Goddess is in a group with him now. Oh. I forgot about that, teacher, I'm writing this in blood. I strongly suggest that Yi Xiuyu be placed in a solo group. Faced with his emotionally agitated classmates, Sun Guoping frowned. He waved at Chen Huafeng and said, Chen, please sit down. The suggestion from Chen Huafeng and his classmates put him in a difficult position. Yi Xiuyu, however, noticed his eyes light up after hearing Chen Huafei's suggestion. Unexpectedly, Chen Huafeng actually did something worthy of respect. He was originally worried about how to ask Teacher Sun to let him go alone. For him now, every ferocious beast represents ability points, and ability points are strength. If he really teams up with Meng Shiyun, who knows how many ability points he'll lose? This deal is not worth it. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu stood up and said to Sun Guoping with a firm expression, "Teacher, please let me be in a group by myself this time for the survival simulation exercise." Upon hearing this, the whole class erupted in uproar, followed by a burst of laughter from the classroom. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? He really is going to team up alone. With his pathetic strength, he'll probably just become one of the beast's metabolic byproducts. How come I never noticed before that Yishan has a talent for comedy? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This is definitely the best joke I've heard all year. Even Chen Huafeng, the instigator, showed a hint of shock in his eyes. Is Yi Xiuyu mentally unstable or insane? Chapter 3 Assassin's Attack, Chen Huafei's Revenge. Facing the students who were discussing amongst themselves, Sun Guoping tapped the blackboard and said loudly, "Class, please be quiet." The noise in the classroom gradually subsided. Sun Guoping looked at Yi Xiuyu and said in a tactful tone, "Student Yi, during the simulated survival exercise, you will need to face ferocious beasts alone. Although teachers will secretly protect your safety throughout the process, you will lose your eligibility for practical training if a teacher intervenes. So, I still hope you'll reconsider." Although Sun Guoping did not say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Given Yi Xiuyu's talent and strength, if he were to participate in the training alone, he would probably be eliminated if he encountered just one ferocious beast. Yi Xiuyu knew Sun Guoping's good intentions, but for the sake of his ability points, he resolutely refused. "Teacher, I've made up my mind. I'd like to apply to participate in this simulated survival exercise as a solo participant." "Well, okay." Seeing that Yi Xiuyu had made up his mind, Sun Guoping did not continue to try to dissuade him. In his view, Yi Xiuyu's choice meant that he had given up this opportunity for field training. However, this is for the best. Given Yi Xiuyu's situation, even if he participated in field training, he wouldn't gain much. Seeing that Sun Guoping had agreed to Yi Xiuyu's application, Chen Huafeng began to wonder if he could ask his father to speak to the school and get him transferred to Meng Shiyun's group. However, his plan was stillborn before it even began. Suddenly, Meng Shiyun stood up from her seat and said in a cool voice, "Teacher Sun, I also want to apply to participate in this simulated survival exercise as a solo group." This time, Sun Guoping agreed decisively, "Okay." Meng Shiyun's abilities far surpassed those of all her classmates. For her, participating in the survival simulation alone was the best option from the start. Here is the registration form. Please fill in your personal information. Sun Guoping handed the registration form to Yi Xiuyu. After everyone filled it out, they returned the registration form to Sun Guoping. "Okay, everyone is free to do as they please for the rest of the time." After Sun Guoping left, Meng Shiyun suddenly stood up from her seat and walked straight to Yi Xiuyu. "Why? Huh?" Yi Xiuyu looked at Meng Shiyun with a blank expression. "What? Why? Why won't you team up with me?" "Ah, I'm worried you'll hold me back." Ha! Chen Huafeng, who came right after Meng Shiyun, laughed so hard he could barely stand up straight when he heard this. "Are you fucking out of your mind? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. How come Yishan is so funny now? Has Yishan awakened his comedic talent again? Ha, that's actually quite possible. Simulated survival drills are a test of real combat skills. Let alone Meng Shiyun, anyone you randomly pick from the class could easily defeat Yi Xiuyu. Where did Yi Xiuyu get his confidence that Meng Shiyun, who was the strongest student in the class, would hold him back?" Yi Xiuyu remained calm despite the ridicule from the surrounding classmates. He picked at his ear and said with a look of disgust, "Where did these flies come from in the classroom? They keep buzzing around my ear. Who are you calling a fly? Whoever agrees, I'll say it. You." Chen Huafeng stared at Yi Xiuyu with a livid face. He never expected that Yi Xiuyu, a trash with only an E-level superpower, would dare to mock him to his face. "Good. Very good. Excellent. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not Chen Huafei." Yi Xiuyu raised his eyelids and glanced at Chen Huafei. "Are you done talking? If you are, get out of my way and don't block my way. If he didn't want to reveal his strength for the time being, he would have used his size 42 feet to personally test the thickness of Chen Huafeng's skin. Seeing that Chen Huafei was still standing there, Yi Xiuyu casually pushed him aside and swaggered out of the classroom, leaving only a dashing figure behind. Chen Huafeng stared at the direction where Yi Xiuyu had disappeared, his expression shifting between light and dark. He quickly left the classroom, found a secluded corner, took out his phone, and made a call. Qingtang City, Meng Family Villa. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face was sitting upright on the sofa in the living room. This person is none other than Meng Xiaotian, the head of the Meng family, one of the 4 major families in Qingtang City. Meng Xiaotian looked at his daughter, Meng Xiyun, and asked with a displeased expression. Yun, I specially arranged for Yi Xiuyu to be in your group so that you could take care of him during the simulated survival exercise. Why did you refuse him? Meng Xiyun pursed her lips and said. He asked to be in a group by himself, I didn't force him. Meng Xiaotian sighed, he's a hot-blooded young man, he definitely couldn't stand being mocked like that by your classmate. He had heard about what happened in the classroom at Qingtang High School today, and Meng Xiaotian was not surprised at all by Yi Xiuyu's choice. Meng Xiyun snorted and said, he's already refused to team up, do you expect me to beg him? That's not what I meant. Anyway, the group assignments have already been finalized, so let's leave it at that. After finishing her sentence, Meng Xiyun turned around and walked towards her room. Seeing this, Meng Xiaotian could only shake his head helplessly. Thinking of Yi Xiuyu's talent, he thought to himself, my old friend, perhaps, for Xiuyu, the best choice would be to go to a good university for students with special abilities and live a simple and ordinary life. At this moment, Meng Xiaotian had no idea how much shock Yi Xiuyu would bring him soon. On the dimly lit path, Yi Xiuyu was strolling around casually. This is the only way he can get home. Because his family is not well off, they live in a relatively remote area. Looks like I need to make some money as soon as possible. This godforsaken place is way too far from the school. Just as Yi Xiuyu was complaining inwardly, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the shadows in front of him. Yi Xiuyu slowed his pace slightly, his muscles tense, and he was on high alert. He sensed an unfriendly aura emanating from that person. Sure enough, the man stopped in front of him. This man was called Killer. He was a professional assassin hired by Chen Huafeng to assassinate Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu frowned and asked in a slightly relaxed tone, stopping on the road in the middle of the night, are you trying to rob me? A kind smile appeared on the man's face. I'm not robbing, I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Looking for you. Yi Xiuyu was taken aback for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his face. Oh, looks like they're after me. Chapter 4, Counterattack. Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow and said, I don't think I know you? The assassin smiled dismissively and replied, we really don't know each other. Kid, don't blame me, I'm just doing this for money. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong person. Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have? After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiuyu's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. The original owner of this body had a rather withdrawn personality and basically no friends. In his memory, the only person he had ever clashed with was his classmate Chen Huafeng. With this in mind, Yi Xiuyu basically understood the situation. The Chen family is one of the 4 major families in Qingtang City. They are wealthy, powerful, and influential. Chen Huafeng himself is Meng Xiyun's #1 sycophant. Presumably, Chen Huafeng harbored resentment because he had embarrassed Chen Huafeng in class during the day, which led him to hire an assassin to kill him. For such a trivial matter, Chen Huafei dared to hire someone to kill. This alone shows just how domineering he is in his usual way of doing things. At this moment, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. If I weren't lacking in strength, I would have stormed the Chen family tonight and avenged myself on the spot. He'll remember this for now, and once he's stronger, he'll make Chen Huafeng and the Chen family pay the price. The assassin was unaware that Yi Xiuyu had already guessed everything and therefore had his eye on the Chen family. After he stretched his muscles and bones, a series of cracking sounds came from his body. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. Some people are simply not good enough for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin's fist suddenly grew larger, and he slammed his right foot into the ground. A soft crack sounded, and several cracks appeared on the bluestone slab beneath his feet. The assassin used the recoil to charge straight at Yi Xiuyu, an enhancement-type ability user. Upon seeing the assassin's movements, Yi Xiuyu's muscles tensed, and he instantly entered a fighting state. Although the original owner's talent was poor, her understanding of supernatural abilities was very comprehensive. His nickname God of Leafs comes from this. Low-level ability users typically haven't mastered very powerful combat techniques. At this stage, enhancement-type ability users rely on their superior physical abilities. In one-on-one battles, they hold an almost absolute advantage. However, Yi Xiuyu was not afraid of this. In fact, he was even somewhat excited. With his teleportation ability, even if he couldn't defeat the assassin, escaping would be no problem at all. With no danger to his life, this assassin is practically a living bodhisattva delivering himself to gain experience. The location is currently remote and sparsely populated, which must have been deliberately chosen by the assassin to kill me. Even if I reveal my strength, no one should see it. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu's eyes began to burn with fervor. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and charged at the assassin. The assassin looked somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this at all. That piece of trash Yi Xiuyu not only didn't run away, but actually dared to attack him first. Just because I'm smiling at you doesn't mean I'm easygoing. A ruthless glint flashed in the assassin's eyes, and he unconsciously increased the force in his hand. However, when his right fist collided with Yi Xiuyu's, his expression changed drastically. The force transmitted from Yi Xiuyu's right fist was not much less than his. How is this possible? The assassin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Xiuyu actually blocked his enhanced right fist with only his physical strength. A first-tier, low-level ability user? Is this the trash Chen Huafeng is talking about? Damn, this rich kid is so unreliable. Given Yi Xiuyu's age, the fact that he could withstand a full-force punch from him is something that the trash Chen Huafeng was talking about could never do. Chen Huafeng failed to explain such important intelligence to me beforehand. Isn't this deliberately digging a hole for himself? At this moment, the assassin wished he could send a warm greeting to Chen Huafei's ancestors for 18 generations. On the other side, Yi Xiuyu shook his slightly numb right arm and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly worthy of being a power-enhancing ability user. You should know that his physical body has been enhanced by the system, but in the recent clash of strength, he was still at a disadvantage. This is enough to prove that when a superhuman doesn't have mastered very strong combat skills, enhancement-type ability users have an almost absolute advantage. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he charged forward again with renewed fighting spirit. Again. Faced with Yi Xiuyu's fierce punch, the assassin gritted his teeth and had no choice but to continue fighting. Now that things have come to this, it's too late for him to leave. Qingtang High School taught basic fighting skills, and the impoverished Yi Xiuyu deeply engraved these free skills into his mind. Although these techniques are relatively basic, I lack practical experience and am somewhat unfamiliar with using them. But thanks to his excellent physical condition, he managed to withstand the assassin's attack for a time. This discovery made Yi Xiuyu even more excited. But the assassin opposite him became increasingly shocked as the fight progressed. He started to question the meaning of life. Is this the strength of trash? I want to be trash like that too. This can't go on any longer. Yi Xiuyu's basic fighting skills are gradually becoming more fluid in his battles with himself. His rapid growth sent a chill down the spine of the assassin. If this continues, forget about completing the mission. Whether I can even leave alive is another matter. Bang! After exchanging punches again, the assassin used the recoil to take several steps back, creating distance between himself and Yi Xiuyu. Kid, I'll take you down in one move. A faint crackling of lightning crackled around the assassin's hands. Swift wind and thunder fist. With a roar, the assassin unleashed his right fist with lightning speed, hurtling towards Yi Xiuyu. This was his trump card, a move the assassin had used many times to defeat his opponents at crucial moments. Seeing this, Yi Xiuyu sighed inwardly. Alas, what a pity. They were having a great time when the enemy assassin suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. Can't you wait a little longer? Despite his complaints, Yi Xiuyu's movements didn't slow down at all. With his discerning eye, he could naturally tell that the assassin's technique was a combat skill. Faced with the assassin's all-out attack, Yi Xiuyu finally stopped holding back. Spatial ability, teleportation activated. The assassin only felt a blur before his eyes, and Yi Xiuyu disappeared from his sight. The next instant, he only felt something at the back of his head. Suddenly, a heavy blow came. The assassin's gaze gradually began to unfocus. He slowly fell forward. Chapter 5 Yi Xiuyu? How could you still be alive? Phew. Yi Xiuyu looked at the assassin's corpse below and couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although the exchange was brief, it put considerable pressure on his mind and body. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly. Besides excitement, another reason was the psychological impact of killing for the first time. I don't know if it's because my soul power is stronger after transmigrating, or because killing is more common in this world. The discomfort from killing quickly disappeared. However, Yi Xiuyu did not dare to relax. He mustered his strength, put the assassin's corpse into his alternate world space, and quickly left the place. Meanwhile, the Chen family of Qingtang City. Chen Huafeng was pacing back and forth in the room. His brow furrowed occasionally, and his eyes held a hint of anxiety. Buzzing. After a vibration sounded, he quickly took out his phone. Mission accomplished. When Chen Huafeng saw the message, he couldn't help but show a smug expression. He. Chen Huafeng put his phone on the table, picked up the wine glass next to him, and drank the red wine in it in one gulp. Kid, you dare to go against me? This is what happens. The thought of Yi Xiuyu's corpse, now lying in some ravine, is unbearable. Chen Huafeng felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart at that moment. On the other side, after Yi Xiuyu sent the message, he casually tossed the killer's phone aside and began searching through his body. A few minutes later, Yi Xiuyu looked at the several thousand Chinese yuan in his hand, along with a few grayish-black round objects, and couldn't help but complain. Aren't they professional assassins? This is all they have? They're way too poor. With a few thousand Chinese yuan, this assassin's wealth wasn't much better than mine. Yi Xiuyu had no idea that professional assassins lived a life of constant danger, and that they could be beheaded at any moment. Therefore, most assassins will use resources to improve their own strength as soon as possible. After putting away the Chinese currency, he turned his attention to the spherical objects. The moment he saw it, he felt that it looked familiar. After carefully examining it, Yi Xiuyu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This thing looks like the crystal core of a ferocious beast. The beast core is the source of the core power within a ferocious beast. It can assist those with superpowers in their cultivation, making it a common cultivation resource. However, for the original owner, the ferocious beast crystal core was a luxury item, existing only in her memories. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu did not recognize it at first. I never expected that this poor fellow would have such a good thing hidden on him. Even the lowest level first-order primary crystal core costs tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. If this crystal core were of a slightly higher grade. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu couldn't wait to issue a command to the system in his mind. Infinite, help me decompose this crystal core. Yes, host. The decomposition of the first-tier intermediate crystal core has been completed, and 5 ability points have been awarded. It's actually a first-tier intermediate crystal core. Yi Xiuyu was incredibly excited at this moment. This thing was worth at least tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. This is quite a fortune for him now. In fact, these crystal cores were originally a deposit from Chen Huafeng to the assassin, but because the assassination mission was not yet completed, the assassin had not had time to use them. Yi Xiuyu quickly decomposed all the crystal cores. After obtaining enough power points, he unhesitatingly added them to his physique. As his physical condition improved, he felt all the fatigue from his previous battle with the assassin vanish. Cool. Yi Xiuyu sensed the increase in power and couldn't help but let out a low roar. He mentally brought up the system panel. Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, Tier 1 Beginner. Special ability, Space Type, C Rank. Abilities, Extra-dimensional space, Teleportation. Physical Constitution, 413. Spirit, 428. Combat Skill, None. Special Ability Points, 0. After the stat boost, Yi Xiuyu's physique has broken through the 400 mark, gradually reaching parity with his mental strength. It should be noted that the original owner's mental strength was already extremely powerful, and later it was combined with the mental strength he gained after transmigrating. This resulted in his mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Moreover, it also surpasses his physical condition. Now, Yi Xiuyu has finally improved his physique through 2 system added points. If he were to encounter that assassin again, he was confident that he could defeat him head-on, even without using teleportation. And this is only the increase in strength brought about by a mid-level first-tier ferocious beast crystal core. What about a high-level or peak-level crystal core? You should know that you will have the chance to encounter these ferocious beasts in tomorrow's simulated survival exercise. Just imagining myself fighting ferocious beasts and wielding a large number of superpower points. Yi Xiuyu's heart was filled with anticipation. Simulated survival drill, here I come. The next morning, when Yi Xiuyu arrived at the meeting point. Just then, Chen Huafei was seen clinging to Meng Xiyun like a persistent plaster, chattering incessantly. Xiyun, this simulated survival exercise involves facing ferocious beasts. The school divided us into groups so that it would be easier for us to take turns keeping watch at night. It's really not safe for you to go alone in a group. I think it's better for the two of us to go together. After Chen Huafeng finished speaking, he looked at Meng Xiyun with anticipation. A cold glint flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes as he looked at Chen Huafei from not far away. He just sent someone to assassinate me last night, and he's in the mood to pick up girls this morning? What a refined taste. Yi Xiuyu suppressed his killing intent, composed himself, and walked towards Chen Huafei's location. Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm still used to being alone. Meng Xiyun politely but firmly rejected Chen Huafei. Although Chen Huafeng was disappointed, he did not give up. Just as he was about to continue pestering Meng Xiyun, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Get out of the way. Before Chen Huafeng could turn his head, he was pushed to the ground by a tremendous force. The sudden turn of events left all the students around them stunned in place. After a brief silence, everyone heard a voice filled with anger ring out in the area. Who is it? Which bastard has the guts to push me like that? Chen Huafeng got up from the ground, cursing and swearing, ready to teach the person who pushed him a lesson he would never forget. However, when he saw Yi Xiuyu, his face instantly showed a look of utter disbelief. Yi Xiuyu? How could you still be alive? Chapter 6 Holy crap! Where is he? Where did Yi Xiuyu go? Yi Xiuyu snorted coldly and replied. What, are you surprised to see me alive? Because of this sudden turn of events, all the students present turned their attention to the two of them. Feeling all eyes on me. Feeling guilty, Chen Huafeng stammered. I didn't mean that. So what do you mean? At this moment, the students who were watching the commotion began to whisper among themselves. Just as Chen Huafeng was wondering how to answer, Sun Guoping's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Students, please line up according to yesterday's group order. A teacher will take you to the designated entrance point shortly. Although Yi Xiuyu wished he could kill Chen Huafei on the spot, the current situation was not suitable. He withdrew his gaze and walked towards the meeting point. Chen Huafeng watched Yi Xiuyu's retreating figure, his expression shifting repeatedly. He was filled with shock. How is that possible? Last night, I clearly received a message that the assassin mission had been successful. Why is Yi Xiuyu still here? He should be dead already. With his pathetic skills, there was absolutely no way he could escape from the assassin's clutches. Could it be that the assassin embezzled his deposit and secretly ran away? If that's the case, then what about yesterday's message? It must have been the assassin trying to calm himself down and buy enough time to escape. Damn it, how dare they try to fool me? Chen Huafeng became increasingly angry as he thought about it. He vowed that if he caught the killer, he would tear him to pieces. And that damned Yi Xiuyu, he's nothing but lowly trash, yet he dares to provoke me repeatedly. Today he made himself lose face in front of Meng Xiyun. This is an absolute disgrace. Chen Huafei's gaze toward Yi Xiuyu was filled with undisguised hatred. You better pray you don't run into me in the survival exercise, or I'll cripple you on the spot. After the students had all assembled, Sun Guoping briefly explained the precautions. The teachers responsible for the safety of each group of students then led them to the location for the outdoor survival simulation exercise. Yi Xiuyu had not yet arrived at the entrance. From afar, a massive bronze gate came into view, standing directly in front of him. It was from this colossal bronze gate that countless ferocious beasts were born. Therefore, the people on Earth also call it Gate of Beasts. The wilderness survival simulation exercise held by Qingtung High School this time. It's right outside this second-tier beast gate. It's called the Gate of Second-Tier Beasts because the highest level of the ferocious beasts that come out of this gate is no higher than the peak of the second tier. To prevent accidents, troops are stationed outside each of the gates to the mythical beasts. The force guarding the gate to the strange beasts in Qingtang City is none other than the renowned Xuanwu Army. In preparation for this wilderness survival simulation exercise, the principal of Qingtung High School personally communicated with the head of the Xuanwu Army. With the help of the Xuanwu Army, a small area was designated as a trial zone for survival training. This survival drill was designed to train students' ability to face ferocious beasts on their own. Therefore, the entrance points for each group of students were relatively far apart. When Yi Xiuyu learned of this news, he nodded to himself. He didn't want to reveal his strength before the martial arts exam was over. The school's arrangement actually made things easier for me. However, before officially hunting the ferocious beast, he had to do one more thing: get rid of his teacher's surveillance. Shortly after entering the trial area, Yi Xiuyu chose a flat, open space. He carried the tent with him. It was taken out of the alternate dimension and placed on the ground, and then assembly began. At this moment, behind a large tree not far from Yi Xiuyu, teacher Li Lin from Qingtung High School, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, was idly watching Yi Xiuyu's every move. When he saw Yi Xiuyu's actions, a look of surprise appeared in Li Lin's eyes. Is Yi Xiuyu planning to set up camp here? Although the event was called a survival drill, the school encouraged students to fight against ferocious beasts. After all, in the upcoming National Martial Arts Examination for supernatural abilities, there are trials involving slaying ferocious beasts. With the teachers secretly protecting them, almost all the students will take this opportunity to fight the ferocious beast head-on. But judging from Yi Xiuyu's actions, he doesn't seem to have any intention of fighting the ferocious beast. After pondering for a moment, Li Lin gradually understood. I had heard about Yi Xiuyu's deeds. With his E-level superpower and the ability to store items in another dimension, Yi Xiuyu has almost no combat power. Asking him to fight a ferocious beast head-on is indeed asking too much of him. If it were arranged according to past practices, a student of this caliber would never need to be asked to protect him. After all, his abilities definitely rank among the top 3 teachers at Qingtung High School. But this time is different. After the group assignments were completed, Li Zhong, the old butler of the Meng family, the most powerful family in Qingtung City, made a phone call to himself for the first time ever. During the phone call, Li Zhong specifically asked that he take good care of Yi Xiuyu during the survival drills. Although Li Lin was surprised, he readily agreed. Besides the promised reward from Li Zhong, the more important thing is that he can use this opportunity to connect with the Meng family. This is an opportunity that so many people would love to miss. However, he still didn't understand who this Yi Xiuyu was, that he had alarmed Li Zhong and made him call him specifically. Just as Li Lin was making wild guesses in his mind. Inside the tent, Yi Xiuyu also began preparing for his escape. Yi Xiuyu sat quietly in the tent, closed his eyes, and entered a state of dozing. He didn't open his eyes again until nightfall. It's time to take action. Visibility is poor at night, so relying on teleportation ability. Yi Xiuyu was absolutely confident that he could slip away from his teacher's sight without anyone noticing. He took a deep breath and activated his teleportation ability. He vanished from the tent in an instant and appeared in the woods a few hundred meters away. Yi Xiuyu looked around but didn't find anything unusual. Without the slightest hesitation, he used teleportation to leave the area. Not long after Yi Xiuyu left, a huge dark shadow slowly approached the place where he had pitched his tent. Yo, finally a ferocious beast has appeared. Li Lin finally regained some of his composure. With Yi Xiuyu's strength, he definitely couldn't defeat this ferocious beast. Therefore, I am ready to act at any time. As the ferocious beast drew closer to the tent, the relaxed expression on Li Lin's face gradually disappeared. Damn, why hasn't Yi Xiuyu run away yet? Is he asleep? To maximize the student's potential, these teachers cannot act rashly unless it is a matter of life and death. Just 1 second before the ferocious beast was about to launch its attack, Li Lin finally made his move. He quickly reached the beast and punched it in the stomach. Boom! With a loud bang, the beast's massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Li Lin turned and walked towards the tent, roaring angrily. What time is it? You're still in the mood to sleep? However, when he lifted the tent flap, Li Lin was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the empty tent, and couldn't help but swear. Holy crap, where is he? Where did Yi Xiuyu go? Chapter 7 First Battle Against a Tier 1 Beginner Gale Wolf. I actually failed to keep an eye on a single student? And a student who only awakened an E-level ability. Looking at the tent fragments scattered all over the ground, Li Lin felt a surge of frustration. If this gets back to my colleagues at school, they'll laugh at me for the rest of my life. However, he searched almost the entire surrounding area but still couldn't find any trace of Yi Xiuyu. Li Lin scratched his head, his face full of disbelief. A living, breathing person simply vanished into thin air without any warning. I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. What should we do? Li Lin's face was extremely pale. Yi Xiuyu disappeared right under his nose. Putting aside the Meng family situation, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the school if they questioned him. Just as Li Lin was grieving alone over Yi Xiuyu's disappearance, Yi Xiuyu's side finally encountered the first ferocious beast of this trip, the Gale Wolf. This ferocious beast was over 3 meters long, and the bluish-brown fur around its neck was already standing on end. Its pair of jet-black wolf eyes were now fixed on Yi Xiuyu, filled with an undisguised ferocity. Based on the knowledge accumulated in their minds, Yi Xiuyu recognized the Gale Wolf almost immediately. The Gale Wolf is a common low-level ferocious beast. With its agile speed and sharp claws, it caused a lot of trouble for human superhumans. However, this is the most troublesome aspect of the Gale Wolf. The reason is that they always appear in large groups. Fortunately, what I encountered was a lone, first-tier, low-level Gale Wolf. If we really encountered a pack of wolves, let alone him, even if the teacher who was protecting him were here, he probably wouldn't get the better of him. Roar! The Gale Wolf bared its teeth and let out a low, defiant growl at Yi Xiuyu. With a burst of strength from its 4 limbs, it leaped forward and raced toward Yi Xiuyu. Well done! Yi Xiuyu roared, his face unusually excited. Facing the bloodthirsty and ferocious Gale Wolves, Yi Xiuyu felt no fear whatsoever. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Using the ground's reaction force, he shot towards the Gale Wolf. Bang! The Gale Wolf's sharp claws. It collided violently with Yi Xiuyu's immature right fist. If anyone saw Yi Xiuyu daring to fight a ferocious beast with his bare hands, they would definitely curse him as a lunatic. It's important to understand that ferocious beasts are naturally far stronger than humans, even for low-level ability users of the enhancement or beast transformation types. In battle, they rarely resort to fighting methods that involve directly battling ferocious beasts with physical strength. Moreover, Yi Xiuyu is only a space-type ability user. Yi Xiuyu dared to do this because his physique had been enhanced by the system. When he saw the swift-wind wolf's claws, when it did not cause any harm to oneself, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, awesome, so damn awesome. To dare to clash with a ferocious beast in terms of physical strength at the initial stage of the first level. Since humans on Earth began to awaken their superpowers, I'm probably the only one left. And he was able to do this. It relies on the infinite evolution system. Yi Xiuyu stared greedily at the Gale Wolf opposite him. This isn't a ferocious beast. It's my experience bar for leveling up. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all and took the initiative to swing his right fist at the Gale Wolf. Seeing that the frail human before him had not only failed to flee but had instead launched an attack, the Gale Wolf, in its dark eyes, he showed a rare hint of human-like annoyance. Roar! After another roar, the Gale Wolf raised its right paw and slammed it down on Yi Xiuyu's head. Boom! The man and the wolf then engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat. The sounds of trees snapping, the roars of ferocious beasts, and Yi Xiuyu's excited laughter mingled in the air. The fierce battle lasted for several minutes. Yi Xiuyu seized the opportunity and teleported above the Gale Wolf. He swung his right fist and slammed it hard into the Gale Wolf's back. Woo-hoo! Snap! A scream and the sound of bones cracking rang out simultaneously as the Gale Wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground. At the same time, a huge crater was smashed into the ground. It also stirred up a lot of smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust cleared, the space finally returned to calm. Only the deep pits and broken trees scattered everywhere seemed to still tell the story of the fierce battle that just took place. After Yi Xiuyu stored the corpse of the Gale Wolf in the alternate dimension, he immediately issued the order in his mind. Infinite, help me dissect the corpse of the Gale Wolf. Yes, host. The decomposition of the Tier 1 beginner Gale Wolf corpse is complete. 4 ability points have been awarded. Ha! Upon hearing about the system's reward of ability points, Yi Xiuyu's face showed a hint of surprise. Based on his calculations, and referring to that first-order intermediate crystal core, the amount of ability points you can get from dismantling a Tier 1 beginner Gale Wolf should be around 3. This current score has clearly exceeded my expectations. Could it be because this time it's the complete corpse of a ferocious beast, and not just the crystal core? The more Yi Xiuyu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He originally wanted to keep some materials from the ferocious beasts and exchange them for some money. It seems best to disassemble it completely. After all, for me right now, improving my strength is the primary goal. Money is important to this blue planet where strength reigns supreme. It doesn't mean much. Yi Xiuyu shook his head, putting away his thoughts. After resting briefly, he got up and set off again to search for his next target. Meng Shiyun stood on the tree branch. The tight-fitting combat leather outfit perfectly showcased her beautiful figure. However, no one is destined to witness this scene. At this moment, Meng Shiyun was preparing to use her special ability to deliver a fatal blow to the ferocious beast below. She raised her right hand and pointed at the ferocious beast below. Frost arrow. With a delicate shout, a large number of ice arrows condensed in mid-air and shot continuously towards the ferocious beast. Ouch! Each time the beast was struck by an arrow, it let out a scream. At the same time, its evasive maneuvers will slow down a bit. This is precisely the freezing and slowing effect that comes with Meng Shiyun's ice-type ability. In less than a minute, the ferocious beast had lost its fighting ability and slowly collapsed to the ground. Meng Shiyun leaped down from the tree and landed gently on the ground. She pulled out the dagger she carried with her, walked up to the beast, and plunged the dagger into its chest. After some manipulation, the crystal core inside the ferocious beast was extracted. Phew! As she prepared to put the beast core into her backpack, for some reason, Yi Xiaoyu's image suddenly came to mind. If I really team up with him, I won't have to carry my own bag, which is so troublesome. Hey, what am I thinking about? Meng Shiyun shook her head, shaking off the jumbled thoughts in her mind. By this point, he's probably already been eliminated, right? Chapter 8 Yi Xiaoyu's Soaring Strength. The core area of the Tier 1 Beast Gate in Qingting City. The unit stationed here is the 16th Squad of the 9th Legion of the Xuanwu Army. Boss, I just got word that a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast has broken into Area 24 on the outskirts of the Beast Gate. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Shichen, the leader of the 16th Squad, couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Didn't I remind you that Qingtang High School is conducting simulated combat exercises in that area, and that you must increase patrols recently? Boss, this really isn't our fault. Li San said, looking somewhat aggrieved. That ferocious beast was originally only a mid-level first-order beast. The brothers in charge of patrolling never expected that it would break through its realm as soon as it was put into Area 24. Fools, why don't you just kill it on the spot? By the time we arrived, the ferocious beast had already escaped. Seeing that Zhou Shichen's face had turned completely gloomy, Li San cautiously asked. Boss, weren't their teachers secretly accompanying Qingtang High School during their drills? It's just letting a high-level first-tier ferocious beast pass by, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Humph. Zhou Shichen snorted coldly and asked. Do you know who the students in that area are right now? Who is it? The Dream family's Dream Cloud. The Meng family? Li San couldn't help but shudder. Could it be the Meng family from Yanjing? No. Li San patted his chest, let out a long breath, and kept muttering, thank goodness. However, Zhou Shichen's next words sent a chill down his spine. She is from a branch of the Meng family, but the current head of the Meng family has announced that he will bring Meng Shiyun back to Yanjing. Because she awakened an SS-level superpower. The Xuanwu army spends most of their time fighting ferocious beasts. They are not sensitive to outside information, so it is understandable that they do not know about Meng Shiyun's situation. Things have gotten complicated. It was because Meng Shiyun got into trouble within their sphere of influence. Even if they are from the Xuanwu army, they will probably still be punished. Thinking of this, Zhou Shichen grabbed a piece of clothing and hurriedly walked outside. Boss, where are you going? Where are we going? To clean up your messes. Li San watched Zhou Shichen's departing figure, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. What are you standing there for? Come and help. Oh. Li San jogged after Zhou Shichen in the direction he had left. Bang! Yi Xiaoyu threw a punch, cleanly and decisively smashing the three-legged rhinoceros's head. A large amount of blood spurted out. If an ordinary person were to face such a bloody and cruel scene, they would feel somewhat uncomfortable. But Yi Xiaoyu just stood there quietly, without even frowning. His original blue school uniform had been stained dark brown with the blood of the ferocious beast. Without careful examination, it's impossible to distinguish the words Qingtang High School. The youthful innocence in his face had faded, replaced by it is endless resilience and composure. 7 consecutive days of frenzied killing not only greatly enhanced Yi Xiaoyu's mental fortitude. This also caused a dramatic change in his strength once again. Yi Xiaoyu calmly stored the three-legged rhinoceros's corpse into the alternate dimension, and then issued a command in his mind. Infinite, help me dissect the three-legged rhinoceros's carcass. Yes, host. The decomposition of the Tier 1 beginner 3-legged rhinoceros carcass is complete. 4 ability points have been awarded. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Shouyu calmly opened the system panel and immediately began to check his situation. Name, Yi Shouyu. Level, Intermediate Tier 1. Special ability, Space Type, Rank B. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional Slash. Constitution, 1223. Spirit, 1049. Combat Skill, None. Special ability points, 432. He looked at the various data on the system panel and couldn't help but nod. During these 7 days, a rough estimate suggests that he killed over 100 Tier 1 low-level ferocious beasts and dozens of Tier 1 mid-level ferocious beasts, gaining a total of over 1,000 ability points. Of course, to achieve such amazing results. That's because I barely slept during the 7-day wilderness survival training. Since I ran away from my teacher. They only did 3 things: find the ferocious beast and kill the ferocious beast. After obtaining power points by dismantling ferocious beasts, use those power points to enhance your strength. Yi Shouyu was able to achieve this thanks to the assassin who came to kill him a week ago. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have discovered it. Upgrading your physique with special ability points allows you to restore lost physical strength. It was precisely because of this bug that Yi Shouyu was able to fight the ferocious beast for 7 consecutive days without sleep. However, at this point in the battle, my mental state is also nearing its limit. Fortunately, today is the last day of the survival exercise, and I will soon be able to go home and rest. And the rewards of such hard work are quite astonishing. My cultivation level has improved from the initial stage of the first tier to the intermediate stage of the first tier. The quality of spatial abilities has also evolved from the original C-level abilities to the current B-level abilities. Not only that, he also acquired a new skill, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash can unleash a powerful energy blade capable of tearing through space in all directions. It consumes little power, has a fast release speed, and boasts great skill power. It's an amazing skill that everyone wants. Yi Shouyu had tested it. The physical defense of a mid-level Tier 1 ferocious beast was as fragile as paper in front of the Dimensional Slash. As for whether he could break through a first-tier high-level ferocious beast, he couldn't be sure because he hadn't actually fought one. He killed ferocious beasts for 7 consecutive days. They didn't even encounter a single high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. Yi Shouyu felt regretful, but he could understand. After all, the survival drills organized by the school are intended to improve students' resilience in the face of ferocious beasts. It's not about creating difficult problems for the students. First-tier high-level ferocious beast. Even if Meng Shiyun, who possesses SS-level superpowers and has reached the mid-level of the first rank, encountered her, she would probably only be able to run away. I wonder if I would have any chance against a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast? Yi Shouyu was somewhat curious. If he were to use his full strength, could he fight against a high-level first-tier ferocious beast? However, the wilderness survival exercise is about to end, and I'm afraid I won't have the chance to test my ideas. Fortunately, I gained a lot from this field combat exercise. This has far exceeded expectations. The thought that he would have the chance to hunt ferocious beasts during the upcoming martial arts exam for superpowered beings. Yi Shouyu's heart couldn't help but grow more and more expectant. At this moment, Yi Shouyu was unaware that not far ahead of him, Meng Shiyun was desperately fleeing. The beast chasing her was the high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast that Yi Shouyu had been searching for. Chapter 9: Meng Shiyun's Crisis. Boom! The ice wall that Meng Shiyun constructed using her SS-level ice-based abilities only lasted for a moment. It was then smashed to pieces by the ferocious palm strike of the bloodthirsty demon ape. Roar! After the bloodthirsty demon ape roared, its scarlet and bloodthirsty eyes turned to Meng Shiyun in front of it. Huff, huff. Meng Shiyun was panting heavily as she continued to flee. Although she had just escaped from the clutches of the bloodthirsty demon ape by taking advantage of the ice wall. However, the flying ice shards still caused some damage to her body. Her face looked somewhat haggard at this moment. The tight-fitting combat leather suit he was wearing had several tears in it. The fair skin underneath could be vaguely seen through the cracks, but Meng Shiyun had no time to care. At this moment, all her attention was focused on the ferocious beast that was chasing her closely behind. Meng Shiyun had unspeakable bitterness in her heart. I never expected to encounter a high-level first-tier bloodthirsty demon ape here. Within the school's designated area for simulated survival training, the highest level of ferocious beasts will not exceed the intermediate level of the first tier. A first-tier high-level bloodthirsty demonic ape shouldn't even be in this area. For this reason, before the survival drill began, Meng Shiyun specifically sought out her father, Meng Xiaotian, and made a request to him. She didn't want the school teachers to always be following her closely. Only in this way could she maximize her potential. Meng Shiyun's father couldn't dissuade her, so he reluctantly agreed to his daughter's request. He just told her to make sure she carried the communication talisman. In case of any emergency, use the communication talisman to call for help immediately. Everything was going very smoothly at first. Meng Shiyun never expected that she would encounter an unexpected situation on the last day of the survival exercise. Although he had sent a distress signal to the outside world the moment he discovered the first-level high-grade bloodthirsty demon ape. But the bloodthirsty demonic ape before then was incredibly powerful. This has exceeded Meng Shiyun's expectations. SS-level superpowers do indeed possess the ability to kill opponents of higher levels. However, its true power will only gradually be revealed after one becomes a high-level superhuman. Whoosh! Feeling the fierce gust of wind coming from behind her, Meng Shiyun gritted her teeth and used her ice power again to summon an ice wall behind her. This time, however, the bloodthirsty demon ape broke through the ice a fraction of a second faster than before. What should I do? Seeing that the bloodthirsty demonic ape was relentlessly pursuing them, a hint of panic appeared on Meng Shiyun's face. His superpowers were almost exhausted. If the bloodthirsty demon ape continues to chase him like this, he might not be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. At this moment, Meng Shiyun was unaware that Yi Xiuyu had been secretly following her all the way from a short distance away. Something's not right. Yi Xiuyu looked at Meng Shiyun, who was fleeing in a disheveled state several times in the distance, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. I was drawn here by the strange energy fluctuations and the roars of the bloodthirsty demonic ape. From the time he discovered Meng Shiyun until now. In just a few minutes, Meng Shiyun had faced danger several times and escaped death each time. She is now at her last gasp. Even under these circumstances, the teacher who was secretly protecting Meng Shiyun's safety still hadn't made a move. Could it be that something happened to the teacher responsible for protecting Meng Shiyun? Along the way of fleeing with Meng Shiyun, he himself had not noticed that there were other people secretly accompanying him. We can't wait any longer. Aside from Meng Shiyun being in imminent danger, he didn't want to miss out on this first-tier high-level ferocious beast. Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to make his move, Meng Shiyun encountered the biggest crisis of this trip since the start of the simulated survival exercise. The frequent release of her supernatural abilities placed a tremendous strain on her body. Having exhausted her spiritual power, Meng Shiyun could only watch helplessly as the bloodthirsty demon ape's claws viciously lashed out at her. Am I going to die here? Meng Shiyun silently closed her eyes. Just as the bloodthirsty demonic ape's claws were about to strike her beautiful body, a sharp whooshing sound rang out. A dark figure, like a ghost, suddenly emerged from the woods behind her and instantly appeared in front of Meng Shiyun. Yi Xiuyu's right fist, carrying immense force, slammed into the bloodthirsty demon ape's claws. Boom! With a loud bang, the bloodthirsty demon ape's body shot back. On the other side, Meng Shiyun, who had her eyes closed, noticed that the originally noisy environment had suddenly become quiet. Not only that, the pain she expected did not come, and with doubt in her heart, Meng Shiyun slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was a figure as upright as a pine tree. For some reason, Meng Shiyun felt a strong sense of security from this figure. Just as she was secretly guessing the identity of the person in front of her, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang in her ear. Are you all right? Meng Shiyun replied subconsciously, it's nothing. No. Meng Shiyun, coming back to her senses, couldn't help but frown. That voice just now, why does it sound so familiar? She carefully observed Yi Xiuyu's back and his profile. Then, with an incredulous look on his face, he asked, Are you Yi Xiuyu? Yi Xiuyu turned his head, a sunny smile appearing on his face. Yes, it's me. How is that possible? Meng Shiyun's mouth dropped open, her face filled with shock. Everyone at Qingtang High School knows that Yi Xiuyu has awakened an E-level quality superpower. His spatial ability is a small storage space. I had heard of Yi Xiuyu's nickname Mobile Mini Warehouse. To put it bluntly, Yi Xiuyu is a complete weakling. Meng Shiyun simply couldn't believe it. The person who just rescued me from the clutches of the bloodthirsty demon ape is Yi Xiuyu. At this moment, she had countless questions in her mind, but Yi Xiuyu's words silenced them all. It's dangerous here, you should leave right away. Yi Xiuyu casually reminded Meng Shiyun of something, and then ignored her. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the bloodthirsty demonic ape opposite him. A high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. From the third day of my simulated survival training, I began to search for ferocious beasts of this level. Unexpectedly, we ended up running into each other here. Yi Xiuyu stretched his limbs, raised his hand, and made an extremely provocative gesture towards the bloodthirsty demon ape opposite him. Come on, you beast, let me see just how strong you really are. Oh whoa! The bloodthirsty demon ape raised its hands and pounded its chest. Its eyes grew increasingly bloodthirsty, and it let out a furious roar filled with boundless ferocity. He charged towards Yi Xiuyu. Chapter 10 Yi Xiuyu makes his move. Snap, snap. The bloodthirsty demonic ape rampaged through the area. It smashed into every obstacle in its path. Its scarlet eyes and the violent aura emanating from its entire body spoke volumes about its current rage. Meng Shiyun's face turned even paler. If I stay here in my current state, I will only cause trouble for Yi Xiuyu. Therefore, after hearing Yi Xiuyu's suggestion that she leave Meng Shiyun, she hesitated for only a moment before making her decision. Yi, you should leave quickly, don't worry about me. A high-level first-tier ferocious beast is beyond our current capabilities. Although she didn't know how Yi Xiuyu had just blocked the bloodthirsty demon ape's attack. But with their current strength, there is absolutely no chance of them defeating the bloodthirsty demon ape. Rather than both of them dying here, it's better to let Yi Xiuyu escape alone. Upon hearing Meng Shiyun's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. I didn't expect this little girl to be so kind. In the urgency of the situation, he had no time to explain and could only grab Meng Shiyun's arm and throw her off the battlefield. Leave quietly and don't cause me any trouble. After casually giving Meng Shiyun a word of advice, Yi Xiuyu then turned all his attention to the bloodthirsty demon ape. Faced with the onrushing, bloodthirsty demonic ape, instead of retreating, he advanced and charged towards the bloodthirsty demon ape. Ah! Upon seeing Yi Xiuyu's actions, Meng Shiyun couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of horror. Under Meng Shiyun's shocked gaze, Yi Xiuyu's frail body collided violently with the enormous bloodthirsty demonic ape. Boom boom boom. A violent gust of wind uprooted the trees near them. However, the tragic scene that Meng Shiyun had envisioned did not occur. After the smoke cleared, Yi Xiuyu appeared unharmed in her eyes. Is this real? Yi Xiuyu actually relied on his physical strength. It forcefully blocked the bloodthirsty demon ape's sharp claws. This scene was completely beyond Meng Shiyun's expectations. As Yi Xiuyu's classmate, I know a little about Yi Xiuyu's situation. Spatial ability, E-grade quality, the ability effect is a storage space of 1 cubic meter. Since awakening his superpower, Yi Xiuyu's status at Qingtan High School has plummeted. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably never become a high-level superhuman in his lifetime. But what do I see now? Yi Xiuyu actually managed to block the attack of a high-level first-tier bloodthirsty demon ape using only his physical strength. Even someone like myself with SS-level superpowers couldn't contend with this level of combat strength. Is this still the Yi Xiuyu I remember, who only awakened an E-level ability? Meng Shiyun suddenly realized that Yi Xiuyu in front of her was gradually becoming a stranger. On the other side, Zhou Shichen and Li San, who had just arrived at the battlefield, were also so shocked by Yi Xiuyu's impressive record that they were speechless. Boss. Li San's eyes widened. He looked at Zhou Shichen and asked incredulously, am I seeing things? After Li San finished speaking, he raised his hands and rubbed his eyes. Li San then discovered that the scene he saw had not changed at all. Zhou Shichen replied with difficulty, you didn't see wrong, that first-level high-grade bloodthirsty demon ape was indeed blocked by someone. Judging from that person's aura, he should only be at the mid-level of the first rank, right? And isn't that person a bit too young? Li San's face showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. The continuous fighting over the past few days has worn off Yi Xiuyu's Qingtan High School uniform. It was stained dark brown with the blood of the ferocious beast. However, Zhou Shichen and his companion were still able to tell from Yi Xiuyu's youthful face that he shouldn't be very old. Seeing Yi Xiuyu fight the bloodthirsty demon ape to a standstill using only his physical strength, the shock on Li San's face intensified. Damn, the bodies of ferocious beasts are naturally much stronger than those of superhumans, and the physical strength of the bloodthirsty demon ape is among the top even among ferocious beasts. I've never heard of anyone being able to fight a ferocious beast in a physical battle without being at a disadvantage when they are of the same or higher level. This physical strength is just too damn abnormal. Where did this kid come from? Hearing Li San's words, Zhou Shichen remained silent. At this moment, the shock in his heart was no less than that in Li San's. As a captain in the Xuanwu army, he has been fighting against ferocious beasts for many years. Even when he led a small team and encountered a bloodthirsty demon ape of the same level on the battlefield, he would still feel a bit of a headache. Low-level superhumans have limited destructive power. To kill a bloodthirsty demon ape of the same level with strong defense, they usually have to pay a considerable price. But what do I see now? A young human with superpowers was able to physically rival a bloodthirsty demon ape. Besides shock, Zhou Shichen felt even more excited. If we could recruit this young man into our team and train him, this will definitely greatly reduce casualties when the team hunts ferocious beasts. Just as Zhou Shichen was secretly fantasizing, the battle between Yi Xiuyu and the bloodthirsty demon ape has taken another turn. The savage, bloodthirsty demonic ape, seeing that it had been unable to tear apart the weak human before it for so long, it suddenly raised its head and let out a roar to the sky. A whoa! Accompanied by a violent and furious roar. The bloodthirsty demon ape's already enormous body grew even taller. Upon seeing this, Li San had a bad feeling. Oh no, boss. The bloodthirsty demon ape has activated its innate berserk mode. Zhou Shichen's expression turned serious. Ferocious beasts with special talents are extremely rare. The bloodthirsty demon ape is one of these ferocious beasts. It is precisely because of this talent that the bloodthirsty demon ape has become one of the most feared beasts by Zhou Shichen and his companions. In berserk state, the bloodthirsty demon ape's attack, defense, speed, and other attributes will all increase by 50%. Furthermore, it will lose its last remaining sanity. Unless they are killed, or the bloodthirsty demon ape kills everyone within its line of sight. Only then will it regain its senses. Countless human superhumans have lost their lives because of this talent. Zhou Shichen decisively issued the order. Third brother, get ready to make your move. On the other side, after seeing the bloodthirsty demon ape's actions, Meng Xiyun. A hint of anxiety was evident in her eyes. It's berserk. Meng Xiyun had also read a lot of information about ferocious beasts. She only needed one glance to know that the bloodthirsty demon ape had already used its innate berserk ability. Yi was in danger because he was saving me, I can't just watch him die. Meng Xiyun gritted her teeth. She barely managed to muster the supernatural power she had just recovered. He prepared to rush up and unleash the ice wall, then find an opportunity to pull Yi Xiuyu away together. However, Zhou Shichen and Meng Xiyun hadn't had a chance to make a move yet. Yi Xiuyu suddenly moved. Chapter 11: Slaying a first-tier high-level bloodthirsty demon ape. Yi Xiuyu knew that the bloodthirsty demon ape had already used its berserk talent. The bloodthirsty demon ape in this state. Even he himself wouldn't dare to easily confront its attack head-on. But Yi Xiuyu did not back down. Instead of retreating, they advanced, closing in on each other. Oh whoa! The bloodthirsty demonic ape, which had already lost its mind, saw Yi Xiuyu actually run up to it. It let out an angry roar. He raised his right foot and stomped hard on Yi Xiuyu below, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound. The bloodthirsty demon ape's massive body, like a mountain, pressed down on Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu remained calm, showing no sign of panic in his eyes. Just as the bloodthirsty demon ape's right foot was about to step on him, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Teleportation. Yi Xiuyu's figure vanished from the spot without warning. In the next instant, he was already behind the bloodthirsty demon ape. Boom! Just as the bloodthirsty demonic ape stomped on the ground, Yi Xiuyu's raised right arm slammed into the back of the bloodthirsty demon ape's head. The barely perceptible dimensional slash traveled along his right fist and entered the body of the bloodthirsty demon ape. The crimson in the bloodthirsty demon ape's eyes gradually disappeared. Under the shocked gazes of Meng Xiyun and the others, its body slowly shrank back to its original size. He then fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li San rubbed his eyes 3 times in a row. Looking at the motionless bloodthirsty demon ape on the ground, he couldn't help but swear. Holy crap, what did I just see? He killed the bloodthirsty demon ape with one punch? That's insane. If someone were to tell me that I am a mid-level first-tier ability user, they directly defeated a tier 1 high-level bloodthirsty demon ape that had used the berserk talent, Li San would definitely think that person has mental problems. Even a 4-man squad of the same rank in the Xuanwu army would find a beast of this level formidable. The only option is to temporarily avoid their attacks and win the battle through attrition warfare. Once Zhou Shichen came to his senses, he had only one thought in his mind. He's determined to have this guy. He wanted Yi Shouyu to join the Xuanwu army not just to reduce the casualty rate when hunting ferocious beasts. More importantly, they wanted to change the current predicament of the Xuanwu army. In the past decade or so, the outstanding graduates of various martial arts schools specializing in supernatural abilities have almost all been snapped up by the 3 major armies, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. This resulted in the Xuanwu army consistently ranking last among the 4 major armies in terms of battle record on the Whitebone battlefield. If Yi Shouyu only possessed a strong physical talent, Zhou Shichen wouldn't have been so excited. But if I'm not mistaken, Yi Shouyu dodged the bloodthirsty demon bear's final attack using his special ability. It must be teleportation. This suggests that Yi Shouyu may have awakened an extremely rare spatial ability. With his formidable physical gifts and rare spatial abilities, I absolutely cannot let such a talented person go. On the other side, Meng Shiyun was stunned for a while before she came to her senses and ran to Yi Shouyu's side. It is dead? Meng Shiyun glanced at the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon ape on the ground, then at Yi Shouyu, who stood calmly beside her. There's still a dreamlike feeling in my mind. One punch, just one punch. Facing the bloodthirsty demon ape that had unleashed its berserk talent, Yi Shouyu only threw one punch. This punch not only ended the life of the bloodthirsty demon ape. This also shattered Meng Shicloud's long-held perception. It turns out that human superhumans can also fight against ferocious beasts using their physical strength. Meng Shiyun used her beautiful eyes to scrutinize Yi Shouyu from head to toe. His cultivation level at the mid-first tier is comparable to that of a ferocious beast. As Yi Shouyu's classmate, I never knew he had such strength. If he's so good, why doesn't he clarify the rumors circulating in the class? After much thought, Meng Shiyun could only conclude that the reason was Yi Shouyu only cared about improving his cultivation level and didn't care about other people's misunderstandings about him. Thinking about my previous misunderstanding of him, Meng Shiyun felt her pretty face involuntarily burning up. Yi Shouyu was unaware of Meng Shiyun's ulterior motives. He stepped forward, pointed to the corpse of the bloodthirsty demonic ape in the pit, and asked, "Can I dispose of this body?" Meng Shiyun paused for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Okay." Yi Shouyu waved his right hand, taking the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon ape into the alternate dimension. When he decided to show himself to save Meng Shiyun, he already knew that some things could no longer be kept from her. Therefore, I did not deliberately avoid Meng Shiyun during my actions just now. As expected, Yi Shouyu had just put away the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon ape when. Then Meng Shiyun's surprised voice rang in my ears. "Your special ability space can actually store the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon ape?" According to rumors circulating at the school, Yi Shouyu's special ability space is only 1 cubic meter. It's impossible to fit the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon ape inside such a size. Faced with Meng Shiyun's question, Yi Shouyu replied calmly, "Some things are best kept to yourself." Really? A look of understanding appeared on Meng Shiyun's face. I guessed right, all the news about Yi at school was indeed a rumor. She admired Yi Shouyu's magnanimity while hating the people who spread rumors. If it weren't for them, how could I have misunderstood Yi Shouyu? Thinking of this, Meng Shiyun gently bit her lip. "Classmate Yi, you saved me, how can I thank you?" "Thank you?" Yi Shouyu said nonchalantly, "Didn't you already give me the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon ape? What do you need to thank me for? You were the one who killed him." "Okay." Yi Shouyu admitted that Meng Shiyun was right. After thinking for a moment, he said with a serious expression, "If you really want to thank me, then keep the fact that I saved you a secret. If anyone asks, just say that you killed this bloodthirsty demonic ape." "Why?" Meng Shiyun asked, puzzled. Yi Shouyu said impatiently, "Why so many questions? Didn't you say you were going to thank me?" "Okay, I got it." Meng Shiyun's sensible behavior was somewhat unexpected for Yi Shouyu. Out of curiosity, he turned to look at Meng Shiyun. Upon seeing this, his gaze couldn't help but drift to Meng Shiyun's fair and tender skin exposed beneath her tattered clothes. Following Yi Shouyu's gaze, Meng Shiyun also noticed her current appearance. She glanced at Yi Shouyu with a slightly reproachful look, then generously extended her right hand. "Yi, do you have any extra clothes?" Yi Xiuyu thought to himself in amazement. Unexpectedly, Meng Shiyun's personality is completely different from that of an ordinary young girl. First he let him escape on his own, and now he's asking me for clothes without any hesitation. He's got a very straightforward personality. Yi Xiuyu casually took out a school uniform from the alternate dimension and tossed it to Meng Shiyun. It's yours. Meng Shiyun put her school uniform over her leather jacket, covering up the exposed skin. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, Yi Xiuyu took the opportunity to say goodbye. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. He was about to leave when a slightly anxious voice suddenly came from behind him. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Chapter 12: The Invitation of Zhou Shichen, squad leader of the Xuanwu army. Yi Xiuyu looked at Zhou Shichen and the other two who had suddenly appeared. A hint of wariness appeared on his face. He stepped forward silently, blocking Meng Shiyun's path. Who are you? Yi Xiuyu was unaware that his subconscious action had increased Meng Shiyun's affection for him even more. Zhou Shichen sensed the wariness in Yi Xiuyu's words. He stopped and said to Yi Xiuyu with a sincere expression. I am Zhou Shichen, the captain of the 16th detachment of the Xuanwu army. This is my team member, Li San. The Xuanwu army. Yi Xiuyu looked Zhou Shichen and his companion up and down. Judging from their clothing and behavior, they did indeed seem to be from the military. However, why are the Xuanwu army members here instead of guarding the gate of the strange beasts? Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu asked with a puzzled look, Captain Zhou, is there something you need? That's how it is. Zhou Shichen's face couldn't help but show a hint of apology. The fact that the first-tier high-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape, broke into Miss Meng's trial area was due to our negligence. On behalf of all members of the 16th Division of the Xuanwu Army, I would like to express my apologies to you both. Oh. After hearing Zhou Shichen's words, Yi Xiuyu roughly understood the situation. It is estimated that after the Xuanwu army discovered that a first-tier high-level ferocious beast had entered the trial area, they specially sent people to deal with that beast. As for why Zhou Shichen came in person, without a doubt, it's because of Meng Shiyun's background. Yi Xiuyu turned his head and asked Meng Shiyun behind him, Meng, what do you think? Since he wasn't the main character in the incident, Yi Xiuyu immediately shifted the conversation to Meng Shiyun. Before Meng Shiyun could express her opinion, Zhou Shichen asked with some surprise. Meng Kuan? Are you also a student at Qingtang High School? Yes. Is there a problem? What's your name, young man? Yi Xiuyu. Li San scratched his head and muttered under his breath, Yi Xiuyu, why does that name sound so familiar? He frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly pointed at Yi Xiuyu and shouted loudly. Oh, I remember now, Qingtang High School, Yi Xiuyu. You wouldn't happen to be that good for nothing Yi Xiuyu, nicknamed Mobile Warehouse, who awakened an E-level talent, would you? What are you saying? Meng Shiyun's pretty face was filled with coldness. She stared at Li San with unfriendly eyes, as if she was about to start a fight at the slightest provocation. Yi Xiuyu was his savior. Li San insulted Yi Xiuyu right in front of him. Given my temper, it would be a miracle if I could hold back and not say anything. Meng Xiyan looked coldly at Li San and said in an unfriendly tone, if you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Zhou Shichen first glared at Li San with displeasure. Then, looking at Yi Xiuyu, he explained apologetically. I'm sorry, brother Yi, Li San sometimes speaks without thinking, so please don't take it to heart. Yi Xiuyu smiled and said. Captain Zhou, you flatter me. Brother Li is right. I did have that title at school. Zhou Shichen never expected that Yi Xiuyu would not only be unconcerned about Li San's earlier offense, but also conveniently give Li San a way out. When you're young, who isn't competitive and eager to have your strength known to the whole planet? And what about Yi Xiuyu? He has been quietly cultivating himself, striving to improve his spiritual level. He was able to remain calm even when faced with malicious comments at school. It is truly rare to have such a broad mind and character at such a young age. He looked at Yi Xiuyu with admiration in his eyes. If Yi Xiuyu knew what Zhou Shichen was thinking, he would definitely be a little dumbfounded. Because he didn't think that much about it at all. In his view, the bad things Li San and his classmates said were all about the original owner of this body, so what did it have to do with Yi Xiuyu? Realizing he had misspoke, Li San saw that Yi Xiuyu showed no displeasure at his words. A look of guilt appeared on his face. Young brother Yi, Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiuyu interrupted him with a smile, saying, Brotherly, this is nothing at all, you don't need to take it to heart. Looking at the sincere smile on Yi Shouyu's face, Li San didn't say anything, but simply nodded heavily. After this little incident, Zhou Shichen finally got down to business. Young brother Yi, are you interested in our Xuanwu army? Seeing the puzzled look on Yi Shouyu's face, Zhou Shichen continued to explain. That's right, with brother Yi's skills, he'll definitely be able to get into a top university for people with superpowers. Graduates of various superpowered academies generally have 3 options after graduation. The first option is to attach oneself to a family and continue cultivating by using the resources provided by the family. Secondly, you can join some well-known organizations, such as the Superpower Association or the Spirit Alliance. With your talent, brother Yi, they would definitely welcome you to join. As for the last one, it's joining our army. In fact, whether you rely on a family or join an organization, you will be subject to certain restrictions. In the military, there are actually fewer constraints. Moreover, I can tell you with absolute certainty that only in the military can your abilities be improved most rapidly. Today, about half of China's top experts came from the military. If you're interested, young man, you can contact me directly after you graduate from university. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiyun snorted coldly and said, Captain Zhou, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to lie to my classmate right in front of me? Yi Shouyu looked at Meng Xiyun with some surprise. Meng, what do you mean by that? Meng Xiyun patiently explained, Student Yi, you probably don't know this yet, but the military is indeed the fastest way to improve the strength of superhumans. But among the 3 routes, the army's casualty rate was also the highest. In Captain Zhou's introduction, he only mentioned the speed of strength improvement, but he didn't mention the casualty rate. Zhou Shichen's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Meng is right. The casualty rate in the military is very high, but which strong person hasn't emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Yi Shouyu tugged at Meng Xiyun's sleeve, signaling her to stop arguing. He looked at Zhou Shichen and said with a smile, Captain Zhou, thank you for your invitation, but I still have more than 4 years before I graduate from university. It's too early for me to talk about these things now. However, I will seriously consider your suggestion. All right. Zhou Shichen knew that Yi Shouyu was telling the truth. In the 4 years that have passed, too many unexpected things may have happened. I was indeed too hasty in this matter. Thinking of this, Zhou Shichen said with a serious expression. Then I'll stay here and wish Yi good luck on his martial arts exam. At the same time, I hope that in the future, we will have the opportunity to fight side by side and jointly defend against the ferocious beasts. Chapter 13 The Shock of Li Zhong, the butler of the Meng family. Boss, are we just leaving like this? On the way back to the Xuanwu army's garrison, Li San looked at Zhou Shichen and asked with a puzzled expression. Yi Shouyu's strength in the battle against the bloodthirsty demon ape shocked him greatly. He believed that Zhou Shichen felt the same way as him. Based on his understanding of Zhou Shichen, his boss probably also intended to bring Yi Shouyu into the Xuanwu army. Li San couldn't understand it. Given his boss's personality, if he wanted to win over Yi Shouyu, he would never give up so easily. Why did the boss leave so abruptly just now? Zhou Shichen smiled and explained to Li San. Yi Shouyu is still young. It will be at least 4 years before he graduates from the University of Superpowers. If we push him too hard at this point, it might make him rebellious. So we're just going to do nothing? Yes, of course we'll do it. Zhou Shichen said with a meaningful smile. We need to subtly win Yi Shouyu's favor. I still don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. Let's hurry back to our base. I need to prepare some things. Good. On the other side, Li Zhong, the old butler of the Meng family, finally found Meng Xiyun after receiving her distress signal. Li Zhong rushed to Meng Xiyun's side and asked her with a worried expression. Miss, are you all right? Meng Xiyun shook her head and said, Uncle Li, I'm fine. Miss, what happened? I encountered a Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast in the trial area, the bloodthirsty demon ape. What? Upon hearing this, Li Zhong's expression changed drastically. As the old steward of the Meng family, he was well aware of Meng Xiyun's strength. With her current strength, she shouldn't even have had a chance to escape if she encountered a first-tier high-level bloodthirsty demonic ape. However, looking at Meng Xiyun now, apart from being a little weak, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. This. Li Zhong frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Meng Xiyun wanted to explain to Li Zhong, but she remembered Yi Shouyu's previous instructions. The words that were already on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back down. Yi Xiuyu, standing to the side, was somewhat surprised to see the conflicted expression on Meng Shiyun's face. He knew perfectly well what Meng Shiyun was struggling with at that moment. It's about the fact that he killed the bloodthirsty demon ape. I had only mentioned it casually, but I never expected that Meng Shiyun would actually keep her promise. Meng Shiyun's actions increased Yi Xiuyu's goodwill towards her even more. Yi Xiuyu's eyes flickered, and he began to ponder. Zhou Shichen and his companion from the Xuanwu army had witnessed the entire process of killing the bloodthirsty demon ape. Meng Shiyun almost had an accident in the trial area. The Meng family will definitely verify the situation with the Xuanwu army. By then, even if Meng Xian doesn't say anything, the Meng family will find out from Zhou Shichen about killing the bloodthirsty demon ape. After all, he hadn't given Zhou Shichen any prior notice. Since it will be exposed sooner or later, we might as well do Meng Shiyun a favor. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said to Meng Shiyun, "Meng, I think this Uncle Li must be a family member of yours, right? If you think he can be trusted, then tell him the truth, so your family won't have to worry about you." Meng Shiyun was taken aback for a moment, then asked with a look of surprise, "Is this okay?" Yi Xiuyu nodded. "Of course, I believe you." Hearing Yi Xiuyu say he trusted her, Meng Shiyun's face lit up with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Yi." Meng Xian took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened to her to Li Zhong, word for word. Including how Yi Xiuyu saved him. And how did they kill the first-tier high-level bloodthirsty demon ape that had used its berserk talent? After listening, Li Zhong couldn't help but look at Yi Xiuyu standing to the side. I know a little about this young man in front of me. Before awakening his superpowers, Yi Xiuyu's academic performance has always been superior to Meng Shiyun's. Li Zhong was well aware of his young mistress's talent and hard work. The fact that Yi Xiuyu could steadily suppress Meng Shiyun showed that his mental strength was extraordinary. Therefore, when he learned that Yi Xiuyu had only awakened an E-level talent, he had also privately expressed his regret for Yi Xiuyu. Li Zhong could never have imagined that so little time would pass. Yi Xiuyu actually managed to kill a Tier 1 advanced bloodthirsty demon ape head-on. I know Meng Shiyun's personality well. What she hates most in her life is deception. There is absolutely no way that such a long lie would be fabricated for Yi Xiuyu's sake. Moreover, throughout Meng Shiyun's entire narration, Yi Xiuyu's expression remained completely calm. It seems that the person Meng Shiyun mentioned who directly fought the first-level high-grade bloodthirsty demon ape was not him. This composure and calmness alone were enough to make Li Zhong think more highly of Yi Xiuyu. It seems that Yi Xiuyu did indeed kill a high-level first-tier bloodthirsty demon ape with his own hands. Li Zhong was genuinely curious. What made a universally acknowledged good-for-nothing? He transformed himself into a peerless genius. However, as the Meng family's butler, he always acted with great discretion. Li Zhong stepped forward, looked at Yi Xiuyu, and said with a serious expression, "Young friend Yi, thank you for saving my young lady. The Meng family will definitely continue to investigate the matter of the bloodthirsty demon ape. However, I assure you, no one else besides the head of the family will know about this." Yi Xiuyu cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied politely, "Then thank you very much, Lord Li." Li Zhong waved his hand and said, "Young friend Yi, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just the Meng family's butler. Since you're Mrs.'s classmate, why don't you call me Uncle Li, just like Miss does?" Yi Xiuyu chuckled and said, "I'll still call you Butler Li." "Then let's go along with young friend Ye's habits." Having figured out the situation, Li Zhong looked at Meng Xiyan and asked, "Miss, your current condition is not suitable for you to stay here any longer. I'll take you away right away." Meng Shiyun couldn't help but look at Yi Xiuyu. "Yi, the survival drill is basically over. Why don't you come back with us?" Yi Xiuyu smiled and said, "No, I think I'll just go back to my entrance in Zone 25. Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's plan, Li Zhong suddenly spoke up. "Young friend Yi, you probably don't know this yet, but the 24th and 25th districts are quite far apart. If you were to go back to the exit of the 25th district, it would probably take you several hours." "Is that so?" Yi Xiuyu fell silent. The news brought by Li Zhong was indeed beyond his expectations. "Throughout this journey, I've only focused on hunting ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, they ended up fighting their way from District 25 to District 24. There's really no need to go back by detour. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Meng." Chapter 14 Li Lin's Frenzy, Chen Huafei's Angry. The assembly point for wilderness survival drills. People were standing in twos and threes. Besides Yi Xiuyu and Meng Shiyun, all the other students have returned to the meeting point. At this moment, Li Lin's face was deathly pale, and he stood beside Sun Guoping in a daze. He looked dejected, a far cry from the high spirits he had 7 days ago. As for the culprit who turned Li Lin into this state, it was Yi Xiuyu. When Yi Xiuyu first disappeared, Li Lin still held onto a sliver of hope. He fantasized that he could find Yi Xiuyu through his own efforts. He searched almost the entire area near where Yi Xiuyu disappeared, but still found nothing. Left with no other option, Li Lin could only expand the search area outward from the point of disappearance. On the 4th day after Yi Xiuyu's disappearance, having failed to find Yi Xiuyu, Li Lin had no choice but to report the news of Yi Xiuyu's disappearance to the school. Qingtang High School sent 7 teachers to the 25th district where Yi Xiuyu was practicing. Including Li Lin, the 8 teachers searched the 25th district for 3 whole days. They couldn't find a trace of Yi Xiuyu at all. At that time, Li Lin realized that Yi Xiuyu has probably already died in the jaws of the ferocious beast. Although he still couldn't figure out how Yi Xiuyu had disappeared from the tent. But in Li Lin's heart, he had gradually accepted the fact that Yi Xiuyu was dead. However, at that moment, Li Lin actually saw a familiar figure at the exit of area number 24. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, then was surprised to find that the person standing next to Meng Shiyun. It was Yi Xiuyu who kept me awake for 7 whole nights. Li Lin was stunned. In the next few seconds, his expression shifted from surprise to disbelief, then to delight, and finally to anger. Yi Xiuyu, you're still alive? An angry yet delighted roar echoed throughout the space. Yi Xiuyu is still alive? Where is he? That kid isn't dead? How is that possible? We've searched almost the entire 25th district. If we had known he wasn't dead, we wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. The teachers around Li Lin who had participated in the search for Yi Xiuyu's disappearance started discussing it amongst themselves. In the past 3 days, they have suffered a lot in their search for Yi Xiuyu. Teacher Li, where is Yi Xiuyu? Sun Guoping moved closer to Li Lin and asked anxiously. Yi Xiuyu is his student, and he hasn't had a good night's sleep for several days because of Yi Xiuyu's disappearance. Li Lin pointed towards the exit of District 24 and said through gritted teeth. Isn't it right there? Following the direction Li Lin pointed, Sun Guoping finally found Yi Xiuyu. Seeing that Yi Xiuyu was safe and sound, Sun Guoping finally relaxed. It's good that you're alright, it's good that you're alright. Good. Hearing Sun Guoping's mutterings, Li Lin's anger flared up instantly. He really wanted to ask Sun Guoping, what's so good about it? Yi Xiuyu is alright. But I spent 7 days in fear and anxiety. Yi Xiuyu has returned, but the fact remains that I lost track of him. Let's not even talk about the Meng family's compensation. I expect I'll have to write a self-criticism from the school. Why should only I get hurt? Li Lin grew angrier the more he thought about it, and finally couldn't help but rush up to Yi Xiuyu. Teacher Li? Yi Xiuyu looked at Li Lin, who was blocking his way, and asked, feigning ignorance, why are you stopping me? Is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Li Lin nearly fainted from anger. Huff, huff. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down. I'm asking you, where were you during the survival training? Me? Yi Xiuyu pointed to himself. I've been practicing the whole time? You're talking nonsense. Li Lin couldn't help but swear. In an instant, all the eyes of the teachers and students present were focused on him. Looking at Yi Xiuyu's innocent face, Li Lin forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. You disappeared shortly after we entered the training area. To find you, I and 7 other teachers searched the 25th district for 3 whole days. If you were in District 25, there's no way we wouldn't have spotted you. Yi Xiuyu shrugged and said. Teacher Li, I don't know exactly what happened either. All I know is that I fell asleep in the tent and when I woke up, I found myself in an unfamiliar area. But I thought this was a test from the school. Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's explanation, Li Lin seemed somewhat dazed. Judging from Yi Xiuyu's bewildered look, it seemed that he really didn't know what had happened. Just as Li Lin was about to continue questioning Yi Xiuyu, suddenly, a series of neat and steady footsteps echoed from the exit of District 24. This looks like someone from the Xuanwu Army? It really is the Xuanwu Army. For the students of Qingtang High School, joining the Xuanwu Army is an absolute honor. Therefore, when they discovered that the Xuanwu army had appeared before them, everyone was incredibly excited. But after the initial excitement, everyone was filled with confusion. Why would the Xuanwu army suddenly appear here? When Yi Xiuyu saw the leader, his heart skipped a beat. Zhou Shichen, what brings him here? Zhou Shichen was present when he killed the bloodthirsty demon ape. Li Lin is right here, and if Zhou Shichen accidentally lets something slip, it will be a real problem. Yi Xiuyu was thinking of a solution. A beautiful figure suddenly stepped out from beside him and greeted Zhou Shichen. Captain Zhou, what brings you here? While greeting everyone, Meng Xiyun secretly gave Zhou Shichen a wink. Zhou Shichen had just seen what was happening on Yi Xiuyu's side. Now, having received a hint from Meng Xiyun, he had a pretty good idea of what Yi Xiuyu was thinking. Zhou Shichen's mind raced, and he said with a smile, I'm here on behalf of the Xuanwu army to thank Meng and Yi for their help. He deliberately raised his voice a few decibels to make sure all the teachers and students present could hear him. Then, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Did I hear that right? Yi Xiuyu helped the Xuanwu army? How is this possible? I believe in Goddess Dream, but with Yi Xiuyu's trashy skills, what help can he possibly provide? It's good enough that he's not causing trouble. Could there be a mistake? When Shen Huafeng first saw Yi Xiuyu and Meng Xiyun come out together, my heart was filled with anger and jealousy. Now, the Xuanwu army has come specifically to thank Yi Xiuyu. Chen Huafeng could no longer suppress his emotions. Why? All the good things get to that trash Yi Xiuyu? He took a few steps forward, pointed at Yi Xiuyu, and shouted loudly. Yi Xiuyu, how dare you lie to me? Chapter 15 Zhou Shichen's Gift, a low-grade yellow spiritual artifact. Seeing that Chen Huafeng was about to cause trouble again, a barely perceptible hint of coldness flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. Just as he was about to say something sarcastic to Chen Huafeng, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang in Yi Xiuyu's ear. Student Chen, you need to provide evidence before you speak. You say he is lying, what evidence do you have? Meng Xiyun smiled, but her words carried a distinct chill. In the past, I definitely wouldn't have paid any attention to this kind of thing. But Yi Xiuyu had only saved him not long ago. She hadn't even had a chance to properly thank them. Chen Huafeng stirred up trouble at this time. This is undoubtedly a test of Meng Xiyun's bottom line. Faced with Meng Xiyun's questioning, Chen Huafeng's eyes widened, and he froze on the spot. The students who were waiting to watch the spectacle erupted in a clamor. No one ever dreamed of this. Meng Xiyun, who had always been indifferent to boys, actually took the initiative to speak up for Yi Xiuyu. Chen Huafeng's eyes were bloodshot. Jealousy was driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. On what grounds? Yi Xiuyu was nothing but a lowly person. Why did he deserve Meng Xiyun's special treatment? Chen Huafeng looked at Meng Xiyun and said excitedly. Xiyun, Yi Xiuyu is nothing but trash who awakened an E-level ability. If he hadn't used some despicable means, how could he possibly have helped the Xuanwu army? You absolutely mustn't let him fool you. After he finished speaking, he even showed a deeply affectionate expression. Just like what he said, it was as if he was truly putting himself in Meng Xiyun's shoes. After hearing Chen Huafeng's words, the surrounding classmates also started discussing it. Brother Chen is right. With Yi Xiuyu's strength, what help can he possibly be? It would be good enough if he didn't cause any trouble. But the leaders of the Xuanwu army said that Yi Xiuyu did indeed help. Didn't you hear what Brother Chen said? Yi Xiuyu must have used some trickery to deceive the Xuanwu army. So, Yi Xiuyu really is a fraud? That's right. If you don't have the skills, you can only resort to such underhanded methods to grab attention. Hearing her classmates' comments, Meng Xiyun's face grew even colder. If it weren't for Chen Huafeng leading the way in publicizing Yi Xiuyu's deeds on campus, I wouldn't have almost misunderstood Yi Xiuyu. Thinking of this, Meng Xiyun looked at Chen Huafei with an undisguised look of disgust. As the murmurs grew louder, Zhou Shichen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stepped forward a few paces. He channeled his spiritual energy and spoke loudly to the surroundings. Fellow students, I am Zhou Shichen, the captain of the 16th detachment of the Xuanwu army. Yi Xiuyu did indeed help our Xuanwu army, there's no doubt about that. We came here today to express our gratitude to him and Meng Xiyun. After Zhou Shichen finished speaking, he took out 2 packages from his spatial ring. Just as he was about to hand one of them to Yi Xiuyu, then Chen Huafeng shouted, Captain Zhou, Yi Xiuyu, he. Zhou Shichen gave Chen Huafei a deep look. In that instant, Chen Huafeng felt a sudden pressure appear in the space around him. He sensed a strong sense of dissatisfaction in Zhou Shichen's eyes. Chen Huafeng gritted his teeth and replied with some difficulty, and nothing. It's good that you're all right. Zhou Shichen then withdrew his gaze. Given his status, he naturally wouldn't stoop to the level of arguing with a student. But if Chen Huafei continues to be so ungrateful, I wouldn't mind teaching Chen Huafeng a lesson on behalf of the Chen family elders. Zhou Shichen personally came out to refute the rumors about Yi Xiuyu. Even if the teachers and students of Qingtang High School had many doubts about Yi Xiuyu, they could only keep them to themselves. As Zhou Shichen handed the package to Yi Xiuyu, he whispered a question in his ear. Did I cause you any trouble? Yi Xiuyu shook his head imperceptibly and responded softly. No, it wasn't really a problem to begin with. That's good. Zhou Shichen finally felt relieved after hearing Yi Xiuyu's words. I came back specifically to increase my favorability with Yi Xiuyu. If this backfires, it will be a huge loss. Zhou Shichen looked at the package in Yi Xiuyu's hand and introduced it to him. What you're holding is a low-level yellow rank dagger. Hopefully, it will be of some help to you in the upcoming martial arts exam. It's actually a low-level yellow rank dagger. Hearing Zhou Shichen's words, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Advanced weapons are also known as spiritual artifacts by those with supernatural abilities. The levels of magical artifacts are divided into 4 grades from highest to lowest: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The crafting process of magical artifacts is extremely difficult. It requires a person with the ability to manipulate objects to devote their heart and soul to its creation. Therefore, on Earth, magical artifacts are extremely rare. Yi Xiuyu understood Zhou Shichen's meaning. He just didn't expect the other party to think so highly of him. The teachers and students around were utterly shocked when they saw that Zhou Shichen had actually given Yi Xiuyu a low-level yellow-rank spiritual weapon. Of all the students present, including the teachers, very few had ever formally come into contact with magical artifacts. Not to mention owning a magical weapon of your own. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Yi Xiuyu. There was envy, jealousy, greed, and longing. Everyone wished they could kick Yi Xiuyu away and take his place in that position. However, everyone glanced at Zhou Shichen next to Yi Xiuyu. In the end, he suppressed his evil thoughts. That dagger was personally given to Yi Xiuyu by Zhou Shichen. If they dared to snatch it, they would probably be captured by the Xuanwu army on the spot. Everyone could only look at Yi Xiuyu with envy, and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. What incredible luck did this kid have? It was just a survival drill. Not only did he win the favor of the school beauty Meng Xiyun, but he also managed to get the captain of the Xuanwu army squad to personally deliver a magical artifact to him. At this moment, Yi Xiuyu was also very excited. But his excitement was not because he had obtained the magical artifact. No matter how powerful a magical artifact is, it is ultimately just an external object. For me, true strength lies in having sufficient power within myself. Therefore, when Yi Xiuyu took the dagger from Zhou Shichen, he was already planning to break it down into ability points. If the occasion weren't inappropriate, Yi Xiuyu would have loved to dismantle it on the spot. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and said to Zhou Shichen with a serious expression, Captain Zhou, thank you. For myself at this stage. Zhou Shichen's gift was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Yi Xiuyu kept this matter in mind. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely thank him properly. Chen Huafeng looked at Yi Xiuyu, who was stealing the spotlight, and a hint of resentment flashed across his face. In his mind, the person standing on top should have been himself. Yi Xiuyu, you deserve to die. Chapter 16 Breakthrough, First Tier Advanced. Now that the gift had been delivered, Zhou Shichen prepared to leave. As the captain of the Xuanwu army detachment, I cannot leave my post for too long. Yi, Meng, I have other things to take care of, so I won't stay any longer. If you have the opportunity in the future, you are welcome to visit our Xuanwu army's garrison. Okay. Must. And so, Zhou Shichen, who had arrived in haste, left again with Li San and the others. Only the teachers and students of Qingtang High School remained, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Xiuyu. To be precise, it was through Yi Xiuyu's body that one could see the spiritual artifact that he had already put away. Yi Xiuyu remained calm in the face of this scene. For the teachers and students of Qingtang High School, a low-level yellow-rank spiritual weapon. It is indeed a rare item. However, in the eyes of truly capable people, it is not considered a valuable item. Zhou Shurchen dared to give me this dagger in front of everyone, probably because he had this in mind. Those with some strength wouldn't even consider a spiritual artifact of this caliber. Those with average strength can't beat them. It's unlikely that anyone would risk offending the Xuanwu army to snatch this dagger from his own hands. Moreover, I will dismantle the dagger after tonight. By then, even if someone comes to steal it, the dagger is gone too. After the little incident involving the Xuanwu army ended, Sun Guoping, having regained his senses, clapped his hands. Dear students, this survival drill has concluded. Please assemble in an orderly manner. After the teacher in charge of the statistics confirmed that the number of students was correct, Sun Guoping led Yi Xiuyu and the others straight back to the school. Yi Xiuyu did not linger at the school for long. He rushed back to his residence almost without stopping. Back home, Yi Xiuyu locked the door. He then eagerly issued the command in his mind. Infinite, help me dissect the bloodthirsty demon ape's corpse. Yes, host. The decomposition of the Tier 1 advanced bloodthirsty demon ape corpse is complete. 36 ability points have been awarded. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Xiuyu felt refreshed and invigorated. As expected of a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast, the ability points obtained from its decomposition are more than 10 times that of a low-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. If I could hunt down dozens of high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts, their strength is expected to increase several times over very soon. However, Yi Xiuyu only dared to think about this in his mind. With my current strength, hunting down a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast is no easy task. Yi Xiuyu calmed himself down, and with a flick of his right wrist, a black dagger, about 8 inches long, appeared in his palm. This dagger was a gift from Zhou Shurchen. The dagger has a very simple design, with no fancy features. Judging from the solemn aura emanating from it, this dagger has probably killed quite a few ferocious beasts. Zhou Shurchen must have noticed that when he fought the bloodthirsty demon ape, he mainly engaged in close combat. That's why they gave me this dagger. It's a pity that Captain Zhou's good intentions have been wasted. Yi Xiuyu sighed inwardly. My most important task right now is to improve my skills. Given his superhuman physical strength, the dagger doesn't actually significantly enhance his close combat abilities. Rather than keeping it, it's better to dismantle the dagger. Make it a complete part of your fighting force. After playing with it for a while, Yi Xiuyu issued a decomposition command to the infinite system. The dismantling of the yellow rank basic spiritual artifact is complete. 300 ability points have been awarded. Depend on. Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but curse. He hadn't expected it to be just a low-level yellow rank spiritual weapon. The power points provided after decomposition. That's almost 10 times the number of a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. Sure enough, as the saying goes, magical artifacts are toys for the rich. After a moment of reflection, Yi Xiuyu brought up the system panel in his mind. Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, Tier 1 Intermediate Plus. Special ability, Spacetype, Rank B. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional Slash. Constitution, 1223 plus. Mental State, 1049 plus. Combat Skill, None. Special Ability Points, 768. The long-lost plus sign has reappeared, which means that I can use my ability points again to increase my strength. What made Yi Xiuyu happiest was that this time it's not just about physical and mental health. Even the ranking system now includes a plus sign. The moment Yi Xiuyu saw it, he chose to upgrade without the slightest hesitation. Consuming 500 ability points, cultivation level has been upgraded from Tier 1 Intermediate to Tier 1 Advanced. Yi Xiuyu felt a surge of energy, and the fatigue that had accumulated in recent days vanished. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. Cool. The feeling of watching yourself grow stronger is absolutely captivating. Yi Xiuyu clenched his fist. After experiencing the explosive power it contained, he nodded with great satisfaction. If we were to encounter the bloodthirsty demon ape now, even if it uses its berserk talent, it is confident that it can defeat the bloodthirsty demon ape head-on with its physical strength. In high spirits, Yi Xiuyu turned his attention to the system panel. He didn't plan to use the remaining 200 plus ability points right now. Although these ability points are still enough to support him and further enhance his physical strength. But Yi Xiuyu had a better plan. This wilderness survival exercise made Yi Xiuyu realize a major disadvantage he had. That is, I lack some powerful combat skills. A fighting technique can bring one's formidable physical strength to its fullest potential. Good combat techniques are almost all controlled by the top experts or organizations on Earth. After all, formidable combat skills are something that can turn the tide of battle. Although there are some combat techniques with decent power circulating in the market nowadays. However, Yi Xiuyu had not kept any materials from the ferocious beasts in order to quickly improve his strength. This has led to Yi Xiuyu's current financial difficulties. There's simply no money to buy these combat skills. Fortunately, everyone on Earth is skilled in martial arts, in order to better fight against the ferocious beasts. After careful research, the top experts on Earth decided to release some of their combat techniques for free. These publicly available, free combat techniques usually have certain limitations and drawbacks. For example, its power is average, and it's difficult to learn. However, this was not a big deal for Yi Xiuyu. After all, he had an unlimited upgrade system. As long as you have enough special ability points, you can cultivate your combat skills to perfection in no time. If your power isn't enough, make up for it with your level. Yi Xiuyu's goal was to use these combat skills to pass the special ability martial arts exam. Once I enter the University of Superpowers, we can replace them with other advanced combat skills later. Fortunately, the library at Qingtang High School has a collection of publicly available combat techniques. After much deliberation, Yi Xiuyu finally made his decision. I'm going to the library to challenge my skills first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 17 Introduction to Combat Techniques. The next morning, Yi Xiuyu went to the library of Qingtang High School to look up free combat skill books. Qingtang High School, 3rd floor of the library. Early this morning, Yi Xiuyu came here to check out the free combat skills books. At this moment, there were only a handful of people in the huge library. Mastering combat skills is not something that can be done overnight. With less than a month to go, the Special Abilities Martial Arts exam is about to begin. At this point, there are very few students left who choose to hone their combat skills at the last minute. However, this did provide a convenience for Yi Xiuyu. With no one competing with him, Yi Xiuyu watched with peace of mind. Ice Palm. Fiery Fist. Flame Gun Technique. Most combat techniques require the pairing with corresponding special abilities to improve training efficiency and the power of the techniques. I can upgrade my combat skills using ability points to increase my training speed. However, he lacked a matching attribute ability, so even if he successfully cultivated it, he was also unable to fully unleash the power of his combat skills. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu skipped over these points. His goal this time is to find a suitable non-elemental combat skill. All superhumans can learn this type of combat technique, and its power should not be underestimated. Even if the quality of a superhuman's ability is lower than grade B, the power of non-attribute combat skills is even greater than that of attribute combat skills. After some deliberation, Yi Xiuyu finally selected 2 combat techniques: Baji Benquan and Suanbu. The movements of Bajiquan are concise and efficient. It emphasizes using all parts of the body, such as the head, legs, hands, elbows, shoulders, and knees, as part of the attack method. This fist technique is extremely lethal and is one of the basic fist techniques that the military must learn. As for the second book on footwork combat techniques, Inch Step, I heard that this is a combat technique created by a 9th level master. The combat skill is rated S level. The 9th level expert initially released it for free in order to improve the combat power of humans. The inch step technique is incredibly effective once mastered. One's close quarters combat footwork becomes unpredictable and terrifying. However, due to their weak physical bodies, those with superpowers rarely engage in close combat with ferocious beasts. In addition, this combat skill is extremely difficult to master. Even the 9th tier expert who created this inch step combat technique only managed to cultivate it to the 6th level. The 7th level is still a long way off, let alone the realms above the 7th level. As for other practitioners of this combat technique, very few have even reached the 3rd level. The hellish level of training difficulty, and the limitations of close combat. This caused this excellent combat skill to gradually become something that no one cared about. Then when Yi Xiuyu saw this combat technique manual, he was overjoyed. He has a strong physical body and happens to enjoy close combat. As for the difficulty of mastering combat skills, for me, this is no big deal at all. As long as he has enough ability points, he can cultivate the inch step skill to the 7th level or higher within a day. Yi Xiuyu sat on the ground, holding 2 combat techniques in his hands, and eagerly began to read them in a corner of the library. He didn't notice that just a short distance away from him, Meng Shiyun was secretly watching him. Since yesterday's survival drill ended, Meng Shiyun would occasionally recall the scene of Yi Xiuyu saving her. So, when she saw Yi Xiuyu in the morning, she unconsciously followed him to the library. When she discovered that Yi Xiuyu had chosen the two combat techniques, Bajiquan and Inch Step, a look of sudden realization appeared on Meng Shiyun's face. No wonder he didn't use any combat skills yesterday, it turns out he didn't know how. Meng Shiyun secretly blamed herself for being careless. Because of Yi Xiuyu's strength, he actually chose to selectively ignore this matter. Even a regular B-grade combat skill would cost at least tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. Given Yi Xiuyu's family's financial situation, how could he possibly afford it? It turns out that he didn't fail to learn combat skills, but rather that he simply couldn't afford to. Thinking of this, Meng Shiyun stepped out from the shadows and came to Yi Xiuyu's side. Yi, I have something I want to tell you. Meng? Yi Xiuyu looked up, somewhat surprised to see Meng Shiyun suddenly appear. After he stood up from the ground, he looked at Meng Shiyun and said, "What is it? Tell me." Meng Shiyun selectively ignored the two combat techniques in Yi Xiuyu's hand. "Well, last night, I told my father about how you saved me during the survival training. My father wants to give you a combat technique as a token of his gratitude. So that's what it was for." Yi Xiuyu quickly realized. Meng Shiyun probably thought that she couldn't afford better combat skills when she saw the two she had chosen. That's why he specifically came up with an excuse to give himself a copy. However, Meng Shiyun was wrong about one thing: she really couldn't afford combat skills. But the two books in his hands represent the best combat techniques he can use at this stage. If I can't find these two books myself, that would very likely mean he accepted Meng Shiyun's help. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu smiled and replied, "Please thank Uncle Meng for me, but we're all classmates, so helping each other is only right. Let's skip the thank you gift." When Meng Shiyun saw that Yi Xiuyu had rejected her offer, she couldn't help but frown. "Student Ji, I didn't mean anything by it, I just really wanted to thank you. You have great talent. A suitable combat skill will make your training twice as effective. But these two books you have." Meng Shiyun didn't finish her sentence, but anyone could understand the meaning behind it. Hearing Meng Shiyun say this, Yi Xiuyu's expression also became more serious. "Dream classmate, I am very grateful to you and Uncle Meng, but my situation is a bit special. These two books I have are really the most suitable combat techniques for me at this stage." Meng Shiyun thought Yi Xiuyu was just putting on a brave face. She frowned, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Since Yi Xiuyu is so insistent, there's no need for me to continue trying to persuade him. Since you seem to know what's going on, then you can go ahead with your work. I won't bother you any longer. After Meng Shiyun finished speaking, she turned around and left the library. Yi Xiuyu chuckled lightly, showing no intention of chasing after him to explain. He put the two combat skill books back in their original places and silently added points to the combat skills in his mind. Consuming 100 ability points, the 8 Extremes Crushing Fist combat skill level has been upgraded to beginner level. Consuming 150 ability points, the Inch Step combat skill level has been upgraded to level 1. Hearing the combat skill upgrade notification in his mind, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Xiuyu's face. With a first-tier advanced cultivation level and 2 combat skills, it was nothing more than a wilderness survival training exercise. Their own strength has improved to such an extent. I wonder what ranking I can achieve in the supernatural martial arts exam with my current strength. Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the upcoming martial arts exam with supernatural abilities. Chapter 18, Meng Shiyun's shock at the first trial of Inch by Inch. At the entrance of Qingtang High School Library. At this moment, Chen Huafeng was leading a group of people, heading towards this direction with great momentum. He had barely arrived when someone at the door greeted him. "Brother Chen, I've been watching here the whole time. Yi Xiuyu hasn't left yet." "I understand," Chen Huafeng nodded and said to the person next to him. "Take your men in and drag Yi Xiuyu out." "Okay, Brother Chen." Just as everyone was about to enter the library, they heard a voice. Suddenly, it came from inside the library. "No need to look anymore, I'm right here." Chen Huafeng looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yi Xiuyu standing at the door, arms crossed, looking at him with amusement. "Yi Xiuyu, how dare you come to school?" Chen Huafei's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. Yi Xiuyu truly stole the show during this wilderness survival exercise. Although he didn't know what tricks Yi Shouyu had used to win the favor of Meng Shiyun and the Xuanwu army. But he absolutely refused to believe it. Yi Shouyu, that lowly person, achieved this level through his own strength. Chen Huafeng came to find Yi Shouyu today in order to force him to have a face-to-face match with him. Wait until I see through Yi Shouyu's disguise. Then, let's see how he'll have the face to appear in front of Meng Shiyun. Faced with Chen Huafeng's angry questioning, Yi Shouyu calmly retorted. I haven't done anything wrong, so why am I too ashamed to come to school? You're really stubborn as a mule. Chen Huafei gave a cold smile. I ask you, why would Captain Zhou of the Xuanwu army be grateful to you? Yi Shouyu raised an eyebrow. This doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Your tarnishing of Qingtang High School's reputation is my fault. Do you dare to say in front of all the classmates that you defeated Captain Zhou through your strength? Yi Shouyu replied seriously, you're right, Captain Zhou does indeed value my potential. Ha 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 ha. Chen Huafeng was so amused by Yi Shouyu's words that he bent over laughing. Yes, you have potential. You've awakened an E-level ability. In the entire Qingtang High School, you can't find many people with more potential than you. So, since you have so much potential, Yi Shouyu, do you dare to challenge me to a one-on-one fight? Chen Huafei's voice was loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the students passing by. As more and more people gathered around, Chen Huafeng's smug expression grew even stronger. Today, I'm going to humiliate Yi Shouyu in front of everyone. Yi Shouyu saw through Chen Huafei's little scheme at a glance. You want to suppress me through fighting? It has to be said that Chen Huafeng's wishful thinking backfired. After all, he was no longer the Yi Shouyu who could be bullied and humiliated at will. Faced with Chen Huafei's open provocation, Yi Shouyu snorted coldly and said, What don't I dare to do? Upon hearing that Yi Shouyu had accepted his challenge, Chen Huafei was stunned at first, then his face lit up with ecstasy. He didn't expect that Yi Shouyu would accept the fight so easily. I had prepared a whole set of arguments, but now I don't need them at all. To prevent Yi Shouyu from using trickery, Chen Huafeng specifically confirmed one more thing. Yi Shouyu, you promised this yourself. All the students present saw it, and they can all testify for me. I didn't force you. Yi Shouyu said impatiently, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking so much nonsense. After being retorted by Yi Shouyu, Chen Huafei paused for a moment. But a cold smile quickly appeared on his face. When a fight breaks out, I'd like to see if you'll still be so arrogant. The area in front of the library is not suitable for fighting. After a brief discussion, the two went to the school's martial arts hall. After Chen Huafeng's younger brother publicized this matter extensively, almost all the students at Qingtang High School knew about Yi Shouyu's upcoming duel with Chen Huafei. As a result, the entire martial arts arena was almost overflowing with people. Within the school, students would occasionally engage in friendly combat and sparring. But there had never been such a grand scene before. The reason so many people came this time was mainly because Yi Shouyu had become a celebrity at the school. Yi Shouyu was a well-known good-for-nothing at Qingtang High School. Surprisingly, he inexplicably gained the goodwill of Meng Shiyun and the Xuanwu army. His classmates were very curious about how he managed to do this. On the fighting arena stage, Chen Huafeng stretched his limbs, then looked at Yi Shouyu with a sinister grin and said, Useless trash, it's too late for you to run now. Next, I want you to kneel before me and beg me to let you go. Yi Shouyu extended his right hand, beckoned to Chen Huafei with his finger, and said in a contemptuous tone, Come on, I'll give you 3 moves first. These words caused a stir among the audience. Did I hear that right? Yi Shouyu is going to let Chen Huafei have 3 moves? Arrogant, this is way too arrogant. He's offering 3 moves, yet he doesn't even take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Does he even deserve it? Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. As soon as Chen Huafeng finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and, using the reaction force, charged straight toward Yi Shouyu. Once he got close, he clenched his fist and punched Yi Shouyu in the chest. Yi Shouyu remained unfazed by Chen Huafei's fierce attack. He only started moving calmly when the punch was about to hit him. He moved his feet lightly. He narrowly escaped Chen Huafei's attack. How is this possible? Chen Huafei's face was full of shock. How could Yi Shouyu, that good for nothing, actually dodge my attack? What a coincidence! This is absolutely a coincidence. Yi Shouyu took a few steps back, then held up one finger and said to Chen Huafei, The first move. Don't be so arrogant. Chen Huafeng roared, and lunged forward again. However, his kick missed Yi Xiuyu by just a hair's breadth. The second move. Ah! Chen Huafei yelled angrily, but Yi Xiuyu easily dodged his third move. 3 moves. Yi Xiuyu stood calmly in place, as if nothing had just happened. Chen Huafeng, sitting opposite him, was flushed and panting heavily. His face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. You're nothing but trash, how could you possibly dodge my attack? Not only Chen Huafeng, but the students in the audience were also incredibly shocked. Are you kidding me? Yi Xiuyu really let Chen Huafei have 3 moves? This world is so dreamlike. I noticed he only moved a little bit each time. Could it be that he was just lucky? Lucky? Why don't you go up and have a go at Chen Huafei? Let me see how lucky you are. No. Of everyone present, only Meng Xiyun, who had secretly followed along, noticed something amiss. Inch step. The footwork Yi Xiuyu used is inch step. Only by taking small steps can one use the seemingly dangerous but actually efficient method to evade enemy attacks. Meng Xiyun never expected that Yi Xiuyu would actually learn the inch step technique. How long has he been using this app? Just one morning? At least yesterday when he fought the bloodthirsty demon ape, Yi Xiuyu did not use any special moves. So, did he really master the basics of the inch step combat technique in just one morning? It turns out that when he said that inch step was the most suitable combat technique for him, he wasn't just trying to fool himself. Yi Xiuyu was unaware of Meng Xiyun's complex feelings. He looked at Chen Huafei and said in a calm tone, "Nothing is impossible. 3 moves have passed. Now it's my turn." Chapter 19, One punch shatters the shield, shocking the entire audience. Chen Huafeng quickly regained his composure. He looked at Yi Xiuyu and said with a gloomy expression, "Yi Xiuyu, I admit I underestimated you before. But do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you dodged a few of my attacks? I originally just wanted to teach you a small lesson, but since you're so ungrateful, then I won't hold back." As Chen Huafei stretched out his hands, a thin, yellowish-brown membrane appeared around his body. A series of gasps quickly rose from the audience. This is an elemental shield. Elemental shield is a commonly used defensive martial art among nature-based superpowers. It has a fast casting speed, and depending on the user's cultivation level, they can choose to cultivate the corresponding level of elemental shield without having to start from scratch. Because of this inheritable characteristic, it has almost become one of the essential martial arts skills for nature-based ability users. After activating the elemental shield, Chen Huafeng said with a smug look on his face, "Yi Xiuyu, I bet you, a piece of trash, don't even know what martial arts are, do you? Today I'll show you something amazing. Look closely, this is a high-level B-rank martial skill, Earth Element Shield. You wanted to make a move? Come on, I'll stand still and let you hit me. Don't even mention 3 moves, even 30 or 300 moves, you still won't be able to break through. Ha, this is the difference between you and me." After laughing wildly, Chen Huafei looked at Yi Xiuyu with disdain, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing Chen Huafei use the Earth Element Shield, the students started discussing it again. Chen Huafeng has awakened an A-rank Earth-type ability. He's used it, so Yi Xiuyu is in trouble now. I declare the battle over. Yi Xiuyu may now surrender. No, let's wait and see. Maybe things will turn around? I urge you to wake up. Chen Huafeng's martial arts are at the upper grade B rank. Let alone Yi Xiuyu, among the students in our school, the only one who can break through is probably the goddess Meng. Relying on Yi Xiuyu? In your next life. But then again, Yi Xiuyu managed to force Chen Huafei to use his superpowers, so even if he lost, it doesn't seem shameful at all. Now that you mention it, you're right. Listening to his classmates' discussion, Chen Huafei's face gradually turned ugly. Chen Huafeng hadn't originally planned to use his superpowers, but the brief exchange had made him realize something. If we're only talking about close-quarters combat, it seems I'm no match for Yi Xiuyu. This discovery shocked Chen Huafeng immensely. He didn't expect that Yi Xiuyu, that good-for-nothing, would actually have a trick up his sleeve. But this is fine too. Yi Xiuyu is physically strong, isn't he? I'll let him know that. Faced with such powerful superpowers, just how vulnerable was his frail body? This time, I will not only defeat Yi Xiuyu, but also shatter his illusions completely. Thinking of this, Chen Huafeng made a very provocative gesture towards Yi Xiuyu. Come on. You wanted to make a move? I'll give you a chance. After saying that, Chen Huafeng stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Snort! In response to Chen Huafei's invitation, Yi Xiuyu snorted coldly. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Yi Xiuyu stepped forward with his left foot, his body slightly bent. Just as everyone was wondering, he slammed his right foot into the ground and shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Chen Huafei. Elbow collapse. Accompanied by a low shout in Yi Xiuyu's heart. His right elbow slammed into the earth elemental shield in front of Chen Huafei. Crack! Crack! To Chen Huafeng's astonishment, his prized earth element shield shattered in less than a second. However, just as Yi Xiuyu's right elbow was about to strike Chen Huafei's chest, a yellow light suddenly shone from Chen Huafei's body. Yi Xiuyu frowned, and the force he had already restrained involuntarily increased a few more times. He thrust his right elbow forward, and to the astonishment of his classmates, Chen Huafei's figure shot out of the ring like a cannonball and slammed into the wall of the audience. Boom! Chen Huafei only managed to stop himself after smashing a deep hole in the wall. The students looked at Yi Xiuyu on the stage, then at Chen Huafei on the wall, and couldn't help but gasp. The entire martial arts arena fell silent. After a long while, a series of exclamations suddenly erupted. Holy crap, Yi Xiuyu won? He knocked Chen Huafei out of the ring with one punch? I'm not seeing things, am I? When did Yi Xiuyu become so fierce? At this moment, the students looked at Yi Xiuyu with shock and fear. No one could have imagined that Yi Xiuyu would actually defeat Chen Huafei in a head-on confrontation. You should know that Chen Huafeng has awakened an A-level superpower. He shattered Chen Huafei's earth element shield with a single punch. Throughout the entire Qingtang High School, only Meng Xiyun, who awakened her SS-level superpower, could achieve this. At this moment, Meng Xiyun's feelings were also somewhat complicated. With her keen eyesight, she could naturally see that the strike that Yi Xiuyu used to break Chen Huafei's earth element shield was the Bang Elbow Bangquan from Bajiquan. Meng Xiyun never expected this. In just one morning, Yi Xiuyu actually mastered 2 combat techniques simultaneously, inch step and 8 extremes elbow crushing. This level of comprehension and talent is simply terrifying. Yi Xiuyu on the stage looked at Chen Huafei not far away, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. The sensation just now, something seems off. That blow didn't feel like it had hit a person's body. As expected, Chen Huafei quickly jumped down from the wall. This time, however, there was a hint of undisguised fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xiuyu. How is this possible? How could that good-for-nothing be so strong? Chen Huafeng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with confusion and shock. Yi Xiuyu's final attack actually shattered his own earth elemental shield. If I hadn't been carrying a protective magical artifact, I would have been seriously injured by that attack. That's a mid-grade yellow rank spiritual weapon, even if it's only for one use. However, the shield it releases is strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a second-tier expert. Even with his own status, he could only ask his father for this one through the previous survival training. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiuyu forced him to use it in the end. However, Chen Huafeng had no time to feel sorry for the mid-grade yellow rank spiritual weapon. Because Yi Xiuyu on the stage suddenly smiled at him and asked, "So, Chen, did you have a good time? You seem to be fine. How about we continue?" Chapter 20: The Death of Chen Huafei. Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's question, Chen Huafei's eyes revealed a hint of evasion. The earth elemental shield is already his strongest defensive measure. But in front of Yi Xiuyu, it was as fragile as paper. Continuing to fight would only bring shame upon ourselves. Thinking of this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Chen Huafei's face. He turned his head away and replied very reluctantly, "I lost." Upon hearing this, a huge roar erupted from the audience. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Chen Huafei conceded defeat? Yi Xiuyu broke through his strongest defense, and he refuses to admit defeat and goes up to be a punching bag? Incredible! Yi Xiuyu only awakened an E-level ability, while Chen Huafeng awakened an A-level ability. Some students with good eyesight noticed something amiss. Yi Xiuyu won not because of any superpowers, but because of his exceptional physical abilities. Yes, the move he used to break the elemental shield should be the Bang Zhou move from the Bajiquan Bangquan. The Bajiquan Bangquan is so powerful? I want to try it out too. The 8 Extremes Crushing Fist is indeed powerful, but if you practice it rashly without enough spiritual herbs, you may suffer hidden injuries. This. Could it be that Yi Xiuyu knew his supernatural abilities were ineffective, so he switched to physical cultivation? Yi Xiuyu has such great courage. If he suffers irreversible internal injuries, his life will be ruined. With his E-level talent, he didn't really have much of a future. If it were me, I'd be willing to take the gamble too. Regardless, it's a fact that Yi Xiuyu defeated Chen Huafei. With his current strength, he might actually achieve good results in the supernatural martial arts exam. Under the shocked gazes of his classmates, Yi Xiuyu jumped off the stage and slowly walked out of the martial arts hall. He left everyone with only a dashing silhouette. Chen Huafeng watched Yi Xiuyu's retreating figure, his expression shifting between light and dark. I fought this battle with the aim of humiliating Yi Xiuyu. Unexpectedly, in the end, she became his stepping stone, enhancing his reputation. The news of Yi Xiuyu's defeat of Chen Huafei quickly spread throughout the entire Qingtang High School. Therefore, relying on the two things survival drills and defeating Chen Huafei, Yi Xiuyu suddenly became a celebrity at school, and for a time his popularity even surpassed that of Meng Xiyun. Looking at the radiant Yi Xiuyu, Chen Huafeng couldn't help but clench his fist. The one who should be in the spotlight is myself. Yi Xiuyu, you must die. Evening, private villa in the eastern suburbs. Yi Xiuyu hid in the dark woods, looking at the dark villa not far away, and he couldn't help but frown. He had originally been following Chen Huafei, hoping to find an opportunity to kill him, but he never expected to end up here. What is Chen Huafeng doing here alone at this time? Just as Yi Xiuyu was wondering, the lights in the living room on the first floor of the villa suddenly came on. Chen Huafei's figure flashed across the living room, and then the lights went out. After some hesitation, Yi Xiuyu sneaked into the villa under the cover of darkness. His intuition told him that there was a secret inside the villa. To Yi Xiuyu's surprise, he encountered no obstacles and easily sneaked into the villa. This unusual situation made him even more wary. The first floor of the villa was very deserted, and the few pieces of furniture were covered with a thick layer of dust. Clearly, no one lives here normally. However, this did make Yi Xiuyu's search work easier. Following the footprints on the ground, he quickly discovered a hidden entrance to the basement. Yi Xiuyu took a deep breath and secretly slipped inside. Slap, slap. He, scream. Scream out loud. Han Feng, when you humiliated me back then, did you ever imagine that this day would come? Genius? Bah! You're only fit to be my slave for the rest of your life. Chen Huafei held a whip in his hand, his face showing extreme madness. Opposite Chen Huafei, a man named Han Feng was kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair. His limbs were chained with thick iron chains, leaving him almost no room to move. Korean Wave? Upon hearing this name, Yi Xiuyu, who was hiding in the shadows, showed a hint of surprise on his face. Before Meng Xiyun, another person in Qingtang City had awakened an SS-level superpower. That person's name is Han Feng. Han Feng is the eldest son of the Han family, one of the 4 most prominent families in Qingtang City, and his future should have been limitless. Unfortunately, the Han family later ran into trouble, and Han Feng disappeared without a trace. People outside are speculating that Han Feng is dead. Unexpectedly, he was imprisoned here by Chen Huafei, etc. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu narrowed his eyes. The Chen family replaced the Han family, which is why they became one of the 4 major families in Qingtang City. Now Korean culture is imprisoned here again. Could it be that the downfall of the Han family is related to the Chen family? Just as Yi Xiuyu was deep in thought, Chen Huafei picked up the whip in his hand and lashed Han Feng again. Don't worry, someone will come to make it up to you soon. Everyone who has offended me will suffer the same fate. You'll spend the rest of your lives repenting here. However, after Chen Huafei had only struck a few blows, a deep voice sounded from behind him. Excuse me for interrupting, but the person you're talking about isn't me, is it? Who? Chen Huafeng was startled. He turned around abruptly, and in the next instant, his neck was already being gripped in someone's hand. Yi Xiuyu? What are you doing here? Chen Huafei's eyes were filled with shock. This is my own secret space, it should be known only to me. Yi Xiuyu smiled and said. What? You're allowed to have someone assassinate me, but I'm not allowed to follow you? How did you know? Wait. Li San is dead? If you're talking about that assassin, yes. Next time you hire someone, please find someone with some skill. Oh, wait, I forgot, you won't do it again? Chen Huafeng understood the meaning behind Yi Xiuyu's words, and he said with a sob in his voice. Yi Xiuyu, you dare to touch me? My father will not let you get away with this. Whether he lets me go or not, you won't see. Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to kill Chen Huafei, a hoarse voice rang in his ears. Brother, could you leave that person you have in your hands to me? Yi Xiuyu turned his head and saw Han Feng staring at Chen Huafei in his hand with boundless hatred in his eyes. You mean him? Yes. Sure. Thanks. Before Han Feng could finish speaking, a crack sound of bones breaking rang out. Yi Xiuyu casually tossed Chen Huafei's corpse in front of Han Feng. Here you go. Han Feng was stunned. After a long while, he roared at Yi Xiuyu with bloodshot eyes. You dared to kill him? Chapter 21 The martial arts exam with supernatural abilities officially begins. Yi Xiuyu ignored the bloodthirsty chill in Han Feng's eyes. He walked up to Chen Huafei's body, searched his body for a while, and found a set of keys. Crack! With a crisp sound, the iron chain on Han Feng's right wrist fell to the ground. Yi Xiuyu casually tossed the keys in front of Han Feng and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Han Feng's tone carried a hint of gritted teeth. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yi Xiuyu frowned and gave Han Feng a strange look. Explanation? What explanation do you want? This person is my enemy. So I'm just going to give him to you? Yi Xiuyu shook his head and said coldly. Young man, you're not the only one who has a grudge against him. Why should I hand him over to you? Just because you're a prisoner? If you want to take revenge, you must first become stronger, instead of hoping to rely on the power of others to complete your revenge plan. You'd better watch yourself. After finishing his sentence, Yi Xiuyu left without looking back. Han Feng's expression changed several times as he stared in the direction where Yi Xiuyu had disappeared, his heart unable to find peace for a long time. After a while, his gaze gradually hardened. That person is right. Only when you are strong enough can you protect what you want to protect. I want to become stronger, and I want the Chen family to pay for their blood debts. Yi Xiuyu had no idea that his casual remark would lead to the future of Blue Star, which would gain a 9th-tier Supreme Expert. Over the next 3 weeks or so, Yi Xiuyu has always lived a life that revolves around home, school, and the library. While waiting for the martial arts exam with supernatural abilities to begin, he had access to almost all the martial arts and mythical beast books in the Qingtang High School library. I watched them all. Although his strength did not improve significantly during this period. However, Yi Xiuyu's understanding of Blue Star deepened somewhat. During Yi Xiuyu's seclusion for cultivation, 2 minor incidents occurred at Qingtang High School. The first thing was that Meng Xiyun broke through, and her cultivation officially entered the advanced stage of the first tier. And on the very day she broke through, Meng Xiyun fought against a teacher at the peak of the first rank. With her SS-level superpower, she fought her teacher to a draw. Although the two sides only touched on the point briefly, it was enough to prove Meng Xiyun's strength. As her cultivation level increases, the advantages of her SS-level superpower will become more and more apparent. As for the other thing, Chen Huafeng actually dropped out of school. When Yi Xiuyu received this news, he was completely stunned. Dropped out of school? Wasn't he dead? And he killed it with his own hands, so how come there are now reports of him dropping out of school? Yi Xiuyu was unaware that after he left the villa that day, Han Feng dismembered Chen Huafei's body and used his blood to write several large characters on the wall. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Chen Huafeng's father, Chen Tianba, was worried that the Han family's affairs would be leaked. Left with no other option, he had to announce Chen Huafeng's withdrawal from Qingtang High School. They then began to secretly investigate Han Feng's whereabouts. But no matter how much Chen Tianba investigated, he found nothing. Han Feng seems to have vanished into thin air. And so, as time passed, the highly anticipated martial arts exam with supernatural abilities finally arrived. The martial arts examination for supernatural abilities is undoubtedly a grand event for the nation of China. To ensure the smooth conduct of the martial arts exam, Qingtang City made preparations well in advance. The bus carrying the participants to the martial arts exam drove smoothly into the military area and arrived at a forest. As the bus stopped, Sun Guoping, who was sitting at the front, stood up and addressed the students inside. We've arrived. Everyone, please take your exam admission tickets and get ready to disembark in an orderly manner. After getting out of the car, Yi Xiuyu finally saw the situation outside. Not far in front of the bus, there is a huge white jade-colored stone gate. Around the stone gate, a soldier stood guard every few meters, and the imposing aura emanating from those soldiers. Yi Xiuyu could basically tell that they had all been through brutal battles. Led by Sun Guoping, Yi Xiuyu and the others arrived at an open space. On the platform in front of the open space, a tall man was standing there at that moment. "Hello students, I am Song Zhengfeng, the chief commander of the Qingteng Examination Hall for this National Martial Arts Examination for Supernatural Abilities. Before the official exam begins, I'd like to reiterate the important exam instructions for everyone. The exam will be held in the Qingyun Secret Realm, which is not far to your left. You can enter the Qingyun Secret Realm through the White Jade Stone Gate with your exam admission ticket. The Azure Cloud Secret Realm is divided into 4 major areas: the outer area, the middle area, the inner area, and the core area. Except for the core area, first tier, intermediate, and advanced ferocious beasts are distributed from the outside to the inside. The core area is reserved for top students. It contains 2 peak level tier 1 ferocious beasts and 1 low level tier 2 ferocious beast. The higher the level of the ferocious beast you kill, the more points you will get. Although you won't actually die within the Azure Cloud Secret Realm, I must remind you that the experience of death is real. Therefore, I hope you will act within your capabilities and not challenge ferocious beasts that are beyond your strength. The exam will last for 3 days. The first 3 days will be for hunting ferocious beasts. On the last day, the top 16 people in terms of points will participate in an elimination round to determine the final ranking. Someone will be distributing supplies to you shortly. Students who have received their supplies, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner and wait for the exam to officially begin. Finally, I wish everyone the best of luck in achieving your desired results." After Song Zhengfeng finished his introduction, a group of soldiers rushed into the open space and began distributing tactical backpacks to the candidates. Yi Xiuyu took the tactical backpack and glanced through it briefly. The backpack didn't contain much, except for a map of the Qingyun Secret Realm to help with navigation. The remaining ones are intelligent electronic devices used to record scores. 3 compressed energy balls that can replenish stamina, and a sky blue jade tablet. This jade pendant was meant to protect the examinees' lives. If a candidate encounters a dangerous situation, they can escape the Azure Cloud Secret Realm by crushing the jade token. However, crushing the jade pendant also means that the candidate has given up the rest of the exam. Therefore, no one would easily crush the jade pendant unless absolutely necessary. Yi Xiuyu put the smart electronic device on his wrist and put everything else into his alternate dimension. Escape? Not a chance. Since he wouldn't die anyway, he was going to kill Delay Oceanhuang in the Qingyun Secret Realm. At this moment, Yi Xiuyu had begun to feel a faint sense of anticipation. How many ability points will I get after the Superpower Martial Arts exam? I hereby declare the National Martial Arts Examination for people with supernatural abilities to begin. With a loud roar from Song Zhengfeng, the massive white jade gate began to emit a faint light. Under Yi Xiuyu's surprised gaze, the examination admission ticket in his hand. It transformed into a dazzling light, enveloping Yi Xiuyu's body. As the light faded, Yi Xiuyu vanished from his original spot. Chapter 22 Azure Cloud Secret Realm, Frenzied Slaughter. The Azure Cloud Secret Realm was actually created by a peak-level spatial ability user from ancient times. This is an alternate dimension created using extraordinary methods. Over the years, through numerous explorations, the Chinese nation has basically uncovered the secrets of Qingyun. After decades of effort, the strong of China. The Qingyun Secret Realm has finally been transformed into a training ground, open only during the National Martial Arts Examination for supernatural abilities. Within the nameless forest of Qingyun Secret Realm, suddenly, space began to distort. Then a sphere of light shot out from the distorted space, and after the light from the sphere dissipated, Yi Xiuyu's figure flashed out from among them. Hiss! Yi Xiuyu shook his throbbing head, and after circulating his supernatural power throughout his body, he finally gradually regained his senses. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and muttered to himself. Is this the Azure Cloud Secret Realm? As a space-type ability user who awakened abilities from another world, Yi Xiuyu's interest in the Qingyun space far exceeded that of others. He was very curious about what would happen when his cultivation reached the peak of the 9th rank. Could we also create a space like this? However, these things are still too far away for Yi Xiuyu at the moment. The most important thing right now is to hunt down a large number of ferocious beasts in the Qingyun Secret Realm to obtain ability points, and use these ability points to improve my strength. hearing the faint roars of beasts coming from not far away.
Yi Xiuyu clenched his fists, his eyes gradually burning with intensity.
My adorable beasts, here I come. After all the candidates entered the Azure Cloud secret realm,
Huaxia has also officially launched the live broadcast of this year's supernatural martial arts examination. A large number of drones began to hover over the Qingyun secret realm. The director in charge of broadcasting also began selecting the exam footage of star candidates from among hundreds of thousands of test takers for broadcast.
At the same time, the national real-time score rankings for test takers also began to undergo dramatic changes. First place, Zhao Xinghan, 270 points. Second place, Meng Yunfan, 240 points. Third place, Zhang Ziqian, 180 points. Fourth place, Wang Zhong, 180 points. 10th place, Xia Qingfeng, 90 points.
After seeing the rankings, everyone started discussing them. Damn, the martial arts exam has only been going on for a little over 10 minutes, and Zhao Xinghan has already scored 270 points?
What's so surprising about that? He's from the Zhao family, one of the three major families in Yanjing.
Not only has his cultivation reached the peak of the first rank, but he has also awakened an S-rank superpower. If he encounters a low-level first-rank ferocious beast, he can basically kill it instantly. Meng Yunfan from the Yanjing Meng family is no pushover either. His score is neck and neck with Zhao Xinghan's. Sigh, it's another year with no suspense. The candidates from Yanjing University took first and second place, and the rest can only compete for third place. My nephew told me before the entrance exam that he would only ever aim for Peking University.
Aren't Shanghai University and Yunqing University, both of the top 3 universities in China, worth considering?
What's there to consider? Although these 3 universities are known as the top 3 in China, everyone knows that even if Modi University and Yanda University were combined, they wouldn't be a match for Yanda University. In the overgrown primeval forest, a black figure darted swiftly through the vegetation. This person was Yi Xiuyu, who had been searching for the ferocious beast.
Damn! My luck is just too bad.
He ran for a full half hour without encountering a single ferocious beast. Yi Xiuyu turned on the scoring device and looked at the bright 0 on it. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to leave this place and continue searching for the ferocious beast, a sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the bushes on the left. Whoosh! Yi Xiuyu dodged the sneak attack in a split second.
Ha! A maned rat.
Upon recognizing the weapon that had attacked him, Yi Xiuyu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. After searching for so long, we finally encountered our first ferocious beast.
Ah!
The maned rat bared its teeth at Yi Xiuyu, its body transforming into a black shadow as it swiftly charged towards him. Yi Xiuyu transformed his right hand into a claw and grabbed the maned rat in his hand. With a slight exertion of his right hand, a scream was heard, and the maned rat had stopped breathing. As Yi Xiuyu threw it into the alternate dimension, he issued a command in his mind. Infinite, help me decompose the maned rat's corpse.
Yes, host.
The decomposition of the Tier 1 beginner bristle rat corpse is complete. 4 ability points have been awarded. After killing the bristly rat, Yi Xiuyu's ranking on the national real-time score leaderboard finally changed.
Rank 182324, Yi Xiuyu, 20 points. Great, we've finally gotten off to a good start.
Yi Xiuyu twisted his neck and looked at the core area in the very center of the Qingyun secret realm. There are 2 peak-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts and 1 low-level Tier 2 ferocious beast inside. Compared to the bristly rat, the ability points that the 3 ferocious beasts could provide were far more tempting.
As long as I kill them, I will definitely get a lot of ability points. Just thinking about the moment when my strength increases again.
Yi Xiuyu's heart couldn't help but begin to stir. However, at present, his strength is no match for that low-level second-tier ferocious beast. Even if he takes care of those 2 peak first-tier ferocious beasts first, it will probably still take a considerable toll. Yi Xiuyu was almost certain that the examinees who entered the Qingyun secret realm, regardless of their own strength, everyone was eyeing the ferocious beasts in the core area. He didn't want to work so hard only to have someone else benefit from it in the end.
Since we're going to take action, we need to make sure everything goes perfectly. Anyway, I'm still some distance from the core area.
Yi Xiuyu quickly made a decision. We'll travel while killing the ferocious beasts. With that in mind, Yi Xiuyu mobilized all his supernatural abilities and rushed towards the central area of the Qingyun secret realm. In order to improve the efficiency of killing ferocious beasts, Yi Xiuyu no longer concealed his strength. He killed almost every first-tier, low-level ferocious beast he encountered on the road with a single blow. And so, as he got closer and closer to the intermediate zone, his ranking on the national real-time test score leaderboard is also constantly rising. Although Yi Xiuyu's ranking has always been at the very bottom of the leaderboard.
However, his rapid rise in the rankings eventually attracted the attention of many people outside the arena.
Holy crap, look! I've spotted a dark horse.
A dark horse player?
Where? The person ranked 84728 is named Yi Xiuyu.
Yi Xiuyu? Are you kidding me? 84,728th place, isn't that Zhong Zikong?
I'm not lying to you, he really was ranked 84,728 just now, but now he's jumped to 81,029.
No, it's 66,029. Damn. Almost in the top 60,000. That's fast. Is this person cheating? 59,231st place. Even if he were on a rocket, his ranking wouldn't skyrocket this fast. Which school does this person go to? I've never heard of him before.
At this moment, Yi Xiuyu was unaware that, due to his soaring ranking, he had become a popular figure in the outside world. He devoted all his energy to hunting ferocious beasts.
Haha, that's awesome. So awesome.
This isn't an exam at all for me, it's the perfect training ground.
Don't worry about your life being in danger. All Yi Xiuyu has to do is kill. Chapter 23 Soaring Rankings.
As Yi Xiuyu went on a killing spree in the Qingyun secret realm.
In just about an hour,
his ranking soared from outside the top 100,000 to within the top 10,000.
Moreover, its upward momentum shows no signs of weakening in the slightest. My goodness!
9,527th place, already in the top 10,000. This Yi Xiuyu is just too amazing. At this rate of plundering points, let alone 10,000th place, I feel he has a chance to break into the top 100.
Top 100? No way.
You know, the top 100 are usually controlled by the scions of the major families.
How do you know that Yi Xiuyu isn't from a prominent family?
I wouldn't presume to know everything about the young masters of the various families, but I certainly have some knowledge of them.
I've never heard of the name Yi Xiuyu before. So, this person might come from a poor family? Does anyone have any inside information to reveal who this Yi Xiuyu is?
Everyone was filled with interest at this mysterious dark horse that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Given Yi Xiuyu's demonstrated strength, it's only a matter of time before he breaks into the top 500 of the rankings. To rank among the top 500 out of hundreds of thousands of test takers is definitely a sign of genius.
Such a person shouldn't have remained unknown forever.
However, from the time he attracted public attention until now,
surprisingly, there wasn't a single piece of information about Yi Xiuyu's identity circulating online. This unusual situation has made netizens even more curious about Yi Xiuyu's background. Just as netizens were discussing Yi Xiuyu
on the playground of Qingtung High School, Principal Song Fong personally organized all the teachers and students to gather on the playground to cheer on the students taking the college entrance examination.
Look, Senior Meng Shiyun has already made it into the top 30. Wow, Senior is so amazing. I have. Go, goddess. Amidst the students' enthusiastic cheers, Sun Guoping's face was filled with excitement. As Meng Shiyun's homeroom teacher, I am amazed that my student has achieved such results. As a teacher, he was filled with pride and honor at that moment.
Song Fong patted Sun Guoping on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Old Sun, you're doing a great job as a homeroom teacher, ha."
Although Meng Shiyun awakened an SS-level talent, and the Meng family stood behind her. However, Sun Guoping's contributions as the homeroom teacher cannot be ignored. Just as Sun Guoping was about to say a few words of modesty, suddenly, a phone rang urgently. Song Fong happily picked up the phone. "Ha, Lao Li, did you call to congratulate me after seeing Meng Shiyun's results?" "What Yi Xiuyu?
He's not a student at our school. You know, I'd be burning incense if we even had a Meng Shiyun."
"Let me tell you, this Meng Shiyun." "Hello? Hello? It's over already?"
Hearing the dial tone on the phone, Song Fong grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Damn it.
What's going on? I had originally planned to take this opportunity to brag to Lao Li."
Frustrated, Song Fong, out of curiosity, looked up information about Yi Xiuyu.
This investigation gave me quite a shock.
In just 1 hour, the ranking soared to over 100,000, and it's now number 6828 on the leaderboard.
Which school produced this dark horse? It's almost too dark. Sun Guoping looked at Song Fong, who was in shock, and leaned forward to ask. Principal Song, what's wrong with you? Huh? Song Fong shook his head, regaining his senses, and said, It's nothing. It's just that Principal Lee from Dongyuan High School next door asked me about a student named Yi Xiuyu. When I checked, I found this student was amazing. At this rate of ranking increase, he might even break into the top 300. Hey, I just remembered, isn't there a student in your class named Yi Xiuyu? There is one, but he has only awakened an E-level ability. His physical strength is good, so he should be able to barely rank in the top 10,000. Oh, that's a real pity. If the Yi Xiuyu circulating online is indeed your student, then our Qingteng High School has truly made a name for itself this time. Let's stop here and keep an eye on Meng Xiyun. In my opinion, her grades should be able to improve. Song Fong continued watching the match with great interest. Sun Guoping secretly accessed the real-time ranking list of candidates on the official website of the Supernatural Martial Arts examination. When Sun Guoping saw Yi Xiuyu's ranking, a look of shock appeared on his face. 6,522nd place? Good heavens! I've only been chatting with the principal for a short time, and Yi Xiuyu's ranking has already improved by about 300 places. This promotion speed is absolutely terrifying. After a few moments of internal reflection, Sun Guoping was about to close the list when. However, he inexplicably started checking the rankings after 10,000th place. 10,000. 12,000. 16,000. 20,000. Sun Guoping checked over 10,000 rankings but still couldn't find the name he wanted. He sighed in disappointment. It seems Yi Xiuyu didn't break in here. Indeed, it was an unexpected surprise that Meng Xiyun was able to break through before the martial arts exam and enter the top 100. He was still hoping that Yi Xiuyu could give him another surprise. I was greedy. Sun Guoping shook his head, trying to shake this unrealistic idea out of his mind. After casually closing the list, he continued to monitor Meng Xiyun's ranking. Bang! As Meng Xiyun withdrew her jade hand, a huge ferocious beast slowly collapsed to the ground. Phew! Meng Xiyun brushed the sweat-dampened hair from her forehead and opened the exam points leaderboard. 24th place? She frowned slightly. This result was still quite a distance from what she had hoped for. This martial arts exam for superpowered individuals is truly full of hidden talents. Meng Xiyun specifically scanned the list of the top 100, but did not find Yi Xiuyu's name on it. Yi Xiuyu didn't make it into the top 100? That's impossible. Although I have never officially fought Yi Xiuyu. But her intuition told her that if the two of them really came together, I'm definitely no match for Yi Xiuyu. There's no reason why Yi Xiuyu shouldn't be in the top 100. For the average test taker, in order to improve the efficiency of obtaining points, they would never waste so much energy on a low-level level 1 ferocious beast. But Meng Xiyun was unaware of this. In order to accumulate superpower points to the maximum extent, Yi Xiuyu, he wiped out almost all the low and mid-level ferocious beasts in his vicinity. It is precisely for this reason that it delayed his entry into the advanced area. This also resulted in him not keeping up with the points rankings of the top tier. The reason Yi Xiuyu dared to do this was, it's because of the infinite evolution system within him. As long as he accumulates enough ability points, you can restore your stamina by leveling up. Ranked 5,420th. Meng Xiyun looked at Yi Xiuyu's ranking on the points leaderboard. Her gaze gradually hardened. Yi Xiuyu, although I don't know what you're doing, I believe this is definitely not your true strength. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. You absolutely mustn't let me down. Chapter 24: The Song Brothers Scheme. Intermediate area of Qingyun's secret realm. With a loud boom, Yi Xiuyu slowly withdrew his right fist. This is already within this area. It is the only remaining mid-level tier 1 ferocious beast. After Yi Xiuyu threw the ferocious beast's corpse into the alternate dimension to decompose it, he stretched and glanced at the central area of the Azure Cloud secret realm. It's time to move into the advanced area. Yi Xiuyu ate the compressed energy ball in his hand. After resting briefly on the spot, he got up and headed towards the advanced area. The density of ferocious beasts in high-level areas, it's already significantly less than the junior and intermediate levels. Yi Xiuyu traveled for about 2 hours before he heard the sound of fighting. He thought for a moment and then hurried toward the direction from which the sound came.
Yi Xiuyu had just arrived at the scene when he heard a delicate cry.
Brother E, be careful.
A slender boy collided violently with the ferocious beast.
Bang! Shen Yi let out a muffled groan and couldn't help but take a few steps back.
Clearly, in the recent clash with the ferocious beast, he has already fallen into a disadvantageous position.
Shen Lingyun ran to Shen Yi's side and asked with a worried expression. Brother E, are you alright?
I'm fine. Shen Yi shook his head, indicating that he was alright. He ignored the ferocious beast before him and turned his gaze to a boy in a black coat not far away.
Song Wen, what do you mean by this? He.
Song Wen replied with a broad smile, toying with the ball in his hand. Brother Shen, I've already made my purpose very clear to you. Over the years, candidates from Beijing, Shanghai, and Yunqing have almost monopolized the top 10 spots on the martial arts exam points ranking. Why should students from Yunqing only be able to compete for rankings below 10th place?
Brother Shen, are you really willing to accept this? Upon hearing this, Shen Yi gave a bitter smile. What can I do if I'm unwilling?
As far as I know, among this year's examinees, Zhao Xinghan from the Zhao family of Yanjing, Meng Yunfan from the Meng family, and Zhang Ziqian from the Zhang family of Shanghai have all awakened SS-level superpowers, and their cultivation has already reached the peak of the first tier.
A meaningful smile appeared on Song Wen's face.
They're not the only three who have awakened S-class abilities and reached the peak of the first tier in cultivation.
A week before the exam, my brother also broke through in cultivation.
What? Shen Yi's face showed a look of shock.
Song Wu, he's reached the peak of the first tier?
That's right. Song Wen nodded, a smug look on his face. Brother Wu hopes to cooperate with you, Brother Shen. That Tier 2 beginner-level ferocious beast in the core area is probably too much for anyone to handle, but the other two Tier 1 peak ferocious beasts. If we can snatch one, we'll have a chance to win the superpower martial arts exam.
Shen Yi fell silent.
The meaning of winning the martial arts exam with supernatural abilities for Yunqing was self-evident. Previously, he and the two Song brothers were both at the advanced stage of the first rank. Therefore, I have no expectations for winning the championship. Now that Song Lai has broken through in cultivation, it's worth a gamble. Thinking of this, Shen Yi took a deep breath and asked.
Tell me, what do you need me to do?
That's great.
Song Wen's expression turned excited.
What Brother Shen needs to do is very simple. If we encounter those three while hunting peak Tier 1 ferocious beasts, all you need to do is take action and hold off one of them.
Shen Lingyun said angrily, are you trying to make us cannon fodder?
Sister Lingyun, when you do great things, someone always has to make sacrifices.
Then why wasn't it you who sacrificed yourself? If you need me, I will certainly do my duty.
You. Shen Lingyun pointed at Song Wen, her rather large breasts bobbing up and down, clearly furious.
Lingyun, calm down. Brother E. Shen Lingyun stamped her foot and said, didn't you realize they have bad intentions? You can't fall for their tricks.
Shen Yi patted her shoulder, don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Seeing that Shen Lingyun had calmed down,
Shen Yi turned to Song Wen and said, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your conditions. With my strength, it's impossible for me to hold off the three of them. If it were just Brother Shen alone, he naturally couldn't do this, but what if he added 3 high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts?
What?
Shen Yi was stunned, then asked incredulously.
Could it be that Song Lai can now control 3 high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts at once? No. Song Wen shook his head and said. To be precise, there are 6. How is this possible?
Shen Yi's eyes were filled with shock. Even if Song Lai breaks through to the next level, with his current strength, he couldn't possibly achieve this, unless. Shen Yi glanced at the confident smile on Song Wen's face.
A guess began to form in my mind.
Song Lai likely possesses a magical artifact that can enhance his control over ferocious beasts.
Woohoo!
Just as Song Wen was waiting for Shen Yi's reply, suddenly, a ferocious beast scream echoed from inside the arena. Song Wen and the others looked in the direction of the sound and saw a boy wearing a black coat who had appeared in the open space at some point. Beside him, the ferocious beast that had just attacked Shen Yi lay on the ground. The beast's head had disappeared, it was clearly dead. When Yi Xiuyu saw that Shen Yi and the others had discovered him, he quickly put the ferocious beast corpse behind him into the alternate dimension. Then a bright smile appeared on his face. He waved and greeted Shen Yi and the others, "Hi everyone. I noticed you guys didn't seem interested in that ferocious beast, so I just took care of it."
You're welcome.
Looking at Yi Xiuyu in the arena, Xin Yi's expression turned serious. With his advanced first-tier cultivation, he hadn't even noticed how Yi Xiuyu had appeared. Clearly, this person in front of me is a master. Besides his movement technique, there was also the way he collected the ferocious beast's corpse. Was that a spatial ring, or a spatial ability? It should be noted that the ferocious beast was approximately 4 meters tall. No matter the method, it's possible to fit a ferocious beast of that size inside. All of this means that this person is not someone to be trifled with. Are they from Beijing or Shanghai? Xin Yi searched his memory for a long time, but couldn't find any memories related to Yi Xiuyu. This made him even more wary. On the other side, Songwen looked at the ferocious beast that had become a corpse, and his face turned ashen. That ferocious beast had to expend a great deal of effort. He obtained it from his brother Songwu by taking advantage of the opportunity to win over Xin Yi. Even with Songwu's current strength, plus the enhancement of his spiritual weapon, a high-level first-tier ferocious beast, it is also extremely difficult to control. Yi Xiuyu had just killed one right in front of him. Songwen could almost imagine how his brother, Songwu, would react if he knew this news. Thinking of this, Songwen said with a ferocious expression, "Boy, you dare kill my ferocious beast? You're asking for death." Chapter 25. Yi Xiuyu instantly kills Songwen. Faced with the enraged Songwen, Yi Xiuyu spread his hands, replying with an innocent expression. "The ferocious beasts of the Azure Cloud secret realm are the common property of all examinees. How did they become yours? Is your name written on it? If so, then I admit that this is your ferocious beast." You. Huff, huff. After being rebuked by Yi Xiuyu, Songwen was so angry that he was panting heavily. Good. Very good. Excellent. You're the first person in all these years who's dared to play tricks on me like this. Tell me, how can I thank you? As soon as Songwen finished speaking, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the tree branch in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Yi Xiuyu. Songwen was suddenly formed a claw from his fist and lunged at Yi Xiuyu's shoulder. Boy, since you dared to kill my ferocious beast, then you can take its place and become cannon fodder. Songwen's voice was full of ferocity. Just as he was about to grab Yi Xiuyu's shoulder, suddenly, a hand appeared and grabbed Songwen's wrist. And so, his right hand remained suspended in mid-air. No matter how hard Songwen tried, he couldn't move an inch. Songwen's eyes were filled with shock. How is that possible? His cultivation level was at the advanced stage of the first rank. In his rage, he used his martial skill again, Blood Condensation Divine Claw. How could such a powerful claw strike be broken so easily? A sense of panic rose in Songwen's heart. He looked up. Yi Xiuyu. At this point, Yi Xiuyu's voice carried an undisguised chill. He applied slight pressure with his left hand, and a crack sound of bone breaking was heard. Songwen, standing before him, involuntarily screamed in agony. My arm? Yi Xiuyu said indifferently, "It's broken." Songwen wanted to say something more, but Yi Xiuyu delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying. Put! The immense force caused Songwen to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew a long way, skimming the ground. It gradually came to a stop. Hoof! Hoof! Songwen felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered. That pain that penetrates to the bone marrow. He was made to lie on the ground, not daring to move at all. Xin Lingyun, standing to the side, stared blankly at Yi Xiuyu with her mouth slightly open. Although I don't like Songwen, but it must be admitted that Songwen does have some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break into the top 20 of the martial arts exam points ranking. But this boy in front of him, in just one glance, rendered Songwen incapable of fighting. Just how strong must this person be? What shocked Xin Lingyun even more was that I had prior knowledge of the seed students in each city, but she had never seen it. Information about Yi Xiuyu. Where did this person come from? Xin Yi subtly stepped forward, shielding Xin Lingyun behind him. The shock in his heart at this moment. But it's not much less than Xin Lingyun's. Just now, when Yi Xiuyu suddenly appeared and easily killed a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast, he had already become wary of Yi Xiuyu. Having fought that ferocious beast before, I have some understanding of its strength. Although I suffered a slight loss due to momentary carelessness before, even if I went all out, I would never be able to kill the ferocious beast as easily as Yi Xiuyu. What's more, Yi Xiuyu defeated Songwen in the blink of an eye.
Once he attacks himself and Lingyun, then they won't even have a chance to escape.
Thinking of this, Shin Yi smiled kindly. Excuse me, I am Shin Yi from the Shin family of Songzhou, and this lady next to me is my cousin, Shin Lingyun. Yi Xiuyu felt a slight smile on his face when he heard Shin Yi's words.
Introduce yourself.
I think my actions just now might have startled them a little. Yi Xiuyu replied with a smile.
Qingtung High School, Yi Xiuyu.
Upon hearing this, Shin Yi and Shin Lingyun were stunned for a moment, their eyes showing a hint of confusion. Shin Lingyun frowned and muttered to herself.
Qingtung High School? What kind of high school is that? I've never heard of it before.
Looking at Shin Lingyun's adorable appearance, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but chuckle as he explained.
It's just an ordinary university, it's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of it.
Shin Yi said with a wry smile, Ye's ability is not what you'd expect from someone taught at a regular university.
Yi Xiuyu chuckled and said. Just lucky.
Seeing that Yi Xiuyu was unwilling to say more, Shin Yi wisely refrained from pressing further.
During their conversation, suddenly, Songwon's venomous curses rang out from not far away. Yi Xiuyu, is that right? I'll remember you. My brother will never let you get away with this.
As soon as Songwon finished speaking, he crushed the jade pendant in his hand. The jade tablet transformed into a beam of light and enveloped Songwon. As the light faded, Songwon also disappeared from the spot.
They ran away already?
Yi Xiuyu stared at the open space, his heart filled with astonishment. He didn't expect that Songwon would decisively choose to leave the examination room.
I had originally planned to get some information out of him.
Shin Yi, who was standing to the side, noticed something was amiss and casually offered an explanation. I guess Songwon felt that his injury was too serious, and even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to improve his grades. Yi Xiuyu nodded upon hearing this. Shin Yi's words made sense.
He hadn't held back in his attack just now.
Even if Songwon had a few broken ribs, it would be considered a minor injury.
Given his physical condition, there's really no point in him staying any longer. Since Songwon has already left the examination hall, then there's no need for me to stay any longer.
Yi Xiuyu turned to Shin Yi and the other man and said, I still have to hunt ferocious beasts.
Farewell, gentlemen.
Just as he was about to leave, Shin Yi suddenly reached out and stopped him.
Wait a minute, Yi.
Yi Xiuyu frowned.
Student Shin, is there anything else?
After hesitating for a moment, Shin Yi solemnly reminded Yi Xiuyu.
Student Yi, Songwon has an older brother named Songwu.
Songwu not only awakened the S-level superpower of beast taming, but his cultivation has also reached the peak of the first tier.
He is the strongest person in our Yun city this generation.
The first tier high-level ferocious beast you just killed should have been enslaved and controlled by Songwu. According to the intelligence I have, he has at least 6 or 7 beasts of this level under his command. If you encounter Songwu, it's best to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuyu's eyes lit up. He was wondering where all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity had gone.
So she was kidnapped by that guy named Songwu. Anyway, I've already made an enemy of Songwon. Let's not bother searching for the ferocious beasts one by one. Let's just go find Songwu, defeat him, and we'll have whatever we want.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu quickly said goodbye to Shin Yi.
Goodbye, Shin. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Chapter 26 Songwu's Revenge. Just as Yi Xiuyu was searching for Songwu, the outside world has become lively again.
One of them pointed at Yi Xiuyu's ranking and complained with a dissatisfied expression.
See?
I told you this person's ranking had hit the top. Their points spiked for a bit, but now they're stuck again. The boy next to him retorted, you make it sound so easy.
Yi Xiuyu went from outside the top 100,000 to 983rd. If you're not convinced, why don't you go up and try it yourself? Hey, I didn't say he wasn't good. Alright, you two, stop arguing, something serious has happened again. What could be so important? Don't you two know? The internet is in an uproar. Someone from the Song family of Songzhou deliberately crushed the jade token and left the examination hall. What? Songwon is a formidable player ranked 21st on the leaderboard. Why would he voluntarily withdraw from the exam? Could it be that he went and encountered those 2 ferocious beasts at the peak of the first tier? That's really not it.
I got inside information that Songwon was defeated by a candidate and lost his ability to move. He had no choice but to crush the jade token.
Ha ha ha, what kind of international joke are you making? Exactly. Do you think Songwon wouldn't know who's ranked higher? Unless he's out of his mind, why would he bother with those people? Unless the candidate he encounters is a complete stranger, which stranger do you think could defeat Songwon? Etc. As if struck by a sudden thought, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Xiuyu, who was ranked 983rd on the leaderboard. Speaking of unsung dark horses, one has actually emerged this year. Everyone has been searching online for so long. They were unable to find any background information about Yi Xiuyu. It's perfectly normal for Songwon not to know Yi Xiuyu. But the 983rd place, compared to the 21st. The difference between these two is simply too great. If the person who defeated Songwon was truly the dark horse Yi Xiuyu, there is only one possibility left. Yi Xiuyu had concealed his true strength during the previous exams. Although everyone's rationality tells them this is a bit outrageous. But what if? What if the person who defeats Songwon is Yi Xiuyu? What if Yi Xiuyu really is hiding his true strength? The thought of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited. A story of a poor family achieving a remarkable turnaround. This is the scene that everyone loves to see the most. Yes, although no one could find any background information about Yi Xiuyu. However, a basic consensus has been reached. That means Yi Xiuyu is not from a prominent family. If Yi Xiuyu really does turn the tables on Songwon, that's truly a once-in-a-decade news story. Just as the outside world was on the verge of a huge uproar over Songwon's matter. Within the Azure Cloud's secret realm, Songwoo also guessed that his younger brother might have been eliminated. Interesting. A hint of coldness flashed in Songwoo's eyes. The ability to tame beasts grants one certain special powers. This includes the last scene of ferocious beast under one's control sees before its death. It is transmitted into one's mind. Because of this ability, Songwoo clearly knew what Yi Xiuyu looked like. That ferocious beast was a gift he gave to his younger brother, Songwon. Songwon could not possibly watch the ferocious beast be killed without doing anything. Presumably, he has already fought with Yi Xiuyu, who killed the ferocious beast. Songwon has not returned yet, so he has most likely withdrawn from the competition. Unexpectedly, besides Zhao Xinghan, Meng Yunfan, and Zhang Ziqin, there were no others. There are actually people who dare to mess with the Song family of Songzhou. If I don't teach that arrogant brat a lesson, others probably think the Song family is easy to bully. Wang Yuan. Brother Wu, is there anything I can do for you? Song Wu narrowed his eyes and said, my brother should already be eliminated. What? Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then his face quickly showed anger. How dare someone mess with Brother Wu? Who did it? Song Wu took out a jade slip, infused it with some spiritual power, and then handed it to Wang Yuan. Take a few brothers and find the people in the jade slip for me. Remember, don't engage him in direct confrontation, you are no match for him. Once you find him, send someone to notify me immediately. I'll see just how strong this guy really is. A hint of surprise appeared in Wang Yuan's eyes. It seems like Brother Wu is going to take action personally? He asked hesitantly, Brother Wu failed, what about Shen? You don't need to worry about it, I'll handle it myself. I understand, Brother Wu. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Song Wu waved his hand, go. After Wang Yuan left, Song Wu's face showed a thoughtful expression. He has now successfully controlled 5 Tier 1 high-level ferocious beasts. Originally, we were waiting for Song Wu to return. Then we can start planning the hunt for peak-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, things took an unexpected turn. Dealing with Yi Xiuyu's matter is secondary. The most urgent task right now is to find another high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast to fill the gap. Zhao Xinghan and his group are not people to be trifled with. Although he had broken through to a higher realm, he was still no match for any one of the three of them. Song Wu was not entirely confident of victory. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to go to such great lengths to make such a meticulous plan. I must make sure I'm in top condition when facing those few people. Thinking of this, Song Wu took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings through his supernatural abilities. After a few minutes, Song Wu opened his eyes again, took a step, and walked in a certain direction. There, the last ferocious beast awaits his arrival. Meanwhile, Yi Xiuyu was searching for Song Wu. He also killed 2 more high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts. But the efficiency. Why?
Yi Xiuyu sighed helplessly. First-tier high-level ferocious beasts within the Azure Cloud secret realm are already scarce.
In addition, other students were also hunting at the same time. Especially that damn Songwu.
If it weren't for him controlling so many ferocious beasts, the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts by oneself will definitely be several times higher. After searching for another half hour, Yi Xiuyu finally made up his mind.
This can't go on any longer. Half an hour, at most another half an hour to search. If I can't find Songwu within half an hour, then we had no choice but to stop and deal with those two peak-level first-tier ferocious beasts first.
Yi Xiuyu adjusted his search direction. They began to approach the final core area.
Whoosh whoosh. In the dense forest, a thin figure was constantly moving quickly.
Yi Xiuyu was heading towards the core area. However, as he walked, his gaze kept glancing at a certain place in the shadows.
Interesting. A meaningful look appeared in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. I was being followed.
He noticed the other person the moment they caught up with him.
However, Yi Xiuyu did not directly expose the other party.
He even slowed down a bit to avoid the other party being unable to keep up.
Because he had already guessed who was following him. Since entering the Azure Cloud secret realm, Yi Xiuyu has only made an enemy of one person. That's Songwon from the Song family of Songzhou. So, if I'm not mistaken,
the person following him should be one of Songwu's men from the Song family.
Sure enough, after following them for a while,
suddenly, he blocked Yi Xiuyu's path.
Friend, please wait. Chapter 27 Yi Xiuyu vs Songwu.
Yi Xiuyu ignored Wang Yuan, who was blocking his way. His gaze drifted to something behind him as he spoke.
Oh, you finally decided to come out.
Wang Yuan was stunned, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He didn't realize that his stalking had already been discovered.
This is troublesome.
Given Songwu's temperament, if he fails to handle matters properly, he'll inevitably be punished.
Da. Footsteps echoed from the shadowy woods. A group of people suddenly came out from inside. The leader was none other than Songwu. Songwu first glared at Wang Yuan with displeasure.
Then he turned his gaze to Yi Xiuyu.
Knowing that my men are following you, you didn't even try to escape.
I don't know whether to praise your courage or your stupidity.
Yi Xiuyu ignored Songwu. Instead, he smiled and greeted the two people behind Songwu. Shun, we meet again.
Yes, Yi, Shun said, looking somewhat embarrassed.
Neither of these meetings went well for me.
Shin Lingyun, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly shouted loudly at Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu, this person is dangerous, you need to run.
Trying to run now? Too late. Wang Yuan snorted coldly, how dare you ignore Brother Wu's question? You're courting death.
No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly attacked Yi Xiuyu.
Wang Yuan's idea was very simple.
Yi Xiuyu not only defeated Songwon, but also just humiliated Songwu. As long as I capture Yi Xiuyu myself, perhaps Songwu, in a good mood, would exempt him from punishment for his poor performance.
Only.
The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is harsh.
Just as Wang Yuan's right fist was about to strike Yi Xiuyu's cheek,
Yi Xiuyu suddenly took a small step back with his left foot.
This small step caused Wang Yuan's powerful punch to land on empty air. You dodged it?
Before Wang Yuan, still terrified, could even retract his fist,
it felt like a tremendous force had struck my chest. Crack. Crack. Wang Yuan was sent flying. After crashing into several large trees, he finally managed to stop.
He sat motionless on the ground.
Clap clap clap.
Songwu slowly clapped his hands, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Yi Xiuyu.
Not bad.
Even Shani, who was right beside him, couldn't do what Yi Xiuyu did. With just one punch, he cleanly and decisively defeated Wang Yuan.
Songwu thought he had overestimated Yi Xiuyu's strength enough. But now it seems
Yi Xiuyu gave himself a big surprise. If Yi Xiuyu could join them, their chances of winning a top-tier first-order ferocious beast would increase significantly.
With this in mind, Songwu extended an invitation to Yi Xiuyu.
Yi Xiuyu, right?
You're quite strong.
Join me, and I can guarantee you a spot in the top 10 of the leaderboard.
Songwu had absolute confidence in saying this.
After all, he still controlled 6 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts.
Moreover, Songwu's ability to control beasts allows him to spot ferocious beasts faster and more easily than other examinees. If it were Yi Xiu Yu, it can really help me defeat a top-tier first-level ferocious beast. But at that time, what harm would it do if I helped Yi Xiu Yu enter the top 10? As for Song Wen's grudge, once he wins the National Supernatural Martial Arts exam, we'll give him some compensation later. Upon hearing Song Wu's words, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of both Shen Yi and Shen Lingyun. He knew exactly what kind of person Song Wu was. The Song family held absolute power in Songzhou. Song Wu's actions were even more domineering. This was the first time he had ever seen Song Wu treat someone who had offended him with such kindness. Shen Yitzai was not naive enough to think that Song Wu's temper had improved. The only possibility is that Yi Xiu Yu's strength has not only been recognized by Song Wu. It might even make Song Wu forgive past grievances. Shen Yi looked at the composed-looking boy opposite him. I couldn't help but feel a little curious. Is Yi Xiu Yu's strength really that terrifying? Just as Shen Yi was secretly speculating in his heart, Yi Xiu Yu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Want to cooperate? Sure. First, give me those ferocious beasts you have, and then I'll have a proper talk about cooperation. The smile on Song Wu's face vanished instantly. His expression darkened. Kid, I'm giving you a chance out of kindness, you better not be ungrateful. Humph. Yi Xiu Yu snorted coldly and said. Don't try that on me. While I'm out there framing people, you're probably playing in the mud somewhere. You think you can just open your mouth and expect me to help you? You really think you're someone important? Looking at Song Wu's expression, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, Shen Yi was speechless. Yi Xiu Yu, isn't he being a bit too harsh with his words? However, seeing Song Wu's embarrassed expression, Shen Yi felt a little secretly pleased. Song Wu was used to being domineering and arrogant in Songzhou, and he had never been humiliated like this before. The murderous intent in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Xiu Yu to pieces. How dare you! Song Wu made a hand seal with his right hand, and immediately, roars of beasts echoed from the surrounding forest. Woo 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 woo! He looked at Yi Xiu Yu and asked in an icy tone. I'm giving you one last chance, surrender, or die. Yi Xiu Yu frowned and said impatiently. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why all the nonsense? Seeing this, Song Wu waved his right hand. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. They've finally arrived. Yi Xiu Yu licked his lips, a hint of excitement on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound rang out behind him. Yi Xiu Yu instinctively chose to dodge. A dark shadow flashed past him. A Tier 1 advanced shadow cat. Yi Xiu Yu instantly recognized the ferocious beast. Shadow cats are small and fast, and many people find them a headache when they encounter them. But that definitely doesn't include myself. Yi Xiu Yu did not rush to make a move. According to Songwen, Song Wu has more than just the shadow cat in his possession. This time, I'm going to eat my fill. The group of underlings behind Song Wu. Seeing Yi Xiu Yu standing there in a daze, they assumed he had been scared silly by the ferocious beast. So they all started to mock him. Dare to mess with Brother Wu? You're asking for trouble. Remember to keep your eyes open next time. Some people are not to be trifled with. Do you think this kid will wet his pants in fear? Ha 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 ha. Song Wu listened to the people around him mocking Yi Xiu Yu, and the expression on his face was very pleased. Shen Lingyun quietly moved closer to Shen Yi and whispered. Brother Yi, how about we? Shen Yi shook his head. Lingyun, no. At most, he'll just be eliminated, his life won't be in danger. If we make a move now, we won't have another chance. Shen Lingyun bit her lip, but in the end she reluctantly retreated. Shen Yi looked at Yi Xiu Yu, who was now surrounded by ferocious beasts. A hint of regret appeared on his face. What a pity! If he hadn't offended Song Wu, he could have gone much further. Just as Shen Yi was sighing inwardly, Yi Xiu Yu has made his move. Chapter 28 Forbidden Beast Taming Technique. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiu Yu laughed wildly a few times. Instead of running away, he charged towards the ferocious beast. Judging from their posture, they were about to engage in close-quarters combat with the ferocious beast. Is he crazy? A hint of surprise appeared on Song Wu's face. Let alone Yi Xiu Yu, even Zhao Xinghan and the others wouldn't dare to engage in close combat with a ferocious beast of the same level. When encountering ferocious beasts, the most common fighting method is still to use supernatural abilities to engage in combat. After the initial surprise came a pleasant surprise. That's fine too.
If Yi Xiuyu is determined to escape, I will have to go through a lot more trouble. However, the smile on Song Wu's face didn't last long before it froze. Yi Xiuyu, whom he saw is undoubtedly courting death.
He actually sent a demonic ape flying with a single punch. Ah, that's awesome.
Yi Xiuyu felt the strong wind coming from his left, and he shifted his feet lightly, while dodging the attacks of the ferocious beast step by step. With his left elbow bent, he delivered a Bajiquan Bingzhou, a type of Bajiquan elbow strike to the ferocious beast behind him.
Boom!
The beast's corpse slowly fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust.
Song Wu and the others stared at Yi Xiuyu in disbelief. His face looked like he'd seen a ghost. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? The usually refined Shen, for the first time ever, swore.
As can be seen from the scene unfolding before our eyes.
How much of a psychological impact did this have on him?
Under the siege of 6 ferocious beasts of the same level.
In just one glance, Yi Xiuyu, unarmed and without using any supernatural abilities, they actually managed to kill 2 of them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Shen would never believe it, no matter what. As for Shen Lingyun standing to the side, her red lips parted slightly, clearly too shocked to speak. She had never seen such a brutal fighting style before. Looking at it now, I'm actually quite excited. On the other side, Song Wu was stunned for a moment because Yi Xiuyu had instantly killed his first-tier high-level ferocious beast. When he came to his senses, of the 6 ferocious beasts, only 3 remain. Stop! Song Wu's voice was filled with pain. These ferocious beasts were all the result of my hard work. In order to get along with Zhao Xinghan and the others, the trump card prepared to compete for a top-tier first-order ferocious beast. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, more than half of it had been lost. It's over. It's all over. Yi Xiuyu twisted the neck of the shadow cat in his hand with a slight force of his right hand, after taking it into another dimension. Then he turned to Song Wu and said with a mocking expression, "Isn't it a little too late to say stop now?" Song Wu's face turned ashen. "Friend, this time, I admit defeat. You can leave now." "Leave?" Yi Xiuyu looked at him like he was an idiot. "I can leave anytime I want, do I need your permission?" Suppressing his anger, Song Wucheng took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. "So what do you want?" Yi Xiuyu pointed to the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground, as well as the 2 remaining beasts, and said, "Leave these here, you can go." "You're dreaming." Song Wu's forehead veins bulged. "You can have the carcass of the ferocious beast, but the 2 alive ones? No way. Those were the only 2 remaining ferocious beasts. If they were given to Yi Xiuyu as well, I would really have to start all over again." Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm not discussing this with you." Huff, huff. Song Wu took several deep breaths before suppressing the urge to fight Yi Xiuyu to the death. "You must have heard of the Song family of Songzhou. 2 ferocious beasts in exchange for a favor from the Song family, this deal should be quite worthwhile, right?" At this moment, Song Wu felt extremely aggrieved. When have I ever suffered such injustice in my capacity? However, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The best course of action now is to appease Yi Xiuyu for the time being, and then settle accounts with him later. Yi Xiuyu, who has lived 2 lives. He saw right through Song Wu's thoughts. Even if I let Song Wu go, he will definitely retaliate in the future. Not to mention, the ferocious beast is related to superpower points. For him, special ability points are his strength. Once I have the strength, I don't care if it's the Song family or the Wang family, I'll just destroy them. Having thought this through, Yi Xiuyu stopped talking nonsense. He moved swiftly and charged towards Song Wu. "If you don't want to leave, then stay." Song Wu hadn't expected Yi Xiuyu to be so decisive. He hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and made a strange hand seal with his right hand. Forbidden Beast Taming Technique. This is my trump card, my most powerful secret weapon. This was originally prepared for Zhao Xinghan and his group. I never expected it would be used here. Ah! The 2 remaining ferocious beasts suddenly grew taller. After they let out a beastly roar. With bloodshot eyes, she rushed towards Yi Xiuyu. Huff, huff. Song Wu was breathing heavily, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face had turned pale. Clearly, this forbidden beast taming technique. This put a great burden on Song Wu's body. Ha!
Yi Shouyu looked at the two ferocious beasts rushing towards him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This effect seemed somewhat similar to the berserk state of the bloodthirsty demon ape I encountered before. Yi Shouyu was right. Forbidden beast taming techniques can enhance the combat power of ferocious beasts. However, the cost is that the caster will have to sacrifice their lifespan. With Song Wu's current strength, he would enter a period of weakness after using it once. He would never use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Shen, who was watching from the sidelines, revealed a hint of worry in his eyes. Just when he thought Yi Shouyu would temporarily avoid the limelight, Yi Shouyu bent slightly, then suddenly sprang up. He charged straight at the two ferocious beasts opposite him. Without hesitation, without backing down. In this case, Yi Shouyu still chose to confront the ferocious beast head-on to decide the outcome. 8 Extreme's knee collapse. Yi Shouyu's knee collided violently with the beast's claws. A tremendous sound wave mixed with shockwaves. It spreads outward from the point of impact. The dust and smoke kicked up by the shockwave enveloped both the ferocious beast and Yi Shouyu. Woohoo! All that was heard was a scream from within the dust and mist. Then everything fell silent again. Song Wu's face was deathly pale. Others may not know what happened inside the smoke. But from the beast's memories before its death, he clearly saw what had happened. The ferocious beast that he had enhanced with forbidden beast taming techniques. In front of Yi Shouyu, they were as fragile as paper. That blow shattered the beast's chest and also shattered Song Wu's confidence. Da! 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 A faint sound of footsteps came from within the smoke. Shen and Shen Lingyun exchanged a glance, both with expressions of disbelief in their eyes. Ferocious beasts cannot make footsteps. So, the winner. Is it Yi Shouyu? Chapter 29. Song Wu is eliminated, shocking everyone. As the footsteps drew closer, the shadow in the smoke. It gradually became clearer. When Song Wu saw Yi Shouyu's face clearly, he couldn't help but take a half step back, raising his finger to point at Yi Shouyu. He shouted loudly, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you still be alive? Song Wu's eyes were filled with shock. Even Zhao Xinghan, at the peak of the first rank. It is absolutely impossible to take it head-on unscathed. A first-tier high-level ferocious beast enhanced by his own forbidden beast taming technique. Not to mention Yi Shouyu, whose cultivation level is only at the advanced stage of the first rank. It's an illusion. This must be an illusion. Song Wu kept telling himself that everything before his eyes was just an illusion. However, the facts remain unchanged. A hint of mockery flashed in Yi Shouyu's eyes. He moved swiftly, and in the next instant, he was already in front of Song Wu. Wait. Song Wu hadn't finished speaking. Yi Shouyu's right fist had already slammed into his chest. This powerful punch. It directly activated Song Wu's near-death protection. Suddenly, a beam of azure light appeared and enveloped Song Wu. Immediately afterwards, Song Wu vanished from his spot. It's as if it never existed. Song Wu's lackey slumped to the ground. The fear in their eyes as they looked at Yi Shouyu was barely concealed. Song Wu's cultivation level has reached the peak of the first tier. Throughout the entire Qingyun secret realm, the only ones who were confident in suppressing Song Wu are Zhao Xinghan, Mang Yunfan, and Zhang Ziqian. Those three are formidable figures who have already secured their spots at the 3 strongest schools in China. The guy in front of me named Yi Shouyu. Where did they come from? Yi Shouyu glanced at them and said in a detached tone. Are you going to back out on your own, or wait for me to take action personally? I am not some kind-hearted person, and I have no intention of showing mercy to these lackeys. Upon hearing Yi Shouyu's words, the eyes of those men dimmed slightly. After exchanging a glance, they decisively crushed the teleportation jade talismans in their hands and exited the Azure Cloud's secret realm. Snort! Yi Shouyu snorted coldly before turning his gaze away. Shen Lingyun watched Yi Shouyu busy cleaning up the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Her red lips parted slightly, and she said blankly. Brother Yi, Song Wu, he's been eliminated? Shen Yi nodded, replying with some difficulty. Yeah, they're eliminated. At this moment, Shen Yi finally understood why he had advised Yi Shouyu to be careful of Song Wu earlier. Yi Shouyu would act as if he didn't care at all. With this level of strength, he could practically roam freely in the Azure Cloud secret realm. Even when they encountered Zhao Xinghan and Mang Yunfan. Even if they are no match for him, they cannot stop Yi Shouyu if he wants to leave.
Moreover, Shen Yi had a vague feeling in his heart.
Yi Shouyu's strength is definitely not limited to what he has shown. I encountered him twice and witnessed Yi Shouyu take action. In these battles, Yi Shouyu was able to defeat his opponents almost entirely because of his superhuman physical strength.
Throughout the entire process, Yi Shouyu never even used his supernatural abilities. To be able to cultivate to this level, Shen Yi was not naive enough to think that Yi Shouyu's superpower was limited.
The only possibility is that Yi Shouyu felt that this level of battle was not worth using his superpower.
This idea is utterly absurd.
But from the moment it appeared, it began to grow wildly in Shen Yi's heart.
Will things turn out as I suspect?
Shen Yi wasn't sure, but he felt that his guess was the truth. This speculation made him start to look forward to the upcoming ranked battles. At this moment, Shen Yi was filled with emotion. I've never heard of Qingtang High School before.
It's probably not a well-known university.
But this little-known university actually produced a genius like Yi Shouyu. After this year's special ability martial arts exam is over, it's likely that Qingtang High School will quickly become one of the most well-known high schools in China.
As long as Yi Shouyu is a living advertisement, students and teaching staff are not problems at all. While Shen Yi and Shen Lingyun were secretly sighing in their hearts,
Yi Shouyu has already stored all the corpses of the ferocious beasts in the alternate dimension and handed them over to the system for decomposition.
Infinite, bring up the system panel for me. Name, Yi Shouyu.
Level, Tier 1 Advanced Plus. Special ability, Spatial ability, Rank B+. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional /. Constitution, 1426+.
Spirit, 1253+. Combat techniques, Bajikwen Benkwen Beginner Plus, Suanbu First Level Plus. Special ability points, 5621.
Looking at the more than 5,000 ability points on the account, Yi Shouyu's face showed a hint of excitement. Although he used his special ability points to increase his physique during the competition, this is how they regained their strength. But after the hunt, his ability points actually broke through 5,000. Yi Shouyu suddenly felt like a poor man who had become rich overnight. Seeing that all his attributes could be upgraded, Yi Shouyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
There's no need to upgrade either physical or mental attributes for now.
From the perspective of increasing strength, leveling up is obviously the best choice. However, the martial arts exam for those with special abilities ultimately depends on more than just the candidate's physical strength.
More importantly, it depends on the candidate's own talent.
My current strength is enough to handle this supernatural martial arts exam. After some deliberation, Yi Shouyu decided to allocate his ability points to improving the quality of his abilities. Consuming 5,000 ability points, spatial ability upgraded from B to A.
New skill awakened, Devour.
The upgrade had barely finished when Yi Shouyu couldn't wait to issue the command in his mind.
Infinite, open the panel. Name, Yi Shouyu.
Level, Tier 1 Advanced. Special ability, Space Type, Grade A. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional / Devouring.
Constitution, 1426. Spirit, 1253. Combat techniques, Bajikwen Benkwen Beginner Plus, Suanbu First Level Plus. Special ability points, 621. Phew.
Looking at the information on the system panel, Yi Shouyu let out a long breath. Given the rarity of spatial abilities and their grade quality, it's almost equivalent to the effect produced by a normal S-class quality superpower.
Now, I consider myself a minor genius.
At the same time, I can finally get rid of the useless label legitimately.
If it's an improvement in the quality of superpowers,
what it brought Yi Shouyu was a sense of spiritual liberation.
The new skill Devour is given as a bonus for upgrading to a level ability.
It gave him a huge surprise. Its devouring ability allows it to create a black vortex with a radius of 1 meter anywhere. This vortex can absorb all attacks whose strength is no more than 1 level below its own.
It's definitely a god-tier defensive skill. Overall, my decision to upgrade the quality of my special ability this time was... We've won so much. Chapter 30 Dark Horse Yi Shouyu.
Shen Yi saw that Yi Shouyu was standing motionless in place. He stepped forward a few paces and asked softly,
Student Yi?
Shen Yi's voice brought Yi Shouyu back to his senses.
He turned to look at Shen Yi and said, Is there anything I can help you with, Shen?
Shen Yi clasped his hands in a fist salute and said with a serious expression, Shani, will remember your kindness in saving my life twice, and I will definitely repay you when I have the chance. Yi Shouyu waved his hand. It was nothing, you don't need to worry about it.
Perfect timing, I'm about to leave. Where are you headed next? Shani thought for a moment, then tentatively asked. Where is Yi going? If it's convenient, we can travel together, that way we can keep each other company.
Yi Shouyu raised his hand and pointed to the core area of the Azure Cloud Secret Realm. I need to go to the core area to hunt down peak tier first order ferocious beasts.
With your current strength, I'm afraid you might be a bit. A hint of apology appeared on Yi Shouyu's face.
I have a good impression of Shani, so I don't mind traveling with him.
However, he will continue hunting ferocious beasts.
Given Shani and his companion's strength, it would be better for them to act alone rather than stay by my side. A hint of shock flashed in Shani's eyes. He didn't expect that Yi Shouyu would also be interested in the first tier peak ferocious beasts in the core area. If Yi Shouyu wanted to hunt that ferocious beast,
if I follow him, I'll only become a burden.
Thinking of this, Shani smiled slightly and said, Since our paths diverge, let's part ways here and go our separate ways.
Student Yi, a peak first tier ferocious beast is extremely dangerous.
If you are no match for it, remember to crush the jade slip and leave the examination room.
Yi Shouyu nodded solemnly and said, I understand, thanks for reminding me. Goodbye? Goodbye.
Shen Lingyun watched Yi Shouyu's departing figure, her eyes filled with reluctance.
Seeing this, Shani smiled and asked, What, are you tempted?
Shen Lingyun's pretty face flushed slightly, and she retorted softly, I didn't.
Ha 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 ha. Seeing Shen Lingyun's shy and bashful appearance, Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stop laughing. What's so funny? Ha 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 ha. You're still laughing? No. Ha ha, I'm not laughing anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm ignoring you.
Outside the Qingyun secret realm at this time, everyone who was following this year's superpower martial arts exam was incredibly shocked.
Song Wu, of the dignified Song family of Songzhou? They were actually defeated by an unknown little guy. This news spread like wildfire. It quickly swept across every corner of China. Moreover, after Yi Shouyu killed 6 high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts in succession,
his score finally broke into the top 10 of the martial arts exam score rankings. This has led to a significant change in the rankings of this year's martial arts exam compared to previous years. First place, Zhao Xinghan, 64,460 points.
Second place, Meng Yunfan, 59,240 points.
Third place, Zhang Ziqian, 58,200 points. Fourth place, Wang Zhong, 40,320 points. Fifth place, Yi Shouyu, 39,450 points.
The top 8 students in the ranking will each have their own equipment for filming and broadcasting.
Yi Shouyu, who is ranked 5th on the leaderboard. They now have their own dedicated screen. Everyone looked at that unfamiliar face, and a hint of confusion appeared in their eyes.
Who is this person? He doesn't look familiar. Can anyone tell me where this Yi Shouyu came from? Yes, Song Wu, who defeated Song Zhou, is ranked 5th on the leaderboard. How could someone like that have been unknown before? I saw that battle.
Yi Shouyu went head-to-head with a high-level Tier 1 ferocious beast.
Wasn't that a bit too fierce? Yi Shouyu is awesome.
I don't care whether Yi Shouyu is awesome or not, I just want to know how Song Wu feels.
Calculate the area of Song Wu's psychological trauma at this moment.
I know that Yi Shouyu is a student in Class 1, Grade 12 at Qingtang High School in Qingtang City.
Qingtang High School? I must be so ignorant. What kind of school is that? I've never heard of it before? I've never heard of it either. This should be the first time in the last 10 years that a student from a regular university has entered the top 10 of the martial arts exam points ranking, right?
This dark horse is a bit too much of a surprise. A student from an ordinary university actually made it into the top 10 of the martial arts exam rankings.
This incident has completely overturned everyone's worldview. At this time, Aato High School. Shouts echoed throughout the school. It really is Yi Shouyu from our school. Senior Yi, you're awesome. Go for it, Senior Yi.
The first and second year high school students have become loyal fans of Yi Shouyu, cheering him on enthusiastically.
Principal Song Fong's smile almost reached his ears.
He held his phone in his right hand and shouted loudly into the phone.
Hey, what? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Oh, Lao Li. Yes, Yi Xiuyu is a student at our school. I'm not lying to you, I just found out myself. My students did pretty well, right? I'm not bragging, but back in school, Yi Xiuyu was. Hey. Hey. I hadn't finished speaking when Old Li hung up the phone. Song Fong muttered a dissatisfied remark, but quickly put on a smile again. 5th place on the martial arts exam points ranking. That's 5th place. Since the founding of Qingtang High School, the highest ranking achieved by its students has been only 326. Originally, Meng Shiyun was expected to make it into the top 16. It was already a huge surprise to myself. Song Fong never expected that Yi Xiuyu, the legendary useless one, could actually get 5th place on the supernatural martial arts exam points list. If Yi Xiuyu were a waste, then what is Song Fong? And what are the other students at Qingtang School? Clearly, someone is jealous of Yi Xiuyu's talent. They spread rumors about him behind his back. Just thinking about it made Song Fong break out in a cold sweat. Spreading rumors about Yi Xiuyu. Isn't this just self-destructive? Fortunately, Yi Xiuyu did not transfer schools. Otherwise, his future career would be in jeopardy. No one would accept a principal who would stand idly by while a gifted student is slandered. No, I must handle this matter seriously. Not only do we need to deal with it, we need to deal with it beautifully. Before the martial arts exam ends, I must find out the truth and clear Yi Xiuyu's name. On the other side, Sun Guoping felt completely dazed. As Yi Xiuyu's teacher, he had never realized that Yi Xiuyu possessed such strength. This is a dereliction of duty on his part as a teacher. But after the self-reproach, what remained was pride. To be able to teach such a student in this lifetime. As a teacher, Sun Guoping felt that. I have no regrets in this life. Chapter 31: The Three Major Concerns of China. Yenqing University, Shanghai University, and Yunqing University are the three most famous universities in China for students with supernatural abilities. An emergency meeting was convened because Yi Xiuyu had climbed to 5th place on the leaderboard. In fact, not only the top 3 universities in China, but almost all universities have set their sights on Yi Xiuyu. Zhao Xinghan from the Zhao family of Yanjing, and Meng Yunfan from the Meng family. Because their families were rooted in Yanjing. Therefore, the two of them were basically reserved by Yenqing University in advance. The top 500 candidates by leaderboard points. Almost everyone follows this unwritten rule. In the past 10 years, the top 100 spots on the martial arts exam points ranking list. It has been almost completely divided up by the top 3 universities in China, as well as other well-known universities. Yi Xiuyu was a candidate who graduated from a primary school. Being able to climb to 5th place on the points leaderboard naturally makes them a hot commodity in the eyes of all universities. Yenqing University, Conference Room. Zhao Bing, the director of the admissions office, pointed at Yi Xiuyu on the screen and asked, "How's the investigation into Yi Xiuyu going?" Sun Mingyong, who was to his left, replied, reporting to Director Zhao, "We have almost finished our investigation. However, I cannot comment on the authenticity of this information." Oh? Zhao Bing raised an eyebrow. Unable to verify the authenticity of the information? Why? Sun Mingyong hesitated for a moment, then handed the materials to Zhao Bing. Why don't you take a look first and then decide? Zhao Bing took the materials, and after just one glance, his brows furrowed deeply. Qingtang High School, E-level quality superpower, suspected of possessing extremely strong physical talent. Strength level, possibly peak of Tier 1? Humph. Zhao Bing slammed the materials in his hand heavily onto the table. He looked around and asked with a dissatisfied expression, "Is this all the material you've collected?" Yi Xiuyu defeated Song Wu and is now 4th on the martial arts exam points leaderboard. 4th place. I don't need to explain what this ranking means, do I? You're telling me now that he's awakened an E-grade quality ability? Do you think that's possible? What do you mean by potentially at the peak of the first tier? You have the nerve to hand over such information to me? Sun Mingyong, if you're not competent for your current position, then step down without hesitation. I can find someone to replace you in a heartbeat. The atmosphere in the meeting room fell silent. Sun Mingyong lowered his head, his expression shifting. Just then, a soft laugh broke the awkward silence. Director Zhao, don't get so excited. The speaker was Meng Zhaoshan, the deputy director of the admissions office. I had someone verify the information provided by Teacher Sun, and its authenticity is beyond question. I suspect that Yi Xiuyu might have experienced a second awakening of his supernatural abilities? Meng Zhashan's words plunged everyone in the conference room into deep thought.
The secondary awakening of superpowers is rare, but it does happen from time to time.
If Yi Xiuyu really did awaken his superpowers a second time,
the situation recorded in the data can indeed be explained.
It's just unknown what Yi Xiuyu's current level of superpower is.
Regardless of the situation, Yi Xiuyu was able to achieve such results in the martial arts exam with supernatural abilities.
That was enough to surprise everyone present.
After all, Yi Xiuyu only came from an unknown primary school and did not have a strong background.
Given limited resources,
Yi Xiuyu's achievements are enough to prove his extraordinary talent.
Such talent, even at Yinqing University, it's something you definitely won't miss easily.
Thinking of this, Zhao Bing tossed the materials in his hand back to Sun Mingyong.
Investigate Yi Xiuyu's situation thoroughly again. Next time, I want to have absolutely authentic information in my hands, not unverified stuff. Alright, that's enough for now, meeting adjourned.
At the same time that Yinqing University was holding a meeting, Shanghai University, located in the far south, also held an emergency meeting.
The conclusions reached by Shanghai University are almost identical to those of Yinqing University. However, after the meeting,
Zhou Shiwen is the head of the recruitment process for new students in this year's martial arts exam for people with supernatural abilities. I made a special trip to the Shanghai University library.
Zhou Shiwen always felt that something was off about Yi Xiuyu.
Therefore, he needs to go to the library to find someone to verify whether his idea is accurate. At the entrance of the university library in Shanghai, an old man with a palm leaf fan over his head appeared to be taking a nap in a rocking chair.
Zhou Shiwen walked to his side.
He said respectfully,
"Old Feng?"
Old Feng stretched and took off the palm leaf fan from his head.
He raised his eyelids and glanced at Zhou Shiwen. He said in a detached tone, "Why are you coming to see this old man instead of taking care of student recruitment?"
Zhou Shiwen scratched his head and said, "I need your help with something." Old Feng fanned himself up and down with a palm leaf fan, replying casually, "I'm just an old man who runs a library, there's nothing I can do to help you. Please take a look at this first." Zhou Shiwen smiled, took out the smart device he had prepared beforehand, and handed it to Old Feng. The smart device was playing footage of Yi Xiuyu and Song Wu's battle. Old Feng glanced at it briefly, then his expression turned serious.
Zhou Shiwen explained from the side. "This examinee's name is Yi Xiuyu. He came from a primary school. I checked his information, and he awakened an E-grade spatial ability." Upon hearing the word space system,
a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes.
"We just had a meeting and everyone agreed that Yi Xiuyu has probably awakened his superpower a second time, but we're not sure about the quality of his current superpower. Because of Yi Xiuyu's situation, it involves the conditions that our admissions office will offer him in the future. That's why I came to you, Mr. Feng, to give us your feedback. You're an expert in this field, so what exactly happened to Yi Xiuyu?"
After watching the video several times with a serious expression, Mr. Feng. Only then was it returned to Zhou Shiwen. He remained silent for a long while before slowly asking,
"Are there any other videos?"
Zhou Shiwen shook his head and replied, "That's all."
"That's all for now."
He noticed the disappointment that flashed across Old Feng's face and asked with some curiosity,
"Old Feng, is there something wrong with Yi Xiuyu?" "No problem, but there's too little information here. There are some things I can't see or verify."
Zhou Shiwen looked somewhat shocked.
"Even you couldn't tell?"
Old Feng replied irritably, "You're already doing well to be able to tell from just this little bit of video."
"Do you think I'm a god?"
Zhou Shiwen chuckled somewhat awkwardly. A thought crossed his mind, and he tentatively asked,
"The competition isn't over yet. How about I send you more videos later?"
Old Feng was about to refuse instinctively, but then he thought of Yi Xiuyu. He hesitated for a moment before uttering two words.
"Can." "Okay. I'll come back later, you can rest first." Zhou Shiwen received permission from Mr. Feng and left satisfied. Old Feng was left alone, sitting in the rocking chair.
My heart remained unsettled for a long time. Chapter 32 Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian.
In the Azure Cloud secret realm, atop an unnamed mountain peak,
two figures were standing here. One of them was dressed in white, while the other was dressed in blue. These two are Zhao Xinghan and Mang Yunfan, who ranked first and second on the martial arts exam points leaderboard. Mang Yunfan toyed with the flame in his right hand, and said with a light laugh to Zhao Xinghan, "I heard Zhang Ziqian has been looking for you in the secret realm. Are you sure you don't want to go and exchange a few blows with him?" "Humph." Zhao Xinghan snorted coldly. "A defeated opponent like you, what's there to fight? But if it were you..." Zhao Xinghan looked at Mang Yunfan with a meaningful gaze. "I'm actually quite interested." Mang Yunfan's smile remained unchanged. "Ha ha ha, let's just forget about it, you can't beat me." Zhao Xinghan narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. I always had a feeling that Mang Yunfan was hiding his true strength. Mang Yunfan seemed oblivious to Zhao Xinghan's gaze. He looked at Zhao Xinghan and asked, "By the way, have you heard of Yi Xiuyu, who's fifth on the leaderboard?" Zhao Xinghan shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Oh, a thoughtful look appeared in Mang Yunfan's eyes. Judging from this person doesn't seem to come from a prominent family. I never expected that a dark horse would emerge from our class. Upon hearing Mang Yunfan's gankai, a feeling of deep emotion or reflection, Zhao Xinghan. A look of surprise appeared on his face. As a scion of one of China's top families, Zhao Xinghan knew better than anyone else that just how vast is the gap between ordinary people and these scions of powerful families. Without the resources of a powerful family, even with talent, that might not necessarily translate into real strength. Otherwise, the top 100 on the supernatural martial arts exam points leaderboard wouldn't all be from their large family. Geniuses like Yi Xiuyu are rare, but not entirely non-existent. But without exception, these people were all just a flash in the pan, and in the end they all became ordinary people. However, Yi Xiuyu was able to overcome this chasm and defeat Song Wu. This is enough to prove that he has amazing talent. But Zhao Xinghan still didn't take Yi Xiuyu seriously. He's only fifth on the martial arts exam points leaderboard. This level of ability is not enough for me to pay too much attention to him. Of all the candidates this year, the only one who could make him feel even a little bit of apprehension was Mang Yunfan standing right in front of him. What a pity, if I hadn't wanted to kill that peak first-tier ferocious beast. He absolutely has to test his skills against Mang Yunfan now. Mang Yunfan vaguely sensed the fighting spirit in Zhao Xinghan's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively took his leave. "Brother Zhao, I won't disturb your hunt any longer. See you later." After Mang Yunfan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xiuyu ate the compressed energy ball while he looked at the map of Qingyun's secret realm in his hand. He was currently not far from one of the peak first-tier ferocious beasts. After a short rest, we'll set off immediately. Just then, an explosion was heard not far away. Boom! Are people fighting? Yi Xiuyu's heart sank. Could I be so unlucky as to have someone beat me to it? He didn't have time to rest. He quickly got up and rushed towards the direction from which the explosion came. "Zhao Xinghan, I've finally found you." Zhang Ziqian shook his slightly numb right hand, his eyes blazing with boundless fighting spirit. Zhao Xinghan frowned and said, "Zhang Ziqian, are you trying to stop me from hunting the ferocious beast?" Zhang Ziqian shook his head. "I'm not interested in ferocious beasts. What I'm interested in is you." Faced with Zhang Ziqian's eager gaze, Zhao Xinghan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Ziqian, but if he fought him here, he would inevitably suffer some losses. That would inevitably affect his ability to hunt ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Zhao Xinghan said to Zhang Ziqian, "We can save our battle for the ranked matches later." "No, I can't wait any longer." As soon as Zhang Ziqian finished speaking, a layer of earthy yellow protective material emerged from his entire body. He stomped his right foot on the ground and charged straight at Zhao Xinghan. Seeing that Zhang Ziqian still dared to attack him, Zhao Xinghan's face turned completely gloomy. "Zhang Ziqian, you're asking for death." He no longer held back and threw a powerful punch at Zhang Ziqian. Boom! The aftershocks of their fight ravaged the trees in the area, leaving them scattered and broken. In terms of the power of superpowers, Zhao Xinghan is clearly superior. However, the protective layer constructed by Zhang Ziqian's S-rank Earth-type ability, they blocked all of Zhao Xinghan's attacks. As the duration of the match increased, the chill on Zhao Xinghan's face grew stronger. Although he didn't take Zhang Ziqian seriously, but in reality, his strength was not much greater than Zhang Ziqian's. So even though I had the upper hand, however, there was no way to quickly defeat Zhang Ziqian in the short term. This is not a good thing. Fighting Zhang Ziqian will consume a lot of my physical strength.
If this continues,
Even if he ultimately defeated Zhang Ziqian, they probably don't have the strength to hunt down any more peak-level first-tier ferocious beasts. When Yi Xiuyu arrived, Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian were fighting fiercely. He scanned the area but did not spot the ferocious beast. Phew! Thank goodness, the ferocious beast is still here. Yi Xiuyu let out a deep breath, seeing that his ferocious beast hadn't been eliminated.
The tension in his heart finally eased. As for the two people fighting below,
Yi Xiuyu only glanced at it before losing interest in watching any further.
He was busy hunting ferocious beasts. Who has time to pay attention to two insignificant passers-by?
Yes, in Yi Xiuyu's eyes, Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian are ranked in the top 3 of the points leaderboard.
They were just passers-by A and B.
Ignoring the two, Yi Xiuyu determined his location while standing still and headed straight for the beast's lair. The people outside watched through Yi Xiuyu's screen. After seeing his route, everyone started to talk and discuss it.
Judging from Yi Xiuyu's route, could he be heading towards that peak first-tier ferocious beast? No way. That ferocious beast was meant for Zhao Xinghan and the other two. Ha! People who only graduated from elementary school are so short-sighted. Do you think he can even touch a peak first-tier ferocious beast? Hey! Upstairs, what do you mean? So what if you came from elementary school? Exactly.
What I hate most are people like you who keep talking about their family background.
Song Wu was also from a powerful family, but in the end, he was still defeated by Yishan, wasn't he? What's so great about defeating Song Wu?
If you're so capable, let Yi Xiuyu go and challenge Zhao Xinghan and the others.
Ha, they avoid Zhao Xinghan like the plague, typical bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. Yi Xiuyu, inside the Qingyun secret realm, was unaware of this. People online are arguing fiercely about his hunting of ferocious beasts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have time to care. Because, at this moment, we're already at the entrance to the beast's lair. Chapter 33, first place on the points ranking, everyone is shocked. Boom! With a loud bang, two figures shot backward.
Zhao Xinghan stomped his right foot hard on the ground, stopping his backward momentum. Only then did he look up at the deep pit directly in front of him. A series of whooshing sounds rang out as a large amount of rubble shot out of the deep pit.
Bang bang bang!
With a wave of his right hand, Zhao Xinghan shattered all the rubble. The next instant, Zhang Ziqian jumped out of the deep pit. At this point, he had multiple injuries all over his body. Compared to Zhao Xinghan, who was fully clothed, Zhang Ziqian had clearly suffered a lot in the battle just now. But the fighting spirit in Zhang Ziqian's eyes did not diminish at all, on the contrary, it became even more vigorous.
Seeing this, Zhao Xinghan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to conserve his energy to deal with that peak first-tier beast, how could Zhang Ziqian have been jumping around in front of me until now?
Ah, that's great.
Zhang Ziqian roared to the sky, then looked intently at Zhao Xinghan.
Let's continue.
Just as Zhang Ziqian was about to continue his attack, a ferocious beast's scream suddenly came from not far away.
A whoa! Upon hearing the beast's roar, Zhao Xinghan's expression changed drastically. Oh no!
Someone's attacking that peak-tier first-order ferocious beast.
Meng Yunfan, you despicable scoundrel!
In the entire Qingyun secret realm, those qualified to fight against peak first-tier ferocious beasts are. It was just himself, Meng Yunfan, and Zhang Ziqian.
Zhang Ziqian is right in front of him now.
The person fighting against a peak first-tier ferocious beast could only be Meng Yunfan.
Zhao Xinghan was furious. You, Meng Yunfan, why did you insist on persuading me to fight Zhang Ziqian before? So that's what you were planning. Meng Yunfan, I'm not done with you yet.
After cursing Meng Yunfan in his heart, Zhao Xinghan. He looked at Zhang Ziqian with bloodshot eyes and asked.
Zhang Ziqian, I'm asking you, did Meng Yunfan tell you my location?
Zhang Ziqian paused for a moment, then replied.
How did you know? As expected. Zhao Xinghan's face turned ashen, and he was panting heavily.
You idiot, we've both been tricked by Meng Yunfan. He deliberately made us fight so he could take the opportunity to kill that peak first-tier ferocious beast. That despicable scoundrel, I'm not finished with him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Ziqian's expression also turned ugly.
If what Zhao Xinghan said is true.
If Meng Yunfan used his eagerness to fight Zhao Xinghan to set up this scheme.
Wouldn't that make me a pawn in Mang Yunfan's game?
This is not a pleasant thing.
Zhao Xinghan glared at Zhang Ziqian and said fiercely.
Zhang Ziqian, if you want to keep fighting and make a fool of yourself in front of Mang Yunfan, I'm ready. Zhang Ziqian said somewhat dejectedly.
I'm not fighting anymore.
There will be plenty of opportunities to fight Zhao Xinghan later. But just as Zhao Xinghan said, if the two of them continue fighting. In the end, all that was left was for Mang Yunfan to laugh at.
Snort!
Zhao Xing snorted coldly and turned to rush towards the direction from which the screams came.
I'm going to beat up Mang Yunfan now. If you're also unhappy with him, then let's go together.
Zhang Ziqian hesitated for a moment, then moved and chased after the direction where Zhao Xinghan had disappeared. At this moment, the people outside who were paying attention to this year's superpower martial arts examination were already in an uproar. The fight between Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian didn't last long, but in those short 10 minutes or so, the martial arts exam points ranking has undergone a dramatic change. The points leaderboard now looks like this. First place, Yi Xiuyu, 67,432 points. Second place, Zhao Xinghan, 64,728 points. Third place, Meng Xiyun, 61,323 points. Fourth place, Meng Yunfan, 59,921 points. Fifth place, Zhang Ziqian, 58,869 points. After killing a peak Tier 1 ferocious beast, Yi Xiuyu and Meng Xiyun's points and rankings skyrocketed, propelling them into the top 3. Yi Xiuyu successfully dethroned Zhao Xinghan to become the top of the leaderboard.
Since the National Martial Arts Examination for Supernatural Abilities was first held until now, this is the first time that a student from a non-key university has achieved first place in the points-based competition. Leaving aside Meng Xiyun, since she was helped by Mang Yunfan. Only then did they manage to kill a peak first-tier ferocious beast.
Of course, in this process,
the strength that Meng Xiyun has displayed is not to be underestimated.
With an SS-level superpower quality, as long as Meng Xiyun grows up smoothly, the Meng family is destined to have another peak powerhouse in the future.
In fact, Meng Yunfan's main purpose in entering the Qingyun secret realm was to meet Meng Xiyun.
The Meng family is doing this to build momentum for the Meng family in Yanjing to welcome Meng Xiyun back. Behind Meng Xiyun stands the Meng family of Yanjing.
With Meng Yunfan's help, it's understandable that she was able to kill a peak first-tier ferocious beast.
But Yi Xiuyu is completely different. From beginning to end, he relied solely on his own strength. He single-handedly took down a peak-level Tier 1 ferocious beast. This incredible performance naturally sparked a frenzy of discussion among the crowd.
Holy crap! No way? Yi Xiuyu actually killed a peak first-tier ferocious beast? That's insane. Is he really just a student from an ordinary university? Yi Xin is invincible. Yi Xin is awesome. Zhao Xinghan is so pitiful.
In the time it took him to fight Zhang Ziqian, both of his peak Tier 1 ferocious beasts were gone. The key point is that Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian still believe that this was a setup by Mang Yunfan.
It's not their fault. How could they have imagined that Yi Xiuyu would suddenly appear out of nowhere? It's not just Yi Xiuyu, that girl Meng Xiyun next to Meng Yunfan is also very strong. Speaking of Meng Xiyun, I just discovered something terrifying.
She and Yi Xiuyu both come from Qingtung High School.
So, Qingtung High School has taken the top 3 spots on the martial arts exam ranking? Holy crap! Seriously, I didn't even notice until you told me. What kind of amazing school is this?
I've already told my cousin to transfer to Qingtung High School as soon as possible. Compared to the frenzy outside, the atmosphere at Qingtung High School was eerily calm. Principal Song Fong stared blankly at the points leaderboard in front of him.
Teacher's son. I think I'm seeing things. Can you help me see who's number 1 on the leaderboard?
Sun Guoping went into a state of complete reflex.
He replied mechanically, it's Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu? Yi Xiuyu.
After a moment of stunned silence, Song Fong suddenly jumped up from the ground.
Holy crap, Yi Xiuyu is the champion. With his roar, the once quiet Qingtung High School instantly erupted into chaos. Chapter 34 Cultivation Improvement, Peak of First Tier.
The Azure Cloud Secret Realm is the lair of a first-tier peak ferocious beast. After Yi Xiuyu put the ferocious beast's corpse into the alternate dimension, he decisively chose to decompose it. Infinite, help me dissect the wind and thunder leopard's corpse.
Yes, host.
The decomposition of the Tier 1 peak wind and thunder leopard corpse is complete. 200 ability points have been awarded. Hearing the system notification in his mind that his special ability points had been credited to his account, Yi Xiuyu was in an extremely happy mood.
I've finally saved up enough ability points to advance my cultivation level.
Just as Yi was about to bring up the system panel to increase his cultivation level, a sound suddenly came from the woods on the left. Whoosh! Yi Xiuyu turned his head and saw two figures suddenly emerge from the woods. Zhao Xinghan stood high in the tree, looking down and surveying the surroundings before his brows furrowed deeply. Aside from the chaotic environment, I did not find Meng Yunfan or any first-tier ferocious beasts. As for Yi Xiuyu, Zhao Xinghan never imagined that an unknown nobody like him could have the strength to kill a peak first-tier ferocious beast.
However, since Yi Xiuyu was here too, he might have seen something.
Thinking of this, Zhao Xinghan looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked,
"Hey, you down there, have you seen Meng Yunfan?" Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow and asked in return, "Why should I tell you about that one upstairs?" "You." Zhao Xinghan was taken aback. These days, even an ordinary person dares to give me attitude. "Kid, are you looking for death?" Zhao Xinghan's tone was tinged with coldness. He. Zhang Ziqian chuckled dismissively a few times and said, "Zhao Xinghan, even if you suffered a loss at Meng Yunfan's hands, there's no need to take it out on ordinary people, is there?" After he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhao Xinghan to reply, he looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked, "Brother, did you see anyone else before?" This time, Yi Xiuyu honestly shook his head and replied, "No." Bang! After snapping the tree on his right with a single palm strike, Zhao Xinghan said with a look of resentment, "Damn it, it looks like Meng Yunfan has already escaped." Zhang Ziqian, standing to the side, shook his head and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, Meng Yunfan really hit the jackpot this time." "It's all your fault." Zhao Xinghan was furious when he saw Zhang Ziqian still making sarcastic remarks. If Zhang Ziqian hadn't fallen for the trap. It insists on stopping itself and competing with itself. How could Meng Yunfan possibly kill that peak first-tier ferocious beast right under his nose? Thinking of this, Zhao Xinghan looked at Zhang Ziqian with. It carried a hint of ill intent. Ha! Upon seeing this, Zhang Ziqian was not afraid at all. Instead, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. "What? You want to spar with me again?" Huff, huff. "Calm down." "You must calm down. I must control myself." Zhao Xinghan forcibly suppressed his anger, turned his head away, and ignored Zhang Ziqian. Cut. Seeing that Zhao Xinghan showed no intention of making a move, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Ziqian's eyes. Zhao Xinghan managed to calm himself down. After determining the direction, he quickly headed towards the location of the other ferocious beast. "The other one, I absolutely cannot afford to fail." Zhao Xinghan, who was in a hurry to get on his way, did not notice that the other ferocious beast in his heart no longer exists. After Zhao Xinghan left, Zhang Ziqian did not linger. The crowd outside nearly burst out laughing as they watched the two of them leave one after the other. "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious." Judging from Zhao Xinghan's anxious look, is he in a hurry to find another ferocious beast? Both ferocious beasts are dead, so Zhao Xinghan's efforts are destined to be in vain. The funniest thing is that Zhao Xinghan just brushed past Yi Xiuyu, the culprit who caused all this. Ha, Meng Yunfan has been unfairly blamed for something. I'm starting to look forward to the scene of Zhao Xinghan and Meng Yunfan meeting. Would Zhao Xinghan just make a move? Very likely. But then again, Yi Xiuyu is really bold. Yes, after killing a peak first-tier ferocious beast, not only did they not run away, but they also dared to mock Zhao Xinghan to his face. What's there to be afraid of? With Yi Xiuyu's strength, even if Zhao Xinghan were to make a move, he probably wouldn't gain much of an advantage. That's true. How exactly does Yi Xiuyu cultivate? After everyone laughed for a while, the topic shifted back to Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu clearly only came from an ordinary high school. But he first defeated Song Wu. Then, right under Zhao Xinghan's nose, he killed a peak first-tier ferocious beast. Currently, Yi Xiuyu has surpassed 3 championship favorites, Zhao Xinghan, Meng Yunfan, and Zhang Ziqian. They topped the martial arts exam points ranking. Even though Yi Xiuyu lost to Zhao Xinghan in the final ranking match, he has already made history. At this moment, within the Qingyun secret realm, after Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian left, Yi Xiuyu couldn't wait to bring up the system panel. I clicked the plus sign next to the level. Consuming 2,000 ability points, cultivation level has increased from advanced tier 1 to peak tier 1.
Yi Xiuyu felt a jolt run through his body. The power within his body was several times greater than before. Moreover, the fatigue accumulated from the past 2 days of continuous fighting was completely swept away as the level increased. Yi Xiuyu threw a few simple punches. Feeling the surge in his strength, he nodded with great satisfaction.
Unlimited, bring up the system panel. Name, Yi Xiuyu.
Level, Peak First Tier. Special ability, Spacetype, Grade A. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional/Devouring.
Physical Constitution, 2012. Spirit, 1820. Combat Techniques, Bajiquan Benquan Beginner Plus, Suanbu First Level Plus. Special Ability Points, 421.
As his cultivation level improved, his physical condition and mental strength surged once again. Yi Xiuyu made a brief assessment. With my current strength, I should be able to kill a first-tier peak ferocious beast instantly with my physical strength. As for those with superpowers below level 1. To put it bluntly, unless you encounter a superhuman who has awakened an SSS level ability. Otherwise, he would be practically invincible among those of the same level.
Encountering an SSS level superhuman.
With his superhuman physical strength and the 4 abilities attached to his space-based superpowers,
I am confident that I can fight him.
As for who will win or lose, we'll only know after the fight. The martial arts exam for superpowered individuals has progressed to this point. Yi Xiuyu has already made a fortune. Currently ranked first in points, cultivation level has reached the peak of the first tier, and the quality of supernatural ability has been upgraded to a level. There is still some time before the ranked matches officially begin. Yi Xiuyu looked up at the very center of the Azure Cloud secret realm, a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Next, it's time to meet that legendary Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast.
Chapter 35 The Fierce Yi Xiuyu. At first, no one realized Yi Xiuyu's intention.
As he drew closer to the lair of the second-tier, low-level ferocious beast,
it took everyone a while to realize what was happening. Look, where is Yi Xiuyu going? This direction seems to be the lair of a Tier 2, low-level ferocious beast. He's not thinking of fighting a low-level second-tier ferocious beast, is he? Has he gone mad?
During the first stage of cultivation, there were indeed some people with special abilities. They can use their supernatural abilities and combat skills to kill ferocious beasts that are far stronger than themselves. But that only applies to minor realm advancements. With Yi Xiuyu's first-level cultivation, it would be almost impossible for him to kill a second-level low-level ferocious beast across a major realm. Because after the ferocious beasts reach the second tier, they gradually begin to be able to use their supernatural abilities. The combination of a powerful physique and supernatural abilities multiplies the ferocious beast's combat power. In fact, the second-tier, low-level ferocious beast in the Azure Cloud secret realm.
It is prepared for unparalleled geniuses. There are currently only 2 ways to defeat it.
The first type is the candidate's cultivation level, which has already broken through to the second level during high school.
And this second method.
That is, the level of the superpower awakened by the examinee, reaching the SSS level. Since the addition of Tier 2 low-level ferocious beasts to the Qingyun secret realm decades ago, there were only 3 people in total who successfully killed that ferocious beast.
Those 3 have now become the strongest experts in China.
The lair of a second-tier, low-level ferocious beast is hidden in a valley. Amidst constant arguments and doubts from the outside world, Yi Xiuyu finally arrived at this place. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the depths of the valley,
a smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Xiuyu's face. Arrive! Awu!
Before Yi Xiuyu could search, he heard a beast's roar coming from the deepest part of the valley. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sharp sound of wind being cut, a gigantic shadow, brimming with astonishing power, suddenly darted out from the depths of the valley.
In the blink of an eye, they were already standing in front of Yi Xiuyu. Hellhound!
Looking at the enormous shadow before him, Yi Xiuyu slowly exhaled and murmured. Everyone saw that Yi Xiuyu had actually plunged headlong into the lair of a level 2, low-level ferocious beast.
I gasped, feeling a bit shocked.
Looking at Yi Xiuyu, who was confronting the 2-headed hellhound, everyone looked tense, and even their breathing became lighter. After staring at the 2-headed hellhound for a while, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh.
Truly worthy of being a Tier 2, low-level ferocious beast.
If an average test-taker encountered hellhound, it was probably so frightened by the fierce aura and astonishing power emanating from its body that its legs went weak. The two-headed hellhound bared its menacing fangs.
Its slightly scarlet eyes were filled with a brutal and bloodthirsty aura. Ah! After a demonstrative growl, the two-headed hellhound vanished from its spot and appeared in front of Yi Xiuyu.
Yi Xiuyu had no time to react.
It slapped me with its claw. Ah! Some timid viewers had already instinctively closed their eyes.
They seemed afraid to see the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. After being frustrated for so long, Zhao Xinghan's supporters finally found an opportunity to fight back.
Ha ha ha, so arrogant. Why don't you stop being so arrogant?
To die under the claws of a tier 2 low-level ferocious beast is too good for him.
Some people always think they are different from others.
Those who had initially supported and favored Yi Xiuyu now had their eyes dimmed. They had completely lost the will to continue arguing.
Just when everyone thought Yi Xiuyu had perished in the beast's claws, a gasp suddenly rang out from the crowd.
No, Yi Xiuyu's name is still lit up on the leaderboard, he's not dead.
What? Everyone quickly looked at the points leaderboard.
As expected, Yi Xiuyu's name was still prominently displayed at the top of the list.
That dazzling light seemed to be telling everyone. He is still alive and well in the Azure Cloud secret realm. How is this possible? Zhao Xinghan's supporters were all shocked.
They clearly saw that the hellhound's claw land squarely on Yi Xiuyu's body.
That was a full-force attack from a low-level second-tier ferocious beast. With Yi Xiuyu's strength, how could he not have been eliminated? However, reality slapped them hard in the face.
Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the hellhound slowly raised its right paw. Then, a dark figure darted out from among them and landed on the ground not far away. Yi Xiuyu shook his slightly numb right hand.
He couldn't help but sigh.
As expected of a second-tier, early-stage ferocious beast, its physical body is indeed incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the fact that I had previously used a large number of ability points to improve my physique, his cultivation level has broken through to the peak of the first tier.
That claw attack from the hellhound could probably have turned me into a bloody pulp. Whoa!
A flicker of human-like rage flashed in the eyes of the two-headed hellhound. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs.
The enormous body suddenly hurtled towards Yi Xiuyu. In an instant, an immense pressure permeated the entire valley. Faced with the enraged two-headed hellhound,
Yi Xiuyu's expression also became more serious. But instead of backing down, he charged towards the two-headed hellhound.
Bang bang bang!
The continuous crashing sounds echoed throughout the valley.
Two figures, one large and one small. They fought on in the most primitive way. This is insane. Absolutely insane.
Not only Yi Xiuyu went mad, but the spectators watching the battle outside also went mad. A peak-level Tier 1 ability user.
He's actually engaged in close combat with a Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast? Is this something a normal person could do?
Yi Xiuyu's physical body is ridiculously powerful. Zhao Xinghan's supporters, watching Yi Xiuyu fiercely battling a Tier 2 low-level hellhound,
they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Can Zhao Xinghan really beat Yi Xiuyu?
Yi Xiuyu's fans, on the other hand, seem to have been injected with adrenaline, sweeping away their previous slump.
They started a frenzy of online promotion for Yi Xiuyu. Ha 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 ha, amazing.
Yi Xin is truly incredible.
I just want to ask one question, can Zhao Xinghan, the genius you all talk about, really take on a second-tier, low-level ferocious beast head-on?
Don't make things difficult for Zhao Xinghan, he doesn't have that kind of ability. Zhao Xinghan's supporters wanted to refute this.
But Yi Xiuyu's impressive track record was right in front of them. They didn't even have a chance to be defiant. Just as the commotion was getting out,
the battle between Yi Xiuyu and the hellhound has taken another unexpected turn. Suddenly, the two-headed hellhound retreated.
He distanced himself from Yi Xiuyu.
Then, light began to emerge from its mouth.
This could be.
The Cerberus has used its superpower.
Chapter 36, Killing the Hellhound.
Yi Xiuyu watched as the orb of light in the mouth of the two-headed hellhound grew brighter and brighter. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
I had only seen it in books before. Some ferocious beasts at the second level or above can also use supernatural abilities.
I never expected to run into it so soon.
Before Yi Xiuyu could think any further, the ball of light in the mouth of the hellhound quickly took shape.
Yi Xiuyu only felt a flash before his eyes. Two beams of light flew towards him. After colliding with the white light sphere, the red light sphere instantly transformed into a thick pillar of fire. The pillar of fire enveloped every possible hiding place around Yi Xiuyu. In the blink of an eye, they were already standing in front of him. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from the pillar of fire, Yi Xiuyu dared not be careless in the slightest. Just as the pillar of fire was about to hit him, suddenly, a black vortex appeared out of thin air and blocked Yi Xiuyu's path. The terrifying pillar of fire, upon contact with the black vortex, they disappeared without any warning. It was as if they had never existed. Yi Xiuyu easily neutralized the deadly move that the Cerberus had painstakingly prepared. This sudden change. Everyone watching the battle from the sidelines was stunned. Can anyone tell me what just happened? Was that vortex created by Yi Xiuyu? Why did the pillar of fire from the two-headed hellhound suddenly disappear? Along with everyone else, the two-headed hellhound was also stunned. It couldn't understand why the pillar of fire it had unleashed with all its might had suddenly disappeared. How could Yi Xiuyu let go of such a good opportunity? While the hellhound was in a daze, he suddenly shot out. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of black light and arrived before the two-headed hellhound at an astonishing speed. Under the astonished gaze of the two-headed hellhound, Yi Xiuyu used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to one of its heads. The instant his right fist made contact with the head of the hellhound, an imperceptible blade of energy passed through Yi Xiuyu's fist and entered the brain of the hellhound. Dimensional slash. The incredibly strong wind whipped up the loose rocks in the valley. With a soft crack sound, the fierce glint in the hellhound's eyes gradually faded. To the astonishment of onlookers, its massive body slowly fell backward. Boom! The powerful gust of wind generated by the collision of the hellhound's corpse with the ground. The wind blew Yi Xiuyu's clothes up. Almost at the same time that Yi Xiuyu killed the hellhound, a voice suddenly rang out in the Azure Cloud secret realm. Congratulations to candidate Yi Xiuyu for successfully killing the Tier 2, low-level ferocious beast, the hellhound. In an instant, all the examinees inside the Qingyun secret realm, they all learned that Yi Xiuyu had successfully killed the Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast in the core area. Zhao Xinghan, who was hunting ferocious beasts, was stunned for a moment upon hearing this news. He was then slapped away by the ferocious beast opposite him. Puff! Zhao Xinghan doesn't have Yi Xiuyu's freakish physique. He coughed up blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been severely damaged. Fortunately, Zhao Xinghan reacted quickly enough. As the ferocious beast charged in front of him, he suddenly thrust his right hand forward and punched the beast in the stomach. The violent force instantly claimed the beast's life. Having killed the ferocious beast, Zhao Xinghan had no time to check his own injuries. Instead, they immediately opened the martial arts maniacs points ranking. When he saw the scores on the leaderboard, he froze on the spot. First place, Yi Xiuyu, 167,432 points. Zhao Xinghan's eyes were filled with disbelief. It wasn't a hallucination. The sound I just heard wasn't a hallucination. That person named Yi Xiuyu actually succeeded in killing the Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast, the hellhound. But how could that be? No one understands the terror of a Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast better than himself. Before the martial arts exam with supernatural abilities began, Zhao Xinghan's goal has always been to kill a Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast. However, after countless failures, he finally realized something. That was a second-tier early-stage ferocious beast, which was far beyond the capabilities of these first-tier examinees. That was prepared for unparalleled geniuses. Unfortunately, my talent is far from being that of a peerless genius. He had already accepted reality and given up on the idea of killing the early-stage second-tier ferocious beast. Then, out of nowhere, a candidate appeared. They actually killed a Tier 2 early-stage ferocious beast without making a sound. How could Zhao Xinghan accept this? I can't believe he actually did it. Meng Xiyun's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light as she murmured to herself. Seeing this, Meng Yunfan asked curiously, "Miss Meng, do you know this person named Yi Xiuyu?" Meng Xiyun nodded gently, "He is my classmate." "Your classmate?" Upon hearing this, a hint of shock flashed in Meng Yunfan's eyes. Yi Xiuyu is Meng Xiyun's classmate. Does that mean he's also a student at Qingtang High School? Meng Yunfan was still wondering which family had secretly cultivated this peerless genius, Yi Xiuyu. Unexpectedly, he, like Meng Xiyun, also came from Qingtang High School. Despite not having a strong background, Yet they were able to do things that even people from prominent families like themselves couldn't. This made Meng Yunfan a little curious about Yi Xiuyu. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared in Meng Yunfan's eyes. It looks like my life at Yenqing University is going to be quite interesting. In Meng Yunfan's view, Yenqing University would definitely not let go of such a genius. Not just the examinees in the Qingyun secret realm. Almost everyone in China was incredibly excited at this moment. A first-tier examinee defeated a second-tier low-level ferocious beast. The last time such a genius appeared was 12 years ago in the supernatural martial arts examination. That candidate from back then. His cultivation level has now reached the 9th rank. They have become one of the pillars of China. Ah ha ha, I knew it. Yishan is invincible. The one who just said Yishan can't beat Zhao Xinghan, why don't you let Zhao Xinghan go and try fighting a tier 2 low-level ferocious beast? Stop joking around. Even a high-level tier 1 ferocious beast can send Zhao Xinghan flying. If he encounters a low-level tier 2 ferocious beast, it would probably turn him into mincemeat. Ha 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 ha. The incident of Zhao Xinghan being distracted and swatted away by a high-level tier 1 ferocious beast. Someone saw us after all. This incident has now become a source of amusement for Yi Xiuyu's fans. However, not only did no one online offer a rebuttal, but moreover, some of the people who originally supported Zhao Xinghan. Now he has also become a supporter of Yi Xiuyu. They started to belittle Zhao Xinghan instead. Chapter 37: The Clash between Zhao Bing and Meng Jiashan. Yenqing University Conference Room. Sun Mingyong handed the documents in his hands to Zhao Bing, who was at the head of the table. Director Zhao, these are the analysis results we obtained based on Yi Xiuyu's battle with the Hellhound. Zhao Bing took the materials, quickly glanced through them, and then said to Sun Mingyong, Teacher Sun, could you please give everyone a more detailed introduction? Okay. Sun Mingyong nodded and walked to the large screen. He opened Yi Xiuyu's battle video and introduced it to everyone. The video shows Yi Xiuyu fighting against the Hellhound. Please look here. Sun Mingyong pointed to the black vortex in the video and said, The fiery pillar of the Cerberus vanished immediately upon contact with this vortex. It's obvious that this should be a space-type devouring ability. Everyone, take another look at the method Yi Xiuyu used to dispose of the ferocious beast's corpse. All the corpses of the ferocious beasts have disappeared. Clearly, he must have possessed an alternate dimension, and the volume of this alternate dimension should be no less than 50 cubic meters. Based on the information we obtained from Qingtung High School, my conclusion is. Sun Mingyong looked around and said, word by word. Yi Xiuyu's spatial ability has awakened for the second time. Upon hearing this, all the teachers in the meeting room began to whisper among themselves. Meng Jiashan nodded slightly and said, I agree with Professor Sun's prediction. Yi Xiuyu's spatial ability has probably awakened for the second time. Furthermore, his second awakened ability level is very likely S rank, or even SS rank. Given the rarity of spatial abilities and the unique nature of secondary awakening, I propose raising Yi Xiuyu's admission benefits by 1 level. If he awakens an S-level ability, he will be given SS-level ability admission treatment. If he awakens an SS-level ability, he will be given SSS-level ability admission treatment. Sun Mingyong's speculation only piqued the interest of the teachers present. Meng Jiashan's suggestion caused everyone present to gasp in surprise. Given the unique nature of spatial abilities, SS-level spatial abilities, its power is basically equivalent to an SSS-level ordinary type ability. In addition, the abilities that come with the second awakening of superpowers. Once Yi Xiuyu grows up, his combat power will far exceed that of ordinary SSS-level ability users of the same rank. Everyone present knew perfectly well what this meant. From this perspective, Meng Jiashan's suggestion is perfectly reasonable. Cough cough. Zhao Bing coughed a few times. When he saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, only then did he slowly begin to speak. I have some personal opinions regarding Yi Xiuyu's admission treatment. First of all, the advantage of the interdimensional skill lies in storage, while the devouring skill focuses on defense. Even if it is as Deputy Director Ru Meng speculated, Yi Xiuyu's superpower has been upgraded to SS level due to the second awakening. Then his future combat power will be far from reaching the level of an ordinary SSS level offensive ability. Because Yi Xiuyu doesn't have a corresponding attack method. Yes. Everyone nodded. Director Zhao is right. Seeing that everyone agreed with his analysis, Zhao Bing glanced at Meng Jiashan, a barely perceptible hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. After a long pause, he continued speaking.
Secondly, I don't know if everyone has noticed something.
Yi Shouyu's main fighting style is close quarters combat. Although I don't know why his physical body is so strong, in the end, high-level ability users will definitely compete in terms of the use of their abilities and combat skills. Even if he has a strong physique, he'll be nothing more than a sitting duck when faced with a ferocious beast that attacks from a distance.
Director Zhao. Meng Jiashan interrupted Zhao Bing. If I'm not mistaken, the attack Yi Shoyu used to kill the Hellhound was the 8 Extremes Crushing Fist. The fact that Yi Shoyu has mastered the Bajiquan technique to the basics is enough to show his talent in combat skills. The limitations of ranged attacks can be completely compensated for by combat skills. Moreover, he also possesses the devouring skill, which, once fully developed, will allow him to ignore ranged attacks. Isn't that enough to make us pay more attention to him?
Zhao Bing shook his head.
Deputy Director Meng, can you guarantee that Yi Shoyu's physical strength can continue to improve like this? This Meng Jiashan hesitated. No, right?
I admit that Yi Shoyu has shown great potential, but he lacks consistency. Therefore, my personal opinion is that we should not give him special admission treatment.
As for the final result, we will have to take everyone's opinions into account.
Zhao Bing, having said this, looked around and asked with a serious expression. Those who agree with me, please raise your hands. In an instant, more than 2/3 of the people in the conference room raised their hands. Zhao Bing chuckled, glanced smugly at Meng Jiashan, and said,
It seems everyone's opinion is pretty much in agreement. That's settled then, no special admissions treatment for Yi Shoyu.
Meng Jiashan's eyes were unfathomable, and in the end he could only sigh helplessly.
After the meeting, seeing that everyone had left, Sun Mingyang walked over to Meng Jiashan's side. Director Meng, thank you for your support during these 2 meetings.
Meng Jiashan waved his hand and said, Teacher Sun, we're all colleagues, you're too kind.
Looking at Sun Mingyang's hesitant expression,
Meng Jiashan smiled and said, If you have something to say, Teacher Sun, please feel free to say it. Sun Mingyang looked around and, seeing that there was no one else nearby, he let out a deep breath.
Director Meng, there's something I don't understand.
What is it?
Tell me. Why is Director Zhao targeting Yi Shoyu? It's just a matter of admissions benefits, it's not a big deal for Yenching University. As one of the teachers involved in this recruitment drive, what Sun Mingyang didn't understand was, why did Zhao Bing insist on suppressing Yi Shoyu's treatment? Meng Jiashan's expression changed. He looked at Sun Mingyang and said in a serious tone, Teacher Sun, watch your words. Forehead. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything about this. You can keep it to yourself.
Seeing Meng Jiashan's expression, Sun Mingyang realized the seriousness of the situation.
He quickly said, Thank you for reminding me, Director Meng. I misspoke.
Meng Jiashan waved his hand, stood up, and walked towards the conference room door.
Just as he was about to leave,
Meng Jiashan suddenly turned around and said to Sun Mingyang, Teacher Sun, you should pay more attention to the martial arts exam points ranking. Having said that, before Sun Mingyang could speak, Meng Jiashan then turned and left.
League leaderboard? Sun Mingyang looked puzzled. He casually opened the martial arts exam points leaderboard.
He stared at the list for a long time. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me.
Could Zhao Bing's targeting of Yi Shoyu be because of Zhao Xinghan? Chapter 38 Old Feng's Speculation.
Sun Mingyang stood in the conference room, slowly pondering what he had just realized. Yi Shoyu snatched first place from Zhao Xinghan.
In a sense, this is considered a loss of face for the Zhao family of Yanjing.
Therefore, Zhao Bingkai suppressed Yi Shoyu's enrollment benefits, which can be considered as giving him a warning.
Why?
Sun Mingyang sighed helplessly. I myself came from an ordinary school. He knew all too well how important cultivation resources were to a person with superpowers. That's why Sun Mingyang secretly sought out Meng Jiashan, who also harbored feelings for Yi Shoyu. I was thinking about whether I could try to help Yi Shoyu one more time.
However, after understanding Zhao Bing's intentions,
in the end, Sun Mingyang had no choice but to give up the idea.
Meanwhile, at Shanghai University,
Zhou Sherwan had just finished the meeting when he brought Yi Shoyu's battle video with him.
I rushed to the library without stopping. Mr. Feng, this is the video you requested.
Zhou Sherwan wiped the sweat from his forehead and respectfully handed the video to Old Feng. Old Feng raised an eyebrow and said in a gentle tone.
Thanks a lot. Zhou Sherwen shook his head and said. It's nothing, it's what I should do.
After nodding to Zhou Sherwen, Mr. Feng turned his attention to the video in his hand. He watched very attentively, not missing a single scene.
About an hour passed like this.
Mr. Feng then handed the video back to Zhou Sherwen.
Old Feng, what do you think? Zhou Sherwen asked tentatively.
After a long silence, Old Feng replied with a serious expression. Use all the privileges you have.
Any conditions are worth it as long as we can recruit them to Shanghai University.
Upon hearing what Elder Feng said, Zhou Sherwen's eyes revealed a hint of undisguised shock.
Mr. Feng, are you sure?
Old Feng nodded and said in a serious tone.
I'm absolutely certain.
This student named Yi Shouyu has far more terrifying potential than you can imagine.
Zhou Sherwen couldn't help but gasp.
He had no doubt what Elder Feng said.
Because Elder Feng was once the only person in all of China to have reached the 9th level of spatial ability. However, an accident occurred later in the secret realm. Elder Feng's cultivation level dropped from the 9th rank back to the peak of the 8th rank.
He also resigned from his job at the school and went to the library to enjoy his later years.
If we're talking about understanding space systems, no one in the entire Shanghai University system can compare to Professor Feng.
This is why Zhou Sherwen, upon learning that Yi Shouyu had awakened a space-based ability, they found Mr. Feng immediately.
Because Professor Feng's judgment will directly affect the conditions that Shanghai University offers to Yi Shouyu. Zhou Sherwen asked with some curiosity. Professor Feng, what's so special about this student? Old Feng waved his hand, speaking with some impatience. If you could tell, then Shanghai University wouldn't be able to recruit him. Alright, instead of wasting your time arguing with the old man, why don't you think about how to bring him back? I understand. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Professor Feng. Zhou Sherwen hurriedly left the place and went straight to the vice principal's office.
As Old Feng watched Zhou Sherwen's departing figure, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes.
Others might not be able to tell yet.
However, as a space-type awakener who had once reached the 9th tier,
Mr. Feng can basically conclude that Yi Shouyu is no ordinary person.
Aside from the two skills Yi Shouyu displayed without any hesitation, other dimension and devouring, the rest of the text is missing.
He has at least 2 more spatial abilities hidden. The first one is teleportation.
Although Yi Shouyu did not use teleportation at all, he did use the inch step technique. And Mr. Feng is the founder of Tsuanbu. Before popularizing inch by inch, Mr. Feng did not realize that
there are thresholds to mastering even the smallest steps. Either the ability user's cultivation level needs to reach level 4 or above.
Alternatively, those with superpowers need to awaken spatial teleportation skills. Yi Shouyu was only at the first level of cultivation. His ability to successfully master the basics of the inch step cultivation technique must mean he has awakened a spatial teleportation skill. And this is Yi Shouyu's hidden second skill. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a spatial ability of offensive nature. This skill was hidden in Yi Shouyu's attack when he killed the Hellhound.
At the beginning, even with Professor Feng's keen eye, he almost overlooked it. After repeated observations, finally, in that strike,
a very faint spatial fluctuation was detected for a moment. That must be the real reason why the two-headed Hellhound died.
As for what that skill actually is, even Mr. Feng doesn't know now.
Another dimension, devouring, teleportation, plus a spatial attack ability.
4. A full 4 skills. You should know that even if he awakened an SS-level spatial ability, it only has 3 skills.
Yi Shouyu actually possesses 4 spatial abilities.
Even if the second awakening gave him new skills. What about the other 2 skills?
Based on Elder Feng's experience, this should be the level of Yi Shouyu's ability after its second awakening. It has reached the level of SS rank skills.
Thinking of this, Old Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is cautious enough. If an ordinary person had this talent, they would definitely want the whole world to know. And what about Yi Shouyu? Half hidden, half revealed. This attracted the attention of major universities.
They also concealed their true intentions.
I have to say, this kid is really cunning. Such temperament and talent.
This made Old Feng's heart, which had been dead, beat a little more strongly.
He really wanted to take Yi Shouyu as his apprentice. But when I think about the past, Old Fang's passionate heart gradually cooled down. He sat down on the recliner and covered his head with the palm leaf fan in his hand. I've temporarily given up the idea of taking on apprentices. Hopefully, Shanghai University can snatch Yishouyu back from Peking University. The warm sunlight shone on Old Feng. He lay there quietly, as if he were already asleep. The next moment, only the rocking chair remained at the library entrance. Old Feng has disappeared from sight. Qingyun's secret realm, an unnamed valley. Yishouyu stood in front of the corpse of the two-headed hellhound and slowly exhaled. Phew. I've finally gotten my hands on the ability points of this tier 2 low-level ferocious beast. He took a few steps forward. Gently touch the head of the hellhound with your right hand. Immediately afterwards, the enormous corpse of the ferocious beast vanished into Yishouyu's palm. The decomposition of the tier 2 beginner hellhound corpse is complete. 500 ability points have been awarded. Upon hearing the notification tone in my mind, a satisfied smile appeared on Yishouyu's face. Truly worthy of being a second-tier, low-level ferocious beast. It was just one that was killed. The obtained ability points. That's equivalent to hundreds of tier 1 low-level ferocious beasts. Chapter 39 The Scapegoat, Meng Yunfan. Yishouyu stood in the valley. His right hand rubbed his chin, and his eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He has already killed a first-tier peak ferocious beast and a second-tier beginner hellhound. But he was not satisfied with this. For him, ferocious beasts meant a large number of special ability points. And special ability points are strength. If the other ferocious beast hadn't already been killed, I will not let this go easily, no matter what I say. Just now, when Yishouyu was checking the points leaderboard, it has been discovered that, in addition to herself, Meng Xiyun's score has also increased significantly. They've even climbed to third place on the points leaderboard. If I'm not mistaken, this other peak-level first-tier ferocious beast should have already been killed by Meng Xiyun. This discovery surprised Yishouyu somewhat. Based on my understanding of Meng Xiyun, even if her cultivation had broken through to the advanced first rank, she shouldn't be a match for that ferocious beast. It seems that Meng Xiyun has some kind of opportunity in the Qingyun secret realm. Since the other peak-level tier 1 ferocious beast is gone, then I won't need to make a special trip there anymore. There is still some time before the end of the qualifying rounds. This is a rare opportunity, don't waste it. Yishouyu decided to sweep the area around the valley again, determined not to let a single ferocious beast escape. And so, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yishouyu, who had already gained an absolute advantage in points, not only did they not stop to rest, instead, they continued their pursuit of the ferocious beast with even greater enthusiasm. Everyone looked at Yishouyu's serious attitude and couldn't help but sigh. Now I finally understand why Yishin is so strong. Be strict with yourself and never miss any opportunity to cultivate yourself. I've decided to learn from Yishin and practice an extra hour when I get home today. Upstairs, I'll go with you. At this moment, Yishouyu was unaware that his hunting of ferocious beasts sparked a wave of cultivation enthusiasm in China. More than 3 hours later, a notification sound suddenly rang out above the Azure Cloud secret realm. Dear candidates, this round of the test will end in 1 minute. Please prepare accordingly. Sigh. Upon hearing this news, Yishouyu sighed deeply, a hint of regret on his face. After the martial arts exam with superpowers, I will soon be entering university. It's unlikely we'll encounter something like this again. They went on a trial that was neither life-threatening nor required them to pay any price. Yishouyu's sadness did not last long. The jade slip in his arm suddenly shattered, turning into a beam of white light that enveloped Yishouyu. The same scene unfolded in various corners of the Qingyun secret realm. Most of the candidates, they were all teleported back to their respective examination rooms. Only 8 figures were carried by the beam of light to the deepest part of the Azure Cloud secret realm. These 8 people are the top 8 in this martial arts exam points ranking. Call out. As the beam of light disappeared, the 8 figures inside finally revealed their true forms. Yishouyu glanced around and immediately spotted Meng Xiyun standing to his right. Hello, Yi. Meng Xiyun tilted her head and greeted Yishouyu. Yishouyu was about to respond. Then a voice filled with anger rang out. Meng Yunfan, you despicable scoundrel. Zhao Xinghan's eyes were bloodshot the moment he saw Meng Yunfan. He attacked in a fit of rage almost without hesitation. Whoosh!
I felt a sharp gust of wind coming from the left.
Meng Yunfan dared not be careless.
A flash of blue light appeared on his body, and then Meng Yunfan's right hand transformed from a palm into a fist. He rushed towards the menacing Zhao Xinghan.
Boom! With a loud bang,
Zhao Xinghan was thrown backward. He slid for more than 10 meters before finally managing to stop his momentum. Zhao Xinghan looked at Meng Yunfan, his expression changing several times before.
He could no longer hold back. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Zhang Ziqian stared at Meng Yunfan in shock.
No way? Meng Yunfan, you're actually this strong?
Meng Yunfan looked at his right hand, a hint of confusion in his eyes.
Just now, I don't think I used much force. Why did Zhao Xinghan react so strongly?
At this moment, Zhao Xinghan also had unspeakable bitterness in his heart. Previously in the Qingyun secret realm, he was distracted by the news that a second-tier, low-level ferocious beast had been killed.
In a moment of carelessness,
it took a direct hit from a high-level tier 1 ferocious beast's claw. That claw attack severely damaged Zhao Xinghan's internal organs, and he has not yet recovered.
If Zhao Xinghan hadn't been extremely angry just now, he couldn't help but attack Meng Yunfan.
All eyes were immediately drawn to Zhao Xinghan and Meng Yunfan.
Meng Yunfan frowned. He looked at Zhao Xinghan and asked coldly, Zhao Xinghan, what's wrong with you?
Ha 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 ha.
Zhao Xinghan laughed in extreme anger.
Meng Yunfan, you know best what you've done.
Zhang Ziqian stepped forward a few paces.
He looked at Meng Yunfan with an unfriendly expression and said,
Meng Yunfan, you're amazing. I was wondering why you were so kind as to tell me Zhao Xinghan's location.
You deliberately made me fight Zhao Xinghan so you could take the opportunity to hunt down a peak-level first-tier ferocious beast.
Oh, so that's what it was about.
Meng Yunfan glanced at Zhang Ziqian and said in a calm tone,
I only gave you the information you wanted, the final decision is yours.
Zhao Xinghan looked at Meng Yunfan's matter-of-fact attitude. Overwhelmed by anger and rage, he spat out another mouthful of blood.
Puff!
Yi Xiuyu, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, moved closer to Meng Xiyun. He asked with a curious expression,
I think you know that Meng Yunfan.
What did he do to deserve such a grudge?
Meng Xiyun shook her head, replying with some confusion. I don't know either. I haven't run into those two people since I met him. Those outside noticed that Yi Xiuyu seemed to be enjoying the show. I almost laughed myself to death.
Haha, I'm dying of laughter because of Zhao Xinghan.
Does he still think that Meng Yunfan stole his ferocious beast? Judging from his expression, it definitely is. We can't blame Zhao Xinghan. Meng Yunfan himself admitted it. What did he admit to?
Meng Yunfan only said that he had given Zhang Ziqian information.
Isn't Yi Xiuyu the funniest one?
He caused all of this, but now he's standing by like nothing happened.
Meng Yunfan, I'll settle our score with you later.
After angrily withdrawing his gaze, Zhao Xinghan asked the people around him,
Who is Yi Xiuyu?
Yi Xiuyu was engrossed in watching the drama unfold. I never expected someone to suddenly call my name. He paused for a moment, then replied,
It's me.
All eyes immediately turned to Yi Xiuyu.
When Zhao Xinghan and Zhang Ziqian saw Yi Xiuyu's face, the two said in unison, It was you.
Chapter 40, the ranking competition begins, and Yi Xiuyu takes the initiative to challenge Zhao Xinghan.
So he was Yi Xiuyu.
As for this formidable figure who slew a tier 2 low-level ferocious beast,
all the candidates were filled with curiosity. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xiuyu.
Zhao Xinghan looked at Yi Xiuyu, his expression shifting between light and dark. He encountered Yi Xiuyu in the lair of a first-tier peak ferocious beast. If he truly possesses the strength to kill a tier 2, low-level ferocious beast,
doesn't that mean that it wasn't Meng Yunfan who killed that peak first-tier ferocious beast, but him?
Thinking of this, Zhao Xinghan took a few steps forward.
He looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked in a deep voice,
Boy, did you kill the peak first-tier ferocious beast at the place where we met? Yi Xiuyu frowned and said, I killed him, so what?
Ah, very well, very well. Zhao Xinghan laughed angrily. You dare to play tricks on even me, Zhao Xinghan? You've got some nerve.
Yi Xiuyu asked in surprise.
You think killing a ferocious beast is enough to toy with you?
Zhao Xinghan sneered and said, That ferocious beast is not something a lowly commoner like you can touch. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes.
Just as he was about to make his move,
Then a voice suddenly rang in my ear. Congratulations to everyone for making it into the top 8 of the superpower martial arts exam. The sound had barely faded when a middle-aged man dressed in blue suddenly appeared before everyone. The man chuckled softly and introduced himself. I am Du Yiming from the China Superpower Association.
You can call me Teacher Du. I will be responsible for determining your final rankings in the upcoming ranking matches.
The rules for ranking matches are simple. The initial ranking is based on the points leaderboard.
Each of you has one chance to challenge someone else. If the challenge is successful, the rankings of the two players will be swapped.
The ranking tournament ends when no one issues a challenge. The rankings on the leaderboard will be the final rankings for the supernatural martial arts exam.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Yi Shouyu and the others shook their heads and replied in unison, no more.
Seeing that no one had any questions, Du Yiming. With a wave of his right hand, a huge arena suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is?
Yi Shouyu's pupils contracted. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
This is a high-grade yellow-rank spiritual weapon.
Yi Shouyu turned his head. A refined and elegant young man was standing beside him. The person who arrived was none other than Meng Yunfan from the Meng family. Meng Yunfan cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, I am Meng Yunfan from the Meng family of Yinjing. Yi Shouyu did not sense any hostility from him. He paused for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, Yi Shouyu. Meng Yunfan walked up to Yi Shouyu and said with a look of surprise,
I never expected that Brother Yi would actually be able to kill the tier 2 low-level ferocious beast.
Yi Shouyu smiled and said modestly,
It was just luck. Just luck? Meng Yunfan wasn't naive enough to think it was just luck.
He had also privately fought against second-tier, low-level ferocious beasts several times. Without exception, they all ended in crushing defeat. The terror of a second-tier, low-level ferocious beast.
Meng Yunfan knew exactly what was going on.
However, seeing that Yi Shouyu didn't seem to want to discuss it in detail, he didn't press the matter further.
On the other side, after Du Yiming confirmed that everything was normal in the arena,
he returned to Yi Shouyu and the others.
Alright, since everyone has no questions, let's begin the ranking matches.
No sooner had Du Yiming finished speaking than Yi Shouyu stepped forward and said,
Teacher Du, can I challenge others too?
Du Yiming never expected Yi Shouyu to pull such a stunt. He paused for a moment, then nodded and said, That's possible, but you're already in first place.
If you fail to challenge someone else, you'll have to switch rankings. Are you sure you want to challenge the other candidates?
Yi Shouyu nodded, and said firmly, I'm sure.
All right. Du Yiming has already said what he needed to say.
Since Yi Shouyu insisted, I could only follow the rules.
May I ask which candidate you wish to challenge?
Yi Shouyu pointed at Zhao Xinghan and said, word by word.
The person I want to challenge is Zhao Xinghan.
Zhao Xinghan was stunned for a moment. Meng Yunfan, Zhang Ziqian, and the others also showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Du Yiming, however, subconsciously glanced at Yi Shouyu a few more times.
I witnessed the minor conflict between Yi Shouyu and Zhao Xinghan just now. Du Yiming never expected this?
Yi Shouyu actually took the initiative to approach Zhao Xinghan because of this matter.
An interesting young man.
Du Yiming looked at Yi Shouyu with a hint of interest in his eyes.
Meanwhile, the crowd watching the ranking matches from the sidelines couldn't help but discuss Yi Shouyu's behavior. Did I hear that right? Why would Yi Shouyu challenge Zhao Xinghan? This is going to be good. What did the person upstairs say? Haven't you figured it out yet?
Zhao Xinghan called Yi Shouyu a lowly commoner before, and Yi Shouyu is clearly seeking revenge.
No way? How dare he? Zhao Xinghan is from the Zhao family of Yinjing. So what if the Zhao family of Yinjing is like this? Does that give them the right to look down on students from ordinary schools like us? That's right. I can't stand those big families, with their arrogant attitude. I support Yi Xin. Yi Xin, let's show them what ordinary college students like us can do.
Within the Azure Cloud's secret realm,
Zhao Xinghan looked at Yi Shouyu with a gloomy expression. Challenge yourself? How dare he? Who does he think he is?
Zhao Xinghan wished he could immediately take action and crush Yi Shouyu under his feet. Regardless of Yi Shouyu's actual strength, he was already seriously injured. He had just been slapped again by Meng Yunfan, which only worsened his injuries.
Given my current physical condition, It's simply not enough to sustain a battle. Logically speaking, Zhao Xinghan didn't want to play. But if he were to admit defeat without a fight, I would truly lose face. These damned bastards.
Zhao Xinghan gritted his teeth, and veins bulged on his forehead. Yi Xiaoyu's move has really put him in a very difficult position. Just as Zhao Xinghan was struggling with his inner conflict. Then Yi Xiaoyu said,
Teacher Du, if he doesn't go on stage and just concedes defeat, can I still challenge someone else?
Zhao Xinghan felt a surge of anger rising within him, and blurted out.
Who said I gave up? Yi Xiaoyu asked in surprise, you've been dawdling for so long, aren't you admitting defeat? Do you still want to fight me? That's right, fight. Fight now. Fearing that Yi Xiaoyu would change his mind, Zhao Xinghan took the initiative to jump onto the arena. He looked down at Yi Xiaoyu. He roared angrily, Kid, come up here and die.
Yi Xiaoyu saw that Zhao Xinghan had already stepped onto the arena.
A bright smile appeared on his face. With a swift movement of his feet, he was already on the arena in the next instant.
Yi Xiaoyu beckoned to Zhao Xinghan and said, Come on, young Master Zhao, let me see if your skills are as impressive as your words.
Chapter 41 Zhao Xinghan's crushing defeat.
Yi Xiaoyu, you're asking for death. After a roar, Zhao Xinghan charged straight at Yi Xiaoyu. Seeing Zhao Xinghan take the initiative to make a move, Meng Yunfan, who was sitting in the audience,
his expression became more serious. For me, this is a great opportunity to understand Yi Xiaoyu's strength. Whoosh!
Zhao Xinghan was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xiaoyu.
Feeling the sharp wind carried by Zhao Xinghan's fist,
Yi Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged. He shifted his feet lightly. He narrowly escaped Zhao Xinghan's attack by the smallest of margins.
You dodged it?
Zhao Xinghan hesitated for only a moment.
He quickly threw a left punch. Move a step, turn your shoulder. Yi Xiaoyu's dodging movements were clean and swift.
There is not a single unnecessary space.
Those present were surprised to find a sense of simple beauty in it.
Seeing how easily Yi Xiaoyu dodged his attack, Zhao Xinghan's mood grew even more serious. He endured the excruciating pain within his body. They began to launch a continuous attack on Yi Xiaoyu. As Zhao Xinghan's attacks became faster and faster, Yi Xiaoyu's dodging movements became faster and faster.
To everyone's surprise, Yi Xiaoyu did not launch a single attack from beginning to end, except for dodging. This is not only a sign of contempt for Zhao Xinghan. It also reflects absolute confidence in one's own abilities.
Zhao Xinghan's eyes were filled with bloodlust.
Damn it! Fight back! Why aren't you fighting back? How dare you humiliate me like this? He was defeated by Yi Xiaoyu with a single palm strike, but he was unwilling to be toyed with by him like this. Faced with Zhao Xinghan's anger and embarrassment, Yi Xiaoyu not only showed no intention of making a move, but even put his hands behind his back. His nonchalant demeanor made Meng Yunfan and the others watching feel their hearts skip a beat. A strange look appeared on Meng Yunfan's face. Now that things have come to this, everyone probably understands Yi Xiaoyu's intentions. Yi Xiaoyu didn't even seem to have any intention of hiding anything. His actions were a blatant declaration to everyone that he's playing Zhao Xinghan for a fool.
Yi Xiaoyu looked at Zhao Xinghan, who was in a sorry state, with cold eyes. When Zhao Xinghan uttered the words, lowly people,
he has undoubtedly angered himself.
The thing I hate most in my life. It's Zhao Xinghan who's arrogant, condescending, and ruthlessly humiliates others, a member of a family. As the battle progressed, blood began to seep from Zhao Xinghan's chest.
Zhao Xinghan was seriously injured. Everyone present could see that. Every attack he made was extremely painful.
Yi Xiaoyu's teasing of Zhao Xinghan only prolonged this painful process.
Meng Yunfan guessed. If Zhao Xinghan doesn't admit defeat,
Yi Xiaoyu will stay with him and keep playing.
Huff huff.
Zhao Xinghan's breathing gradually became heavier, and his vision slowly began to blur. If this continues, it's no longer a matter of winning or losing. I'm afraid my body will suffer serious damage. Zhao Xinghan took a few steps back, putting distance between himself and Yi Xiaoyu.
Should we reveal our trump card? He looked at Yi Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with conflict. Given my current physical condition,
if you force yourself to use that move, it will probably leave you with serious hidden injuries.
Yi Xiaoyu noticed Zhao Xinghan's hesitation. He raised an eyebrow and asked with a mocking expression. Why did you stop, young Master Zhao? Is this all the strength you have? You. A flash of anger crossed Zhao Xinghan's eyes.
Yi Xiaoyu's question struck a nerve with him. His pride would absolutely not allow him to admit defeat in front of Yi Xiaoyu, this lowly commoner. A stern look appeared on Zhao Xinghan's face. He transformed into a blur, and in an instant, he was already in front of Yi Xiaoyu.
You brat, I'm going to kill you. Countless palm prints, like a storm, roared towards Yi Xiaoyu. A sharp gust of wind enveloped Yi Xiaoyu's entire body.
As Zhao Xinghan waved his hands, the temperature around him rose several degrees. Seeing Zhao Xinghan's actions, Mang Yunfan muttered to himself.
Blazing heaven palm.
Upon hearing Mang Yunfan's words, Mang Xian frowned slightly and asked.
Blazing heaven palm, what is this?
Mang Yunfan explained with a solemn expression.
The blazing heaven palm is an A+ level combat skill. I didn't expect Zhao Xinghan to have already mastered it.
With the power of this combat technique, combined with his S-rank fire-type ability, the power of this move should not be underestimated. Meng Xian looked at Yi Xiaoyu on the arena, a hint of worry showing in her beautiful eyes.
Is Yi alright?
On the other side, Zhang Ziqian's expression turned serious when he saw the power of Zhao Xinghan's attack. He wasn't confident he could withstand Zhao Xinghan's attack head-on.
The top candidate truly lives up to his reputation.
Despite Zhao Xinghan's ferocious attack, Yi Xiaoyu showed no fear whatsoever. Just when everyone thought he would temporarily avoid the limelight, Yi Xiaoyu bent his body slightly and pulled his right elbow back behind him. Then, while using his right foot to push off the ground for leverage, he rotated around his waist and thrust his elbow toward Zhao Xinghan's chest.
Elbow collapse.
The two figures collided violently.
Boom!
A huge explosion came from the center of the two's battle. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhao Xinghan's body shot backward like a kite with a broken string. Du Yiming, standing on the sidelines, flashed forward. They had already appeared behind Zhao Xinghan. He placed his right hand on Zhao Xinghan's back. The spiritual energy surged out, dissipating the force within Zhao Xinghan's body. Du Yiming looked down at his right hand, his eyes filled with surprise.
This force has far exceeded the limits of a first-level superhuman. Judging from this year's martial arts exam, what an outstanding candidate! At this moment, the area below the arena was completely silent. Meng Yunfan's gaze was fixed on Yi Xiaoyu on the stage. After a long while, he finally let out a long breath, as if he wanted to expel all the shock in his heart. He could indeed withstand Zhao Xinghan's attack. But it will never be as easy as Yi Xiaoyu's. Yi Xiaoyu ignored the crowd's shock. He slowly retracted his right elbow and looked at Du Yiming in front of him. Teacher Du, may I go down now? Du Yiming was taken aback. He gave Yi Xiaoyu a deep look, then smiled and said, Sure. I hereby declare the winner of this match to be Yi Xiaoyu.
As Du Yiming announced Yi Xiaoyu's victory, the atmosphere outside the Qingyun secret realm instantly exploded.
Did they really win? Yishin is amazing. I never expected Yi Xiaoyu to actually defeat Zhao Xinghan in a head-on confrontation. That's Zhao Xinghan, a member of the Zhao family in Yanjing, and the favorite to win this martial arts competition for supernatural abilities. Although he was seriously injured, the ferocity of that final move. This is enough to prove that Zhao Xinghan is quite capable. He lost to Yi Xiaoyu. This alone shows just how terrifying Yi Xiaoyu's strength is. At this time, most of them were disciples from humble backgrounds. He had already secretly regarded Yi Xiaoyu as his idol. For every person who is happy, there is someone who is sad. Chapter 42 Martial Arts Exam Champion, Yi Xiaoyu. Yanqing University, Office of the Director of Admissions.
Zhao Bing looked at Zhao Xinghan on the screen, a deep sense of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes.
That piece of trash.
Zhao Xinghan lost, which means that the Zhao family, they have lost control of the championship of this year's superpower martial arts exam. I have only been the director of the admissions office for 2 short years. If, during my term, the champion of the special abilities martial arts exam refuses to attend Yanjing and chooses to join another school, that would greatly affect his influence at Yanqing University. Fortunately, although Zhao Xinghan did not win the martial arts championship,
however, the champion was not chosen from candidates in Shanghai or Yuncheng. Yi Xiaoyu.
Zhao Bing looked at Yi Xiaoyu, a fierce look appearing on his face. He was just a student from a second-rate high school. How dare they provoke the Zhao family like this?
If I don't do something, Outsiders really think the Zhao family is easy to bully.
However, Yi Xiuyu has good talent, so it would be a pity to kill him directly.
With his talent, if they grow up, it should be able to provide me with a significant boost. I am also someone who appreciates talent. Since that's the case, why not make an exception and give him a chance to belong to himself? Zhao Bing walked to the window, looked up into the distance. A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. The champion of the supernatural martial arts exam was one of his own dogs. This feeling isn't bad at all. The ranking matches continue within the Qingyun secret realm. However, Zhao Xinghan was first struck by a high-level first-tier ferocious beast. He then had a brief exchange with Meng Yunfan. Facing Yi Xiuyu in the ranking match, despite being severely injured, he barely managed to use the blazing heaven palm. Yi Xiuyu delivered a powerful elbow strike to his chest. The successive heavy blows left Zhao Xinghan with no strength left to fight. He was forced to withdraw from the qualifying rounds as a result, to allow test takers to experience realistic combat. During the ranking stage, the protective jade slips are no longer available. However, with the examiner present, it's extremely rare for someone to suffer such severe injuries as Zhao Xinghan. However, Zhao Xinghan's soul had already suffered severe damage during the points-based competition. He endured the hidden injuries. He used the blazing sky palm, a technique he had not yet fully mastered. This affected his physical condition. It has worsened even further. As for Yi Xiuyu's elbow strike, it almost damaged Zhao Xinghan's foundation. Du Yiming looked at Zhao Xinghan and couldn't help but shake his head. Without spiritual herbs, Zhao Xinghan's cultivation speed will likely be affected. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiuyu a few more times. Yi Xiuyu definitely knows Zhao Xinghan's background. Even so, he had already decided to kill Zhao Xinghan. This temperament and decisiveness. He's a promising talent. However, since Yi Xiuyu seriously injured Zhao Xinghan, the Zhao family in Yanjing will probably not let it go. The Zhao family's influence extends throughout Yanqing University. In Du Yiming's view, with Yi Xiuyu's talent, he would eventually join Yanqing University. That's Zhao family territory. It wouldn't be surprising if Yi Xiuyu went there and ended up ruined. Fine, since I've finally met a young man I like, I'll help you out. However, this matter can only be discussed after the special abilities martial arts exam is over. Thinking of this, Du Yiming addressed the remaining examinees. Anyone else want to take on the challenge? The group looked at each other, lost in thought. Yi Xiuyu is ranked first on the points leaderboard. He demonstrated his strength in his battle with Zhao Xinghan and gained the recognition of everyone. Although everyone coveted the first place position, but no one was willing to overestimate their abilities and challenge Yi Xiuyu. Zhao Xinghan, who came in second, is currently in a coma. There is no rule prohibiting contestants from being challenged during the ranking competition. But he was a member of the Zhao family in Yanjing, and the other two candidates from Yanjing were unwilling to risk their lives. Meng Xiyun, who came in third, is a newcomer. However, the Meng family had already announced that they would bring Meng Xiyun back to the Meng family after the martial arts exam for supernatural abilities. Meng Yunfan personally acted as a bodyguard again. Come and support Meng Xiyun. Therefore, this woman is not easy to get close to. As for Meng Yunfan in fourth place and Zhang Ziqian in fifth place, both of them were originally among the top 3 contestants. Now they've fallen to fourth and fifth place. Even if they wanted to challenge, they didn't have the ability. After thinking it over, there's no one left who can challenge me. Zhang Ziqian looked at Yi Xiuyu, his eyes filled with struggle. If I followed my usual temperament, if he had encountered an opponent like Yi Xiuyu, he would have rushed up and fought him long ago. Zhang Ziqian enjoys fighting. He also enjoyed the process of fighting. Winning or losing doesn't mean that much to him anymore. But the special ability martial arts exam is completely different from ordinary combat. Zhang Ziqian, a test taker from Shanghai. He bears a certain responsibility. He had previously thought he was sure he could make it into the top 3 in the martial arts exam, which is why he recklessly challenged Zhao Xinghan to a duel. But now, I've already become number 5 on the leaderboard. Zhang Ziqian really wanted to challenge Yi Xiuyu. But after watching the battle between Yi Xiuyu and Zhao Xinghan, Zhang Ziqian had to admit that he was no match for Yi Xiuyu at the moment. Knowing they were outmatched, if he were to waste his only chance to challenge Yi Xiuyu again, even he himself couldn't forgive himself.
After a period of internal struggle, Zhang Ziqian finally raised his hand.
Teacher Du, I choose to challenge Zhao Xinghan. Du Yiming nodded secretly. He wholeheartedly approved of Zhang Ziqian's choice. Shanghai University and Yenqing University have always been rivals.
Therefore, the candidates in Shanghai and Beijing. It doesn't just represent myself, but also the university behind me. If this is Zhang Ziqian's opportunity to challenge. They didn't choose Zhao Xinghan, but chose someone else instead. If I let Peking University take the top 3 spots in this supernatural martial arts exam, I will truly be disappointed. Du Yiming did not hesitate.
The results were announced crisply and decisively. The winner is Zhang Ziqian. Phew.
After sighing, Zhang Ziqian turned his gaze to Meng Yunfan.
I got second place, are you sure you don't want to win it back for Yenqing University? Meng Yunfan shook his head and said, let's forget it, we're good enough as long as we get first place. How can you be so sure that Yi Xiuyu will join Peking University? I believe that as long as he's not stupid, he'll definitely make the right choice. Seeing that Meng Yunfan did not intend to make a move,
a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhang Ziqian's eyes. Du Yiming stood on the arena and asked loudly,
anyone else want to issue a challenge? If not, the ranking match is over.
I hereby announce that the champion of this year's martial arts examination is
Yi Xiuyu. Chapter 43 The Boiling Green Vine Examination Hall. Ado City, Ado High School.
The moment Principal Song Fong heard that Yi Xiuyu was the champion,
he was so excited that he fainted. The teachers around him were busy cheering and no one paid any attention to him.
In the end, it was Sun Guoping who accidentally discovered Song Fong lying on the ground.
After a flurry of frantic rescue efforts, Song Fong finally slowly woke up.
The first thing he did upon waking was to grab Sun Guoping's hand and ask anxiously,
is Yi Xiuyu really the champion?
Sun Guoping nodded vigorously, his face still showing barely concealed excitement.
Yes, Principal, Yi Xiuyu is the champion. He really is the champion.
Song Fong looked somewhat dazed as he glanced around at the teachers and students cheering wildly.
He couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking up at the sky. Ha 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 ha.
Song Fong's laughter started softly, then gradually grew louder.
Martial arts exam champion.
I never imagined that in my lifetime, I, Song Fong, would see Qingtang High School produce a martial arts champion.
Yes. Sun Guoping nodded, feeling quite emotional.
Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing who awakened an E-level talent and was quite famous in school would turn out to be? In the end, he actually won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam. At this moment, Sun Guoping was extremely grateful that he hadn't let those misunderstandings get the better of him.
And do anything bad to Yi Xiuyu?
Within the Azure Cloud's secret realm,
after Du Yiming announced Yi Xiuyu as the champion,
he took out a jade slip from his pocket and crushed it in one go.
The shattered jade slip transformed into light.
Eventually, they converged into several gates of light.
Du Yiming pointed to one of the light gates and said, the supernatural martial arts exam is over.
Everyone, please leave through your respective portals to return to your exam rooms. Meng Yunfan glanced at Yi Xiuyu and then said with a smile,
Brother Yi, I'll be waiting for you at Yenqing University.
After he finished speaking, he entered the light gate of Yenjing and left the Qingyun secret realm.
TCH.
Zhang Ziqian, who was not far away, muttered in dissatisfaction after seeing this scene.
After hesitating for a moment, he finally walked up to Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu, is it? You are indeed very strong, but I will not lose to you. Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow.
He looked Zhang Ziqian up and down. He reached out and patted Zhang Ziqian on the shoulder, saying,
come on.
Zhang Ziqian stared at Yi Xiuyu's departing figure, stunned for a moment. The light gate to the Qingtang examination hall was to Du Yiming's right. When Yi Xiuyu walked to the gate of light, Du Yiming, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Young friend Yi, if you have the chance, you can come and visit our Yunqing branch of the Huaxia Supernatural Abilities Association.
I'll be there. Yi Xiuyu was taken aback. This is an invitation to me? He replied with a solemn expression. Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Du. Under Du Yiming's watchful gaze, Yi Xiuyu walked straight into the portal. At this time, the military examination site of the Qingtang City military region. Those candidates who had already been eliminated spontaneously formed a queue. Their eyes remained fixed on the portal of light ahead. They were waiting for Yi Xiuyu to arrive.
Song Zhengfeng looked at the group of examinees not far away, his eyes filled with emotion. I never expected that a small place like Qingtang City could produce a champion in the supernatural martial arts exam. In the last 10 years, champions of all previous supernatural martial arts exams, almost all of them ended up in the hands of candidates from prominent families in Yanjing. This is why Yanqing University has such a strong reputation. One of the reasons is that it far surpasses Shanghai University and Yunqing University, which are also among the top 3 universities in China. Yi Xiuyu's appearance. In a sense, this broke Yanqing University's monopoly and control over the champion of the special ability martial arts exam. Presumably, neither Shanghai University nor Yunqing University will give up this opportunity to compete for Yi Xiuyu, the martial arts exam champion. Song Zhengfeng could almost imagine it. The scene depicts the 3 great powers of China vying for Yi Xiuyu. It looks like Qingtang City is going to be quite lively for a while. Just as Song Zhengfeng was sighing, the portal in the distance suddenly brightened a bit. Then, 2 figures emerged from the portal, one after the other. The person in the lead was none other than Yi Xiuyu, the champion of this martial arts exam with supernatural abilities. The candidates at the scene were stunned for a moment. Then, a huge cheer erupted. Champion! Champion! Yi Shun! Yi Shun! Champion! Champion! Yi Shun! Yi Shun! Hearing the deafening cheers, Yi Xiuyu stood frozen in place. He, Meng Xian chuckled softly from the side. He said with a hint of sarcasm, "Looks like you've become a celebrity, Yishin." In just a short while, Song Zhengfeng had already stepped in front of Yi Xiuyu. He smiled at Yi Xiuyu and said, "Student Yi, on behalf of all the military units stationed in Qingtang City, I congratulate you on winning the supernatural martial arts exam." Song Zhengfeng was gentle and approachable, without the slightest airs. After all, a genius like Yi Xiuyu, once they graduate from university, they will inevitably become the target of competition among various forces. The military, families, superpower associations, and various organizations. They will extend an olive branch to Yi Xiuyu. It's never a bad thing to try and improve my standing with Yi Xiuyu beforehand. Yi Xiuyu saw that Song Zhengfeng had taken the initiative to greet him. His expression hardened, and he replied seriously, "Thank you, Commander Song, and all the soldiers for your congratulations. For these warriors fighting on the front lines against the ferocious beasts. Yi Xiuyu has always held him in the highest esteem." Ha 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 ha. Song Zhengfeng laughed heartily. "Why call me Commander Song? If you don't mind, just call me Brother Song." Brother Song. Yi Xiuyu's respect for him made Song Zhengfeng feel very pleased. As a genius, he was not arrogant but possessed a strong sense of integrity. Based on this kind of mentality, as long as he doesn't die halfway through, given time, Yi Xiuyu will surely become one of the pillars of China. Thinking of this, Commander Song took out a card from his pocket. "You take this. I imagine your teachers and classmates are waiting for you at school right now, so I won't keep you any longer." "This is?" "It's nothing, just a military pass. Consider it a little gift from me. If anything happens in the future, having this will make things much easier for you in the military region." After carefully putting it away, Yi Xiuyu replied in a serious tone, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Song." Seeing that Yi Xiuyu didn't hesitate but readily accepted the pass, Song Zhengfeng, the admiration in his eyes deepened even more. "Little Li. Here I am, Commander Song. Go arrange a car and make sure to personally escort Brother Yi back to Qingtang High School." "Yes." Xiao Li's eyes brightened a bit. His comrades, however, showed a hint of regret in their eyes. Yi Xiuyu frowned and said with some helplessness, "Brother Song, isn't this a bit too much trouble?" Song Zhengfeng laughed and scolded, "What's the trouble? These brats are more than happy to see you off. Besides, with your current popularity, do you dare to take a bus back?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuyu looked up at the group of agitated examinees not far away. After pondering for a moment, he said to Xiao Li, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Li." Xiao Li quickly waved his hand, "No trouble at all. Student Yi, this way please." And so, Yi Xiuyu rode in a private car. I'm back at Qingtang High School. Chapter 44. Meng Xiyun, deeply affected. After Yi Xiuyu left, Song Zhengfeng took out his phone. He called Zhou Shichen, who was on duty at the Beast Gate in Qingtang City. Beep.
The phone rang only once before it was answered. Hey, brother Song. Sigh.
Song Zhengfeng sighed, saying with a look of emotion, Shurchen, you've really found a treasure this time. Yi Xiuyu won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam.
Song Jingfeng's tone was filled with undisguised shock.
Even now, he still has a sense of unreality in his heart.
Ha 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 ha. Zhou Shurchen's excited laughter reached Song Jingfeng's ears through the phone. I saw it.
This kid's achievement really exceeded my expectations.
My initial estimate for his performance was that he would only be in the top 500.
I never expected him to give me such a big surprise.
First place in the martial arts exam. That's the top scorer in the martial arts exam.
In previous years, this ranking has always been controlled by the children of large families.
To become a true strongman,
talent, temperament, and resources are all indispensable.
Zhou Shurchen never doubted Yi Xiuyu's character. As for talent, he can engage in close-quarters combat with a high-level, first-tier bloodthirsty demonic ape. With this monstrous body, even if Yi Xiuyu really only awakened an E-level ability, even at the first-tier ability user stage, he could still hold a considerable advantage. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu's only absolute disadvantage was... Actually, it's his background.
The reason why scions of powerful families were able to dominate the top spots on the rankings in the martial arts exam with special abilities is,
besides talent, the most important reason.
It's their families who can provide them with enough cultivation resources.
And this is precisely Yi Xiuyu's disadvantage. This is why Zhou Shurchen never imagined that Yi Xiuyu could win the championship.
Yi Xiuyu has now achieved such incredible results.
This is enough to prove that his talent is far more terrifying than he had imagined.
Thinking of this, Zhou Shurchen quickly asked on the phone.
Brother Song, what exactly are the higher-ups thinking about Yi Xiuyu's matter? Sigh. Song Zhengfeng couldn't help but sigh and said, this is my fault, I didn't pay enough attention to it before.
Now that Yi Xiuyu has won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam, the higher-ups definitely want to recruit him. But as you know, given the situation of our Xuanwu army, it's estimated that we'll have a hard time competing with the Qinglong army.
Zhou Shurchen asked somewhat unwillingly. So we're just going to hand it over like that?
I was the first to discover Yi Xiuyu's potential.
If the Azure Dragon army ends up getting the better deal,
I simply cannot swallow this insult.
Shurchen, don't worry. Song Zhengfeng comforted him over the phone.
There might still be a chance for things to turn around. Zhou Shurchen was taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly asked.
Brother Song, does that mean you've thought of a good idea? It can only be considered an experiment.
Song Zhengfeng slowly revealed his plan. Although I only had brief contact with Yi Xiuyu, I could tell that he is a very loyal and affectionate person at heart. I think we can start from this aspect and make plans in advance. A hint of understanding flashed in Zhou Shurchen's eyes.
You mean, we can try our best to gain Yi Xiuyu's favor to increase the likelihood of him choosing the Xuanwu army? Song Zhengfeng nodded, yes.
Among the 4 divine beasts' armies, if we're comparing cultivation resources, our Xuanwu army is second to none.
As long as Yi Xiuyu can join the Xuanwu army, how can we not give him resources? They will definitely not be less than those given to the Qinglong army. Zhou Shurchen said firmly. I understand.
I will find an opportunity to meet with Yi Xiuyu before he leaves Qingtang City.
As for the other cities, don't worry about that, I'll try my best to negotiate with the higher-ups. On the way back to Qingtang High School, Meng Xiyun simply couldn't suppress her curiosity.
She nudged Yi Xiuyu's arm and asked, Brother Yi, how exactly did you kill that tier 2 low-level ferocious beast in the Azure Cloud secret realm?
Without Meng Yunfan's help. Even that peak first-tier ferocious beast, he couldn't defeat.
Meng Xiyun couldn't understand how Yi Xiuyu had killed that tier 2 low-level ferocious beast. Upon hearing the address Meng Xiyun used,
Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow and said with a strange expression, Brother Yi? Yes, is there a problem?
Meng Xiyun explained confidently.
I checked, your birthday is older than mine, so I can't exactly call you little brother Yi, can I?
Yi Xiuyu said in a low, melancholy tone.
Didn't you always call me classmate Yi before? That's because we weren't this familiar with each other before. Okay. But if you call me brother Yi, then what should I do?
Meng Xiyun promptly picked up the conversation. Brother Yi, you can just call me Xiyun.
So, can I tell you now? Actually, it's nothing.
Yi Xiuyu said in a calm tone.
Although second-tier ferocious beasts can already use supernatural abilities, their control over these abilities is still very rudimentary.
To defeat them, all you need to do is surpass the ferocious beasts in physical strength and speed. How is it possible that their physical strength surpasses that of a low-level second-tier ferocious beast?
Meng Shiyun's face was filled with disbelief.
If someone else had said this, I would have thought they were bragging.
Yi Xiuyu retorted, "Why is it impossible? Didn't you see me wrestling with ferocious beasts during wilderness survival drills?
But back then you were fighting a first-tier ferocious beast, while this time it's a second-tier ferocious beast.
Is there any difference?" Meng Shiyun said, somewhat speechless, "The difference is huge, okay?
The increase in strength between major realms is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Otherwise, why do you think Meng Yunfan and the others never considered hunting that tier 2 low-level ferocious beast? Because they know very well that unless they are an unparalleled genius who has awakened an SSS level talent, it is impossible for anyone to kill a second-tier ferocious beast while only having a first-tier cultivation level. No, I haven't awakened an SSS level talent, but I can still kill a second-tier ferocious beast."
"You're a freak." Meng Shiyun suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She was clearly the genius who awakened an SS level ability. How can he compare to Yi Xiuyu? Do I feel like an ordinary person who has never seen the world? Phew. I'm not talking anymore, I'm going to sleep. Yi Xiuyu is a freak. In order to protect their fragile pride,
Meng Shiyun decided to stop talking to him for the time being. Seeing that Meng Shiyun had entered a state of semi-sleep,
Yi Xiuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he has lived 2 lives, he actually has no experience in dealing with girls.
If I had a choice,
he still prefers to fight against ferocious beasts. If Meng Shiyun knew what Yi Xiuyu was thinking, she would probably be so angry that she would tear him to pieces on the spot.
Chapter 45: Yi Xiuyu's New Troubles.
At the entrance of Qingtang High School, Principal Song Fong personally led the school's teachers and students together. They lined up to welcome Yi Xiuyu back to school. Seeing that Yi Xiuyu had not yet appeared, Song Fong couldn't help but mutter to himself,
"Why hasn't Yi Xiuyu come back yet? Could something have happened to him?"
Sun Guoping, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and gently comforted him.
"Principal, don't worry. With Commander Song from the military region here, Yi Xiuyu will be fine.
I reckon he should be on his way back by now."
Song Fong and Sun Guoping were unaware that
the military vehicle responsible for escorting Yi Xiuyu first took Meng Shiyun back to the Meng family. I never planned to come to Qingtang High School. Instead, at Yi Xiuyu's request, they sent him directly home.
"Brotherly, thank you for bringing me back."
Yi Xiuyu looked at Shaoli and said sincerely. Shaoli scratched his head and replied with a sheepish smile, "It's nothing, it's what I should do." Seeing that Yi Xiuyu had arrived home safely, Shaoli took the opportunity to say goodbye.
"If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." After Yi Xiuyu returned home,
he buried his head in the simple bed at home.
In order to obtain more ability points,
during the martial arts exam for superpowers, I hardly had any rest.
He almost constantly repeated the process of finding and killing ferocious beasts.
The process of searching for and killing the ferocious beast continues.
The continuous high-intensity, high-frequency battles placed a tremendous burden on Yi Xiuyu's mental well-being.
But precisely because of this, Yi Xiuyu, in just 3 days, in total, 1 tier 2 low-level ferocious beast and 1 tier 1 peak ferocious beast were killed. More than a dozen first-tier high-level ferocious beasts, more than 30 first-tier mid-level ferocious beasts, and more than 60 first-tier low-level ferocious beasts. While he was plundering tens of thousands of ability points. With an absolute advantage of 175,432 points, they won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam.
To achieve such results,
Yi Xiuyu felt incredibly satisfied.
Now that the special abilities martial arts exam is over, the tension in his mind finally eased. And this relaxation,
Yi Xiuyu felt a wave of weariness wash over him. He lay there on the bed and quickly fell asleep. He slept for more than 2 hours. If it weren't for the constant buzzing of my cell phone in my ear, I disturbed Yi Xiuyu's sweet dream. He doesn't know how long he'll be sleeping.
Yi
Xiuyu stretched comfortably.
Only then did he casually pick up his phone.
"Hello, this is Yi Xiuyu."
Yi, hello, I'm your principal, Song Fong." "Song Fong?"
Yi Xiuyu frowned, but quickly recalled. This Song Fong is the principal of Qingtang High School. Previously, he and Song Fong had never crossed paths. Now, Song Fong has suddenly taken the initiative to call him.
The reason for this is
Yi Xiuyu was naturally very clear about this.
Principal Song, is there something you need that's causing me this sudden call?
Yi Xiuyu's tone was devoid of any emotion. But Song Fong sensed something unusual in the word suddenly.
Ha 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 ha.
After laughing a few times, Song Fong continued.
That's right, Yi.
To congratulate you on winning the championship in the Special Abilities Martial Arts exam, your homeroom teacher, Mr. Sun, your classmates, and I have prepared a celebration ceremony for you.
I noticed you hadn't returned to school, so I called to ask where you were now. Snort.
Upon hearing Song Fong's words, Yi Xiuyu sneered inwardly, his expression showing disdain.
Back when I was in school.
Because of the fact that he had awakened an E-level superpower, he had suffered a lot of criticism. As the principal of Qingtang High School,
Song Fong couldn't possibly be unaware of this. But from beginning to end, Song Fong never stood up to stop it.
Now he has won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam. He then came over and tried to curry favor with him.
Don't you think it's getting a little late?
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said calmly. Principal Song, I'm sorry, I just finished the supernatural martial arts exam and I'm really tired.
No need for congratulations, I just want to get some rest.
This. Song Fong hesitated for a moment, then quickly said.
I'm sorry, Yi, I didn't think this through. Since you're feeling a bit tired, you should rest first.
We can talk about the congratulations another day.
Okay. Principal Song, I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep.
Song Fong stared at his phone, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty.
Upon seeing this, Sun Guoping's heart sank.
He moved closer to Song Fong and asked cautiously.
Principal, is Yi Xiuyu still coming? Come here? What the hell are you talking about? Song Fong's face was ashen.
After scanning the room, he said decisively. From today onwards, I do not want any more rumors about Yi Xiuyu being a good-for-nothing to appear in Qingtang High School.
Did you understand?
The teachers, including Sun Guoping, were stunned for a moment, then replied in unison, we understand.
Song Fong nodded in satisfaction.
Furthermore, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If I find out that any of you are involved, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Song Fong glared at everyone before turning and leaving.
Yi Xiuyu was unaware that because of him, the teaching staff at Qingtang High School has experienced a major upheaval. Yi Xiuyu sat on the bed, looking at the system panel, lost in thought.
Name, Yi Xiuyu.
Level, Peak Tier 1+. Special ability, Space Type, Grade A. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional/Devouring.
Physical Constitution, 2012. Spirit, 1820. Combat Techniques, Bajiquan Benquan Beginner Plus, Suanbu First Level Plus. Special Ability Points, 4,021 points. The superpower points he has accumulated now. That's enough to level up again. However, Yi Xiuyu has no intention of leveling up. He had just demonstrated his peak first-tier cultivation level in the supernatural martial arts exam. He made a breakthrough right after leaving the examination room, which inevitably aroused suspicion from others. Moreover, he possesses the cultivation level of a peak first-tier cultivator. Among all the candidates, this is already at the top-tier level. There's no need to keep improving at this point. Soon, I will begin my university life. Who knows how many places will need to use superpower points by then? Instead of rushing to improve strength, it would be better to save the ability points and use them to deal with emergencies. Thinking about the matter of superpower points, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel worried. He originally thought that gaining over 10,000 ability points was already quite a lot. Now it seems not enough, far from enough. The improvement of supernatural ability quality, level, and combat skills. All of these require special ability points. There's still some time before I enter university. Yi Xiuyu was thinking. Is there any place? How can I continue to harvest superpower points? Chapter 46. Zhou Shichen takes the initiative to visit Dream Villa. Meng Xiaotian looked at his daughter. His eyes were full of pride. Shiyun, I never expected that you would actually get third place in the supernatural martial arts exam. Meng Shiyun shook her head and explained. This is not my true strength.
I was able to achieve this ranking entirely because of Meng Yunfan from the Meng family of Yinjing.
Dad, tell me honestly, what exactly is our relationship with the Meng family of Yinjing? Meng Xiaotian said, didn't I tell you before? We are a branch of the Meng family in Yinjing.
Meng Shiyun frowned slightly, looking puzzled, and said,
SS-level superpowers are rare, but the Meng family isn't without them. If my family is just a branch of the Meng family in Yinjing, then they wouldn't need to go to this lengths for me, would they? Sigh. Meng Xiaotian sighed and said,
I originally planned to have the Meng family in Yinjing tell you about this. But since you have questions, I'll tell you.
The Meng family possesses an SSS-level combat skill. After a superhuman trains in it, there is a certain chance that they can raise their superhuman ability to the next level. If you cultivate that combat technique, there's a chance your superpower will evolve into an SSS-level ability. Now you understand why they value you so much, right?
Meng Shiyun's eyes were filled with shock. If such a heaven-defying cultivation technique existed, wouldn't the Meng family have already dominated the world?
Meng Xiaotian smiled and said, it's not as simple as you think.
To master this combat technique, an ability user's ability level must first reach S rank.
This alone has already eliminated more than 99% of the candidates.
Furthermore, the probability of that combat technique successfully increasing one's ability level is extremely low. As far as I know, over the years, the number of people in the entire Meng family who have successfully mastered that combat technique can be counted on one hand.
Moreover, those people were all S-class ability users at the beginning. Not a single SS-level superhuman. If that's the case, then why did they? Meng Xiyan didn't continue, but Meng Xiaotian already knew what she was thinking. You mean to ask, since the success rate is so low, why are they still so interested in you, right? Meng Shiyun nodded silently.
Meng Xiaotian said with a serious expression. That's because an SSS-level ability user can make the Meng family, like the Long family of Yinjing, become a truly top family in China.
The Yinjing Meng family will never overlook even the slightest possibility.
Moreover, even if your special ability can't be transformed, that combat technique can still enhance the power of your special ability. That's why I agreed to let you join Yinjing Dream family.
All you need to do is focus on your cultivation. Don't worry about these things.
A look of understanding appeared in Meng Shiyun's eyes.
I see. Meng Xiaotian smiled and said, let's not talk about that.
You're taking the martial arts exam with Yi Xiuyu this time.
Tell me your thoughts on him. Upon hearing Meng Xiaotian mention Yi Xiuyu, a look of dejection involuntarily appeared on Meng Shiyun's face. Dad, am I a genius?
Meng Xiaotian nodded and said with a proud expression.
Of course, even in the whole of China, my daughter is an absolute genius.
Meng Shiyun said with some distress. But, in front of Yi Xiuyu, I don't feel like a genius at all. He only awakened an E-level talent, but his strength is terrifying.
Dad, do you know what?
On the way back, I asked him how he killed that tier 2 low-level ferocious beast.
Do you know what his answer was to me back then? Oh. A look of curiosity appeared on Meng Xiaotian's face. What did he answer? Let me teach you.
Ahem, Meng Shiyun cleared her throat, trying her best to mimic Yi Xiuyu's expression as she spoke. It's very simple, just surpass the ferocious beast in physical strength and speed.
Dad, listen to this. Is this even human language? Even for enhancement-type superhumans.
There's no way to surpass the ferocious beast in terms of physical strength.
Meng Shiyun couldn't understand how Yi Xiuyu could say such a thing with such a nonchalant expression. Ha 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 ha. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Meng Xiaotian couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Meng Shiyun glared at him with displeasure.
Dad, you're still laughing, aren't you?
Meng Xiaotian replied with a smile, I was just thinking that it might be a good thing if someone can make you feel pressure.
Your intuition is correct.
Yi Xiuyu's spatial ability has likely awakened a second time.
What? A second awakening of superpowers? Yes. When Yi Xiuyu fought the second-tier low-level ferocious beast, the Hellhound, he used a vortex to neutralize the Hellhound's fire pillar ability. That move looks a lot like a spatial absorption skill. If I remember correctly, Yi Xiuyu originally awakened a spatial skill, such as an alternate dimension, right? Meng Shiyun nodded, yes. Then that's it. Meng Xiaotian continued.
Yi Xiuyu suddenly gained a spatial ability. I can't think of any other reason besides a second awakening of his superpower. Based on what he has shown so far, I cannot determine his level of ability yet.
But it should be at least S rank. A spatial ability no lower than S rank. Meng Shiyun was stunned.
If that were really the case, then her only advantage would also disappear.
It seems I need to work harder if I want to catch up with him.
In the evening, at Yi Xiaoyu's residence.
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yi Xiaoyu frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes.
It's so late, who would come looking for me? He became somewhat wary and tiptoed to the door. However, when Yi Xiaoyu looked through the peephole, he was somewhat surprised to see the people standing outside. The person standing outside the door was none other than Zhou Shurchen of the Xuanwu army. Yi Xiaoyu quickly opened the door.
Captain Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Shurchen laughed and said, I just heard you won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam, so I came to congratulate you.
How was it?
Did I disturb your rest? Yi Xiaoyu quickly shook his head, no.
Captain Zhou, come in and let's talk.
He stepped aside and invited Zhou Shurchen inside.
Don't call me Captain Zhou. I'm actually a few years older than you. From now on, just call me Brother Zhou.
As Zhou Shurchen spoke, he stepped into Yi Xiaoyu's home. Chapter 47, An Invitation to Cooperation, a new opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts.
After Zhou Shurchen entered the room,
before Yi Xiaoyu could speak, he took the initiative to speak.
Brother Yi, I'm in a tight schedule this time, so I won't beat around the bush with you.
Yi Xiaoyu smiled and said, Yeah, Brother Zhou, just tell me what's on your mind.
Zhou Shurchen's expression became more serious.
Now that you have won the martial arts exam, all the universities in the country, including the top 3 in China, will extend invitations to you.
Have you thought about which school you want to choose? Upon hearing Zhou Shurchen's question, Yi Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. This matter concerns my own vital interests. He really did his homework beforehand.
When it comes to universities in China, the most famous are undoubtedly the 3 major universities in China.
These are Yenqing University, Shanghai University, and Yunqing University.
In recent years, Yenqing University has won 3 consecutive championships in the National College Superpower League. Whether it's the quality of the teaching staff or the overall quality of the students,
Yenqing University is superior to Shanghai University and Yunqing University. Adhering to the principle of choosing the best option, Yi Xiaoyu would still prefer to choose Yenqing University.
Of course, the final choice will depend on the conditions offered by the schools. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyu said to Zhou Shurchen,
If the conditions offered by the 3 major universities in China are similar, I'd personally prefer to choose Yenqing University. Zhou Shurchen was not surprised at all by Yi Xiaoyu's choice. After all, Yenqing University is the best university in China today, without a doubt. If it weren't for Zhao Xinghan's matter, Zhou Shurchen would also strongly recommend Yi Xiaoyu to choose Yenqing University.
Yenqing University's teaching strength is indeed very strong, but there's something you might not know.
Oh?
Yi Xiaoyu's face showed a hint of surprise.
I wonder what you're referring to, Brother Zhou? Zhou Shurchen sighed and said,
Today, more than 1/3 of the leadership at Yenqing University comes from the Zhao family of Yenqing.
Zhao Xinghan's family?
Yes, that's right. Of the remaining 2/3, more than half are also supporters of the Zhao family.
Zhou Shurchen stopped there. But Yi Xiaoyu already understood what Zhou Shurchen wanted to express.
In the Azure Cloud's secret realm, he had a conflict with Zhao Xinghan of the Zhao family in Yenqing. Zhou Shurchen pointed out the Zhao family,
the extent of their influence within Yenqing University.
This was a subtle warning to himself that if he were to choose to enter Yenqing University, he must be careful of the Zhao family.
What made Zhou Shurchen make a special trip to remind him? It seems the Zhao family of Yenqing doesn't have a very good reputation.
During previous contact with Zhao Xinghan,
Yi Xiaoyu had a vague feeling about it. The Zhao family of Yenqing is able to cultivate such a young man. I imagine the family's atmosphere isn't much better. If that's the case, regarding the choice of school, I probably need to be more cautious.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyu said to Zhou Shurchen with a grateful expression,
Thank you, Brother Zhou. I'll remember this.
Zhou Shurchen waved his hand. It's nothing serious, no need to be so polite.
But Zhou Shurchen changed the subject.
If you choose Peking University, you can get to know the Meng family better.
Yi Xiaoyu frowned. The Meng family?
Yes, the Meng family.
At Peking University, besides the Zhao family, the Meng family's strength should not be underestimated. The Meng family, like the Zhao family, is one of the three major families in Yanjing.
With your talent, if you gain the support of the Meng family, the Zhao family wouldn't dare to do anything to you easily. When the Meng family is mentioned, the first person that comes to Yi Xiuyu's mind is Meng Yunfan. Although Meng Yunfan's ranking is below Zhao Xinghan's. But Yi Xiuyu's intuition told him
Meng Yunfan's strength should be above Zhao Xinghan's. He's unwilling to reveal his true strength, he must be plotting something. The Meng family and the Zhao family, these are scions of prominent families.
He does indeed possess some strength.
Hey, brother Zhou.
Yi Xiuyu looked at Zhou Shichen and asked curiously.
As far as I know, the leading family among the three major families in Yanjing should be the Long family, right? Given the Long family's strength, how could they just stand by and watch the Zhao family control Peking University? Zhou Shichen's expression became more serious.
That's because the children of the Long family have never entered schools to cultivate. They are sent to the battlefield at a very young age to fight against ferocious beasts. The members of the Azure Dragon Army are mainly members of the Dragon family. The Long family has always been at the forefront of battles against ferocious beasts.
For Zhou Shichen,
I still have great respect for them.
So that's how it is. Yi Xiuyu nodded. Through Zhou Shichen's introduction,
I finally figured out the situation in Yanjing.
Brother Zhou, thank you so much this time. This information is very important to me. Seeing this, Zhou Shichen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
It seems Song Zhengfeng guessed correctly. Yi Xiuyu is indeed a person who values loyalty and righteousness. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Perhaps we'll have the opportunity to work together again in the future.
Cooperation?
Yi Xiuyu asked after hearing Zhou Shichen's words.
A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He had been worrying about where to hunt ferocious beasts before entering university. What Zhou Shichen just said. This did serve as a reminder to Yi Xiuyu. I could totally cooperate with the Xuanwu army. Their encampment was located near the Gate of the Beasts. Aren't there places teeming with ferocious beasts?
Yi Xiuyu rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly.
Brother Zhou, is the collaboration you mentioned really true?
Zhou Shichen was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, of course it's true.
That's how it is.
Yi Xiuyu's expression became more serious.
I feel I lack combat experience and would like to gain some experience in your army. What do you think?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Shichen's expression became somewhat strange.
He couldn't help but start to have doubts.
I had seen Yi Xiuyu's battle in the Qingyun secret realm before.
Based on the combat experience he demonstrated,
anyone who dares to say that Yi Xiuyu lacks experience,
the people in my team are simply useless. Although Zhou Shichen was unaware of the truth, Yi Xiuyu's purpose in doing this.
However, this did not prevent Zhou Shichen from agreeing with Yi Xiuyu's suggestion.
Anyway, Song Zhengfeng's requirements. He wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Xiuyu.
If only I could fight alongside Yi Xiuyu against the ferocious beasts. Given Yi Xiuyu's loyal and righteous character,
won't your favorability rating skyrocket? Brother Yi, this is no problem, leave it to me.
However, before you officially join our army, I still need to report to my superiors. So, I'll have to trouble you to wait a few more days for news. Yi Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed expression.
That's only right. I'll take this time to try and choose a good school. Okay, shall we contact each other again later? Good. After Zhou Shichen left, Yi Xiuyu's face showed an excited smile. This trip not only helped him understand the situation at Yanqing University, it also helped me resolve the issue of my special ability points.
Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh.
Zhou Shichen is truly a lucky general. Chapter 48 Beautiful Mentor Mu Qingwan. Early the next morning,
Yi Xiuyu then received a call from Song Feng.
Hey, Yi, where are you right now? Song Feng's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. I'm home. What's wrong? Hurry up and come to the school. The admissions officers from Peking University, Shanghai University, and Yunqing University have already arrived.
Yi Xiuyu said with some surprise.
Did the admissions officers arrive so quickly?
My city, Chengtang, is located in the westernmost part of China. Even the nearest university, Yunqing University, takes most of a day to get there.
According to Yi Xiuyu's prediction, The admissions officers from the 3 top universities in China. The earliest I can get there is tomorrow night.
To my surprise, they arrived this morning. Thinking of this, Yi Shouyu said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Song Fong quickly replied, "No need, just wait at the entrance of the community.
I've already sent a car to pick you up."
Qingtang High School, VIP reception room.
After serving hot tea to the admissions officers from the 3 major universities in China, Song Fong,
he said with a respectful expression, "I'd appreciate it if you could take a short rest here, teachers. Yi Shouyu is already on his way and should arrive in about 10 minutes.
Song Fong adopted a very humble attitude.
He was considered a prominent figure in Qingtang City. But in front of these admissions officers, he dared not show the slightest airs. Leaving aside the background of this group of people,
it was from them that the aura of high-level superhumans unintentionally emanated. This also made Song Fong's heart tremble slightly. Wang Liyuan, the admissions officer from Yunqing University, waved to Song Fong.
He said in a gentle tone,
"It's all right, Principal Song, you go ahead and do your work.
We'll just wait here for a bit."
After Song Fong left, Zhao Bin, the admissions officer from Yenqing University,
looking to his left, he said, "I really didn't expect that Shanghai University would actually send you here this time, Mu Qingwan." Zhao Bin stared intently at Mu Qingwan. His eyes held a deep, undisguised fervor. Mu Qingwan, a genius and star tutor at Shanghai University.
She not only awakened an SS-level holy light type ability.
Moreover, at the age of 27, his cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 6th rank.
Just one step away from reaching the 7th level. To become a master-level superhuman.
More importantly, Mu Qingwan is not only incredibly talented, but also a beautiful woman. Her devilish figure and innocent face. This attracted many talented disciples from various families to become her suitors. If Mu Qingwan weren't so cold-hearted and rarely went out, just based on her living brand alone, the enrollment rate of universities in Shanghai will likely increase by at least 10%. Unexpectedly, the admissions officers from Shanghai University this time.
It was actually Mu Qingwan.
It seems that Shanghai University is determined to get Yi Shouyu. Mu Qingwan felt Zhao Bin's burning gaze beside her. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but let out a cold snort.
Snort. Seeing this, Wang Liyuan couldn't help but feel bitter inside. Yenqing University ranks first in overall strength among all the supernatural ability schools in China. The second-ranked university, Shanghai University, once again sent Mu Qingwan as its admissions officer. How am I supposed to poach people now?
If I had known this was a hot potato. I never imagined that no matter how hard I tried to hide, it would eventually fall into my hands. Zhao Bin stared at Mu Qingwan for a long while.
Only then did he reluctantly turn his gaze away. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said in a domineering tone, "Gentlemen, I won't bother with any more formalities.
I don't care who you came here for.
Let me state this beforehand, Yi Shouyu, I'm definitely taking Yenqing University." Wang Liyuan frowned. They're Yunqing University. Compared to Yenqing University, its competitiveness is indeed somewhat weaker.
But this doesn't mean that Zhao Bin can back down with just one sentence. "Zhao Bin, Yi Shouyu isn't an examinee from your Yenqing. Why should you decide whether to accept him or not? I was even saying that Yunqing University was definitely going to be ours." Zhao Bin glanced at Wang Liyuan and said with a disdainful look,
"Wang Liyuan, don't you have any self-awareness about what kind of university Yunqing University is?
If it weren't for Song Wu from Songzhou being unexpectedly eliminated this year, Songzhou University would probably have replaced your Yunqing University and become one of the new top 3 universities in China.
Do you have the ability to compete with me for Yi Shouyu?"
Zhao Bin's eyes were full of disdain.
Wang Liyuan wanted to refute this.
Unfortunately, although Zhao Bin's words were unpleasant to hear, they were all true. His face flushed red and then turned pale, but in the end he said nothing. Mu Qingwan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up.
"If I remember correctly, it's Zhao Xinghan from your Zhao family. Your ranking in this supernatural martial arts exam is 5th place, right?" Ha 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 ha. Wang Liyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter.
After the martial arts exam with superpowers,
Zhao Xinghan became an internet celebrity in another way.
Originally, with Zhao Xinghan's strength,
it shouldn't have fallen to this ranking.
But he insisted on going up to Yi Shouyu and provoking him before the ranking match even started. Then, Yi Shouyu severely injured him during the match. This battle not only caused Zhao Xinghan's martial arts exam ranking to plummet,
and it also allowed Yinqing University.
They lost control over the martial arts exam champion.
Mu Qing won.
Zhao Bin's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. For the Zhao family, this matter.
This is an utter disgrace. Mu Qingwan brought up this matter on her own initiative.
This is practically slapping Zhao Bin in the face right in front of him.
Seeing Zhao Bin's sour face, Mu Qingwan's gloom dissipated considerably.
She hated the way Zhao Bin looked at her, which is why she deliberately made sarcastic remarks.
After this little incident, the entire VIP room fell into silence. Fortunately, not long after,
a whooshing sound came from the door of the VIP room. Led by Song Fong, a tall and upright figure appeared.
They finally appeared before Mu Qingwan and the others. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Shouyu. The first thing Yi Shouyu saw was Mu Wanqing in the VIP room. What a beautiful girl! A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. However, Yi Shouyu only glanced at it before quickly looking away. Ha! Mu Qingwan let out a soft "hm."
A strange glint flashed in her eyes.
Song Fong raised his hand and said to Mu Qingwan and the other two with a warm expression, "Dear teachers, this is Yi Shouyu, a student from our school."
In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes focused on Yi Shouyu.
Mu Qingwan sensed the calm and composed aura emanating from Yi Shouyu. He couldn't help but nod inwardly.
Leaving aside Yi Shouyu's talent,
based solely on this mindset,
they are not comparable to ordinary superhumans.
In Song Fong's capacity,
even when he saw himself, he remained somewhat reserved.
But ever since Yi Shouyu entered the VIP room,
he consistently maintained a humble yet assertive demeanor. Most importantly, this was the first time Mu Qingwan had encountered this situation in all these years. A man who can so easily look away from his own face.
This made Mu Qingwan feel. I couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Yi Shouyu. Chapter 49: The Battle for Talent. Teachers, this is Yi Shouyu. After Song Fong first greeted Mu Qingwan and the other two,
then he turned around and introduced him to Yi Shouyu.
Student Yi, this is Zhao Bin, a teacher from Yinqing University, and this is Wang Liyuan, a teacher from Yunqing University. And lastly, this is Mu Qingwan, a star teacher from Shanghai University. When Song Fong introduced Mu Qingwan,
a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Shouyu's eyes. He hadn't expected this at all. The girl in front of me, who looks almost too beautiful, is actually an admissions officer at Shanghai University.
How old is Mu Qingwan?
Yi Shouyu would believe it if you told him she was a student at Shanghai University. However, he did feel a faint but powerful pressure emanating from Mu Qingwan. Yi Shouyu didn't dwell on it too much. He greeted all the teachers politely.
Hello, teachers. Upon seeing Yi Shouyu arrive, Zhao Bin snorted coldly and said,
Gentlemen, my time is very precious, and I have no time to waste here. After he finished speaking, he walked straight up to Yi Shouyu.
Yi Shouyu, right? You've been accepted by Yinqing University. Zhao Bin's unusual move left Yi Shouyu stunned for a moment. Wang Liyuan quickly realized what was happening. Wait a minute, he said, looking dissatisfied. Why was I admitted to Peking University?
Zhao Bin glanced at Wang Liyuan and said with a disdainful look.
Why? Because Yinqing University can provide him with the best faculty in China. Wang Liyuan was speechless for a moment. After a brief silence,
he turned to Yi Shouyu and said, Student Yi, as long as you join Yinqing University, all the resources you need for your cultivation during your 4 years of university will be provided free of charge by our school. In addition, the school will give you a scholarship of 5 million and a mid-level Xian rank equipment. Song Fong, who was standing to the side, felt his heart tremble as he listened. As expected of the 3 great powers in China, they always make grand gestures.
You must know, a genius like Yi Shouyu.
The cultivation resources required during 4 years of university are terrifying.
Not to mention there's also a mid-level Xian rank equipment.
Compared to these 2 items, the 500 scholarship is insignificant.
After hearing the conditions offered by Wang Liyuan, Zhao Bin, he said with a mocking expression, you dare to offer this little bit of stuff?
A scholarship of 10 million, all the cultivation resources for 4 years of university, plus a complete set of mid-level Xian rank equipment.
Mu Qingwan did not join the bidding between Zhao Bin and Wang Liyuan. She looked at Yi Shouyu and said with a serious expression,
I've seen your combat videos, and the strength you displayed in those videos is completely inconsistent with what's recorded in the data.
Could you please explain what happened? As expected, Yi Xiuyu sighed inwardly. He knew someone would bring this up, but luckily he was prepared for it. Yi Xiuyu frowned and said with a puzzled look, "Actually, I don't know what exactly happened either.
One day, while I was practicing, I suddenly felt myself enter a wonderful state.
When I came to my senses again, I found that I had inexplicably gained a new skill."
At this point, Yi Xiuyu extended his right hand. A miniature black hole appeared in the air above his palm. Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of her right index finger,
an extremely faint ray of light. It fell into the black hole in Yi Xiuyu's palm. To everyone's surprise, the light disappeared instantly upon contact with the black hole. Really? The doubts in Mu Qingwan's heart finally dissipated.
Yi Xiuyu, standing to the side, tentatively asked,
"Teacher Mu, may I ask what this skill of mine is?"
After glancing at Yi Xiuyu, Mu Qingwan patiently explained, "It's a space-type skill, a devouring skill."
She appeared calm and collected, but deep down, Mu Qingwan,
it was far from as calm as it appeared.
Mu Qingwan was already mentally prepared for Yi Xiuyu's second awakening of his superpowers. But what she didn't expect was Yi Xiuyu's newly awakened skill. It's actually devouring. Even among spatial abilities, devouring is definitely an all-around divine skill that combines offense and defense.
Mu Qingwan took out a supernatural ability testing device from her spatial ring and tossed it to Yi Xiuyu.
"Take this and activate your superpower." "Okay." Yi Xiuyu nodded.
After taking a deep breath, he directly activated his spatial ability. In an instant, a strange spatial fluctuation occurred.
They appeared around him. The eyes of the crowd.
They all focused on Yi Xiuyu without prior arrangement. Soon, an emotionless electronic notification sounded from inside the device.
"Space-type ability, ability quality, grade A." Principal Song Fong's eyes widened slightly. "It's actually grade A."
A few months ago, Yi Xiuyu's spatial ability was only at the lowest quality, grade E.
Unexpectedly, it has suddenly become grade A. Unlike Song Fong's excitement, Zhao Bin's brows furrowed tightly. Rank A? How could it only be rank A?
Although the unique nature of secondary awakening of superpowers, coupled with the power of space-based superpowers,
Yi Xiuyu's superpower is even more powerful than that of an ordinary S rank.
But according to my expectations,
Yi Xiuyu's superpower, it should be at least S rank.
I thought Yi Xiuyu was a peerless genius, but I never expected the final result to be like this.
Zhao Bin's enthusiasm waned somewhat.
He was about to urge Yi Xiuyu to make a decision quickly when Mu Qingwan suddenly spoke. A 10 million scholarship, all cultivation resources during university, and equipment. Plus a set of S-grade cultivation resources.
All of this is yours once you join our Shanghai University.
The entire VIP reception room fell silent instantly. Coming to his senses, Zhao Bin looked at Mu Qingwan and said in disbelief,
"Mu Qingwan, have you gone mad?"
He was filled with shock. The other conditions are manageable. Those S-grade cultivation resources are enough for Mu Qingwan to break through to the 7th rank.
Shanghai University was vying to snatch Yi Xiuyu, the martial arts exam champion. That's a huge loss. Zhao Bin is feeling very upset right now. Yanqing University has a much stronger academic foundation than Shanghai University. Not to mention S-level, they can afford even SS level or SSS level cultivation resources.
But all of that comes with conditions. Before he set off, Zhao Bing, the director of the admissions office, specifically reminded him not to think about winning the championship.
"We will treat Yi Xiuyu according to his actual potential. A level spatial ability. It's not yet time to use S-level cultivation resources." Zhao Bin originally thought that, with the prestigious reputation of Yanqing University,
Yi Xiuyu would definitely agree without hesitation.
Little did he know,
the universities in Shanghai are really willing to spend so much money.
Chapter 50. I choose Shanghai University.
Qingtang University, VIP reception room.
Mu Wanqing and the others all focused their attention on Yi Xiuyu.
Everyone is waiting for him to make the final decision. Facing the expectant gazes of the 3 admissions officers, Yi Xiuyu fell into deep thought.
Although I don't know what S-level cultivation resources are, but judging from Zhao Bin's reaction, it must be quite valuable. After yesterday's conversation with Zhou Shurchen, for his own safety, Yi Xiuyu has basically given up on Peking University.
Anyway, he has a system with him.
Yenqing University's outstanding faculty. For myself, it doesn't matter. Moreover, Shanghai University is now offering such excellent conditions. I would naturally be happy to go.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said with a determined expression.
I choose Shanghai University. Zhao Bin's face turned completely gloomy. Several consecutive martial arts champions chose to join Yenqing University. Unexpectedly, this matter ended up being ruined by my own hands. Wang Liyuan, standing to the side. My mood wasn't so depressed anymore. Compared to Yi Xiuyu's choice to join Yenqing University, joining Shanghai University would actually be easier for Yenqing University to accept.
Yenqing University has won the National Superpower League Championship for 3 consecutive years.
At times like these, this year's champion, Yi Xiuyu, chose to join Shanghai University. It might bring about a turning point. Congratulations, Teacher Mu.
Wang Liyuan generously offered his blessings. Mu Qingwan nodded slightly and replied in a calm tone, "Thank you, Teacher Wang."
Snort.
Zhao Bin snorted coldly. Mu Qingwan, see you at the National Superpower League. I hope the champion that your Magic University spent a lot of money to recruit can bring you a pleasant surprise. No need for Teacher Zhao to trouble yourself. Seeing that Zhao Bin was subtly mocking him, Yi Xiuyu retorted directly. Professor Zhao, you should really keep an eye on your students at Peking University. Zhao Bin paused for a moment, then a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
He never expected this. That brat Yi Xiuyu actually dared to mock me.
Kid, don't think you're invincible just because you won the martial arts championship. You should know there are plenty of people out there who are more capable than you.
He.
Yi Xiuyu chuckled a few times and said.
Then I'll wait at the National Superpower League. Teacher Zhao will bring your students from Yanda University and let me see the world.
Zhao Bin's face was ashen. He gave Yi Xiuyu a deep look, and then
he stormed out of the VIP reception room.
You.
Song Fong pointed at Yi Xiuyu, just as he was about to say something.
Then a clear, cold voice rang out.
Principal Song, what are you trying to say? Ha? Song Fong waved his hands repeatedly, no. It's nothing. It's all right.
At this moment, Wang Liyuan stepped forward a few paces and said to Mu Qingwan. It seems your Magic University has recruited a promising student this time.
Daring to confront Zhao Bin head-on.
This alone made me look at Yi Xiuyu with new respect.
After all, Zhao Bin is a teacher at Peking University, and most people would be eager to curry favor with him. Actually, Yi Xiuyu hadn't thought too much about it. He simply disliked Zhao Bin's pretentious manner. Zhao Xinghan, Zhao Bin.
And Zhao Bing, the director of the admissions office at Yenqing University, whom Zhou Shurchen mentioned. Looking at these 3 people, Yi Xiuyu felt more and more strongly that
not joining Yenqing University was definitely a wise choice. Wang Liyuan quickly took his leave as well.
After all, besides Yi Xiuyu, there are many other candidates who are also worth fighting for.
After Wang Liyuan left, Mu Qingwan looked at Yi Xiuyu and said, Welcome to Shanghai University, Yi Xiuyu.
With a flick of her wrist, Mu Qingwan produced 2 documents in her hand. Mu Qingwan handed the admission notice to Yi Xiuyu.
This is your admission letter. You'll need it when you register for school. In addition, this is a special recruitment contract. Everything I just promised you is written in this contract. Yi Xiuyu took the contract and quickly flipped through it. As Mu Qingwan said,
the conditions she promised him were all written in the contract. Yi Xiuyu closed the contract.
The contract is fine. I can sign it now. A contract in duplicate.
After he finished signing, he handed one of the copies back to Mu Qingwan.
Mu Qingwan put the contract away.
He also left his contact information with Yi Xiuyu.
The enrollment date for new students is September 1st. Once you arrive in Shanghai, contact me and I will send someone to pick you up. After leaving her contact information, Mu Qingwan left quickly. Only Yi Xiuyu and Principal Song Fong remained. At Song Fong's insistence, Yi Xiuyu held the admission letter from Shanghai University.
At the entrance of Qingteng High School, I took a precious group photo with Sun Guoping, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 12, and all the other teachers.
And this group photo.
Ultimately, it became the most precious item at Qingteng High School.
Shanghai University, Vice President's Office. Mu He watched as old Feng paced back and forth in the room. My heart was filled with shock. Since that incident, I haven't seen old Feng like this in a long time. If it weren't for old Feng personally contacting me. Even if Yi Xiuyu is the champion of the martial arts mania, Mu Qingwan will not personally go there to recruit students. Seeing that old Feng kept pacing back and forth in the room, Mu He said with a hint of helplessness, "Mr. Feng, please sit down and rest for a while." Old Feng suddenly stopped, looked at Mu He, and asked, "Is there still no news from Mu girl? Don't you know Wanner yet?" "You can rest assured." As soon as Mu He finished speaking, his phone rang. Under Mr. Feng's expectant gaze, he quickly pressed the call button. "Hey, Wanner, how's everything going?" Mu Qingwan's cool voice carried throughout the office through the phone. "Yes, everything went smoothly. Yi Xiuyu has agreed to join our Shanghai University." "But..." Mu Qingwan paused for a moment after saying this. "But what?" "Yi Xiuyu's ability quality is not S or even SS level as we guessed, but a level." "What?" Old Feng exclaimed from the side. He rushed up to Mu He, snatched the phone from his hand, and asked anxiously, "You're saying Yi Xiuyu's ability quality is only a level?" Grandpa Feng, you're at my dad's too?" "That's not important, just answer my question." "Yes, I tested it with the ability detector, and it's definitely a level. But as you said, I used an S-level cultivation resource to steal it from him." Old Feng looked somewhat lost in thought, muttering to himself, "It's actually grade A." Mu He frowned, and asked with some doubt, "Mr. Feng, is there a problem with grade A?" "There's something wrong, there's a huge problem." Old Feng let out a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "I'm going to take him as my apprentice." Chapter 51 Mu Qingwan's Unusual Initiative. Evening, at the entrance of Qingtang Middle School. Yi Xiuyu finally managed to get rid of his enthusiastic classmates. He was about to go home when he suddenly received a call from Mu Qingwan. Yi Xiuyu hadn't even had a chance to speak. Then Mu Qingwan's cold voice rang in my ears. "Yi Xiuyu, is there anything else you need to take care of in Qingtang City?" Yi Xiuyu paused for a moment before replying, "There's nothing too urgent, but..." Before he could finish speaking, Mu Qingwan abruptly interrupted him. "Since you have nothing else to do, book your ticket now and come to Shanghai University to register tomorrow. Just call me when you get to Shanghai. Teacher Mu, I..." Yi Xiuyu wanted to explain further. But Mu Qingwan had already hung up the phone decisively. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Yi Xiuyu shook his head, muttering somewhat helplessly, "At least respect my opinion, okay? Originally, I had planned to go to Zhou Shichen's army and hunt some ferocious beasts before school started. It seems we have no choice but to abandon this idea for now." Yi Xiuyu booked the tickets and sent the train information to Mu Qingwan. That's when he left Qingtang High School. The next afternoon, at Shanghai Airport, people were coming and going outside the airport in a constant stream. But the most eye-catching of them all is, she was a girl dressed casually and wearing sunglasses. The girl's stunning figure and beautiful face. This attracted frequent glances from passers-by at the airport. However, her aloof and cold demeanor made people hesitant to approach her and strike up a conversation. This person is none other than Mu Qingwan, the beautiful tutor at Shanghai University. Feeling the intense gazes of everyone around him, Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. On the other side, Yi Xiuyu had just stepped out of the station. I spotted it in the crowd at a glance. With her outstanding temperament, Mu Qingwan stood out from the crowd. "That's Mu Qingwan?" A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. He hesitated for only a moment. He then strode towards Mu Qingwan. "Teacher Mu," Yi Xiuyu said, his voice tinged with surprise. "Why did you come to pick me up in person?" Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at Yi Xiuyu with a hint of displeasure. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked outside. Yi Xiuyu didn't dare to hesitate and quickly followed. Under Mu Qingwan's leadership, the two of them soon arrived in front of a red sports car. Mu Qingwan glanced at Yi Xiuyu and asked, "Can you drive?" I know a little." As soon as Yi Xiuyu finished speaking, Mu Qingwan casually tossed something to him. Smack! He reached out his right hand and grabbed it, only to find that it was the key to the sports car. "Since you can drive, then you can drive."
As Mu Qingwan spoke, she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Yi Xiuyu looked at the key in his palm. In the end, he didn't say anything and silently got into the driver's seat. Boom! After starting the car, Yi Xiuyu looked at Mu Qingwan and said with some helplessness, "Teacher Mu, I have no problem driving, but you have to tell me where we're going, right? What are you doing here?" "Going to Shanghai University. But I don't know the way." Mu Qingwan then took out another smart device and tossed it to Yi Xiuyu. "Just follow the directions above." Yi Xiuyu looked at the smart device in his hand, sighed helplessly, and then, in the end, they could only start the car. With the roar of engines, the two finally left the Shanghai airport. On the way to Shanghai University, Yi Xiuyu found an opportunity to speak. "Teacher Mu, you can just send anyone to pick me up from the airport." After a moment of silence, Mu Qingwan said, "No one else has time." "Oh." Yi Xiuyu remained silent, appearing focused on driving. In fact, he had already started thinking about it. Although he was the champion of the martial arts exam, but Yi Xiuyu still had self-awareness. Based on this status alone, it's far from enough to warrant having Mu Qingwan pick him up at the airport. As for Mu Qingwan's excuse, Yi Xiuyu just wanted to say, "Could you make this up anymore? The huge university in Shanghai. Is it possible to not find anyone to pick you up at the airport?" This perfunctory attitude is a bit too obvious. Mu Qingwan simply refused to tell the truth. Yi Xiuyu then decided not to press the matter further. And so, the two remained silent as they walked to the villa area within the Shanghai University campus. "Stop, this is it." Under Mu Qingwan's command, Yi Xiuyu parked his sports car outside a villa. Mu Qingwan pointed to the villa directly in front of her and said, "This building in front of you is your dormitory at Shanghai University." Yi Xiuyu looked at the luxurious dormitory in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected this. The universities in Shanghai are so wealthy that they use villas as dormitories. Mu Qingwan seemed to have seen through Yi Xiuyu's thoughts. She explained, "Not all students receive this treatment." Mu Qingwan casually took out a file folder. He handed it to Yi Xiuyu and said, "Here's your student ID and your dorm key. You'll be living here for the next 4 years. I live right next door to you. If you need anything, you can call me anytime." "Okay." Yi Xiuyu nodded subconsciously. However, he quickly realized what was happening. "Wait a minute." Yi Xiuyu asked, frowning. "Teacher Mu, why are you living in the student dormitory?" Mu Qingwan frowned slightly and asked in return, "Who told you this was a student dormitory?" Yi Xiuyu pointed to himself, "Then I'm not." Mu Qingwan replied calmly, "I forgot to tell you, I'm your advisor at Magic University. This dorm room was specially applied for you. Well, you don't need to thank me too much." Hearing Mu Qingwan's words, Yi Xiuyu was utterly bewildered. "Thanks? Thanks my ass. First they picked me up from the airport, and now they're arranging my dorm room." Yi Xiuyu wasn't naive enough to think that Mu Qingwan had taken a liking to him, which was why she arranged all of this. As a mentor at Magic University, Mu Qingwan had seen countless prodigies. The saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Yi Xiuyu was almost certain that Mu Qingwan was plotting something in secret. Thinking of this, he said righteously, "Teacher Mu, I don't think it's right to treat me specially like this. I'll just stay in the student area like everyone else." Mu Qingwan paused for a moment, then a half-smile appeared on her face. "Were you just rejecting me?" Yi Xiuyu shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Humph." Mu Qingwan snorted coldly. "That's good. Feel free to stay here." Mu Qingwan opened the car door, preparing to get in, when she suddenly said, "Oh, right, there's one more thing." She raised her face and gave Yi Xiuyu a bright smile. "I forgot to tell you, my dad is the vice principal." After Mu Qingwan left, Yi Xiuyu's face fell completely. This is fucking muscle flexing. Isn't this blatantly telling myself? Don't have any ulterior motives, just settle down here obediently. Yi Xiuyu frowned. This Mu Qingwan? What exactly is their purpose? Chapter 52, Credits, Missions, and Combat Power Rankings. At this moment, in a villa not far from Yi Xiuyu, two figures were standing in the courtyard. These two are junior students at Shanghai University.
Wu Xiaoqian and Bai Mingxian.
Dressed in white, with a handsome face, Bai Mingxian said with a hint of surprise. Boss, I heard that Mu Qingwan arranged for this year's martial arts exam champion to stay in the villa next to hers.
Is that true?
Wu Xiaoqian nodded, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
He said in a somber tone. This matter was arranged personally by Mu He.
Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Bai Mingxuan's eyes.
Isn't this kid supposed to have no connections? Why is Mu He personally getting involved for him? Wu Xiaoqian took a deep breath and said. It was probably Mu Qingwan who requested it. No way?
A look of surprise appeared on Bai Mingxuan's face.
Doesn't Mu Qingwan know that you've always wanted to live in that villa? So she did this.
Bai Mingxian did not continue speaking. But Wu Xiaoqian had clearly understood Bai Mingxuan's meaning. At this moment, Wu Xiaoqian's expression.
It has become completely gloomy.
He and Zhou Shang had been secretly vying for that villa for so long.
Unexpectedly, it ended up benefiting a freshman.
Fortunately, it wasn't Zhou Shang who moved in, so it didn't affect his plans.
However, when Wu Xiaoqian thought of Yi Xiuyu, I felt a tightness in my chest.
He looked at Bai Mingxian and said in a sinister tone. Have someone warn that freshman, make him realize his place, and tell him not to have any unrealistic ambitions.
Bai Mingxian nodded and said. All right, I get it.
Phew. Wu Xiaoqian let out a deep breath and murmured.
Mu Qingwan, you are mine.
On the other side, Yi Xiuyu had just pulled his luggage into the villa and put it away when
a rapid doorbell rang at the door.
Ring 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 ring. Yi Xiuyu's heart sank. I'm currently a university student in Shanghai, and I only know one person there.
Could the person outside be Mu Qingwan?
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu hurriedly ran to the door.
When he opened the door, a face of unparalleled beauty came into view.
Yi Xiuyu said with a hint of helplessness.
Teacher Mu, don't you have classes?
Mu Qingwan ignored Yi Xiuyu's question and asked instead.
Are you ready?
If you are, come with me.
Teacher Mu, I still have some luggage that needs to be unpacked.
Mu Qingwan said with a hint of regret.
Okay, I was originally planning to show you around Magic University. Since you haven't packed yet.
Wait. Yi Xiuyu suddenly interrupted Mu Qingwan.
Give me 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. Ta-da.
2 minutes later, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps,
Yi Xiuyu, having changed his clothes, reappeared before Mu Qingwan. Teacher Mu, I'm ready, let's go.
After looking her up and down, Mu Qingwan turned and walked outside.
Yi Xiuyu did not notice.
The instant Mu Qingwan turned around, a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. While Mu Qingwan was showing Yi Xiuyu around the campus of Magic University, I was also introducing him to the various systems and regulations of the University of Magic.
The enrollment procedures and dormitory arrangements have all been completed.
Next, I'll tell you about some things you need to pay special attention to at Magic University. Yi Xiuyu's eyes lit up. I will be living at Magic University for 4 years. This information was of paramount importance to him.
Teacher Mu, please speak, I'm listening.
Mu Qingwan paused for a moment, then continued. At Moscow University, there are 2 things you need to pay special attention to. First, the credit system, and second, your assigned tutor.
Credits are the currency within Magic University.
At Magic University, you need credits for everything, from eating to buying rare herbs and weapons. The market value of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Chinese yuan. But its actual value is far greater than that, because many items in the Magic Mall are priceless and unavailable on the market. Your 10 million yuan scholarship has been converted into 1,000 academic credits and credited to your student card.
Of course, if you want cash, I can help you convert it.
Yi Xiuyu shook his head and said.
No need, just distribute them according to the credits.
He had originally planned to exchange the 10 million scholarship for cultivation resources.
Now, Magic University awards credits directly based on academic credits.
It saved me a lot of trouble.
But, Ms. Mu, how do I earn the credits? Mu Qingwan said slowly. There are many ways to earn academic credits.
The first type is like you, who receives a scholarship because of your excellent grades. The second method is based on potential rating, with a fixed amount awarded each academic year. For example, your admission potential rating is S, which means you can earn 100 credits each academic year. Of course, the potential rating is not static. As your strength improves, the potential rating will change accordingly. Besides the two methods mentioned above, you can also earn credits by taking on tasks assigned by the school. Hearing this, Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow and asked with some surprise.
Will the school continue to issue assignments?
Of course.
Mu Qingwan nodded and said.
In fact, all top universities encourage students to take on more assignments.
Only by experiencing wind and rain can a flower truly grow.
That's true.
A hint of agreement appeared in Yi Xiuyu's eyes.
You have enough credits on your card for now. You can postpone taking on missions. If you want to earn credits, you can try another method.
What method?
Mu Qingwan said, word by word, climb the combat power rankings. To motivate students, Magic University has established a combat power ranking system.
The top 10 students on the ranking system will receive corresponding academic credits.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuyu smiled wryly and said,
Teacher Mu, aren't you overestimating me? I just enrolled, how could I possibly be in the top 10 of the combat power rankings? You think I'm comparing you to all the students in the school? Otherwise what? Mu Qingwan looked at Yi Xiuyu's eyes. It was as if they were looking at a fool.
There are 5 rankings in total, 1 for each grade and 1 overall ranking. Right now, you can only be ranked on the first-year combat power list.
Oh.
Yi Xiuyu's face showed a look of sudden realization. If it's a power ranking for first-year students,
with my own abilities, there shouldn't be any problem.
Only. Yi Xiuyu hesitated for a moment, then said,
Teacher Mu, with my abilities, do I even need to compete in the rankings? Why don't you just give me the reward directly? Mu Qingwan took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xiuyu.
He said it very elegantly.
Roll. Chapter 53 Old Master Feng wants to take on a disciple. Mu Qingwan ignored Yi Xiuyu's question.
Then he introduced it to him. Besides credits, the second thing you need to pay special attention to is choosing a personal tutor.
A dedicated teacher?
Yi Xiuyu frowned and asked in surprise.
Teacher Mu, I remember you said I was your student. Do I still need to choose a teacher? Mu Qingwan explained, simply put, I'm just your advisor. You're not the only student I have. As for what I just mentioned, that's your personal tutor.
The Magic University has many high-level superhumans, and they will select outstanding students to become their disciples. Your personal tutor will not only provide you with one-on-one guidance, but will also teach you their unique skills. After hearing Mu Qingwan's words,
a sense of understanding dawned on Yi Xiuyu's mind.
The so-called dedicated teacher system refers to the relationship between teachers and students.
Rather than being teachers and students, they are more like master and apprentice. Those powerful combat techniques,
almost all of them are the culmination of the hard work of high-level superhumans. Therefore, everyone hopes to find a disciple who is excellent in both character and talent, to pass on the fruits of one's life's work.
Magic University provides a platform for these advanced teachers with supernatural abilities. The teachers took this opportunity too. Within the school, they select their preferred disciples.
Ultimately, this leads to a win-win situation for the school, teachers, and students. Yi Xiuyu's heart gradually warmed up.
Although he possessed an infinite system,
however, the system's main function is to increase one's cultivation speed. These scarce combat skills resources,
he'll need to figure out a way himself. Thinking of this,
Yi Xiuyu quickly asked,
Teacher Mu, if I want to become your apprentice, what do I need to prepare in advance? Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's question,
a strange light flashed in Mu Qingwan's eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, You don't need to prepare.
Yi Xiuyu asked in surprise, why?
Mu Qingwan replied in a sullen tone.
A teacher has already chosen you.
Huh?
Who chose me? How come I didn't know?
Yi Xiuyu wanted to ask something more, but Mu Qingwan clearly wasn't going to answer. She turned around and walked forward without saying a word.
Yi Xiuyu had no choice but to. I could only jog to catch up.
And so, the two of them made their way to the Magic University library. At this moment, at the library entrance, Old Feng was lying in a rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Upon seeing Mu Qingwan, he said with a smile,
Oh, Mu's here. Mu girl? Upon hearing this title, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Although I've only met Mu Qingwan twice,
But regarding her personality, I've gotten pretty much a feel for it. This woman is beautiful, but she's definitely not just a pretty face. The fact that this old man addressed Mu Qingwan in such a way suggests that they have a close relationship. Under Yi Xiaoyu's curious gaze, Mu Qingwan stepped forward and spoke softly to old Master Feng. Grandpa Feng, I heard you wanted to see Yi Xiaoyu, so I brought him here. Oh? Old Feng turned his head and slowly looked at Yi Xiaoyu. The instant their eyes met, Yi Xiaoyu only felt a blur before his eyes. By the time he realized it, he was now in an unfamiliar space. Where is this? A hint of nervousness flashed in Yi Xiaoyu's eyes. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang in his ear. Don't be nervous, this is my space. Yi Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the sound. The old man who had been sitting at the library entrance was now. He was standing right in front of him at that moment. Upon seeing Elder Feng, Yi Xiaoyu's tension lessened somewhat. Seeing this, old Feng asked with some curiosity. Aren't you worried that I might have some bad intentions towards you? Yi Xiaoyu replied with a smile, this is Magic University, and Teacher Mu knows you. What do I have to worry about? As he nodded, old Feng said with a smile. Calm and composed, this young man has a very good temperament. Let me introduce myself. I'm a librarian at Shanghai University. You can call me Professor Feng. Yi Xiaoyu looked around at the space and said meaningfully. Your methods are more like those of a librarian at Magic University. Ha 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 ha. After laughing a few times, Boss Feng said, it's just a little trick. There are some things that are not convenient to say in public. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu asked with a serious expression. I wonder what brings you here, Elder Feng. After a moment of silence, old Feng suddenly asked. Your spatial ability comes with more than 2 other abilities, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's pupils contracted and his breath hitched. Superpowers below S rank, unless they undergo a second awakening. Otherwise, it will usually only come with 1 ability. Mu Qingwan used the superpower testing device yesterday and found that her superpower was a level. Yi Xiaoyu didn't believe that Elder Feng wouldn't know this news. If that's the case, did he discover something from his question just now? The infinite system is his biggest trump card. The reason I didn't recklessly use the abilities that came with my space-type superpowers during the superpower martial arts exam was the fear is that there might be high-level superhumans. They might see something that could be detrimental to them. My current strength is still too weak. Once targeted by a high-level superhuman, it's practically a dead end. Yi Xiaoyu forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil and replied calmly. Mr. Feng is joking. Teacher Mu has already tested my talent, it's a level, so naturally I only have 2 abilities. Old Feng saw Yi Xiaoyu's calm demeanor. He couldn't help but nod to himself. Even when in danger, he remained calm and composed. This composure truly makes him a promising talent. Thinking of this, old Master Feng's desire to take on apprentices grew even stronger. He didn't hold back any longer, but instead took the initiative to ask Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu, would you be willing to become my disciple? Ah. This sudden change. Yi Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, old Feng quickly explained. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Feng Chen, an 8th level intermediate level space-type martial arts grandmaster. Mu Yata should have told you about the system of exclusive teachers at Magic University, right? Coming to his senses, Yi Xiaoyu nodded and said. Yes, Teacher Mu has already introduced her. Phew, old Feng let out a long breath and said solemnly. Young Master Yi, I've always been straightforward and don't like beating around the bush. Your talent is quite good, and you have awakened a rare spatial ability, which suits my taste perfectly. I won't say anything more. I only have one question for you. Would you like to become my disciple? Chapter 50 for the myriad manifestations of the myriad realms and Yi Xiaoyu's miscalculation. Facing Mr. Feng's expectant gaze, Yi Xiaoyu finally realized what was going on. No wonder after Mu Qingwan introduced the exclusive teacher system at Magic University. She specifically told herself that she didn't need to prepare for the apprenticeship process. They said someone had already chosen them. It seems this person is none other than old Feng in front of us. Just thinking about Elder Feng's cultivation level, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Once a person with superpowers reaches the 7th level of cultivation, they will all have a unified title. The 7th rank is Grandmaster, and the 8th rank is Great Grandmaster. Top experts who break through to the 9th rank.
He was known as the Martial Saint,
with Elderfang's cultivation level of an 8th level intermediate martial arts Grandmaster.
In addition, there's the same space-based ability as himself.
Choosing Professor Feng as your personal tutor is the perfect choice. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu quickly bowed to Elder Feng.
Disciple Yi Xiuyu greets Master. Old Feng reached out and helped Yi Xiuyu up, saying with considerable emotion,
"Excellent, excellent.
I never imagined that I would have such an outstanding disciple in my lifetime."
With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see it.
Yi Xiuyu's spatial ability is definitely not as simple as he showed in the martial arts exam.
However, everyone has their own destiny. Given Master Feng's status, he naturally wouldn't covet his apprentice's opportunity. He.
Faced with Elder Feng's praise, Yi Xiuyu scratched his head and unconsciously grinned foolishly. Old Feng composed himself, his emotions slightly agitated. He looked at Yi Xiuyu and said, "Since you have performed the apprenticeship ceremony, I, as your teacher, cannot fail to reciprocate." Old Feng simply flipped his hand over. The 2 manuals appeared out of thin air in his hands. As he handed the manual to Yi Xiuyu, he said, "This first book has my insights and combat ideas on the use of space-type superpowers over the years. Furthermore, as your level increases, you will gradually discover that spatial abilities place extremely high demands on our mental strength.
This second book is the ancient manual, The Myriad Manifestations of the Universe, that I obtained in a secret realm many years ago.
My master's ability to cultivate to this point is absolutely inseparable from this combat technique. Take this back and be sure to cultivate it diligently.
This ancient book is somewhat obscure. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me anytime."
Yi Xiuyu accepted the manual with both hands and replied respectfully,
"Thank you, teacher." Old Feng waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so formal in front of me."
Yi Xiuyu put the 2 manuals into his personal alternate dimension and began to ponder. Since he has already formally become Master Feng's disciple, to improve efficiency, there are some things we still need to subtly influence him about. Especially matters concerning spatial abilities. I have been consciously hiding my abilities during the martial arts exam.
Except when killing that tier 2, low-level hellhound. Besides secretly using dimensional slash.
From beginning to end, he only revealed 2 spatial skills, the Otherworld and Devouring.
Yi Xiuyu couldn't understand it at all. How exactly did Mr. Feng make that judgment? I have more than 2 spatial skills.
This matter will be exposed sooner or later. He had no connections before, so he always acted with caution.
Now I have a master who is an 8th level intermediate martial arts grandmaster.
There's no need to do it as usual.
Moreover, although this matter is outrageous,
but as long as he doesn't say it, no one will suspect that he has a system attached to him. Yi Xiuyu remained silent for a moment. He suddenly raised his head and said to Old Feng,
"Teacher, there's something I'd like to tell you." "What is it?" "Tell me." Yi Xiuyu took a deep breath and said, "How did you know that my level ability granted me more than 2 skills?" Hearing Yi Xiuyu bring up this matter on his own initiative,
a satisfied smile appeared on Old Feng's face. This action signifies that his disciple has completely trusted him.
Old Feng did not directly answer Yi Xiuyu's question. Instead, he looked at him and asked a question in return. "Do you know who created the combat technique you practice, Inch Step?"
Yi Xiuyu paused for a moment, then asked in a somewhat surprised tone,
"Could it be you, teacher?"
Old Feng smiled and said with some pride,
"That's right, it's me.
When I first popularized and promoted Inch Step in China, I didn't realize that this combat technique had a major flaw."
"Whom?"
Yi Xiuyu frowned, looking somewhat puzzled. "I have been practicing this combat technique for quite some time now, and I have never found any flaws."
Mr. Feng explained with a smile.
"The flaw I'm referring to isn't the combat technique itself, but rather the learning curve it presents. As an entry-level combat skill that is intended to be promoted nationwide, its requirements for ability users should be as low as possible.
But the Inch Step technique is the opposite.
To cultivate it, a cultivator must meet at least one of the following 2 conditions. Either the cultivator's cultivation level reaches the 4th rank. Either, the cultivator must awaken a rare spatial ability, and the bonus skill is teleportation. This is a conclusion I reached after further research and analysis. Apart from me, the founder of Inch Step, no one else should know about this.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's face. He gave a look of sudden realization.
So, when you saw that my cultivation level was only at the first level, but I had already learned the inch step technique, you knew that I should also be able to teleport.
Old Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Teleportation is a skill I'm 100% certain you can master. Besides this, do you have another space-based skill that's more offensive?" "No way. Teacher."
Yi Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly.
"You noticed this too, sir? Really? Oh, so you're not sure either, and you're just trying to trick me, right? Ha ha ha." Old Feng chuckled and said,
"It can't be entirely considered a scam, there's some factual basis to it. The evidence lies in the final blow you delivered to kill the two-headed hellhound."
"Really?" A hint of helplessness appeared on Yi Xiaoyu's face.
He thought he had been discreet enough, but he didn't expect that someone would still find out.
Since their own teacher could see it. Does that mean that other high-level ability users can also see it?
Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyu looked at Old Feng.
He asked cautiously, "Teacher, do you think anyone else besides you could tell?"
Old Feng said with a chuckle,
"Of course, do you really think you've covered your tracks perfectly?" Seeing Yi Xiaoyu's expression fall, Old Feng offered words of comfort again. "But you don't need to worry too much.
Those who can tell have probably already become top-tier experts. These people all have their own experiences, more or less. With what you have, you're not worth being targeted by these people." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu finally felt relieved.
Chapter 55 Threat from the Senior.
Seeing that the matter had been mostly explained, Old Feng said to Yi Xiaoyu,
"Alright, let's talk about this later. This isn't the place to be."
After Mr. Feng finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Then he took Yi Xiaoyu and left the space.
At the entrance of the Magic University Library,
as soon as Yi Xiaoyu returned, he saw Mu Qingwan standing quietly beside the chair.
"Teacher Mu, you haven't left yet?"
Yi Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Mu Qingwan parted her red lips slightly and uttered two words.
"Wait for you." Yi Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer.
Old Feng turned around, looking at the library behind him, his face full of emotion. He had thought he would spend the rest of his life here, enjoying his old age. Now that he has already taken Yi Xiaoyu as his disciple, there are still quite a few things to prepare.
"I should probably quit this librarian job."
Thinking of this, Old Feng said to Yi Xiaoyu and Mu Qingwan, "Xiaoyu, Muya, this old man has some things to take care of, so I won't keep you company any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished instantly.
After Old Feng left, Mu Qingwan's gaze fell on Yi Xiaoyu.
She gently bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. With her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Xiaoyu, she asked,
"Did Grandpa Feng take you as his apprentice?"
Yi Xiaoyu said with a grateful expression,
"Yes, Teacher Mu, I have to thank you for this." A complex look flashed in Mu Qingwan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared.
She spoke to Yi Xiaoyu in a serious tone, giving him these instructions.
"Grandpa Feng hasn't taken on any apprentices for many years.
You've been chosen this time, it's your good fortune, you must study hard." Yi Xiaoyu patted his chest and assured him,
"Teacher Mu, don't worry, I will definitely not let you and Master down."
The night is deep and quiet, and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Cool moonlight streamed down from the sky, scattering across the villa's courtyard. At this moment, a figure was in a tree not far from the villa. The man casually broke off a tree branch. With a flick of his wrist, the branch shot off towards the villa. Just as the tree branch was about to hit the villa's door, a dark figure darted out of the villa like lightning. The man waved his right hand. He then firmly grasped the branch in his hand. Yi Xiaoyu casually tossed the branch to the ground and said in a low voice,
"Breaking down the door in the middle of the night, didn't this university teach you any manners?" The man didn't answer.
He lightly tapped the branches with his toes, and after a series of rustling sounds, the other person had already arrived in front of Yi Xiaoyu. He looked at Yi Xiaoyu and said with a hint of arrogance in his voice, "Let me introduce myself.
I am Qin Mang, a sophomore. I've come here to ask you for a favor."
Yi Xiaoyu glanced at the tree branches on the ground. He said with a sneer, "Your behavior and attitude don't seem like you're asking for help." Qin Mang said with a forced smile, "I'd heard that this year's martial arts champion came to our magic university, and I was just itching to show my skills."
"I hope you won't take offense, Junior."
"Junior Yi, Our boss really admires you and has prepared an 800 square meter villa for you.
The location is excellent and it's fully equipped. You can move in right now if you'd like.
Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
It seems that living in this villa is in the way of some people.
I never expected that Teacher Mu would be so popular at Magic University.
I've only been staying in this villa for one day. People have already come to us on their own initiative. However, Yi Xiuyu had no intention of moving away.
This was personally prepared by Mu Qingwan for herself.
Even if he were to move out, Mu Qingwan would have to say so first.
Not to mention, Yi Xiuyu was very displeased with the behavior of the person in front of him.
A show of force? This is the kind of thing I absolutely hate.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said to Qin Mang with an impatient expression.
I need to rest now. If you have nothing else to do, you should leave quickly.
Qin Mang's gaze turned colder.
Kid, I advise you to be sensible. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. Snort.
Yi Xiuyu sneered and slowly raised his head. His delicate face appeared particularly defiant under the moonlight.
I'm not going to be tactless, so what are you going to do about it? You're asking for it.
Qin Mang's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth.
He stopped wasting words with Yi Xiuyu.
He stomped his right foot on the ground and used the reaction force to shoot towards Yi Xiuyu.
Intermediate second tier. After sensing Qin Mang's cultivation level,
Yi Xiuyu's expression became more serious. He mobilized all his spiritual power and threw a punch forward.
Crushing fist. Boom. With a loud bang,
Yi Xiuyu and Qin Mang each took a few steps back.
Looking at Yi Xiuyu, who was completely unharmed, Qin Mang's face turned completely gloomy.
Although he didn't use any combat techniques in that punch.
However, given his mid-level second-tier cultivation, the attack he unleashed, this is definitely not something that Yi Xiuyu, a peak first-tier martial artist, could handle.
Qin Mang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder he's the champion of the supernatural martial arts exam. This kid really has some skill.
However, even if Yi Xiuyu is a genius, but he could never be a match for the Wu family of Shanghai. Mu Qingwan, that's the woman young Master Wu has his eye on. If this kid dares to get involved, he'll only be dead.
On the other side, Yi Xiuyu looked at Qin Mang, his expression becoming increasingly solemn.
That last move, seemingly evenly matched. But in reality, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position.
After all, Qin Mang only struck casually, while he himself had used a combat technique. With his current strength, the difference in cultivation level between the two minor stages was negligible.
It's still quite a challenge to deal with. Just as Yi Xiuyu was pondering a countermeasure,
a clear, cold voice suddenly rang in their ears.
Are you two staying up all night to practice extra?
No sooner had he finished speaking than a beautiful figure appeared between Yi Xiuyu and Qin Mang.
Teacher Mu, you're here.
Yi Xiuyu greeted Mu Qingwan with a smile.
Mu Qingwan gave a soft hum and then looked at Qin Mang opposite her. He. After a few awkward laughs, Qin Mang explained in a dry tone.
Teacher Mu, our Magic University finally has a martial arts exam champion. I'm itching to show off my skills, so I couldn't resist coming over to spar with Junior Yi.
Right, Junior Yi?
Qin Mang's eyes held a hint of warning. Yi Xiuyu sneered inwardly, then looked at Mu Qingwan and said.
Teacher Mu, Senior Qin is right, we were indeed sparring just now.
Hearing Yi Xiuyu say that, Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Based on my understanding of Yi Xiuyu, he is definitely not someone who is afraid of trouble.
How could I not know? When did Yi Xiuyu become so easy to talk to? Chapter 56 Extortion and Cultivation Breakthrough.
Seeing how sensible Yi Xiuyu was,
Qin Mang couldn't help but nod inwardly. Teacher Mu, see, I wasn't lying. Mu Qingwan looked at Yi Xiuyu, a thoughtful expression in her eyes. She doesn't think so.
Yi Xiuyu said that because he was afraid of Qin Mang. But she herself couldn't figure it out for the time being.
What exactly is Yi Xiuyu's purpose in doing this? Since you can't figure it out, Mu Qingwan simply stopped dwelling on it. It's the middle of the night, you two better go back to sleep. All right.
Qin Mang responded and was about to leave when Yi Xiuyu stopped him.
Senior Qin, please wait a moment.
Qin Mang turned around and looked at Yi Xiuyu with a hint of doubt in his eyes. All that could be seen on Yi Xiuyu's face was. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on his face.
Senior Qin, you haven't given me the second tier intermediate level ferocious beast core you promised me yet.
Qin Mang paused for a moment, then frowned and said,
When did I say I was going to give you a mid-tier second level ferocious beast core? No way?
Yi Shouyu said with a surprised look, didn't you say that as long as I fight you, regardless of whether I win or lose, you'll give me a mid-level second tier ferocious beast core?
Has Senior Qin forgotten? Qin Mang's expression turned ugly.
At this moment, he finally realized what was happening.
Yi Shouyu, you're trying to extort me.
In front of Mu Qingwan, he was extorting money from himself.
How dare he? If Mu Qingwan hadn't been here, I absolutely have to cripple this kid on the spot. Phew. After Qin Mang took a few deep breaths,
he finally managed to suppress the urge to beat Yi Shouyu up on the spot. He forced a smile and said through gritted teeth,
How could I forget what I promised my junior?
As Qin Mang spoke, he took out a crystal core of a mid-level second-tier ferocious beast from his spatial ring. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, a hint of heartache appeared in his eyes. The crystal core of a mid-level second-tier ferocious beast. It can even be helpful to one's own cultivation.
Qin Mang gritted his teeth and tossed the crystal core to Yi Shouyu.
Because Mu Qingwan was right in front of him.
He wasn't stupid enough to secretly pull any tricks. Smack!
Yi Shouyu casually grabbed the crystal core in his hand. He raised his hand and waved the crystal core in his hand, gesturing to Qin Mang, and then said gratefully,
Thank you very much, Senior Qin. You're welcome.
After struggling to utter a few words, Qin Mang turned and quickly left the place.
After Qin Mang left,
the smile on Yi Shouyu's face gradually disappeared. He watched Qin Mang's disappearing figure, his eyes filled with coldness.
Mu Qingwan slowly walked to Yi Shouyu's side. She asked with a hint of curiosity, Aren't you afraid Qin Mang will hold a grudge against you for taking advantage of you like this? Holding a grudge?
Yi Shouyu tilted his head, looking at Mu Qingwan's stunningly beautiful face beside him.
He said with a meaningful smile, Teacher Mu, even without this crystal core, I don't think Qin Mang would let me go, right?
Mu Qingwan said in a calm tone.
If you want to live in the student area, I can arrange it for you. Tsk tisk tisk, Yi Shouyu shook his head.
I didn't expect our teacher Mu to be so considerate of her students.
But, never mind. I still prefer the villa you chose for me.
Mu Qingwan was silent for a moment before saying, I didn't mean to use you as a shield. She's a proud person. Using her students as a shield is something she wouldn't do.
Mu Qingwan couldn't do it.
Yi Shouyu looked at Mu Qingwan with a surprised expression.
Teacher Mu, were you just explaining something to me? Mu Qingwan remained silent.
But her expression seemed somewhat unnatural.
He.
Yi Shouyu smiled, then said with a serious expression.
Teacher Mu, even without a villa, there will be other things. Some people with dark minds like to overthink and distort the facts. For some reason, hearing Yi Shouyu say that, Mu Qingwan felt a sense of relief.
The person behind Qin Mang is Wu Shaokuan from the Wu family.
After giving Yi Shouyu a reminder, she turned and left. In the villa lobby,
Yi Shouyu looked at the second-tier mid-level ferocious beast crystal core on the table. A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Qin Mang suffered a setback this time, and he will probably come after him again soon.
Besides Qin Mang, there's also Wu Shaokuan behind him. As long as I still live in this villa,
Wu Shaokuan will come knocking on our door sooner or later.
At the peak of the first tier, among the first-year students of the Magic University, perhaps they could be considered outstanding. But what I will face next? They were all upperclassmen, either sophomores, juniors, or even seniors. In the eyes of that group of people, the peak of the first rank was really not enough. Yi Shouyu took a deep breath.
The desire to improve his strength grew even more urgent. He picked up the second-tier mid-level ferocious beast crystal core from the table.
He decisively issued the order in his mind. Infinite, help me decompose this crystal core.
Yes, host. The decomposition of the second-tier intermediate-level ferocious beast core is complete. 600 ability points have been awarded.
Unlimited, bring up the system panel. Name, Yi Shouyu.
Level, Peak Tier 1+. Special ability, Space Type, Grade A. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional/Devouring.
Physical Constitution, 2012. Spirit, 1820. Combat techniques, but Jiquan Benquan Beginner Plus, Suanbu First Level Plus. Special ability points, 4,621 points.
This time, Yi Xiuyu did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to upgrade his level. Consuming 3,600 ability points, cultivation level has increased from peak tier 1 to early tier 2.
Ha! Mu Qingwan, from the villa next door, couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Is it just my imagination? In that brief moment, I sensed them separately. Extremely subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from Yi Xiuyu's villa. That feeling. It seems to resemble the beginner level too.
But Yi Xiuyu had only recently broken through to the next level. It shouldn't be that fast. I'll break through to the second tier.
Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan shook her head.
After clearing her mind of distractions, she entered a meditative state once again. On the other side, Yi Xiuyu slowly withdrew his right fist. He nodded with great satisfaction. After breaking through to the second tier beginner level, his strength was several times greater than before. When they encountered Qin Mang again, Yi Xiuyu was absolutely confident.
Defeat him within 3 moves. But that's not enough. That's far from enough.
Yi Xiuyu is currently unaware of this.
Just how powerful was the person standing behind Qin Mang?
But he thought, that person's level of understanding. It shouldn't be lower than the peak of the second tier. It's even quite possible that they've already broken through to the third tier. Yi Xiuyu felt a strong sense of pressure.
As expected of Magic University.
The thought of competing with this group of unparalleled geniuses. Yi Xiuyu felt his whole body.
Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 57 Qin Mang's Conspiracy, Old Feng's Shock. Villa A06, in the Magic University Student District.
In the reception room of the villa's hall, there were 3 figures. One of them was Qin Mang, who had just fought Yi Xiuyu the night before. Wu Shaoquan sat on the sofa expressionlessly. He kept tapping the coffee table beside him with his index finger.
A rhythmic tapping sound. It lingered throughout the entire reception area. Da. Da. Da.
Qin Mang lowered his head, his forehead already covered in cold sweat.
Kuan, brother Kuan, that kid surname Ji rejected our offer.
He had barely finished speaking when
the knocking sounds in the reception room disappeared instantly. Qin Mang, I remember my order to you was to take care of him, right? Is this your answer to me?
Wu Shaoquan's voice was devoid of any emotion.
But Qin Mang could sense a strong sense of dissatisfaction in it. Brother Kuan, listen to me.
Qin Mang explained somewhat flusteredly. I was almost able to convince Yi Xiuyu, but Teacher Mu suddenly appeared and disrupted my plans.
Wu Shaoquan's brows furrowed involuntarily. Mu Qingwan. What did she do? Qin Mang replied, Teacher Mu, she. They seem reluctant to let Yi Xiuyu move out of that villa. Upon hearing this, Wu Shaoquan's face turned completely gloomy. Bai Mingxian, standing to the side, said with some confusion. Why is Teacher Mu so protective of that freshman? Could it be?
Bai Mingxian hadn't finished speaking. He was then rudely interrupted by Wu Shaoquan.
Impossible. The entire reception room fell silent instantly. After a while, Wu Shaoquan then spoke again.
Qin Mang, I don't care what methods you use, you have to get rid of Yi Xiuyu for me.
Otherwise, you know the consequences. Brother Kuan, I understand. Wu Shaoquan waved his hand at Qin Mang and said. You go ahead and get busy. After Qin Mang left Wu Shaoquan's villa,
I couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, I was quick-witted enough to shift the blame onto Mu Qingwan. If Wu Shaoquan finds out, if he messed up last night, he's in big trouble.
Fortunately, Wu Shaoquan wouldn't confront Mu Qingwan.
This matter will not be exposed for the time being.
As long as I can handle Yi Xiuyu, then none of these things will be a problem.
Thinking of this, a ruthless glint appeared in Qin Mang's eyes.
Kid, you're dead. On the other side,
sitting on the bed, Yi Xiuyu, who hadn't slept all night, slowly opened his eyes. I never imagined that the myriad manifestations of the universe would be so profound. Although he only practiced for 1 night.
But Yi Xiuyu could clearly feel it. My mental strength has increased considerably. Unlimited, bring up the system panel. Name, Yi Xiuyu.
Level, Tier 2 Beginner. Special ability, Space Type, Grade A. Abilities: interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional/devouring.
Constitution, 3224 plus. Spirit, 2963 plus. Combat techniques, Bajikwan Benkwan beginner plus, Suanbu first level plus.
Special ability points, 1021 points. His level broke through to the initial stage of the second tier, and he also practiced the myriad manifestations of the universe technique all night. Yi Shouyu's mental strength is now close to breaking through 3000 points. I can use my ability points to continue leveling up.
But he had only just entered university.
Superpowers, levels, combat skills, physical constitution including mental strength.
Each of these improvements requires special ability points. The 4000 ability points I have are not nearly enough.
Even Yi Xiuyu, who converted all the points on his student card into cultivation resources.
That's not enough to support one's cultivation. There's still a long way to go before school starts. Yi Xiuyu pondered.
It would be best to find a place to hunt down a wave of ferocious beasts. This way, you can gain practical experience and accumulate ability points at the same time.
Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Let's do it.
Yi Xiuyu quickly took out his phone and dialed Old Feng's number.
Beep, beep. Hey, Xiuyu, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Is something wrong? Teacher, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Tell me.
There's still plenty of time before school starts, so I want to leave school and find somewhere to gain some experience.
Oh?
There was a hint of surprise in Old Feng's voice.
Students of Yi Xiuyu's age.
Having just finished the supernatural martial arts exam, he couldn't wait to travel around and indulge himself and his own disciple.
Instead, they actively requested to go out and gain experience. While feeling gratified, Mr. Feng also felt a sense of pride. For an apprentice to improve. As a teacher myself, of course I have to give it my full support. Thinking of this, Old Feng asked on the phone, have you decided where you want to go for training?
Upon hearing Elder Feng's words, Yi Xiuyu. I knew he had already agreed.
Teacher, I want to go to the Gate of Mythical Beasts in Shanghai. Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's words, Old Feng couldn't help but nod in agreement. Fighting against ferocious beasts.
It is indeed the fastest way to gain practical experience. Alright, since you have this wish, then I will arrange for you to go to the first-tier alien beast gate in the eastern suburbs of Shanghai for training.
Teacher.
Yi Xiuyu replied somewhat embarrassedly.
The gate of first-order beasts is probably not of any use for training me.
Last night, I broke through to the initial stage of the second tier.
What? Old Feng's voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. Are you telling the truth? Yi Xiuyu nodded, absolutely true. Wait for me. Mr. Feng decisively hung up the phone.
Just as Yi Xiuyu was filled with doubt. Suddenly, a portal of light appeared in the space in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Old Feng walked out of the light gate.
After seeing this scene, Yi Xiuyu's pupils contracted.
This is a space-based teleportation portal. I was wondering why the teacher suddenly hung up the phone.
Unexpectedly, the teacher used a teleportation portal. They came straight over.
Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
This teleportation portal is truly a divine skill for traveling. As soon as Old Feng appeared, he eagerly asked Yi Xiuyu. Quickly, show me your strength. Okay, teacher.
Yi Xiuyu's aura surged. His cultivation level as a beginner at the second tier was fully revealed.
Phew. Old Feng couldn't help but gasp.
I couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect you to actually break through to the early stage of the second tier.
Yi Xiuyu replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Teacher, would I lie to you about something like this? What do you know? Old Feng replied irritably.
I'm worried that if you rush into a breakthrough, you might leave some hidden dangers.
Now I've seen Yi Xiuyu's condition with my own eyes.
The weight that had been hanging over Mr. Feng's heart was finally lifted.
And what followed was. It was utterly shocking. Old Feng looked at Yi Xiuyu and clicked his tongue in amazement. You only broke through not long ago, how come you've broken through again? And judging from your aura. Powerful and enduring. He doesn't look like he just broke through at all. That's really strange. Chapter 58, head to the supply base and obtain the pass. He.
Yi Xiuyu chuckled a few times, then moved closer to Elder Feng and said.
That's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Snort.
Old Feng snorted coldly, "Don't drink my smooth talk. From yesterday when Yi Shouyu became a disciple until now. All Master Feng did was to throw 2 secret manuals at this disciple of his own making. Yi Shouyu has achieved his current success because it's mainly due to his own hard work." Old Feng looked at Yi Shouyu.
The more I looked at it, the more satisfied I felt.
If your disciple is outstanding, you, as their teacher, should feel a sense of urgency.
Phew.
After letting out a long breath, Old Feng said to Yi Shouyu,
"Now that you've broken through to the early stage of the second tier, the first tier beast gate is indeed no longer of much help to you.
How about this? There's another second tier beast gate in the eastern suburbs.
Go there and gain experience. Remember, you can only move around on the perimeter. Safety is the top priority."
Yi Shouyu nodded and said solemnly,
"I understand, teacher."
"Oh, and remember to say goodbye to Mu before you leave."
Okay. After Mr. Feng left,
Yi Shouyu then ran to the next room. He told Mu Qingwan about his plans to go out and gain experience. Hearing that even Teacher Feng, a teacher himself, had agreed,
Mu Qingwan naturally had no objections.
After all, Yi Shouyu was required to arrive in Shanghai early to report for duty. But it was none other than Mr. Feng himself. Because Yi Shouyu has not yet officially enrolled. Therefore, he did not go to the mission hall in Shanghai to receive the mission. That afternoon, Yi Shouyu departed from Shanghai University. Head straight for the second-tier beast gate in the eastern suburbs. Unlike places like Qingtang City, big cities like Shanghai. In order to cultivate the combat awareness and combat experience of superhumans,
the Gate of Beasts is open to everyone. With a pass, one can enter the area of the Beast Gate and hunt ferocious beasts. Although in order to prevent accidents, there will also be troops stationed near the Gate of Beasts. However, unless a major accident occurs, the military personnel will not hunt ferocious beasts. Responsible for managing the flow of personnel throughout the Gate of Beasts, the organization that issued the passes is the China Supernatural Abilities Association. To facilitate resupply for those with supernatural abilities entering the Gate of Beasts, the Chinese Supernatural Abilities Association specifically positioned itself outside the Gate of Extraordinary Beasts. A massive supply base was established. This is the first stop for those with supernatural abilities to enter the Gate of Beasts, and also the last stop for them to leave the Gate of Beasts. Yi Shouyu spent a full 2 hours. I just arrived at this supply base from Shanghai University. Looking at the massive building before him, Yi Shouyu couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He looked away. I stepped into the lobby on the first floor. As soon as Yi Shouyu entered the room, he heard a noisy commotion coming from inside. The hall was filled with people. A large number of waiters and people with superpowers moved about in the spacious and bright hall. Regarding this lively scene, Yi Shouyu was not surprised at all. Once you enter the area of the Gate of Beasts, those with superpowers live in constant fear of being attacked by ferocious beasts. This continuous and high-intensity pressure, it can easily make people mentally exhausted. Therefore, most of the superhumans who emerged from the Gate of Beasts, the first thing I did was, they used the money they earned from hunting ferocious beasts to relax and have fun here. Just as Yi Shouyu was looking around, a pretty waitress, she walked up to him and said softly, "Sir, how can I help you?" Yi Shouyu replied, "What do I need to do to enter the area of the Beast Gate?" The waitress smiled. She raised her right hand and pointed in a direction. "Sir, please follow me." Good. Led by the waitress, Yi Shouyu quickly arrived at the front desk registration area in the lobby on the first floor. Front desk staff. He casually handed Yi Shouyu a registration form. "Give me your ID card, and then fill out this form." Yi Shouyu raised an eyebrow and asked with some surprise, "Do we need to fill out so much information?" Perhaps it's because Yi Shouyu is extremely handsome. After a moment of hesitation, the staff member extended his right hand to him, saying, "Give me the registration form." Here." Yi Shouyu handed the registration form back. The staff member picked up a pen and quickly scribbled a few marks on it. The registration form was then handed back to Yi Shouyu. "Here, just fill in the boxes I ticked." Yi Shouyu glanced at it and noticed that the staff had only checked a few boxes. Basic information such as name, age, and school. The waitress next to her, after seeing Yi Shouyu write his name, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Sir, your information is correct. Here are your ID card and pass. Please keep them safe. I hope you leave the Gate of Beasts with a full harvest. Yi Xiuyu accepted the ID card and pass, and replied with a polite smile. Thank you, I appreciate your kind words. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the lobby on the first floor. Until Yi Xiuyu's figure disappeared. The waitress suddenly yelled. Yi Xiuyu, I know who he is. The receptionist was startled. She looked at the waiter and whispered a reminder. Jechi, keep your voice down. People around are watching you. Oh. Jechi quickly shut her mouth. She approached the receptionist and said excitedly. Xiaoxue, Yi Xiuyu, that person just now was Yi Xiuyu. Xiaoxue said, somewhat confused. Yes, I know his name is Yi Xiuyu. He wrote his name on the registration form. What's wrong? Hey, you still haven't remembered? Jechi took out her phone, searched for Yi Xiuyu's name, and then. He held the phone up to Xiaoxue's face. Look at this. Hashtag the biggest dark horse in the superpowered martial arts exam, Yi Xiuyu from Qingtang City wins the championship. The photo below the news headline. It was Yi Xiuyu, whom I had just served. At this moment, Xiaoxue finally understood why Jechi had been so excited earlier. It turns out that person was actually the champion of this year's superpower martial arts exam. There's a lot of speculation online. Yi Xiuyu will choose Yinqing University. Now it seems he has probably chosen Shanghai University. Ugh, I should have taken a picture with him. Jechi sighed deeply. He was clearly still regretting missing the chance to get to know Yi Xiuyu. Xiaoxue smiled and comforted her. He'll be back eventually, right? You can make it up to him then. That's right. Jechi's eyes lit up. She gave Xiaoxue some instructions. Keep an eye out for me. If you see him, be sure to let me know immediately. Okay, I got it. Shanghai University, Area C Student Dormitory. After Qin Mang learned about Yi Xiuyu. After the news of his solo journey to the Gate of Beasts in the eastern suburbs. He couldn't help but get excited. This really came to us without any effort at all. Kid, you're asking for it, so don't blame me. Chapter 59 Breakthrough in Superpowers, New Skill, Spatial Imprisonment. Awah! In the utterly silent forest. Suddenly, a ferocious beast's scream rang out. Boom! With a loud bang. The massive figure finally came to a stop after crashing through several trees. If someone were here, they would find it. That figure was actually a second-tier, low-level ferocious beast, the Shadow Leopard. At this moment, the Shadow Panther lay motionless on the ground, clearly having stopped breathing. Whoosh! A figure suddenly darted out from the direction from which the Shadow Panther had come. It landed steadily in front of the Shadow Panther. That person was Yi Xiuyu, who had come to the Gate of Beasts for training. Yi Xiuyu stretched out his right hand. After touching the Shadow Panther, its enormous body simply vanished into thin air. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Yi Xiuyu's mind. The decomposition of the Tier 2, Beginner Shadow Panther Corpse's complete 500 ability points have been awarded. Phew, Yi Xiuyu let out a long breath. I've been here for 7 days now. During these 7 days, Yi Xiuyu hunted down a total of several dozen Tier 2 low-level ferocious beasts. He has now accumulated 20,542 points of superpower. What made Yi Xiuyu somewhat happy was that, after the number of ability points exceeded 20,000. On the system panel, the long-lost plus sign next to the superpower has finally reappeared. Almost the instant the plus sign appeared, Yi Xiuyu then issued the upgrade command in his mind. Consuming 20,000 ability points, Spatial Ability has been upgraded from a rank to S rank, awakening a new skill, Spatial Imprisonment. After hearing the system notification that his superpower had been successfully upgraded, Yi Xiuyu. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I never expected that upgrading my ability quality from a rank to S rank would require 20,000 ability points. If we extrapolate from this situation, to upgrade one superpower from S rank to SS rank, it will probably require at least 50,000 ability points. This is a very large number for Yi Xiuyu right now. After all, aside from the quality of superpowers, combat skills and levels also require a large number of ability points. Fortunately, he possessed an S-rank spatial ability. That's enough to handle the situation I'm facing right now.
before his cultivation level broke through to the 4th rank. Yi Xiuyu no longer intends to accumulate ability points to improve the quality of his ability.
Of course, such a large investment of ability points. The gains brought about.
It is naturally enormous. Yi Xiuyu's alternate dimension has now expanded to over 2,000 cubic meters. The teleportation skill's coverage area also reaches within a radius of 1 kilometer.
The casting animation of Dimensional Slash has been reduced. Its diameter exceeds 10 meters.
It is fast-acting, has a wide range, and is extremely powerful. Not to mention, the system also gifted a new skill, Spatial Imprisonment. Yi Xiuyu can use this skill.
Keep the enemy in place.
The duration of control is related to the strength of the other party's mental power.
For someone with similar mental strength, the control time is approximately 1 to 2 seconds.
The stronger the mental strength of the person being controlled, the shorter the control period, the greater the control duration. Conversely, the longer the control period.
The effect of this skill is simply incredible. You must know that on the battlefield, a single second can completely determine the outcome of a battle.
Now, Yi Xiuyu finally understood why his master, Elderphone, had said that spatial ability users require a very high level of mental strength.
Sigh, it seems I can't ignore improving my mental strength anymore.
Just as Yi Xiuyu was sighing inwardly, suddenly, a whooshing sound came from the woods to his right. Yi Xiuyu looked in the direction of the sound.
There were only a few whoosh sounds. 3 figures suddenly darted out from the nearby woods. 3 men arrived.
The leader was a man in his 30s with a scarred face.
This scarred face man is named Chen Tu.
Nicknamed Bloodhand, he is a superhuman whose cultivation has reached the intermediate level of the 2nd tier.
He was quite well known in the eastern suburbs. Chen Tu looked around at the chaotic scene. He glanced at Yi Xiuyu, who was standing calmly below, and couldn't help but frown.
They were there because they heard the screams of ferocious beasts coming from the area. That's why I made a special trip over here.
Unexpectedly, besides Yi Xiuyu, who looked like a student, there was. They didn't even find a single hair on the ferocious beast.
After scanning the area, Chen Tu turned his gaze back to Yi Xiuyu. He then clasped his hands in a fist salute to Yi Xiuyu and asked,
"Excuse me, sir, were there any ferocious beasts around here just now?"
Yi Xiuyu glanced at Chen Tu and the others.
He fell into deep thought. If I'm not mistaken,
the group of people in front of us must have been attracted by the Shadow Panther's cries. Although Yi Xiuyu was not afraid of them, he did not want to cause trouble. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, "I just arrived recently and haven't found any trace of the ferocious beasts yet."
"Hey!"
The man to Chen Tu's left stepped forward. He pointed a finger at Yi Xiuyu and said with a fierce expression, "I'd better tell the truth, kid. If I find out what tricks you're up to, I'll kill you." The man who spoke was named Chen Yong, the 3rd brother of Chen Tu.
Faced with Chen Yong's threatening words, Yi Xiuyu's face turned cold.
"I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble."
Yi Xiuyu looked at Chen Yong, snorted coldly, and said, "I'd love to see how you're going to kill me."
Chen Yong was taken aback, then a hint of anger appeared on his face. He had only said it casually. Chen Yong never expected that Yi Xiuyu, this young upstart, would actually dare to challenge him.
"Depend on."
After cursing angrily, he suddenly attacked Yi Xiuyu.
Whoosh!
Feeling the sharp, strong wind in front of me, Yi Xiuyu's expression turned cold, and he threw a punch to meet the attack.
Boom!
The moment their fists made contact, Chen Yong's expression changed drastically.
The force reflected from Yi Xiuyu's fist. It was even a few points better than mine. Chen Yong's body shot backward, flying back the way he came.
Having suffered a setback at the hands of that young upstart Yi Xiuyu, Chen Yong felt somewhat embarrassed.
Just as he was preparing to make another move,
Chen Tu, who was standing nearby, suddenly reached out and stopped him.
Chen Tu said apologetically, "Young man, my 3rd brother has a bad temper.
I hope you won't take what he just said to heart.
Since you didn't see any ferocious beast, young man, you can leave now."
Yi Xiuyu gave Chen Tu a deep look. He turned and left the place, until his figure completely disappeared. Chen Yongkai, looking displeased, said to Chen Tu beside him,
"Big brother, why are you stopping me?"
Chen Tu glanced at Chen Yong and said in a calm tone, "At that age, to be able to cultivate to the early stage of the 2nd tier, he's definitely not an ordinary person."
"So you're just going to let him go like that?" Chen Yong's face was full of resentment.
Clearly, regarding the setback they had just suffered at the hands of Yi Xiuyu,
he was still resentful. Snort! Chen Tu snorted coldly and said meaningfully. Who told you I was going to let him go?
Chapter 60 The plan to use one tiger to devour another.
After hearing Chen Tu's words, Chen Yong.
He paused for a moment, then said excitedly.
Big brother, are you going to deal with that kid?
Chen Tu narrowed his eyes.
Since he has the strength to repel you, that means that ferocious beast we just saw was very likely killed by him.
Chen Yong scratched his head and said in a somewhat confused tone.
But I didn't see the beast's corpse.
The man who had been silent to the right suddenly spoke.
A spatial artifact. Second brother, are you saying that kid has a spatial artifact? The second brother, Chen Rue, nodded and said. Very likely.
A hint of greed flashed in Chen Yong's eyes.
Even if it's a spatial artifact with only a few cubic meters of storage space,
it would cost at least several million Chinese yuan to start.
This price is undoubtedly astronomical for the three brothers.
After all, they need a lot of cultivation resources. Spending so much money to buy a spatial artifact,
that's too extravagant for them. Thinking of this,
Chen Yong looked at Chen Tu and asked expectantly.
Big brother, I'll listen to you. Just tell me what to do.
Chen Tu stared in the direction where Yi Xiuyu had disappeared.
Let's follow him and see if anyone is following him. Once it's confirmed that he's the only one.
Chen Tu made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand and said in a stern tone.
Kill them on the spot.
Chen Tu and the others were unaware that, apart from the three of them, others also had their eyes on Yi Xiuyu.
In the dense forest, a figure was constantly and rapidly moving through it.
This person was none other than Qin Mang, who had been chasing after Yi Xiuyu.
Qin Mang's expression was very unpleasant at this moment. It's been 7 days. I've been searching inside for 7 whole days. During these 7 days,
not only did he not encounter Yi Xiuyu, but he also encountered several ferocious beasts in succession.
After several days of running around, this has caused Qin Mang's mental state to deteriorate significantly.
Just one day. If I can't find Yi Xiuyu within a day, I'll have to leave
this godforsaken place. Qin Mang could no longer stay there.
He cursed under his breath.
He kept looking around at his surroundings. Qin Mang was unaware of this.
The reason he hadn't run into Yi Xiuyu was because Yi Xiuyu deliberately avoided him.
In fact, on Yi Xiuyu's first day entering this area,
Qin Mang had already been discovered. After all, his mental strength far surpasses that of his peers.
However, Yi Xiuyu's purpose for this trip was to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain superpower points.
He deliberately avoided Qin Mang's route because he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. However, when Yi Xiuyu noticed Chen Tu and his 2 companions following behind him,
a new idea began to form in his mind.
As Yi Xiuyu moved forward through the forest, his eyes would occasionally glance at something behind him. As he expected, Chen Tu and his 2 companions indeed harbored ill intentions towards him and had been secretly following him all along. Yi Xiuyu only pondered it for a moment. I had already roughly guessed what they were thinking.
It is estimated that Chen Tu and the other 2.
He still harbored doubts that he had killed the ferocious beast.
So he secretly followed behind, wanting to find out what was going on. Snort!
Yi Xiuyu snorted coldly.
You want to find out what's going on, right?
I'll let you touch me as much as you want. He turned around and started heading in another direction.
That was the area where Qin Mang was active.
Chen Yong, who had been following behind,
they noticed Yi Xiuyu's actions immediately. Big brother, that kid has changed direction.
Chen Tu said expressionlessly.
Follow them.
Brother, we've been following him for quite a while, but we haven't found anyone around him.
Why don't we just take him out and kill him? Chen Tu remained silent for a moment.
Turning his head to look at the second son, Chen Rue, he asked.
Second brother, what do you think?
Brother, I think if there really was a master protecting that kid in the shadows, they would have discovered us long ago. But we haven't encountered any obstacles along the way, which means that kid really came in alone. In my opinion, we should definitely find a secluded spot to make our move. After Chen Rue finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Phew. After listening to Chen Rue's analysis, Chen Tu breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, let's get started.
As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them instantly increased their speed. Yi Xiuyu, who had been on his way. They immediately noticed the unusual behavior of Chen Tu and his two companions behind them. A cold smile appeared on his lips.
Looks like he couldn't hold back any longer. Fortunately, the person I was looking for has arrived.
Yi Xiuyu ignored Chen Tu and the others and continued forward at a normal pace. Just as Chen Tu and his two companions were about to catch up with Yi Xiuyu, a figure suddenly landed in front of them.
Chen Yong was eager to get revenge on Yi Xiuyu, and in his haste, he blurted out a curse. Who's blind fool who dares to block Grandpa's way?
Seeing this, Chen Tu scolded him with a displeased expression.
Third brother, the important matter is what matters. Let's not cause any unnecessary trouble. I understand, brother. Chen Yong was preparing to leave.
Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind rushed towards him.
The one who made the move was none other than Qin Mang. Chen Yong was completely unprepared and caught off guard. He was punched in the face by Qin Mang. The immense force sent him flying instantly. His body slammed heavily onto the ground with a loud boom.
Qin Mang rubbed his wrist and said with a disdainful look,
"With this kind of strength, you dare to talk back to me?"
Looking at Chen Yong, who was motionless in the deep pit, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction.
Lately, I've had a lot of bad luck. First, he tried to recruit Yi Xiuyu but was rejected.
He then failed to do his job properly and was severely scolded by Wu Shaokuan.
Now I've spent another week running through this forest. In this case, faced with Chen Yong's provocation, Qin Mang didn't hesitate to attack in anger. To Qin Mang's surprise, after beating that idiot, my initial depressed mood actually dissipated quite a bit. It seems that hitting someone really does make you feel good.
No wonder Wu Shaokuan often beats people up in private.
Thinking of this,
Qin Mang's gaze toward Chen Tu and his companion carried a hint of ill intent.
Chen Tu's face turned completely gloomy.
He didn't expect that the person Chen Yong casually insulted was.
He's actually a master.
Seeing that Qin Mang had no intention of letting the matter rest,
Chen Tu hurriedly said to Chen Rui, "You go after him first, and whatever you do, don't let that kid get away. I'll handle things here. Big brother, be careful."
Chen Rui knew the priorities of the matter. After giving him a word of advice, he turned and left without hesitation.
Trying to leave?
Qin Mang moved swiftly and chased after Chen Rui in the direction he had left.
However, a tall figure.
They suddenly appeared on the road he was chasing.
Qin Mang stopped, sensing the late-stage second-tier aura emanating from Chen Tu.
He asked with a serious expression,
"Are you going to stop me?" Chapter 61 Yi Xiuyu instantly kills Chen Rui, Chen Tu battles Qin Mang. During the battle between Chen Tu and Qin Mang,
Chen Rui, who went to pursue Yi Xiuyu, unexpectedly lost track of Yi Xiuyu.
"Damn, where's that kid?"
Chen Rui scanned his surroundings repeatedly, but couldn't find Yi Xiuyu at all.
Just as he was filled with doubt, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Chen Rui. "Excuse me, are you looking for me?"
Chen Rui turned around abruptly and saw that Yi Xiuyu had appeared on the tree branch behind him at some point.
Yi Xiuyu looked down at Chen Rui.
There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Chen Rui looked up at Yi Xiuyu, his face grim, and asked,
"You knew we were tracking you?"
Yi Xiuyu chuckled and said,
"I noticed you the moment you caught up with me. Now that you've discovered we're following you, why don't you run away?" "Run away?"
Yi Xiuyu shook his head, somewhat amused.
"With the strength of the three of you, you're not enough to make me run away." Yi Xiuyu's confidence made Chen Rui's expression turn serious.
Whether it was Yi Xiuyu defeating the third brother Chen Yong with a single punch, or perhaps it was only now that he discovered his three brothers that he found out.
"I kept following him." All of this proves that Yi Xiuyu is far more complex than he appears on the surface. Although Chen Rui's own cultivation level is at the intermediate level of the second tier, he is a small rank higher than Yi Xiuyu. But if they really start fighting, Chen Rui wasn't entirely confident of victory.
Of the three brothers, Chen Rui was the most cautious and prudent.
Before we figure out Yi Xiuyu's background, Chen Rui did not want to act rashly.
Hold Yi Xiuyu back and wait for the boss's reinforcements. He made this decision very quickly in his mind.
However, Chen Rui wanted to stall for time.
But Yi Xiuyu had no intention of wasting time with him. A smile appeared on his lips. The person vanished instantly. Chen Rui believed that he had already valued Yi Xiuyu enough. He never expected that he would ultimately underestimate Yi Xiuyu's strength.
The moment Yi Xiuyu disappeared, Chen Rui sensed danger. However, he didn't have time to react. An extra hand appeared on her neck.
Chen Rui looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked in shock.
Teleportation? You're a space-type ability user.
Yi Xiuyu smiled slightly and replied, "You guessed right, but there's no prize." At this moment, Chen Rui was already beginning to feel a little regretful. Spatial ability users, especially those who have awakened the ability of teleportation.
That's someone no one wants to mess with.
Because these types of superhumans possess extremely strong escape and ambush abilities.
Once you become enemies with them, it's like having a bomb planted right next to you. You have no idea. When will this bomb suddenly explode?
Thinking of this, Chen Rui quickly said,
"Young man, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't act impulsively. Let's sit down and talk about it calmly." Want to talk? It's not impossible.
Yi Xiuyu's right hand gradually loosened its grip.
Just as Chen Rui breathed a sigh of relief.
Yi Xiuyu exerted force with his right hand in an instant, and snapped his neck cleanly.
Do they really think I'm some naive student?
Yi Xiuyu's voice was full of sarcasm. From Chen Tu and his two brothers.
The moment they were secretly following me.
Yi Xiuyu had already sentenced them to death in his heart.
He quickly searched Chen Rui's body.
Besides the two Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast cores and about 30,000 Chinese yuan,
nothing else of value was found.
Seeing this, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Alas, life is tough for independent cultivators. He realized once again that. Just how important are cultivation resources to a person with superpowers? No wonder in recent years, the top few hundred on the supernatural martial arts exam leaderboard, they were almost all taken by scions of prominent families. There are not enough cultivation resources. So-called talent does not necessarily mean absolute strength. Phew.
Yi Xiuyu breathed a long sigh of relief. The desire to become stronger grew even more urgent in my heart. He was seen carrying Chen Rui's body in his right hand. With a swift movement, he headed in the direction Chen Rui had come from.
Chen Rui has taken care of it. Now it's Chen Tu and his buddy's turn. On the other side,
Chen Tu and Xin Mang have been fighting fiercely for over half an hour. The area where the two were located at this time,
it was already a complete mess.
Deep pits and rubble were everywhere, along with broken trees. It seemed to be silently telling the story of the fierce battle.
Boom! With a loud bang, the two figures separated once again.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Xin Mang was breathing heavily.
His clothes were torn, revealing numerous wounds. Chen Tu, who was opposite him, was not much better off than Xin Mang at this time.
Chen Tu's rank and combat experience are higher than Xin Mang's.
However, Xin Mang holds an absolute advantage in both supernatural abilities and combat skills.
Given that the two are roughly equal in actual strength, for a time, it was indeed difficult to determine a winner. However, as time went on,
the scales of victory gradually tipped in Chen Tu's favor. After all, Chen Tu was a second-tier advanced ability user.
If we talk about the power of supernatural abilities, he is far superior to Xin Mang.
In addition, Xin Mang's combat techniques consume a relatively large amount of supernatural energy. This led to Xin Mang gradually falling into a disadvantageous position.
Pooh!
Xin Mang tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze was fixed fiercely on Chen Tu opposite him. If looks could kill, Chen Tu would probably be dead 100 times over. At this moment, Xin Mang had only one thought in his mind.
That means we absolutely must kill Chen Tu right in front of us. Xin Mang ripped his outer garment to shreds.
He spread his arms out to the sides.
Snort! With a loud shout,
his two arms turned into two black tiger hooves. The veins on the tiger's paws bulged.
A violent aura permeated it.
This move is a unique ability of enhancement-type ability users, Beast Transformation.
He.
A sinister smile appeared on Xin Mang's face, and he suddenly charged towards Chen Tu.
Tiger King Fist. Chen Tu's expression became more serious.
He dared not be careless and quickly mobilized all his supernatural powers. The crimson color gradually gathered on his right fist. Faced with Qin Mang's ferocious punch, Chen Tu finally unleashed his trump card. Blood Fiend Slaughter. The two fists collided violently. Boom! The ground beneath their feet instantly shattered, turning into a giant crater. A massive shockwave emanated from Qin Mang and his companion, spreading outwards in all directions. Trees and gravel mixed with the air currents. In this area, it's spreading rampantly. Yi Xiuyu, not far away. Their attention was drawn to the commotion. Wow, looks like the battle is pretty intense. He made a casual remark. They then set off in this direction. Chapter 62. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman Yi Xiuyu reaps the benefits. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the situation inside the arena finally became clear. A huge crater appeared at the center of their battle. Qin Mang and Chen Tu. He was lying in the deep pit at that moment. Chen Tu's right arm was in an extremely twisted position. It was clear that his right arm was broken. As for Qin Mang, who was opposite him, his beast-like state with both arms had been reversed, and a huge wound appeared on his chest. Put! Qin Mang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected that Chen Tu possessed such formidable combat skills. Get out of here! We must get out of here immediately. My injuries are severe. If I don't leave quickly, I might die here. Just as Qin Mang was preparing to retreat, Chen Yong's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the deep pit. The aftershocks of the fight between Qin Mang and Chen Yong sent the unconscious Chen Yong flying. After Chen Yong hit the ground, he has awakened from a coma. The moment he saw Qin Mang, his eyes turned blood red. I want you dead. Chen Yong roared and rushed to Qin Mang's side, punching Qin Mang in the chest. A cracking sound of bones breaking rang out. Qin Mang's sternum was instantly broken. Looking at Chen Yong again, he showed no sign of stopping. He had just pulled his right fist back when his left fist followed up again. Boom, 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 boom. Chen Yong was like a tireless machine. His fists pounded relentlessly against Qin Mang's strong body. Upon seeing this, Chen Tu frowned. I couldn't help but shout a reminder. All right, third brother. He's dead. Ah! Chen Yong's right fist stopped in mid-air. Looking at Qin Mang under his fist, his body had already been smashed into a pile of minced meat. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Yong was breathing heavily, and the bloodshot in his eyes was gradually fading. After reason returned to the brain, he immediately ran to Chen Tu's side. Chen Yong looked at Chen Tu. He asked with a worried expression. Big brother, are you all right? Chen Tu shook his head and said, he has a few broken ribs, but his life is not in danger for the time being. Hearing Chen Tu say this, Chen Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon Qin Mang's corpse beside him, and he spoke angrily. Where did this damn brat come from? Chen Tu said coldly. Never mind him. Go find the second brother, deal with that kid, and then we need to get out of here quickly. No need to look for him. Yi Xiuyu's voice suddenly came from above. Chen and Tu looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, Yi Xiuyu appeared at the edge of the deep pit. Yi Xiuyu waved his hand casually. They threw Chen Rui's body down there. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of Chen Tu and Chen Yong, Chen Rui's body was thrown down in front of them. Second brother, second elder brother. Chen Tu's eyes were wide with rage. Chen Yong looked up and roared at Yi Xiuyu. I'll kill you. Ignoring his injuries, he charged straight at Yi Xiuyu. Humph. Yi Xiuyu snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards Chen Yong in the air, silently shouting in his heart. Spatial confinement. Chen Yong suddenly stopped in mid-air for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xiuyu rushed to Chen Yong's side. A sharp elbow strike landed on his chest. Chen Yong was sent flying backward, crashing heavily next to Chen Rui's corpse. Boom! The flying dust hit Chen Tu's face. Chen Tu stared blankly at the two familiar faces before him. Two people who were alive just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, they had become two cold corpses. Yi Xiuyu approached Chen Tu. She stared at him with icy eyes, without a trace of sympathy. Murderers will eventually die at the hands of others. The moment Chen Tu harbored murderous intent towards him, his current fate was sealed. Phew! Chen Tu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and said,
Come on. Give me a quick death. But I have one request, could you bury the three of us brothers together? Yi Xiuyu nodded and said. Good. Thank you.
Chen Tu slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xiuyu walked up to Chen Tu, and just as he was about to make his move, Chen Tu suddenly opened his eyes. His left hand turned blood red.
Turned fist into claw. It lunged fiercely at Yi Xiuyu's neck. However, just as Chen Tu was about to capture Yi Xiuyu, he was surprised to find that my body is now completely immobile. What's going on?
Yi Xiuyu looked at Chen Tu. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes.
You don't actually think I believe your nonsense, do you?
Under Chen Tu's shocked gaze, Yi Xiuyu slapped him on the forehead. Before Chen Tu could even scream, he had already stopped breathing. Yi Xiuyu squatted down and searched the bodies of him and Chen Yong. Fearing that the school would investigate, he did not touch the items on Qin Meng's body. After Yi Xiuyu put away what he had found, only then did he get up and leave the place. Half an hour later, Yi Xiuyu found a relatively quiet place to stop and rest. Recalling the battle that had just taken place, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The power of the spatial imprisonment skill far exceeded my expectations. It is released quickly and without any warning, making it almost impossible for the enemy to predict in advance. Aside from consuming a lot of mental energy, this skill, it has almost no drawbacks. With Yi Xiuyu's current mental strength, against someone with the same mental strength as himself, the number of times you can continuously release spatial confinement, it takes about 5 to 6 times. As one's mental strength increases, this number will likely continue to increase. In addition to the new skills given by the system, the three Qin brothers, who had been relentlessly pursuing Yi Xiuyu and Qin Meng from Shanghai University, they fought to a standstill, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Now that both sides are completely dead, I am temporarily free from worries. From the three Chen brothers, Yi Xiuyu collected a total of 3 Tier 2, low-level ferocious beast cores,
and around 300,000 Chinese yuan.
In addition, there is a purple card that is neither stone nor jade. The front of the card features a vortex. Yi Xiuyu examined it carefully for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. They then threw it back into the alternate dimension.
Yi Xiuyu first decomposed all 3 ferocious beast crystal cores.
He then used his ability points to level up again. Consuming 6,000 ability points, cultivation level has increased from Tier 2, beginner to Tier 2, intermediate. After a week here, Yi Xiuyu's attributes improved once again.
Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, intermediate second tier. Special ability, S-rank space type. Abilities, interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional slash, devouring, spatial imprisonment. Physical constitution, 4102. Spirit, 3802.
Combat skills, Bajiquan Mastery Plus, Inch Step 3rd Level Plus, Myriad Manifestations Technique 1st Level Plus.
Special ability points, 4,242 points.
Feeling his strength increase once again, Yi Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's take a break and continue. Chapter 63 Peak Second Order Earth Demon Bear. A dozen days later, somewhere in the forest outside the Gate of Beasts, Yi Xiuyu is resting here. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded from the smart device on his right wrist. Beep 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 beep.
Yi Xiuyu looked at the flashing red dot on the smart device and a look of surprise appeared on his face.
This is a distress signal from students at Magic University. Before he left Magic University, Mu Qingwan specially gave herself this smart device. They said that if you encounter danger here, you can use a smart device to call for help. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the smart device, all Magic University students carrying smart devices, they will all receive distress signals. It looks like some students from Magic University are in danger nearby.
Yi Xiuyu pondered for a moment, then decisively decided to go and see if there was any opportunity to help.
After all, I'm a student at Magic University now.
Yi Xiuyu moved. They then headed towards the location of the red dot. At this moment, not far ahead of Yi Xiuyu in the direction he was heading, a giant black bear, over 10 meters tall, was chasing after several young people.
Ah!
After the Earth Demon Bear roared to the sky, it swung its sharp claws and slammed them down hard at the group of young people who were frantically fleeing ahead. Although the Earth Demon Bear is enormous, But it moves very quickly.
In the blink of an eye,
Sharp claws had already reached the young men.
the girl in the lead turned around.
He turned and charged towards the Earth Demon Bear's claws.
Sister Ing.
The other two looked deeply worried after seeing Su Qingying's actions.
With a wave of Su Qingying's right hand, a giant water dragon.
It slammed violently into the Earth Demon Bear's claws. However, the powerful water dragon only lasted for a moment. It then shattered with a deafening roar.
Snort!
Su Qingying couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, her face paling slightly.
Fortunately, she took this opportunity.
They escaped the Earth Demon Bear's attack range. Su Qingying didn't have time to feel relieved. She quickly shouted to the group who had stopped.
Run! After everyone realized what was happening,
They hurriedly continued to flee forward.
Zhou Ziang and the team.
I inadvertently saw the blood at the corner of Su Qingying's mouth.
He asked with concern, Sister Ing, are you injured?
Su said softly and gently.
I'm fine.
The Earth Demon Bear saw that its attack had failed to kill Su Qingying and the others.
Its mood became even more volatile. Knock, 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 knock.
The Earth Demon Bear strode forward, ignoring any obstacles in its path. They charged straight towards Su Qingying and the others.
Its enormous body.
It smashed to pieces all the trees and boulders it encountered along the way.
Zhou Ziang felt the oppressive force behind him.
He said with some concern.
Sister Ing, this beast keeps chasing us, what should we do? Snort!
Bai Linger, to Su Qingying's right, snorted coldly and said.
How dare you say that? If it hadn't discovered you stealing the elixir, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Zhou Ziang looked somewhat embarrassed, and he muttered under his breath. I didn't do it on purpose.
Bai Linger was about to complain a few more words when Su Qingying suddenly spoke up.
You two stop arguing.
The most important thing now is to escape from the Earth Demon Bear. Bai Linger said with some distress. Sister Ing, this bear has thick skin and tough flesh.
Our attacks are like tickling it. How are we supposed to fight it?
Su Qingying sighed softly, feeling somewhat helpless about the situation. She is a peak second-tier water-type ability user.
They weren't particularly good at attacking.
Encountering this incredibly powerful, peak-stage second-tier Earth Demon Bear. Besides running for their lives,
she really didn't have any good solutions.
But he kept being chased by this Earth Demon Bear. I am not in any immediate danger.
But Bai Linger and Zhou Ziang might not be able to hold on.
Seeing that their breathing was getting heavier and heavier, Su Qingying made a decision in her heart.
You two go first, I'll stay here and hold it off. No. Zhou Ziang resolutely refused. Sister Ing, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I don't agree. Bai Linger immediately added, Sister Ing, we came together, how could I leave you here alone? If you ask me, let's fight this stupid bear. Su Qingying sighed, and said with some helplessness. Listen to me, you two. My special ability is better suited for defense. To say that defeating it is indeed unlikely.
But if it's just a matter of blocking it for a while, I'm still quite confident. You all leave first, and send me a message as soon as you reach a safe location.
I will get away and join you as soon as I receive the message. No. Absolutely not. Zhou Ziang shook his head vigorously, refusing to agree to Su Qingying's suggestion no matter what.
Yi Xiuyu has just arrived. Then he witnessed this scene that left him utterly speechless.
Depend on. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Don't these two have any self-awareness?
2 second-tier advanced noobs. If they really stay, besides causing trouble,
what else can we do?
At this moment, Yi Xiuyu had completely forgotten.
His apparent cultivation level is not even comparable to that of Zhou Ziang and the other two. Awah!
Accompanied by the roar of the Earth Demon Bear, its sharp claws slashed towards Su Qingying and the other two once again.
Just as Su Qingying was about to make her move, a black light, at an extremely astonishing speed, it shot out from the left side of the Earth Demon Bear. It slammed hard into the Earth Demon Bear's head. Boom! A loud bang was heard.
Under the shocked gazes of Su Qingying and the other two,
the massive body of the Earth Demon Bear was sent flying to the right.
After crashing into a cluster of trees,
it finally came to a slow stop.
Yi Xiuyu shook his slightly numb right arm.
His expression became more serious.
He knew very well in his heart. That attack just now seemed fierce.
In reality, it did not cause any serious damage to the Earth Demon Bear.
Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a peak second-tier Earth Demon Bear, its defensive power is truly terrifying.
Su Qingying's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Xiuyu. Before she could speak, she heard Yi Xiuyu ask, "Were you the ones who just sent out the distress signal?" Su Qingying was taken aback, then asked in surprise, "You're also a student at Magic University?"
Among the students of Magic University, I have seen almost everyone who can fight against a peak second-tier opponent.
But in her memory,
Yi Xiuyu's face was completely unfamiliar to them.
Upon hearing Su Qingying's question, Yi Xiuyu nodded and replied, "Yes."
"Very good."
Bai Linger jumped up on the spot. She looked at Yi Xiuyu and said excitedly,
"Thank you so much for your help, senior." Yi Xiuyu waved his hand.
"It's too early to thank me now. Let's wait until we've resolved the problem."
He had barely finished speaking when. Then they saw that the Earth Demon Bear had already gotten up from the ground.
"Awah!" It roared once. With bloodshot eyes, he charged toward Yi Xiuyu. Chapter 64 Yi Xiuyu vs Earth Demon Bear. Faced with the enraged Earth Demon Bear, Yi Xiuyu's face showed no fear whatsoever.
To the astonishment of Su Qingying and the other two, he actually charged towards the Earth Demon Bear.
Boom!
Two figures, one tall and one short, collided violently. A massive shockwave emanated from the point of impact and spread outwards in all directions. Su Qingying waved her right hand.
A water curtain was created in front of him.
The water curtain completely blocked the aftershocks of the explosion. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ziang's eyes widened. He muttered to himself,
"Going head-on with the Earth Demon Bear? This is just too intense." Bai Linger's face flushed with excitement.
"That's brutal.
I like it." Even the usually calm and collected Su Qingying.
Upon seeing this scene, a strange light flashed in their eyes.
The shock in the hearts of the three of them was. It didn't last long.
Then Yi Xiuyu's figure flew backwards back.
Pooh!
Yi Xiuyu casually spat out a mouthful of blood.
Looking at Su Qingying and the other two, he said this with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "What are you watching? Run! Do you really think I can stop this beast?"
Su Qingying then belatedly realized that
Yi Xiuyu's cultivation level was only at the mid-second stage. Second order intermediate? I'm not seeing things, am I?
A mid-level second-tier ability user.
After absorbing the full force of a palm strike from the enraged Earth Demon Bear, he only suffered minor injuries?
If I hadn't witnessed it myself.
Su Qingying simply couldn't believe it.
Although she was full of doubts.
But this is clearly not a good time to ask questions.
She turned her head and said to Bai Linger and Zhou Ziang,
"Run." "Yes."
Bai Linger and the other person nodded in unison.
The two moved. Then he ran straight ahead. Seeing this, Su Qingying couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave, Su Qingying noticed that
Yi Xiuyu was still standing there. Judging from their appearance, they showed no intention of leaving.
Su Qingying asked in surprise, "Aren't you leaving?"
Yi Xiuyu shook his head and said,
"Someone has to stay behind and hold off this enraged Earth Demon Bear, right?" Su Qingying frowned slightly.
Yi Xiuyu's strength indeed exceeded his expectations.
But if one wants to stop this Earth Demon Bear alone, that might be quite difficult.
After hesitating for a moment, she decisively said, "I'll stay and help you."
"No. Please don't."
Yi Xiuyu panicked and quickly refused.
"You'd better take those two burdens with you right away. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave."
While Yi Xiuyu was speaking,
Zhou Ziang and his companion, who had already run away, they actually came back again. Su Qingying instantly understood what Yi Xiuyu meant.
She lightly bit her red lips and said, "Then be careful. I'll send them away first, then I'll come back to support you."
"I see."
Yi Xiuyu waved his hand and once again charged towards the Earth Demon Bear.
Su Qingying gave Yi Xiuyu a deep look. Then he turned and left. Phew.
Seeing that Su Qingying and the other two had all left, Yi Xiuyu breathed a long sigh of relief. Since Su Qingying and the others were present, I couldn't go all out.
Now that they've left, I can finally unleash my full potential and get things done. Since the 8 Extremes Banquan reached its peak, Yi Xiuyu has never used his full strength before. Now that he has encountered a second-tier peak Earth Demon Bear, he will not let it go no matter what. You're perfect for honing my boxing skills. He twisted his neck. He beckoned to the Earth Demon Bear and said, "Come on, you beast." Oh whoa! The Earth Demon Bear never expected that. This tiny human being in front of me actually dares to provoke me. The crimson color in its eyes intensified even further. The Earth Demon Bear swung its arms and charged fiercely towards Yi Xiuyu. That overwhelming ferocity filled its black palms, accompanied by a gust of spiritual energy. The Earth Demon Bear swung out a paw, slamming it down hard on Yi Xiuyu's head. Yi Xiuyu showed no fear upon seeing this. He bent slightly and threw a punch. Those fair, tender fists and the Earth Demon Bear's black, sharp claws. They clashed fiercely. Crushing fist. The violent wind swept outwards. It blasted the surrounding trees into dust. This time, Yi Xiuyu only took a few steps back. This stopped the Earth Demon Bear's ferocious attack. He was repeatedly blocked by Yi Xiuyu. This enraged the Earth Demon Bear. It kept waving its arms, trying to smash Yi Xiuyu into mincemeat. Each of its punches, they all stirred up towering winds. It's easy to imagine the Earth Demon Bear's offensive at this moment. Just how fierce is it? However, Yi Xiuyu accepted them all. Boom 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 boom. A series of huge explosions echoed throughout the area. Just as Yi Xiuyu was locked in fierce combat with the Earth Demon Bear, Su Qingying finally got Zhou Ziang and Bai Linger to a safe area. You two should leave first. After giving her a casual word of advice, she prepared to go back and help Yi Xiuyu. However, Zhou Ziang suddenly stopped her. "Sister Ing, let's go together." Su Qingying shook her head and said, "No, I have to go back and help." "Help?" Bai Linger asked, somewhat confused. "Who are you helping? That senior from earlier?" Yes, at this point, Bai Linger had already implicitly accepted the powerful Yi Xiuyu as her senior. "Yes," Zhou Ziang said with a puzzled look. "With your strength, senior, the Earth Demon Bear shouldn't pose much of a threat to him, right? After all, he was a peerless, ruthless man who dared to go head-to-head with the Earth Demon Bear." However, Zhou Ziang had some doubts in his heart. A student with a bit of a reputation at Magic University. He knows almost everything. However, Zhou Ziang had never met Yi Xiuyu before. Su Qingying said with a hint of helplessness. "Didn't you notice that person's cultivation level is only at the mid-second stage?" "What? This is impossible." Zhou Ziang's eyes were filled with shock. "I saw it with my own eyes. That person took the full force of a second-tier peak Earth Demon Bear's palm strike head-on. Could a mid-level second-tier ability user achieve this? How is that possible?" Bai Linger was also somewhat bewildered at this moment. She looked at Su Qingying and asked incredulously, "Sister Ing, you must be seeing things, right? How could a mid-level tier 2 ability user possibly challenge a peak tier 2 ferocious beast in a physical battle?" Su Qingying shook her head and said, "I still have that much confidence. I'm pretty sure his cultivation level is only at the mid-second tier. As for why his physical body is so strong, I'm not entirely sure either." "Okay, I'm going now. Sister Ing, I." Zhou Ziang originally wanted to say that he would go along too. But Su Qingying raised her hand to interrupt him. "You two, just wait outside." After Su Qingying finished speaking, she got up and left without waiting for Zhou Ziang's reply. Chapter 65. The Earth Demon Bear reduced to a sparring partner. When Su Qingying rushed back again, Yi Xiuyu and the Earth Demon Bear had long since disappeared. All that remained was a scene of utter chaos. The numerous deep pits, tree branches, and pebbles seemed to be silently telling a story. The battle that took place here before. Just how intense was it? Seeing this, Su Qingying's expression became more serious. She searched the vicinity of the battlefield for a long time, but found no trace of Yi Xiuyu. Phew! Su Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. This is some good news, not too bad, but not too bad either. With Yi Xiuyu's strength, since he couldn't find him near the battlefield, this means he must have already escaped. However, he did not see Yi Xiuyu safe and sound in person. In Su Qingying's heart, there are still some concerns, more or less.
Undeterred, she searched the vicinity for a while longer. In the end, he left with no other choice. On the other side, Yi Xiuyu was unaware that Su Qingying, who had already left, returned to the scene because she was worried about his safety. At this moment, Yi Xiuyu. They are currently summarizing the lessons learned from the battle against the Earth Demon Bear. Damn, this Earth Demon Bear truly lives up to its reputation as a ferocious beast skilled in defense. With my current physical strength, it would be quite difficult to take it down head-on. Yi Xiuyu and the Earth Demon Bear fought fiercely for over an hour. In the end, they still lost. Although he could break through the Earth Demon Bear's defenses using the spatial, dimensional blade. But Yi Xiuyu ultimately did not choose to do so. Recently, my skills have improved too quickly. At this crucial moment, he happened to encounter a tough sparring partner like the Earth Demon Bear. Yi Xiuyu was unwilling to kill it just like that. He now knows the lair of the Earth Demon Bear. Yi Xiuyu decided that before leaving this place, every now and then, I would go over and have a friendly sparring session with the Earth Demon Bear. So, in the next 2 weeks, the superhumans who came here for trials witnessed a scene that left them utterly dumbfounded. A young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Almost every 2 days, they have to engage in a direct battle with the infamous Earth Demon Bear in this area. What happened next was even more shocking. That person didn't use ranged skills to kite and whittle down the Earth Demon Bear. Instead, they rushed forward. Engage in close quarters combat with the Earth Demon Bear. When this news first came out, everyone thought that someone was so bored that they made up such a story. Later, as time went by, more and more people are coming forward claiming that they have seen the man wrestling with the Earth Demon Bear. Only then did everyone belatedly realize that this matter, it's very likely true. However, everyone still felt a sense of unreality. Earth Demon Bear. It's famously tough and thick-skinned. At the supply base, many people have tried to hunt it together, but without exception, they have all failed. The Earth Demon Bear at its peak, second tier. Both its endurance and its defensive capabilities are extremely formidable. Moreover, whenever the Earth Demon Bear is seriously injured, they will all enter a berserk state. In this state, the Earth Demon Bear's attack, defense, and speed all will see a significant improvement. Moreover, it will vent its anger on one person. No one can take it head-on. The rage of the berserk Earth Demon Bear. Thus, the Earth Demon Bear became one of the most formidable overlords in this region. Inside the supply base, the group huddled together in 2s and 3s and began to discuss the matter again. Hey, did you hear? That guy's fighting the Earth Demon Bear again. Wow, that's incredible. How many times has this happened? This is the 7th time there have been eyewitness accounts in the last 2 weeks. This guy is a bit too fierce, isn't he? That's an Earth Demon Bear. Who says otherwise? I've been at the supply base for years, and I've never heard of anyone daring to fight the Earth Demon Bear in a physical battle. My cousin, a 2nd-tier advanced fire-type ability user, once used an A-level combat skill, Fireball, to hit the Earth Demon Bear. Guess what? He didn't even scratch the Earth Demon Bear. Zhou Ziang, who was in the corner, heard the surrounding chatter. Unable to resist asking Su Qingying, Sister Ing, could the person they're talking about be the senior who saved us? After pondering for a moment, Su Qingying replied with a wry smile. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who can match the Earth Demon Bear in terms of physical strength. Bai Linger waved her little hand and said excitedly, Wow, that's so cool. As soon as she finished speaking, a look of annoyance appeared on her face. What a pity I didn't ask him his name. Su Qingying patted Bai Linger's head and said with a smile, The senior will come out sooner or later. Let's just wait here, and you can ask him then. 2. Hearing Su Qingying say this, the slight frustration in Bai Linger's heart vanished instantly. Zhou Ziang, standing to the side, said, Sister Ing, I'll wait with you all. Bai Linger exclaimed softly. She looked at Zhou Ziang and asked with a curious expression. Zhou Ziang, didn't you say you had something to do and had to leave first? Zhou Ziang glanced at Su Qingying meaningfully. Yes, things have been taken care of, and I'm not needed for the time being. Su Qingying ignored Zhou Ziang's ulterior motives. She looked up and gazed into the distance. That was the direction where Yi Xiuyu had saved her earlier. Su Qingying silently prayed in her heart, Senior, you must be careful. Deep within the secret realm, Yi Xiuyu was sitting cross-legged on the rock. I have been in this secret realm for over a month now.
During this period,
Yi Xiuyu successively killed over 100 Tier 2 low-level ferocious beasts, dozens of Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beasts, and 5 Tier 2 high-level ferocious beasts. In addition, there was the sparring session with the peak 2nd Tier Earth Demon Bear.
His current strength, compared to a little over a month ago, when I first entered the secret realm, absolutely earth-shattering changes have taken place. Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, Tier 2 Advanced. Special ability, S-Rank Space Type. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional Slash, Devouring, Spatial Imprisonment. Physical Constitution, 6302. Spirit, 6422.
Combat Techniques, Bajiquan Mastery Plus, Inch Step 4th Level Plus, Myriad Manifestations Technique 2nd Level Plus.
Special Ability Points, 5,828 points.
Yi Xiuyu looked at the various attribute values on the panel.
He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction.
With a cultivation level of advanced 2nd tier, mastery of the 8 extremes crushing fist, and the inch step technique having reached the 4th level, he had achieved a high level of cultivation. Most importantly, the myriad manifestations manual that Elder Feng gifted him.
After entering the 2nd level,
surprisingly, his mental strength value surpassed his physical strength value once again. Yi Xiuyu stood up from the rock. His gaze drifted into the distance.
Everything is now ready. It's time to kill that Earth Demon Bear.
Chapter 66. After killing the Earth Demon Ape, Yi Xiuyu returns to the supply base.
Oh, almost the instant the Earth Demon Bear saw Yi Xiuyu,
it then charged forward with a fierce expression. For the past 2 weeks, this damn human has been constantly harassing me. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. Now, all it wants is to tear Yi Xiuyu to pieces with its own hands.
Good timing.
Yi Xiuyu swung his right fist out suddenly.
Boom! With a loud bang,
the massive body of the Earth Demon Bear was actually sent flying backward.
The onlookers, witnessing this scene from afar.
After a moment of stunned silence, a commotion erupted. One of them stared blankly, muttering to himself.
Am I seeing things?
He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, but the scene before him remained unchanged.
At this moment, a look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the onlookers.
He sent the peak 2nd tier Earth Demon Bear flying with a single punch. During the 2 weeks that Yi Xiuyu fought against the Earth Demon Bear,
this is the first time this has ever happened.
Yi Xiuyu was unaware that.
What kind of impact did his actions have on the others in the secret realm? At this moment, all his attention was focused on. They focused all their attention on the Earth Demon Bear in front of them. The Earth Demon Bear was knocked away. It quickly pounced on Yi Xiuyu again with an even more ferocious attitude. Its enormous claws, with a ferocious force capable of destroying everything, it exploded towards Yi Xiuyu. Faced with the Earth Demon Bear's powerful claw attack, Yi Xiuyu moved his feet, dodging the attack in an instant. He appeared to the right of the Earth Demon Bear. He clenched his right fist. He slammed a punch hard into the Earth Demon Bear's waist. Oh! The Earth Demon Bear couldn't help but scream in agony. Clearly, Yi Xiuyu's punch had broken through its defenses. The Earth Demon Bear, in pain, became even more agitated. As it reached for Yi Xiuyu with its left claw, it turned to face Yi Xiuyu, and its right claw quickly followed. Yi Xiuyu used the inch step technique again. He moved behind the Earth Demon Bear and delivered a powerful elbow strike to its lower back. This time, the immense force shattered the Earth Demon Bear's bones. Its defensive capabilities, which caused everyone immense headaches. In front of Yi Xiuyu, it's practically useless. And so, Yi Xiuyu sometimes clashed head-on with the Earth Demon Bear. Sometimes, it uses small steps to dodge attacks while waiting for an opportunity to inflict heavy damage. Not long after, the Earth Demon Bear was covered in wounds all over its body. Just then, the Earth Demon Bear roared to the sky in fury. Then its aura suddenly increased. Yi Xiuyu, out of caution. I took a few steps back, putting some distance between myself and it. When he saw the Earth Demon Bear's scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but frown. This is Berserk? During my previous training and drills in Qingtung City, I have seen similar abilities in the bloodthirsty demon ape before. I never expected this Earth Demon Bear So you know this trick too.
Although Yi Shouyu was not afraid, he was not foolish enough to insist on confronting the Earth Demon Bear in this state head-on.
After all, this is not the same examination room as before.
The secret realm is home to all sorts of people from all walks of life.
In case I accidentally get seriously injured, who knows what might happen?
Thus, facing the Earth Demon Bear that had entered a berserk state,
Yi Shouyu decisively chose to temporarily avoid the limelight. For some reason, the onlookers in the distance, upon seeing Yi Shouyu's actions,
they all breathed a sigh of relief without prior agreement.
Phew! This thing finally backed down. I thought he was going to confront us head-on. I thought it would be like this too.
Given his past performance, I wouldn't be surprised if he really went head-to-head with me.
Forehead.
After thinking about it carefully, everyone realized that it was indeed the case.
On the main battlefield, Yi Shouyu focused on dodging. Its body was as slippery as an eel.
At this moment, the power of the fourth level of the inch step technique was finally fully revealed.
No matter how angry the Earth Demon Ape was, its attacks have all landed in empty space. About 10 minutes later,
as the berserk effect subsided, the Earth Demon Bear's movements finally began to slow down. Yi Shouyu seized this opportunity. He instantly appeared directly in front of the Earth Demon Bear and slapped it on the chest. The dimensional blade slid along Yi Shouyu's palm. It surged into the body of the Earth Demon Bear.
Its internal organs were shredded by the dimensional blade, and it almost instantly stopped breathing.
Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd,
the massive body of the Earth Demon Ape slowly fell backward. It landed on the ground.
A thick cloud of dust was stirred up.
They won, that person actually won. The onlookers fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, an incredulous gasp erupted. They originally thought,
this time, Yi Shouyu will simply spar with the Earth Demon Bear, just like before.
Unexpectedly, Yi Shouyu actually did it in front of everyone.
He fought alone and defeated the Earth Demon Bear head-on.
Damn! That's amazing. Incredibly amazing. From today onwards, this guy is my idol. Is this guy an enhancement type? Let's see who dares to look down on us enhancement type people from now on. Just as everyone exclaimed in surprise,
Yi Shouyu collected the corpse of the Earth Demon Bear. Then, with a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight.
Holy crap, boss, don't go.
Although everyone wanted to give chase, they were hesitant due to fear of being caught in the crossfire.
Everyone was positioned quite far from Yi Shouyu, so they could only watch helplessly as Yi Shouyu left. Everyone sighed deeply. Many lamented missing the opportunity to befriend Yi Shouyu, a big shot in the industry. On the other side,
as early as when the battle had just begun, Yi Shouyu already knew that there were people watching him from a distance.
However, the other party is quite far away.
Since he didn't rush over to cause trouble, Yi Shouyu ignored him.
However, the battle is now over.
To avoid being watched, he decisively chose to leave. Yi Shouyu deliberately took a long detour and returned to the supply base.
This time, he came out on his own. It has been more than a month. During this period, Yi Shouyu was busy hunting ferocious beasts. I haven't had a proper rest at all.
Although the gains were significant, maintaining a high level of mental concentration for an extended period of time was crucial. This left him extremely exhausted. At this moment, Yi Shouyu only wanted to return to the Magic University Villa as soon as possible.
Get a good night's sleep. However, as soon as he returned to the supply base, several familiar figures appeared before Yi Shouyu. Bai Linger rushed to Yi Shouyu's side. He said in a slightly resentful tone, "Senior, you've finally shown up. We've been waiting for you for so long." Wait for me?
Yi Shouyu was stunned for a moment, then frowned.
He asked back, looking puzzled. Why are you waiting for me? Chapter 67 Returning to Magic University, Wu Shaoquan's arrangements.
Facing Yi Shouyu, who was somewhat stunned,
Su Qingying took a few steps forward and whispered to him.
I am Su Qingying, a second-level student in the Magic Academy.
These two are Zhou Ziang and Bai Linger. Thank you for your help in the secret realm. Upon hearing Su Qingying's address to him, Yi Shouyu couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. Judging from the current situation, Su Qingying and the others had clearly misunderstood their identities. I'm not some kind of senior student. Strictly speaking, he's not even a student at Magic University anymore. After all, he hasn't officially enrolled at Magic University yet. However, regarding this matter,
Yi Xiuyu didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He could only look at Su Qingying and say, "We're all students at Magic University, there's no need to be so polite." He had barely finished speaking when Bai Linger suddenly leaned forward.
Looking at him expectantly, she asked, "Senior, can you tell us your name?" Bai Linger unconsciously pouted.
There was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Yi Xiuyu hesitated for a moment, then said,
"My name is Yi Xiuyu." Yi Xiuyu? Upon hearing this name, a thoughtful look flashed in Su Qingying's eyes. This name. Why does this sound so familiar? Just as she was filled with doubt, Zhou Ziang, standing to the side, said with a hint of surprise, "You wouldn't happen to be Yi Xiuyu, the martial arts champion of Qingtang City this year, would you?" Yi Xiuyu nodded and said, "It's me."
Su Qingying and the other two exchanged glances, and they could understand each other's expressions from their eyes. I could see a hint of undisguised surprise in his eyes.
Recently,
Yi Xiuyu has become a celebrity in China. Even though they have been training here all along, the information was not readily available. But from the snippets of conversation among those around him,
Su Qingying and the others,
I've heard more or less about Yi Xiuyu's deeds. Despite coming from an ordinary high school, he defeated a group of family disciples from prestigious universities.
Not only that,
he also possessed the cultivation level of the peak of the first rank. They defeated a tier 2 low-level ferocious beast, the Hellhound.
This made everyone question his identity as the champion of the Special Abilities Martial Arts exam. Not a single doubt arose in my mind. However, the time remaining until the end of the Special Abilities Martial Arts exam, only about a month and a half has passed. Even if Yi Xiuyu worked tirelessly every day,
he devoted all his energy to cultivation.
His cultivation level shouldn't have increased so quickly. Just over an hour ago,
Yi Xiuyu did it in front of everyone.
He personally killed that peak second-tier Earth Demon Bear. Earth Demon Bear.
However, he is one of the dominant powers in this region.
Even among the second-year students at Magic University,
those who are confident of killing it, there are only those 3 freaks at the top of the second-year combat power ranking. At this moment, Su Qingying was filled with mixed feelings.
Yi Xiuyu was just a freshman at Magic University.
But his actual combat strength, not only have they surpassed themselves, even among the entire second-year students at Magic University, they were among the top.
This was completely beyond Su Qingying's previous understanding. Phew. Su Qingying let out a barely perceptible breath. He whispered to Yi Xiuyu and the other two, "How about, we go back to school first and talk later?"
Yi Xiuyu had wanted to leave for a long time.
Upon hearing Su Qingying's suggestion, he quickly nodded. "See you at our school then."
Just as he finished speaking and was about to leave, he heard Su Qingying suddenly ask,
"Junior Yi, how are you going to get back later?"
Yi Xiuyu paused for a moment, then replied,
"I bought a high-speed rail ticket for 2 p.m. Before he left Magic University, Mu Qingwan did mention lending me her red sports car.
However, Yi Xiuyu felt it was too ostentatious,
so I promptly refused. I'm also heading back to Magic University anyway, can I give you a ride?"
As soon as Su Qingying finished speaking,
Bai Linger and Zhou Ziang were both stunned and stood there. Su Qingying?
She was the undisputed campus belle of Magic University. Not just anyone gets to ride in her car. Yi Xiuyu was also somewhat surprised.
Just then, Zhou Ziang spoke up.
"Sister Ing, you are a girl after all, it's a bit inconvenient for you to bring your juniors along.
How about I take my junior back with me?"
At this point, Zhou Ziang turned to look at Yi Xiuyu.
"Is that right, Junior?" Zhou Ziang's voice was very gentle, but Yi Xiuyu could sense a faint hostility in it. Looks like this kid likes Su Qingying.
Yi Xiuyu sighed inwardly.
For me, it doesn't matter whose car I ride back in. However, he was already in the secret realm.
We've been fighting the ferocious beast for over a month now.
At times like this, he didn't want to be alone with Zhou Ziang, who was hostile to him. Thinking of this,
Yi Xiuyu smiled and said,
"Thank you, Senior Zhou. I'll take Senior Su's car back instead."
Having said that, he walked up to Su Qingying.
Senior, thank you for your help.
It's just on my way, no trouble at all.
Junior brother Zhou, Linger, I'll be taking junior brother Yi with me now. Goodbye.
Bai Linger looked at Yi Shouyu and shook her hand reluctantly.
See you at Magic University, Junior. Zhou Ziang watched Yi Shouyu and Su Qingying's departing figures.
His face darkened involuntarily.
Yi Shouyu, is that right? I'll remember you. Magic University, Wu Shaoquan's villa.
Boss, the school's investigation into Qin Meng's death has reached a conclusion.
Oh? Wu Shaoquan raised an eyebrow. What conclusion? Tell me.
Bai Mingxian said with a serious expression. Judging from the traces at the scene, Qin Meng was indeed killed by those rogue cultivators.
Only. But what?
Bai Mingxian frowned and said. Judging from the items on Qin Meng's body and his injuries, those rogue cultivators weren't after money, it's more like they had a feud.
But Qin Meng was chasing after Yi Shouyu, so there's no reason for him to provoke those people, is there?
Wu Shaoquan narrowed his eyes.
Does Qin Meng know those people? Bai Mingxian shook his head. I had people investigate, and they didn't know each other before.
After a moment of silence, Wu Shaoquan looked up and asked.
Has anyone been sent to investigate whether those people have any connection with Yi Shouyu?
No, Yi Shouyu doesn't know those people at all. In other words, Qin Meng went to chase after Yi Shouyu, but ended up dying at the hands of several complete strangers.
Mingxian, do you think this is reasonable? Phew. Bai Mingxian sighed and replied.
I also think there's something wrong with this, but now all the evidence points to this conclusion.
The school is ready to conclude the investigation. Boss. Qin Meng is dead. What should we do next? The entire villa fell into silence.
After a long while, Wu Shaoquan slowly spoke.
Notify Luoying and tell him to come back. Chapter 68, Demonstrating Strength, Elder Feng shock. At the entrance of the villa, Yi Shouyu looked at Su Qingying in the car and said, Thanks for the ride, senior.
Su Qingying tilted her head and looked at Yi Shouyu.
You're too kind, junior.
I should be thanking you for saving us in the secret realm. It was just a small favor.
I won't disturb my junior's rest. Goodbye, senior.
Buzz. Su Qingying stepped on the gas.
Amidst a tremendous roar of engines, Su Qingying's sports car gradually shrank and soon disappeared.
Yi Shouyu looked in the direction where Su Qingying had disappeared. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes.
He wasn't so narcissistic as to think that Su Qingying would offer to give him a ride.
It's because he fell in love with me at first sight.
If I'm not mistaken, Su Qingying was probably confident in her abilities.
A sense of curiosity arose within me. But to Yi Shouyu's surprise,
on the way back to Magic University,
Su Qingying never mentioned anything about his strength. The sense of proportion revealed in this.
Make yourself feel comfortable. Just as Yi Shouyu was secretly pondering Su Qingying's motives,
a voice. Suddenly a sound rang in his ear.
What, they've all gone far away, and you still haven't had enough of looking at them?
Yi Shouyu suddenly turned around.
What comes into view? It was a face of breathtaking beauty.
Yi Shouyu was momentarily lost in thought.
It must be said, Su Qingying is indeed a beauty.
But compared to Mu Qingwan in front of her, she was still a step behind. Feeling Yi Shouyu's increasingly intense gaze,
Mu Qingwan subconsciously took a few steps back.
She looked at Yi Shouyu. He said, with a hint of anger in his voice,
Go see your senior.
Yi Shouyu explained casually, coming back to his senses.
You call yourself a mentor? What are you thinking? I just hitched a ride. Snort.
Mu Qingwan snorted coldly and said, You don't need to explain to me.
Yi Shouyu yawned. He said as he walked into the villa. I'm not talking to you anymore.
I've been fighting continuously in the secret realm for over a month, and I'm exhausted.
Let's talk about it after I wake up. After Yi Shouyu returned to the villa, after a quick rinse, I collapsed onto my bed in the bedroom.
Yi Shouyu slept for 3 whole days.
During these 3 days,
he remained almost completely still. If Mu Qingwan hadn't been able to constantly sense the vibrant life force emanating from him,
they'll definitely think something happened to Yi Shouyu. 3 days later, in the bedroom, Ah, Yi Xiuyu after waking up. I felt refreshed and invigorated. The fatigue of the past few days has almost completely vanished. He got out of bed. I stretched my muscles and joints as I went. A series of popping sounds echoed throughout the entire villa. Cool. Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but roar. Seeing that his spirits had almost fully recovered, Yi Xiuyu decided to go see Old Feng first. After all, he had only been a disciple for a short time. He left the Demon University and went to the secret realm around the Gate of Beasts for trials. I have now returned to Magic University. No matter what, we should also say hello to Mr. Feng. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu took out his phone, found Old Feng's number, and dialed it. Beep, beep. Hey, little leaf, you're awake? Yi Xiuyu asked with some surprise. Master, how did you know I was sleeping before? He. Old Feng said with a laugh. Mu told me as soon as you got back. Hearing this, Yi Xiuyu felt a pang of guilt. Master, I'm sorry, I was just too tired. You brat, why are you being so polite with your master? Now that you're awake, come over here and show this old man what you've gained from the trial. I'll send the address to your phone in a bit. Okay. Yi Xiuyu had just hung up the phone when he heard a text message notification. Seeing the address information on the phone, he couldn't help but shake his head. Master, aren't you being a little too impatient? After quickly tidying up, Yi Xiuyu headed straight for the address on his phone. In front of Villa number 03, S District. Yi Xiuyu looked at the 5-story detached villa in front of him, which was at least 2,000 square meters in size. He seemed somewhat dazed. He carefully checked the address. I didn't go to the wrong place, did I? Just as Yi Xiuyu was pondering this in his heart, suddenly, Old Feng's familiar voice came from the villa across the street. Come in, what are you standing there for? Yi Xiuyu looked up and saw Old Feng in the courtyard of the villa. He quickly ran to Old Feng's side. He asked with a surprised expression. Master, is this your villa? Old Feng nodded and said in a calm tone, Hiss. Upon hearing Mr. Feng admit it, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but gasp. He seemed to have underestimated the status of his cheap master at Magic University. Old Feng was unaware of Yi Xiuyu's ulterior motives. He led Yi Xiuyu into the hall. Then he turned to Yi Xiuyu and asked, Come on, show me what you've accomplished in the past month. Yi Xiuyu replied respectfully. Yes, master. His supernatural abilities suddenly erupted. The aura of a second-tier advanced expert was fully displayed before Elder Feng. Old Feng frowned, then asked with a shocked expression. You've broken through to the advanced second tier? Okay. Yi Xiuyu nodded. I gained some insights from the brink of life and death, and then I broke through. Not bad. Mr. Feng appeared very calm. In reality, his heart was in turmoil. Second tier advanced. In just over a month, his disciple's cultivation level had broken through from the peak of the first rank to the advanced stage of the second rank. This cultivation speed, even with my own experience, is remarkable. That's unheard of. Not only that, his aura remained incredibly powerful. There was not a trace of pretense or superficiality. Clearly, Yi Xiuyu's foundation was far more solid than he had imagined. While rapidly breaking through realms, it can also ensure a solid foundation. Even if I had met Yi Xiuyu when I was young, they can only be attacked by him. At this moment, Old Feng felt extremely fortunate. Firstly, I'm glad I didn't encounter such a genius when I was young. Otherwise, it is very likely that one's Dao heart will be shattered. Secondly, he was glad that he had been able to take Yi Xiuyu as his disciple. Old Feng had a vague premonition. Given time, his own apprentice, they will surely become the new pillars of China. Phew. Old Feng let out a breath almost imperceptibly, calming his excited emotions. He spoke to Yi Xiuyu in a serious tone. Improving one's cultivation level is important, but the cultivation of the myriad manifestations of the universe should not be neglected. As your level increases, the role your special abilities play in battle will become increasingly apparent. For us space-type ability users, the stronger our mental strength, the greater the power of our superpowers.
Next, I will give you special training to ensure that you can master the myriad manifestations technique before the start of the semester.
That.
Yi Shouyu raised his right hand and said in a weak voice, Master, I have already cultivated the myriad manifestations of the universe to the second level.
Not bad.
To have reached the second level in such a short time shows you've worked hard.
Etc.? An expression of disbelief appeared on Old Feng's face. What did you just say? You've already cultivated the myriad manifestations of the universe to the second level? Chapter 69 Old Feng's Stress Test.
Facing the excited Mr. Feng, Yi Shouyu was stunned for a moment, then said honestly,
Yes, Master.
I have already cultivated the myriad manifestations of the universe to the second level. He had barely finished speaking when the surrounding air suddenly distorted.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Shouyu clearly felt that an immense pressure emanated from Old Feng's frail body. Old Feng gave a reminder.
Don't be nervous, I'm going to test your mental strength.
Just fight back with all your might.
Yi Shouyu relaxed, nodded, and said,
Yes, Master.
Yi Shouyu mobilized all his mental energy. They easily deflected Mr. Feng's mental pressure.
Ha!
Seeing that Yi Shouyu's expression did not change at all in Mr. Feng's heart, he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Given the intensity of mental stress I'm currently experiencing, even among advanced second-tier mental ability users, very few could withstand it so easily. Moreover, Yi Shouyu is a space-type ability user. Judging from the potential of my disciple,
it's much bigger than I expected.
Suppressing his inner joy, Mr. Feng began to gradually and slowly increase the intensity of his mental stress. As the pressure I release increases, Old Feng's surprise grew stronger. The pressure I'm releasing right now has reached the peak of the second tier. But judging from Yi Shouyu's appearance, it seems that he has not yet reached the limit he can bear.
Shall we continue? The pressure increases several times over when transitioning from the peak of the second tier to the initial stage of the third tier. Old Feng wasn't sure about Yi Shouyu's mental limits.
He hesitated for a moment. Yi Shouyu also saw through Elder Feng's thoughts.
He chuckled and said, Master, please continue. I can still manage.
Old Feng carefully observed Yi Shouyu's complexion.
After realizing that he wasn't just showing off, I made a decision.
Disciple, be careful. Old Feng specifically reminded him of this. He then raised the mental pressure he had released to the initial stage of the third rank.
Phew!
Yi Shouyu felt a sudden weight on his body. The pressure emanating from Elder Feng instantly increased several times over. He breathed a long sigh of relief.
The myriad manifestations of the universe technique was secretly activated within his body. An invisible mental barrier appeared around Yi Shouyu's body. I feel a significant reduction in the pressure I'm under.
Yi Shouyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The myriad manifestations of the universe technique, so powerful. A barely perceptible look of shock flashed in Old Feng's eyes.
The aura emanating from Yi Shouyu was undeniable.
His myriad manifestations of the universe has truly entered the second realm. At this moment, Mr. Feng's feelings were extremely complicated. I had cultivated the myriad manifestations of the universe to the second level. It took more than 3 months in total, which is already the mark of a top genius.
Unexpectedly, his newly accepted apprentice.
In just about a month, he had already cultivated the myriad manifestations manual to the second level.
This talent is simply heaven-defying.
This myriad manifestations of the universe has a total of 13 realms.
Even with Elder Feng's talent, he only cultivated to the 10th level. But that was enough for him. He has become the strongest person in China.
With Yi Shouyu's strength, there's a high probability he'll reach the 11th or 12th level. Even the legendary 13th realm, which no one has ever reached. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed deep in Old Feng's eyes.
But it's too early to say anything about that now.
Old Feng barely managed to suppress his excitement and continued to increase his mental pressure.
Level 3 beginner, level 3 intermediate. Until Mr. Feng released the mental pressure. After reaching the advanced third tier, pain finally appeared on Yi Shouyu's face.
Upon seeing this, Mr. Feng immediately released his mental pressure.
Huff, huff.
Yi Shouyu was breathing heavily.
In just a few minutes.
But it felt as if I had been through a major battle. Old Phone walked up to Yi Xiuyu and patted him on the shoulder. He said with a satisfied expression,
Not bad at all.
"Your cultivation progress is almost catching up with mine back then." Yi Xiuyu scratched his head and said with a smile,
I can't let my master down.
"I only gave you one copy of the myriad manifestations of the universe because I was worried that you might try to do too much at once.
Since you have such a talent for combat skills, you might as well learn another one." Master,
Yi Xiuyu exclaimed upon hearing this.
can I choose my own combat skill type?
"Okay, what are your thoughts?" Yi Xiuyu took a deep breath and said with a serious expression,
I want to choose a body strengthening combat technique. Body forging combat technique?
Elder Phone looked somewhat surprised.
You should know that we space-type ability users have a natural disadvantage when it comes to cultivating body-tempering combat techniques, right?
Yi Xiuyu nodded and said, "Master, I understand."
However, my situation is somewhat special.
After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xiuyu explained to Elder Phone,
You must have seen my combat videos from the supernatural martial arts exam, right? To be honest, I feel that I have a lot of physical talent.
Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's words,
Mr. Phone fell into deep thought. When I first saw Yi Xiuyu's battle videos, I even had my own guesses.
Yi Xiuyu awakened a rare dual superpower.
That is why
He specifically instructed Mu Qingwan to bring the supernatural ability detection device.
However, the test results showed that Yi Xiuyu only awakened spatial abilities.
After pondering for a moment, Old Phone said, "Your physical strength is indeed somewhat special."
Have you practiced any body tempering combat techniques before?
Yi Xiuyu shook his head and said, "Aside from the Bajiquan Benquan, I have never practiced any body strengthening combat techniques."
Moreover, when I was practicing the Bajiquan Benquan, I felt very comfortable and did not encounter any difficulties.
Old Phone said, squinting his eyes. "Although I don't know the specifics of your body, what exactly is wrong with you? But judging from your description, you do indeed have a talent for body tempering."
Since you have the same idea, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try.
However, the combat skills I specialize in are all related to space and mental power. I don't really have any good suggestions regarding body strengthening techniques.
Try going to the library when you have time. It's on the 3rd floor, in the northeast corner. That area has all the body strengthening combat techniques. Take a look and see what you can find. Let me ask an old friend of mine for you. Okay. Come with me. Old Phone led Yi Xiuyu into the study. After they were both seated, he said to Yi Xiuyu, If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me now.
Yi Xiuyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Master, regarding the use of supernatural abilities." The old man and the young man were in the study like this. They discussed it for a whole day.
Until it got dark. Yi Xiuyu left Old Feng's villa with a satisfied expression.
At this moment, Yi Xiuyu was unaware that,
on his way home, some people have been waiting for a long time.
Chapter 70 Body Tempering Technique, the Undying Heavenly Silkworm Technique.
On the paths of the Magic University campus,
a figure stood quietly here. This person was none other than Luo Ying, who had been summoned back by Wu Shaokuan. Luo Ying was extremely strange.
He was standing there, yet there was not a trace of aura emanating from him. The moment Yi Xiuyu saw Luo Ying,
a sense of vigilance arose in my heart.
He could clearly feel that Luo Ying's aura was locking onto him.
Yi Xiuyu pretended to be completely unaware and continued walking forward. However, just as he brushed past Luo Ying,
a completely emotionless voice suddenly rang in Yi Xiuyu's ear. Are you Yi Xiuyu?
Yi Xiuyu stopped and replied in a calm tone.
It's me. He and Luo Ying turned around at the same time. Their eyes met instantly.
Luo Ying said in a completely calm tone, "Move out of the villa within 3 days."
Really?
Upon hearing Luo Ying's words,
a knowing look flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. I was right. This person was indeed sent by Wu Shaokuan. You really think I have no temper? First Qin Meng. It's this person again.
Wu Shaokuan's repeated provocations. This stirred a hint of anger in Yi Xiuyu's heart.
Want to play around, huh?
Then I'll play with you properly.
Snort.
Yi Xiuyu snorted coldly and said with a mocking expression.
Sometimes I really don't understand where you people get your confidence from. You want me to move out? Who do you think you are? Yi Xiuyu shook his head. He was about to leave. A whooshing sound was heard. Luo Ying's right fist. It has already arrived before my eyes. This shadow appeared without any warning. He attacked himself. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiuyu's expression instantly turned cold, and he clenched his right fist and swung it out. To his surprise, the punch did not produce any impact. This isn't the real body? Yi Xiuyu instantly sensed something was wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued forward with his right fist. He twisted his waist, turned his left arm into an elbow, and swept it behind him. Boom! At the moment of fist and elbow collision, Yi Xiuyu felt an immense force. It flowed into his left arm along with the opponent's fist. After blocking Luo Ying's sneak attack, Yi Xiuyu did not stop. His right hand struck towards the opponent's abdomen. However, this time, he hit nothing but thin air again. After being punched by himself, Luo Ying's figure slowly faded away. Yi Xiuyu turned around. Luo Ying was standing next to a large tree not far away. My name is Luo Ying. I'm here to inform you. Remember, you only have 3 days. After Luo Ying finished speaking, she turned and left before Yi Xiuyu could reply. Luo Ying. After repeating the name, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This university in Shanghai is truly a place where hidden talents abound. If I'm not mistaken, Luo Ying's special ability should be related to shadows. Like spatial abilities, shadow-based abilities are extremely rare. During my fight with Luo Ying just now, he must have used his special abilities to dodge his own attack. This Luo Ying is definitely a formidable opponent. Just thinking about being at Magic University. Who knows how many more masters like Luo Ying are still lurking in the shadows? Yi Xiuyu's desire to become stronger. This only intensified their urgency. Early the next morning, the library at Magic University, 3rd floor, northeast corner. Yi Xiuyu arrived here early to unleash his combat skills. His goal for this trip. It was precisely in search of a suitable body-forging combat technique. Yi Xiuyu's gaze swept continuously over the various body-tempering combat techniques. Thunderous body tempering technique. The Vajra body refining technique. Blood fiend body forging technique. Mighty bull kung fu. Those various combat techniques. Yi Xiuyu was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Just as he was struggling with this decision, a combat technique book appeared in the corner. This caught Yi Xiuyu's attention. The combat manual fell into the gap between the bookshelf and the wall. When Yi Xiuyu took it out, it was covered in dust. Splash, splash. He held the combat manual and shook it a few times. After shaking off the dust, only then did the true form of the combat techniques appear before Yi Xiuyu's eyes. Yi Xiuyu looked at the name of the combat skill and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. The Undying Heavenly Silkworm Technique, what an imposing name. Even if the people of Earth awaken superpowers? I have never heard of anyone who has truly achieved immortality. A body-strengthening combat technique. It's actually named after immortality. The person who created this combat technique certainly had a big mouth. Out of curiosity, Yi Xiuyu opened the combat manual. Once you look at it, you can't take your eyes off it. More than an hour later, Yi Xiuyu closed the Undying Heavenly Silkworm skill in his hand and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. What a magnificent Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique. Now, he finally understands. Why is this combat technique so unpopular? This Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique has 13 levels. Each breakthrough. They all have to go through a painful transition between life and death. This is called a complete transformation. Leaving aside how painful this process is, the copy of the Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique in the Magic University library is only a fragment, containing only the first 9 levels of cultivation. There are no subsequent upgrade techniques. Even so, it is still rated S in the library of the University of Magic. However, the 2 defects mentioned above. It has become something that no one cares about. However, these shortcomings are not a problem for Yi Xiuyu at all. He has a system attached to him. There is no need to train combat skills step by step. But now, Yi Xiuyu was still not entirely sure whether he could use the ability points to bypass the painful cultivation process of the Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique, and to complete its subsequent techniques. but the allure of this combat manual. It's already enough to let Yi Xiuyu take the risk. He hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. That's it. Even if it's impossible to complete the subsequent techniques, it's just a loss of some ability points. Yi Xiuyu put away the undying heavenly silkworm technique. He casually glanced at a few more books on body-strengthening combat techniques before leaving the library. On the other side, in the lobby of Wu Xiaoquan's villa, Luo Ying stood in front of Wu Xiaoquan and said expressionlessly, "I will handle Yi Xiuyu's matter." Wu Xiaoquan nodded. "Of course I won't question your abilities." After a moment of silence, Luo Ying raised his head and looked at Wu Xiaoquan with a serious expression. "I promised to do 3 things for you, and this is the last one." Upon hearing this, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Wu Xiaoquan's eyes. But it disappeared again very quickly. He smiled and looked at Luo Ying. "Of course, you know I always keep my word. As long as you help me get rid of Yi Xiuyu. From this day forward, there will be no further connection between us." Luo Ying gave Wu Xiaoquan a deep look. "I hope you will keep your promise." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Wu Xiaoquan was left alone, watching Luo Ying's disappearing figure, his expression uncertain. Chapter 71 8th Tier Advanced Ironclad Dragon Rhinoceros Essence Blood. Inside Mu Qingwan's villa. "Please sit wherever you like." Mu Qingwan, dressed in loungewear. After casually greeting Yi Xiuyu, he immediately asked, "You came to see me because you need something?" She looked up at Yi Xiuyu, a hint of doubt still lingering in her beautiful eyes. Yi Xiuyu has been at Magic University for almost 2 months now. This was the first time Mu Qingwan had ever seen him come to her villa on his own initiative. Yi Xiuyu rubbed his hands together and asked, "Teacher Mu, I'd like to ask, in the previous admission requirements, you promised me SS-level cultivation resources. Can I choose them myself?" A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Qingwan's eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Can." "Very good." A hint of excitement appeared on Yi Xiuyu's face. He took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "I want to exchange it for the essence blood of a ferocious beast of the same level." Mu Qingwan asked, somewhat puzzled, "Beast essence blood? What do you need that for?" "This." Yi Xiuyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'm preparing to cultivate a body-forging combat technique, which requires the foundation building using the essence blood of a high-level ferocious beast." Yi Xiuyu felt somewhat helpless about this matter. It is mentioned in the Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique. To cultivate this combat technique, one needs to use the essence blood of ferocious beasts to establish a foundation. At first, Yi Xiuyu thought he could skip this step by adding points through the system. He never expected that the moment he added points, the infinite system will prompt itself. Lacking the essence of ferocious beasts, leveling up is impossible. Yi Xiuyu struggled with the decision all night, still unwilling to give up this extraordinary skill. Left with no other choice, he came to find Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly. Some advanced body forging techniques do indeed require the essence and blood of ferocious beasts for foundation building. But those who choose to study combat skills, almost all of them are either enhancement type or beast type ability users. It's not unusual for Yi Xiuyu, a spatial ability awakener, to go and practice body tempering techniques. But he wanted to use the SS level cultivation resource that the school had awarded him. That's a different story. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan said with a serious expression, "Although you have absolute autonomy in choosing cultivation resources, but as your mentor, I still want to remind you of one more thing. The higher the cultivation level of a superhuman, the greater the effect that SS level cultivation resources can have. My idea is to wait until your cultivation reaches the 4th level before using that SS level cultivation resource. Only in this way can its effectiveness be maximized." Seeing how considerate Mu Qingwan was of him, Yi Xiuyu felt a warm current well up in his heart. He said with a grateful expression, "Teacher Mu, I know you mean well. But my situation is a bit special. I have a very strong physical talent, which I believe you should already know from my previous combat videos. It's fair to say that a large part of my success today is due to my physical gifts. I have a feeling that if my physical strength can be improved again, then my superpowers might also evolve again." Bang! Mu Qingwan suddenly stood up from the sofa. "How confident are you?" Yi Xiuyu hadn't expected Mu Qingwan to have such a strong reaction. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "About 80%. Mu Qingwan remained silent for a long while before speaking again. Have you discussed this matter with Mr. Feng? Yi Shouyu shook his head and said, not yet. His special ability had already evolved in the secret realm, but he hadn't had a chance to tell Mu Qingwan and Elder Feng yet. As for the fact that improved physical fitness will lead to further evolution of superpowers, it was all made up on the spur of the moment in order to obtain the essence blood of a high-level ferocious beast. However, strictly speaking, he wasn't exactly lying. After thinking for a moment, Mu Qingwan looked at Yi Shouyu and said, you should talk to old Feng about this. If Elder Feng has no objections, I will handle the matter of the essence blood. Well, okay. Now that things have come to this, Yi Shouyu can only take it one step at a time. He took out his phone, opened his contacts, found Mr. Feng's number, and dialed it. Beep. Hey, Master, it's me. What's wrong? Yi Shouyu glanced at Mu Qingwan beside him. Then, steeling himself, he recounted what he had just told her. I told Mr. Feng the same thing again. That's how it is. Mr. Feng hung up the phone immediately. The next instant, a portal of light appeared out of thin air in the living room of Mu Qingwan's villa. Old Master Feng stepped out through the gate. He walked up to Yi Shouyu in one step. He looked at Yi Shouyu and asked with a serious expression, why do you think that improving your physical condition might lead to a further improvement in your superpowers? During the phone call with Mr. Feng, Yi Shouyu had already devised a solution in his mind. Now, when Elder Feng asked, he calmly replied, because last time, my superpower was upgraded from E level to A level because I mastered the basics of the 8 Extremes Crushing Fist. I can't be 100% sure, but I think it's worth a try. Old Feng's eyes deepened. So, that's why you insist on practicing body tempering combat techniques, right? He. Yi Shouyu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Master, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but this is just my guess. Originally, I was thinking of testing it secretly first, and then telling you the results. Old Feng waved his hand and said, these things are not important. Seeing that Elder Feng didn't seem to care, Yi Shouyu tentatively asked in a low voice, that, the essence blood of a high-level ferocious beast? Old Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, finally making up his mind. I'll find a way to get you some high-level ferocious beast blood essence. Very good. Seeing that Elder Feng had agreed, Yi Shouyu quickly said to Mu Qingwan, Teacher Mu, can you redeem it for me now? Mu Qingwan nodded and said, I'll make the arrangements. Old Feng looked at Yi Shouyu and the other person, and asked with a puzzled expression, what do you want to exchange? Yi Shouyu explained. Here's the thing, I want to exchange the SS level cultivation resources that the Demon Master gave me for high level ferocious beast blood essence. The Demon University even gave you SS level cultivation resources? That makes things much easier. Old Feng turned to look at Mu Qingwan beside him. Mu girl, I remember there's a high-grade 8th tier ironclad rhinoceros blood essence in our Magic University's warehouse, right? Is that within the scope of SS level cultivation resources? This. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, and said somewhat uncertainly. In terms of value, the two are not much different. But whether the school will approve it, I need to communicate with them again. Upon hearing Mu Qingwan's words, Old Feng immediately said, I'll go with you. Having said that, he waved his right hand, and a teleportation portal appeared out of thin air. Old Feng took the lead and stepped inside. Mu Qingwan then gave Yi Shouyu a word of advice. You just wait here. Then, she also stepped into the portal. Only Yi Shouyu was left, standing blankly in the hall. Chapter 72 Essence Blood Acquired, Undying Heavenly Silkworm Technique breaks through to the first level. Yi Shouyu waited for more than half an hour. Just as he began to feel anxious, that familiar portal finally reappeared in his sight. Mr. Feng and Mu Qingwan walked one after the other. They walked out of the portal. Yi Shouyu rushed forward, asking expectantly, Master, Teacher Mu, what was the result? With a flick of her wrist, Mu Qingwan revealed a transparent, glass-like bottle in her palm. It's done. Very good. Yi Shouyu clenched his fist. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan said, Don't be too happy yet. The essence blood of an 8th tier high-grade armored rhinoceros is slightly more valuable than SS-grade cultivation resources. If you want to get it, you'll need to make up this difference. Yi Shouyu asked nervously. How much is it different?
Mu Qingwan said, Professor Feng and I have done our best to help you.
You only need to make up 2,000 credits.
Yi Xiuyu scratched his head and said with a bitter expression.
But right now, I only have 1,000 credits.
These 1,000 credits were the scholarship that the university promised to recruit me.
Where can I get another 1,000 credits in such a short time? Just as Yi Xiuyu was secretly troubled.
Mu Qingwan said with a smile.
I do have 1,000 credits, but...
When she said this, there was a sudden pause.
Yi Xiuyu was taken aback and quickly asked, but what? Mu Qingwan said, I can lend you my points, but you have to pay me some interest, right? Upon hearing that there was hope, Yi Xiuyu chuckled and said, Professor Mu, you're a professor at Magic University, you surely wouldn't be short of my points, would you?
Mu Qingwan said in a calm tone. Cultivation is a very resource-intensive process, and I never mind having more points.
No room for negotiation? No.
Yi Xiuyu thought of the power of the undying heavenly silkworm technique.
I quickly made a decision in my mind. It's just interest, how much? I'll pay you. Not much, 200 points will be enough. 200 points. Upon hearing Mu Qingwan's asking price, Yi Xiuyu asked incredulously. Why don't you just rob it? 200 points is equivalent to 2 million Chinese yuan, or even more.
The scholarship I received from Magic University only amounted to 1,000 points. Mu Qingwan only borrowed 1,000 credits from me, but she wants to take 200 yuan in interest. This behavior is no different from that of a robber. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan flipped her wrist. He put the bottle containing the essence blood of the armored rhinoceros back.
Since you don't want it, then I'll return this essence blood. Etc.
Yi Xiuyu quickly stopped Mu Qingwan. He gritted his teeth and said, I want it. Yi Xiuyu's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth.
However, Mu Qingwan simply ignored it.
She took out a small device and handed it to Yi Xiuyu.
Hey, swipe your student card here.
Yi Xiuyu took out his student card and silently swiped it. After a single beep sound, his points balance on his card has returned to 0. Mu Qingwan handed the small bottle in her hand to Yi Xiuyu.
Here you find the essence blood of an 8th tier high-grade armored rhinoceros.
Yi Xiuyu took the bottle. The essence and blood inside were churning and swirling. It even vaguely formed the shape of an armored rhinoceros. Truly worthy of being the essence blood of an 8th tier high-level ferocious beast. Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the frustration in his heart finally dissipated somewhat.
This armored dragon rhinoceros.
He already possessed a trace of dragon blood. Especially the one he possessed, which had already reached the advanced level of the 8th rank.
Even through this special bottle,
Yi Xiuyu could feel the oppressive force contained in the essence blood of the ironclad dragon rhinoceros. If I could truly benefit from this essence and blood. He mastered the undying heavenly silkworm technique.
Don't even mention 200 points, even 2,000 points, or 20,000 points. It was all worth it.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu raised his head and said to Elder Feng and Mu Qingwan. Master, Teacher Mu, I'm going back now to prepare for my breakthrough. No need for all that trouble.
Mu Qingwan stopped Yi Xiuyu.
I have a training room here, come with me.
Under Mu Qingwan's leadership,
Yi Xiuyu and Old Feng arrived at a room in the basement.
Here it is, this is where I usually practice, it's enough for you to do whatever you want.
Phew.
Yi Xiuyu took a deep breath and said. Then I'll begin.
Yes.
Old Feng nodded. Go ahead and do it. With me here, nothing will go wrong.
Yi Xiuyu slowly walked into the training room. Under the watchful eyes of Mu Qingwan and Elder Feng, he opened the bottle containing his essence blood. At the moment when essence and blood appear, Yi Xiuyu felt an overwhelming sense of ferocity rushing towards him.
Snort!
He snorted coldly, and at the same time, his right hand lashed out at the ironclad rhinoceros's essence blood. He issued commands to the infinite system in his mind.
Unlimited, upgrade the undying heavenly silkworm technique.
Consuming 2,000 ability points, the undying heavenly silkworm technique has been upgraded to level 1. The instant the infinite system upgrade notification sounded, Yi Xiuyu felt that his physical fitness had been greatly improved. At the same time, a large amount of white silk gushed out from his body. It enveloped him in a white sphere.
Not far away, Mr. Feng and Mu Qingwan.
Upon witnessing this scene, everyone tensed up.
Old Feng, what's going on?
Mu Qingwan's voice still carried a hint of undisguised worry.
Old Feng secretly mobilized his mental energy. From that white sphere, he felt an incomparably powerful life force. The aura it exuded was far beyond the scope of a second-tier ferocious beast, reaching the initial stage of the third tier. Suppressing his shock, Old Feng spoke to Mu Qingwan. He must have succeeded.
Mu Qingwan stared at the white sphere in front of her, a trace of shock still lingering in her eyes.
She has also come into contact with many enhancement type and even beast type ability users. But no one can be like Yi Xiuyu.
It brought me such a huge shock.
Yi Xiuyu was unaware that
his breakthrough had a profound impact on Professor Feng and Mu Qingwan.
At this moment, his attention. Everything is placed on the system panel. Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, Tier 2 Advanced. Special ability, S-Rank Space Type. Abilities, Interdimensional Dimension, Teleportation, Dimensional Slash, Devouring, Spatial Imprisonment. Physical Constitution, 9628. Spirit, 6422.
Combat Techniques, Bajiquan 8 Extremes Crushing Fist Mastery, Inch Step 4th Level, Myriad Manifestations Technique 2nd Level, Undying Heavenly Silkworm Skill 1st Level.
Special Ability Points, 4,828 points.
Yi Xiuyu looked at the physique value and was extremely shocked.
I never expected that after breaking through to the first level of the Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique, my physique value would increase by nearly half. Yi Xiuyu's physical strength now. It can even rival a level 3 beginner ferocious beast. Doesn't this mean that? Relying solely on physical strength, I already have the combat power of a tier 3 beginner ability user? This is the Immortal Heavenly Silkworm technique. That's incredibly powerful. Chapter 73 Yi Xiuyu emerges from seclusion after successfully completing his mission. Over time,
the energy fluctuations contained within the white sphere enveloping Yi Xiuyu grew increasingly terrifying. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Elder Feng and Mu Qingwan, the white sphere shattered with a deafening roar. Numerous fragments exploded outwards. Old Feng casually waved his hand, deflecting them all. With a flash, he appeared in front of Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu's eyes were tightly closed. The upper body clothing has disappeared. His strong chest had exceptionally smooth muscle lines. If you look closely, you can see that beneath Yi Xiuyu's skin, there are patches of dark blue, scale-like material. Old Feng only glanced at it, yet he could sense a certain power emanating from it. The explosive power was hidden very deeply. Under the curious gazes of Elder Feng and Mu Qingwan, Yi Xiuyu slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yi Xiuyu awaken, Old Feng quickly asked a question. How are you feeling? Forehead. Yi Xiuyu was stunned for a moment, then he made a few random movements. After feeling the surge of power within his body, he said excitedly, "It feels amazing." Old Feng frowned. From Yi Xiuyu's description, he still couldn't intuitively sense anything. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Come on, try punching me." Yi Xiuyu's eyes widened. "Master, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Old Feng said with a dissatisfied look. "Just hit me when I tell you to, stop talking nonsense. Use your full strength, you can't hurt me." Yi Xiuyu knew that Elder Feng wanted to test his current strength. An 8th tier Grandmaster level expert. He was naturally more than happy to test his own strength. Then this disciple will have to offend you. Yi Xiuyu let out a long sigh of relief. He mustered all his strength and punched Old Feng in the chest. Crushing fist. At the moment the shot hit Old Feng, Yi Xiuyu felt as if he had struck a wall. The immense force of the recoil surged into Yi Xiuyu's body through his fist. Yi Xiuyu unconsciously took a few steps back. Only then did the force within the body dissipate. On the other side, a glint of light flashed in Old Feng's eyes the instant he was hit. This power has already reached the initial stage of the third tier. No, it has even touched the edge of the intermediate third tier. Despite having a cultivation level of advanced second tier, his physical strength had already reached the initial stage of third tier. This is more than just talent. Old Feng looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked in a solemn tone, "What body strengthening technique do you practice?" Yi Xiuyu said, "I cultivate the Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique." It's actually the Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique. A look of surprise appeared on Old Feng's face. He had previously been in charge of book management at the Magic University Library.
Regarding this cultivation method, Old Feng was no stranger to it.
Speaking of which, ever since the Demon Martial Arts Academy collected this technique,
many highly self-important geniuses have attempted to cultivate this technique. However, without exception,
all of these attempts ended in failure. Old Master Feng never expected that the body tempering technique Yishouyu had chosen would be the undying heavenly silkworm technique.
What surprised him even more was that Yishouyu actually succeeded in cultivating it.
It seems that my disciple has an extraordinary talent in the art of physical cultivation.
Just as Old Feng was sighing inwardly, Mu Qingwan asked softly from the side, "Old Feng, is it about superpowers?" "Oh, right."
Old Feng suddenly slapped his forehead.
"I was so caught up in my feelings that I almost forgot about the important matter. Has your superpower evolved?"
Facing the expectant gazes of Elder Feng and Mu Qingwan, Yishouyu didn't answer directly, but suddenly raised his right hand.
With his right hand waving,
Old Feng felt a sudden pressure appear out of nowhere in the space around him.
A look of shock flashed in his eyes. This is spatial confinement? Old Feng has a thorough understanding of spatial abilities. Almost the instant Yishouyu used the spatial confinement technique, he had already figured it out.
Cold sweat had already broken out on Yishouyu's forehead. Good heavens, he truly lives up to his reputation as an 8th-tier grandmaster. He had only managed to control Old Feng for a moment.
I was almost completely exhausted.
Yishouyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That's right, it is indeed a spatial confinement. My superpower has evolved to S rank." Upon hearing this, both Mr. Feng and Mu Qingwan were stunned.
"Ah, great, that's wonderful." Old Feng couldn't help but burst into wild laughter.
He had previously felt that Yishouyu's spatial ability seemed somewhat special.
However, he never expected that.
As Yishouyu's physical body became stronger, his spatial ability can actually continue to evolve.
Since the awakening of supernatural abilities among humans on Earth, there are no similar cases.
If Mr. Feng hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. After the initial excitement subsided, he turned to face Mu Qingwan.
He solemnly instructed, "Mu girl, you absolutely must not let a fourth person know about this."
Mu Qingwan nodded with a serious expression.
"Mr. Feng, I know. And you too."
Old Feng then looked at Yishouyu. "Before your cultivation officially reaches the 7th level, you must not easily reveal this matter, lest you attract the attention of those with ulterior motives."
"Master, I understand. Alright, I have something to do, so I'll be going now."
After Elder Feng left, only Yishouyu and Mu Qingwan remained in the underground training room.
Mu Qingwan looked at Yishouyu with surprise in her eyes.
This year's martial arts exam champion.
The gold content is probably a bit too high.
Even though he hasn't officially enrolled yet, Yishouyu's true combat strength, however, it has already reached the initial stage of the 3rd tier. This level of performance is already good enough to place you in the top 3 of the 2nd grade.
Most third-year students are probably no match for Yishouyu. Based on Yishouyu's current cultivation progress,
it's estimated that it won't be long before his true combat strength reaches the 4th or even 5th tier.
By that time,
it seems Yishouyu will have to graduate from Shanghai University ahead of schedule.
Mu Qingwan suppressed her thoughts. He spoke calmly to Yishouyu. "If there's nothing else, let's go up."
Yishouyu has already mastered the undying heavenly silkworm technique, so there's naturally no need for him to stay.
He nodded and said, "Good."
The two left the underground training room one after the other.
On the other side, outside Yishouyu's villa, Luo Ying was standing quietly not far away. 3 days have passed.
Yishouyu did not heed his advice and moved out of the villa. Luo Ying's expression remained unchanged.
"I've done everything I could."
Since Yishouyu wouldn't listen to advice, there was nothing he could do. Luo Ying took a deep look at Yishouyu's villa before turning and leaving. Yishouyu hasn't officially enrolled yet, so it's not appropriate for him to make a move.
Everything? We'll have to wait until the new students start school to discuss this. Chapter 74, Gathering Intelligence. In the next period of time,
Yishouyu did not leave Shanghai University again. While learning from Master Feng, he also gathered intelligence about Wu Shaoquan.
Although Luo Ying did not come looking for him,
but Yishouyu knew the answer in his heart.
This matter is far from over.
as long as he hasn't moved out of the villa. Luoying, or more accurately, Wu Shaoquan standing behind him.
I won't let myself off the hook for even a day. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle.
Since we'll inevitably clash sooner or later, I definitely need to figure out my opponent's strengths and weaknesses first.
Through this period of investigation,
Yi Xiuyu had roughly figured out the situation at Shanghai University.
The president of Magic University rarely appears in public. The three vice presidents are the main people in charge of daily affairs at the university.
They are Mu He from the Mu family, Wu Xian from the Wu family, and Zhou Shijun from the Zhou family.
Within the school, three major factions were formed, led by the three vice principals. The Mu family has always remained neutral.
However, the Zhou and Wu families often competed with each other in private. And Wu Shaoquan is the leading figure among the younger generation of the Wu family.
Speaking of Wu Shaoquan, he is indeed a prominent figure at Magic University.
He is ranked first in the combat power rankings of the 3rd grade, and his cultivation level is currently at the peak of the 3rd tier. The 4th grade students are all busy with graduation preparations. Therefore, Wu Shaoquan is considered one of the most prestigious students at Magic University.
Second only to Wu Shaoquan,
he was Zhou Shang from the Zhou family, who ranks 2nd on the 3rd-year combat power list. Given the relationship between the Wu and Zhou families, Wu Shaoquan and Zhou Shang have been comparing themselves to each other since they were young.
Cultivation level, techniques. Even someone you like. Both of them were suitors of Mu Qingwan.
Yi Xiuyu had never met Zhou Shang and was unaware of his character.
But Wu Shaoquan,
judging from his hiring of someone to force himself to move out of the villa,
this person is definitely not a good person. Fortunately, Mu Qingwan didn't seem to have any good feelings towards him either.
Originally, Wu Shaoquan was pursuing Mu Qingwan. It has nothing to do with Yi Xiuyu. However, he repeatedly sent people to cause trouble for him.
If Yi Xiuyu can still endure it, that would be truly bizarre. Thinking of Wu Shaoquan, a cold smile appeared on Yi Xiuyu's lips. Wu Shaoquan, you want to play, don't you? Then I'll play with you properly. A month or so passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day arrived for the new students to enroll at Magic University. Shanghai University, Area A Sports Field. The freshman orientation is a major annual event at Magic University. Because on this day,
in addition to the freshman enrollment ceremony, Magic University will also hold a freshman competition to determine the combat power ranking of the first-year students on the spot. So, in addition to freshmen, there are also some sophomores and juniors, as well as professors from the university.
They will all appear on this day. When Yi Xiuyu entered the playground, a considerable number of people had already gathered there.
Yi Xiuyu found a relatively secluded corner. He listened to the surrounding chatter while waiting for the freshman orientation ceremony to begin.
Just then, to Yi Xiuyu's left front,
suddenly, a slightly excited voice rang out.
Yi Xiuyu, so you were here.
Yi Xiuyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall boy walking towards him.
Who are you? Yi Xiuyu frowned. Why does this person's face look so familiar?
Zhang Ziqian froze for a moment, then pointed to himself and asked incredulously. I'm Zhang Ziqian, the one who competed with you for the martial arts exam championship.
Don't you remember me?
Yi Xiuyu tried hard to recall.
Finally, deep in my mind, I unearthed memories of Zhang Ziqian.
He looked at Zhang Ziqian and said expressionlessly,
Oh, it's you. Zhang Ziqian's eyelids twitched a few times.
Judging from Yi Xiuyu's expression, he had clearly forgotten about him.
I had even considered him my lifelong enemy.
Zhang Ziqian took a deep breath and said with a serious expression.
Yi Xiuyu, I've broken through. I will definitely defeat you at this freshman tournament. Okay, good luck.
Yi Xiuyu casually offered Zhang Ziqian a word of encouragement. She then stopped paying attention to him.
Zhang Ziqian felt a tightness in his chest. What's this? Do you look down on yourself?
Zhang Ziqian clenched his fist and made a decision in his heart. He was determined to show Yi Xiuyu his power at this freshman orientation.
Accompanying Zhang Ziqian was a chubby boy.
This man was named Su Zihong, and he was Zhang Ziqian's close friend.
Su Zihong moved closer to Yi Xiuyu and asked with a curious expression. So you're Yi Xiuyu, the one who defeated Brother Qian? Su Zihong. Zhang Ziqian said angrily, I'll say it again, he didn't defeat me. He. If I didn't defeat you, then why aren't you the champion of this martial arts exam? You? Zhang Ziqian was speechless.
He could only stand there, panting heavily. Yi Xiuyu glanced at Su Zihong.
He said calmly, "He's right, we've never fought each other." Ha!
A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Ziqian's eyes.
He clearly hadn't expected this.
Yi Xiuyu actually spoke up for him. Su Zihong was stunned for a moment, then gave Yi Xiuyu a thumbs up.
Brother Yi, you have a grand vision. Yi Xiuyu smiled and didn't say anything more.
Su Zihong remained silent and took the initiative to approach her and make her feel closer. Brother Yi, with your strength, winning the freshman competition is a piece of cake.
When Su Zihong said this, he completely ignored Zhang Ziqian, who was gritting his teeth beside him.
He looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked with a curious expression.
I wonder if Brother Yi is going to challenge the second-year combat power rankings?
If it's a challenge, I have intelligence here that will ensure you gain the upper hand from the very beginning of the battle.
Oh? Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow. What information do you have? Su Zihong smiled smugly and said, My nickname is the know-it-all at Magic University. There's nothing I don't know at Magic University. As long as you can afford it, whatever you want, I have it. Yi Xiuyu looked at Su Zihong with suspicion. Is he really that amazing?
Su Zihong patted his chest and said with a proud look.
Honest in fair dealings. How about this, to show my sincerity, I can give you one for free. What do you want to know?
After a moment of silence, Yi Xiuyu asked.
Do you know Luo Ying?
Hiss, Su Zihong's face showed a look of surprise upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's words.
He looked around.
He leaned close to Yi Xiuyu's ear and whispered.
Brother Yi, why are you asking about Luo Ying?
Yi Xiuyu glanced at Su Zihong. Just tell me what you know. Su Zihong let out a long sigh of relief and said in a serious tone.
Brother Yi, this guy is not to be trifled with.
Chapter 75, Intelligence Acquired, Freshman Competition officially begins. Yi Xiuyu saw Su Zihong's mysterious expression. A sense of curiosity arose in my heart.
He looked at Su Zihong and asked, Why do you say that?
Su Zihong explained in a serious tone. Brother Yi, this Luo Ying is ranked second on the second-year combat power ranking. This person always keeps to himself and rarely appears at school.
Most of the time, I'm out hunting ferocious beasts.
Luo Ying's cultivation level is at the peak of the second tier, but his true combat strength should have already reached the early stage of the third tier. He once escaped unscathed from the clutches of the dark-patterned python, a ferocious beast at the early stage of the third tier. Upon hearing Su Zihong's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. With a cultivation level at the peak of the second tier, his combat strength had reached the early stage of the third tier.
It seems that Luo Ying is also a genius. No wonder he was so arrogant when he spoke to me back then. In order to move out of the villa,
Wu Shaoquan actually went so far as to send Luo Ying.
Isn't this a bit too much of an overemphasis on oneself?
After Su Zihong revealed the information about Luo Ying, he looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked smugly.
How about it, Brother Yi? Was my intelligence really worth it? I'm not bragging, but in the entire Magic University, you won't find anyone with more comprehensive intelligence than me. Yi Xiuyu nodded. Indeed, it's quite good. Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's satisfaction, Su Zihong rubbed his hands together and asked expectantly. Since Brother Yi is satisfied, shall we purchase some other intelligence? Don't worry, my price is absolutely fair. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiuyu asked. I need a list, can you make one for me? What list? Who are Wu Shaoquan's men on the second-year combat power ranking? Su Zihong was taken aback, then tentatively asked, Brother Yi, what do you need this for?
Yi Xiuyu glanced at Su Zihong and said with a hint of meaning. Just provide the list, it's best not to pry into anything else.
Su Zihong raised his hand and made an I understand gesture. Clear. Brother Yi, could you give me your contact number from school?
Yi Xiuyu provided the contact number. Su Zihong then performed a series of operations.
A few minutes later, Yi Xiuyu received a new message.
He opened his phone and checked. There were about 20 names in the messages.
Luo Ying's name is also among them. Brother Yi, I've sent what you requested to your phone. Yi Xiuyu nodded. Yes, great. I've received it.
He, Su Zihong chuckled, speaking with an air of righteousness.
If these things were from someone else, I would charge at least 20 credits. But Brother Yi, I'll give you a 50% discount, consider it as us becoming friends.
Yi Xiuyu glanced at Su Zihong and sighed inwardly. I didn't expect this kid to be so good at business. If it weren't for spending all my credits on buying the ironclad rhinoceros blood essence, I would definitely accept the credits on the spot.
It's been swiped past Su Zihong. But now.
Yi Xiuyu patted Su Zihong on the shoulder.
I'll pay for these 10 points on credit. The smile on Su Zihong's face vanished instantly. He looked at Yi Xiuyu with disbelief. On credit? Brother Yi, you must be joking with me. Given your status, surely you wouldn't need to run a 10-credit course on credit? Su Zihong also knew something about Yi Xiuyu's situation.
Not to mention that Shanghai University offered him 10 million Chinese yuan as a scholarship in order to recruit him.
Just considering Yi Xiuyu's S-level potential rating, it can give him 100 credits every year.
Not to mention, there's also a power ranking for first-year students,
etc.
Yi Xiuyu has not yet enrolled.
He hasn't earned the credits for the last 2 items yet. Even so, surely it's not necessary to buy on credit? Faced with Su Zihong's persistent questioning, Yi Xiuyu replied without changing his expression. Xiao Su, you said you wanted to make friends. With my status, do you think I'd be short of 10 credits? Seeing that Yi Xiuyu showed no intention of paying points. Although Su Zihong was dissatisfied, he couldn't press the matter any further. Alright then. He casually replied.
Yi Xiuyu's originally enthusiastic attitude cooled down a bit. Yi Xiuyu didn't care about this. However, with only 10 credits, I would never renege on my commitment.
During his conversation with Su Zihong,
the professors from Magic University on stage have already explained the rules of the freshman competition.
The rules are simple. Based on the ranking of each new student's points in the Special Ability Martial Arts exam, those ranked in the top 100 will be the initial rankings for this year's first-year combat power ranking. People both on and off the leaderboard can challenge each other. If the challenge is successful, the rankings will be swapped.
If a new student fails to complete the challenge more than 3 times, they will lose their eligibility to take on the challenge.
Now I declare the freshman competition officially open.
The teacher's voice had just fallen on the stage when
Zhang Ziqian moved swiftly and arrived at arena number 1. He took a deep breath and roared, Yi Xiuyu, do you dare to come up and fight? The entire playground fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a commotion erupted.
Most of the freshmen at Mogu University come from Shanghai. People's opinion on Zhang Ziqian's reputation.
I've heard about it to some extent. In Shanghai, the Zhang family's influence is second only to the Wu family, the Mu family, and the Zhou family. And Zhang Ziqian, overpowering the Wu, Mu, and Zhou families, he became the leader of this year's students at Magic University.
Originally, everyone was hoping that Zhang Ziqian could surpass Xiao Xinghan of the Zhao family in Yanjing and win the martial arts exam.
Who would have thought that Yi Xiuyu would suddenly appear out of nowhere? With an overwhelming advantage, they won the championship in the supernatural martial arts exam. Although everyone was shocked, they still admired Yi Xiuyu's strength. If we're talking about someone who can go toe-to-toe with Yi Xiuyu, Zhang Ziqian was the only one in the entire first grade. However, even Zhang Ziqian, he has almost no chance of winning against Yi Xiuyu. After all, Yi Xiuyu's true combat strength had already reached the early stage of the second tier. During the martial arts exam for superpowers, Yi Xiuyu actually defeated the Cerberus in a head-on battle. That's a tier 2, low-level ferocious beast. The referee at ring number 1 shouted loudly to the surrounding crowd. Zhang Ziqian challenges Yi Xiuyu. Will Yi Xiuyu accept the challenge? While everyone was in the crowd, while searching everywhere for Yi Xiuyu, a smile appeared on Yi Xiuyu's lips. The next instant, he suddenly appeared on stage number 1. Teacher, I accept the challenge.
When Zhang Ziqian saw Yi Xiuyu go on stage, his eyes became even more intense. Yi Xiuyu ignored Zhang Ziqian. He turned to look at the teacher who was acting as the referee. Teacher, can the competition begin? The referee looked at Yi Xiuyu and Zhang Ziqian and asked, Are you both ready? They both answered in unison. Ready. Seeing this, the referee waved his right hand. I hereby declare the competition officially open. Chapter 76 Zhang Ziqian is defeated in an instant with one punch, shocking everyone. Zhang Ziqian looked at Yi Xiuyu with anticipation and said, Yi Xiuyu, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly.
After Zhang Ziqian finished speaking, his aura exploded completely. His cultivation level was finally fully revealed to everyone. This is the aura of the early stage of the second tier. Zhang Ziqian, when did you reach the initial stage of the second tier? I originally thought this was a one-sided battle, but now it seems it's something to look forward to. The students in the audience were discussing it animatedly. Even Yi Xiaoyu's face showed a hint of surprise. I never expected that, in just one holiday period. Zhang Ziqian has broken through his cultivation level. He truly deserves to be called one of the best among the younger generation. His talent is indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, Zhang Ziqian encountered himself. Yi Xiaoyu was eager to deal with Wu Shaoquan. He had no interest in getting entangled with Zhang Ziqian. Suddenly, he sprang up from the spot and charged towards Zhang Ziqian. Good timing!
Zhang Ziqian shouted loudly.
As he mobilized the supernatural power within his body. An earthy yellow light covered every part of his body. Zhang Ziqian moved swiftly, fiercely meeting Yi Xiaoyu's right fist head-on. The eyes of everyone present.
They all gathered on arena number 1 without prior arrangement.
However, the evenly matched contest that everyone had imagined did not materialize.
The instant Zhang Ziqian made contact with Yi Xiaoyu, he shot backward like a cannonball. He slammed hard into the protective shield at the edge of the ring.
Boom! A tremendous crash echoed across the entire playground. Everyone present fell silent for a moment. After a long while, the sound came out again. Zhang Ziqian lost? One move to defeat the enemy? That's way too unbelievable. When did a Tier 2 beginner level ability user become so weak?
The discussion started quietly, but then grew louder and louder. The referee on the platform rushed to Zhang Ziqian's side to check his physical condition.
When he discovered that Zhang Ziqian was only in a coma,
the referee subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead and then breathed a sigh of relief.
Phew! That was close.
The referee felt a chill run down his spine.
Who would have thought that it was just a battle between second-tier ability users? It's unbelievable how intense it got. No. It can't really be called intense.
After all, Yi Xiaoyu only threw one punch from beginning to end. But the power of this punch.
This was indeed unexpected by the referee.
On the other side of the ring, Yi Xiaoyu looked at his right fist, a hint of annoyance in his eyes.
Damn, I used too much force. Since he entered the first level of his immortal silkworm technique,
his physical strength has been greatly enhanced.
Although recently,
Yi Xiaoyu was also getting used to the physical strength. However, during this period, he did not engage in any combat with anyone. In addition, he encountered Zhang Ziqian, who had broken through his cultivation level.
Before you know it, I went a little too hard. Fortunately, Zhang Ziqian had already fallen into a coma.
Otherwise, if he knew what Yi Xiaoyu was thinking, he would most likely still faint from anger.
Yi Xiaoyu put aside his inner turmoil and looked at the referee, asking, "Teacher, I think I won, right?"
After giving Yi Xiaoyu a deep look, the referee announced loudly,
"The winner of this match is Yi Xiaoyu." As the referee announced the end of the match,
a beam of emerald green light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Zhang Ziqian.
What is this? Yi Xiaoyu's pupils contracted.
He sensed an extremely powerful life force from that green pillar of light.
That green beam of light is actually the healing skill Heal. To prevent the spread of the virus during the freshman competition, some students were seriously injured. The Magic University specially arranged for a 5th-tier high-level healing ability user. To ensure the success of this freshman competition, Zhang Ziqian was only enveloped by the beam of light for a dozen seconds before slowly waking up. When he saw the pillars of light around him, he was still in a daze. "What's wrong with me?" The referee, speaking in a complicated tone. "You were just knocked unconscious by Yi Xiaoyu with one punch." "What?" Zhang Ziqian's voice rose a few decibels. He tried to recall for a moment and finally remembered what had happened before he fell into a coma. One punch. He couldn't even withstand a single punch from Yi Xiaoyu. How could this happen? I've only just broken through to the early stage of the second tier. Could it be that Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation has also broken through to the second level? Zhang Ziqian stared intently at Yi Xiaoyu, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't sense any aura from Yi Xiaoyu because of the punch that defeated him.
Yi Xiuyu used pure physical strength. However, no matter how hard Zhang Ziqian found it to accept, the facts were right in front of him. His complexion gradually turned ashen. Zhang Ziqian was not afraid of failure. But in that battle just now, he suffered a completely bewildering defeat.
From beginning to end, Zhang Ziqian couldn't even figure out how big the gap was between himself and Yi Xiuyu. The referee knew he was upset.
But the competition had to continue, he reminded Zhang Ziqian.
Student, the match is over. Please leave the ring now.
Zhang Ziqian nodded and walked off the stage with a dejected look on his face. On a bleacher stand somewhere on the playground, Bai Mingxian looked at Yi Xiuyu on the number 1 arena and said with some surprise. He defeated Zhang Ziqian, a beginner second-tier cultivator, using only his physical strength. This Yi Xiuyu is really something. Although Wu Shaoquan's expression remained unchanged, judging from the aura surrounding him. His mood at this moment must not be pleasant. After a long silence, Wu Shaoquan asked Bai Mingxian.
What did Luo Wing say?
Bai Mingxian replied, he said that after Yi Xiuyu officially enrolls, he will go to the training ground to have a one-on-one duel with him.
Boss, what if Yi Xiuyu doesn't agree?
Wu Shaoquan said indifferently, then we'll find a way to get him to agree.
Bai Mingxian nodded. I understand.
But he then changed the subject and brought it back to Luo Wing.
If Luo Wing really manages to win over Yi Xiuyu, should we really let him leave? He's a rare talent. Snort.
Wu Shaoquan snorted coldly and said meaningfully.
Want to leave? Not so easy.
I'll make him kneel down and beg me to let him stay. While Wu Shaoquan and Bai Mingxian were talking, another unexpected event occurred on arena number 1.
Suddenly, Yi Xiuyu walked to the edge of the arena.
He mustered all his strength and shouted loudly at all the new students on the playground.
I, Yi Xiuyu, want the number 1 spot on the combat power ranking. If anyone disagrees, feel free to step forward. These words caused an instant uproar across the entire playground. Chapter 77, the freshman competition champion is born. Yi Xiuyu challenges the second-year power ranking. Yi Xiuyu ignored the noise from the playground.
He turned to look at the referee beside him and asked with a smile.
Teacher, I don't think what I did was against the rules, right? Forehead. The referee hesitated for a moment, then said, It's not a violation, but are you sure you want to do this? Yi Xiuyu's actions were tantamount to a provocation against all the freshmen present. We might be subjected to a relentless, attrition-style attack.
Yi Xiuyu nodded and said nonchalantly.
I'm sure.
He couldn't wait to see how Wu Shaoquan would react after he took down the group on the list.
Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from below the stage. I'll take you on. As soon as the voice fell, a figure over 2 meters tall leaped up from below and landed on the arena.
The referee looked at the person who had come in and asked.
Excuse me, please tell me your name first. Wu Liang.
No one noticed that when Wu Liang said his name. A glint of light flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes.
The referee turned around and asked Yi Xiuyu another question, albeit symbolically. Yi Xiuyu, would you like to accept Wu Liang's challenge?
Yi Xiuyu nodded and said.
I accept. I hereby declare the competition officially open. After the referee stepped back a few paces,
Yi Xiuyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Liang opposite him, asking.
Are you from the Wu family of Shanghai? He.
Wu Liang chuckled maliciously a few times.
What?
Scared?
It's too late to be scared now.
Whoosh! With a whooshing sound,
Wu Liang's imposing figure suddenly charged towards Yi Xiuyu.
A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes.
This is just like a pillow coming when you're about to fall asleep.
He was just about to find someone to make an example of someone when Wu Liang unexpectedly delivered himself to his doorstep. Yi Xiuyu stood still. Just as Wu Liang was already right in front of him, he shifted his feet lightly.
In a short while
dodging Wu Liang's attacks with small steps, his right hand transformed from a palm into a fist and slammed into the unscrupulous man's abdomen.
Although there were too many people present, he didn't kill him. But that punch was enough to give Wu Liang a hard time. Wu Liang was sent flying backward at a faster speed than Zhang Ziqian, crashing into the protective shield. Boom!
Due to the excessive force of the impact, the audience even felt the protective shield tremble slightly. The green beam of light descended instantly. A few minutes later, Wu Liang finally woke up.
This time, however, there was a clear hint of evasion in his gaze when he looked at Yi Xiuyu. The referee then announced the result of the match. The winner of this match is Yi Xiuyu. Does anyone else want to continue the challenge? Faced with the referee's question, the crowd looked at each other, and their murmurs subsided. Brother, didn't you just say you were going to make a move? It wasn't me. I didn't say that. You're talking nonsense. Those who had previously clamored to teach Yi Xiuyu a lesson were now all quieter than the last. For a moment, the entire playground fell silent. Seeing this, Yi Xiuyu was very satisfied. It seems that my tactic of making an example of someone has indeed had some effect. Seeing that no one had offered to challenge him, Yi Xiuyu looked at the referee and asked, Teacher, since no one is challenging me anymore, can we announce that I am now number 1 on the combat power ranking? The referee hesitated. This has never happened before in previous freshman competitions. Just when he didn't know how to handle the matter, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, just do as he says. The referee suddenly turned around. He saw a figure in the shadows nodding at him. That person was none other than Mu He, one of the 3 vice principals of Magic University. The referee gasped. In every freshman orientation, the vice principal has never needed to appear. Unexpectedly, this freshman orientation has alarmed Vice Principal Mu. Mu He looked at Yi Xiuyu. A hint of surprise crossed his eyes. With his discerning eye, he could naturally tell that Yi Xiuyu had not used his full strength. Even so, he had already swept aside all the new students, including Zhang Ziqian, the martial arts fanatic of the Zhang family. Only then did Mu He vaguely understand why the usually aloof elderphone was so interested in Yi Xiuyu. After receiving instructions from Mu He, the referee, it wasn't directly announced that Yi Xiuyu was the top student in this year's freshman class. Instead, he confirmed it again with the freshmen in the audience. Does anyone else want to challenge Yi Xiuyu? After seeing no response, he then announced the results. Since no one is challenging, I hereby declare Yi Xiuyu the champion of this freshman competition. Clap, 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 clap. There was a moment of silence in the audience. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause erupted. The referee walked up to him and said, Yi Xiuyu, you can go down now. Wait a moment. Yi Xiuyu suddenly smiled and asked the referee, Teacher, I remember that the top 3 in the freshman competition are all qualified to challenge the second-year combat power rankings, right? The referee paused for a moment, then nodded and said, You're right. So, may I issue the challenge now? Upon hearing this, the faces of all the second-year students present darkened. Although Magic University does have a rule that the top 3 freshmen in the competition have the opportunity to challenge the second-year combat power rankings. But since the establishment of Magic University until now, in the past 40 years, the number of people who have actually launched a challenge and won is very small. After all, students who can get into Magic University are not mediocre. It's really possible for a freshman to overcome such a challenge. It's really rare to see that. Even those second-year students who were ranked lower on the second-year combat power list did not take Yi Xiuyu seriously. But Yi Xiuyu dared to declare that he would issue a challenge. This stirred up some anger in the hearts of the group. On the other side, those who followed Wu Liang. Upon hearing that Yi Xiuyu was so audacious as to challenge a second-year senior on the spot, they seized the opportunity to launch a barrage of sarcastic remarks against Yi Xiuyu. Hey, what did I tell you? People from small towns just don't have a broad perspective. Does he really think that just because he has some talent, he can act arrogantly at Magic University? Haha, I'm actually looking forward to seeing his expression after the seniors beat him up. Wu Lian looked at Yi Xiuyu. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. That damned Yi Xiuyu, how dare he embarrass me in public? Wu Liang said that as long as there is an opportunity, he will make Yi Xiuyu regret what he did today. Wu Shaoquan on the stage shook his head and said with a rather emotional tone, They really are like newborn calves, unafraid of tigers. But that's for the best. Once he's hit a wall, he'll probably realize it more deeply. At Magic University, Yi Xiuyu isn't the only talented person. Chapter 78 Yi Xiuyu defeats Guo Huai with one punch, then challenges the second-year combat power rankings. The referee looked at Yi Xiuyu. He asked in a somewhat serious tone, Are you sure you want to challenge a student on the second-year combat power ranking right now? Yi Xiuyu nodded. Confirmed. Seeing Yi Xiuyu's resolute attitude, the referee fell silent.
The power rankings for second grade students were determined at the end of last semester. After the new semester begins, the school will distribute corresponding points according to the ranking on the combat power leaderboard. It would be fine if Yi Xiuyu failed the challenge. If he really succeeds in the challenge, that's equivalent to him stealing food from someone else's mouth. At this moment, the second-year students on the stage had already begun to whisper among themselves.
Zihua, you can't hold back later. You have to show that freshman what a senior can do. That's right, Zihua, go for it. Du Zihua took a deep breath.
He comes from an ordinary family in Shanghai, and it is already quite an achievement for him to achieve the 100th place on the combat power ranking, which is the last place.
Du Zihua did not resent Yi Xiuyu.
On the contrary, he understood Yi Xiuyu's desire for cultivation resources, given that Yi Xiuyu came from an ordinary university.
However, while I understand, regarding this resource, he won't give it up so easily.
Guo Huai, who was standing to the side, patted Du Zihua on the shoulder and said, I really envy you, being able to personally teach that ungrateful freshman a lesson.
Du Zihua remained silent.
But he was already mentally prepared to go on stage.
Just when everyone thought Yi Xiuyu would choose Du Zihua,
a voice made them all freeze in place.
I want to challenge Senior Guo Huai.
Guo Huai was stunned for a moment, then his face instantly darkened. He is ranked 95th on the combat power list.
As long as Yi Xiuyu isn't stupid,
there's no reason for him to choose Guo Huai as his opponent.
But what about it?
Yi Xiuyu skipped over Du Zihua and the four people ahead of him, and immediately chose Guo Huai, who was ranked 95th.
This choice was completely unexpected by everyone. The referee was already used to Yi Xiuyu's unusual behavior.
Guo Huai, please proceed to arena number 1 immediately. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Guo Huai, with a gloomy face, stepped onto the number 1 arena.
Kid, you dare to challenge me? You've got some nerve. I'll teach you a lesson on what it means to respect your seniors.
Yi Xiuyu ignored Guo Huai and turned to the referee beside him, asking,
Teacher, can we begin?
The referee nodded slightly and said loudly,
I hereby declare the match open.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiuyu rushed out like lightning. Guo Huai only felt a flash before his eyes, and Yi Xiuyu was already in front of him.
So fast.
His pupils contracted. Yi Xiuyu's speed was simply too fast, completely beyond his expectations.
Guo Huai simply didn't have time to come up with a good response.
In his haste, he could only cross his arms and shield his chest. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, Yi Xiuyu's punch, carrying immense force, slammed heavily into Guo Huai's arms.
Snap! A clear cracking sound rang out.
Guo Huai only held out for a moment before following in the footsteps of Zhang Ziqian and Wu Liang.
To everyone's astonishment, the familiar green beam of light reappeared.
That 5th-tier advanced healing-type teacher.
They've made their move again.
Wu Liang, watching from below the stage, saw Guo Huai, who had fallen into a coma and was receiving treatment on the ring.
He seemed to see again the whole process of how he was defeated by Yi Xiuyu. Damn Yi Xiuyu!
Wu Liang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those memories were a very unpleasant experience for him.
The freshman in the audience. At this moment, the way he looked at Yi Xiuyu.
Besides shock, there was also a hint of anticipation.
Their dissatisfaction vanished the moment Yi Xiuyu defeated Guo Huai with that punch. This punch was to bring glory to all the new students. Yi Xiuyu! Yi Xiuyu!
The cheers started with only a few scattered cheers. It then quickly connected and became a wave of sound. Guo Huai had just regained consciousness when he saw this scene. He felt a lump in his throat and fainted again.
The referee, seeing Guo Huai faint, he quickly spoke to a teacher not far away. Teacher Shin, what do you think of this?
The teacher Shin he mentioned is actually named Shin Xian. She is the teacher who has been treating the students injured by Yi Xiuyu.
Shin Xian assessed Guo Huai's condition.
The moment her mental energy made contact with Guo Huai, she realized that Guo Huai was just pretending to faint.
Shin Xian instantly figured out Guo Huai's thoughts.
She paused for a moment, then said,
He's fine, someone come and carry him downstairs to rest.
After she finished speaking, she turned to Yi Xiuyu and said,
Hey, Yi Xiuyu, could you please go easy on me? My treatment also takes its toll.
Forehead. Yi Xiuyu scratched his head and said,
Teacher, I didn't expect them to be so weak. Shin Xian's eyelids twitched a few times. She really couldn't refute Yi Xiuyu's words.
After all, Yi Shouyu is just a freshman, so he naturally has to go all out when he meets a senior.
Phew.
Xinxian let out a long sigh of relief, swallowing back the rest of her words.
Seeing that Xinxian did not continue to dissuade him, Yi Shouyu.
He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was determined to teach Wu Shaoquan a lesson. Otherwise, that guy would really think, I'm such an easy target.
Teacher, can I continue now?
Ha! The referee looked somewhat bewildered.
Continue what?
Yi Shouyu replied matter-of-factly, of course, we'll continue the challenge.
But haven't you already won? The school doesn't seem to have a rule that you can't continue challenging someone after you win, right? Faced with Yi Shouyu's question, the referee was momentarily stunned. Magic University does not have this rule. But they didn't expect anyone to take on the challenge again. At this moment, the playground was completely buzzing with excitement. Everyone present realized what Yi Shouyu was up to. As a freshman, he challenged the second-year power ranking members one after another.
Putting aside his abilities, his character and courage alone are enough to shock everyone.
What the new students are even more excited about is looking at the entire process of Yi Shouyu defeating Guo Huai. His strength. It's obvious that he's far superior to Guo Huai.
This means that as long as Yi Shouyu doesn't choose a level higher than himself, his chances of winning his next challenge are still very high.
A freshman,
he successively defeated the senior students on the second-year power ranking.
What could be more exciting than this? Second-grade students. This feeling is the exact opposite of that of a newborn. Chapter 79 Yi Shouyu's overt scheme. Wu Shaoquan looked at Yi Shouyu on the arena.
His brows furrowed involuntarily.
Seeing this, Bai Mingxian asked, somewhat puzzled, "Boss, what's wrong?" Wu Shaoquan shook his head. "Nothing."
Seeing this, Bai Mingxian turned his gaze to Yi Shouyu.
That kid surnamed Yi is really arrogant. Doesn't he know that by doing this, he's making enemies of the entire second-year student body?
At this moment, Bai Mingxuan's face was full of schadenfreude.
However, Wu Shaoquan's expression darkened further after hearing his words.
Snatching food from a tiger's mouth is not something that can't be done. After all, they came to the Demon University to improve their cultivation. Choosing to climb the rankings in order to compete for resources is perfectly understandable.
However, based on the strength Yi Shouyu has demonstrated,
if he really wanted to climb the second-year combat power rankings, he could have started by challenging for a higher position, instead of bullying Guo Huai, who was ranked at the bottom. Yes, although Yi Shouyu is only a freshman, his strength is too great. To be honest, his initiative to challenge Guo Huai was indeed a bit bullying.
Wu Shaoquan didn't think so.
Yi Shouyu is foolish enough not to understand the pros and cons involved.
If he did it on purpose. So his purpose. Wu Shaoquan sighed inwardly, hoping that his guess was wrong. During the time he was thinking, Yi Shouyu's second challenger has also stepped onto the stage.
This person's name is Xia Ming, and he is ranked 88th on the second-year combat power ranking.
Xia Ming's expression was very solemn.
His strength is slightly better than Guo Huai's, but he could never knock Guo Huai unconscious with a single punch like Yi Shouyu.
Are you two ready?
Upon hearing the referee's question, Xia Ming's expression changed several times. After a period of internal struggle, finally, with great reluctance, he raised his right hand. "Referee."
They've abstained.
These words immediately caused a stir among the audience.
What? Did I hear that right? Xia Ming forfeited? Coward, what a coward. Get down here, don't embarrass yourself standing up there. Amidst the strange looks from the crowd, Xia Mingtao fled the arena as if escaping.
Yi Shouyu glanced at Xia Ming with some surprise.
Even he didn't expect it. Xia Ming actually admitted defeat so readily.
But this is good, it saves me from having to do all that extra work. Yi Shouyu looked at the referee and said in a calm tone, "I'll continue to challenge Senior Chen Fei, who's ranked 86th. The referee was stunned for a moment. He then said with a hint of helplessness,
"Yi, why don't you try challenging someone with a higher ranking?"
Yi Shouyu shook his head and said somewhat modestly, "No, teacher, I'm well aware of my own abilities.
It's better to be down to earth." After hearing Yi Shouyu's answer, the referee,
I felt inexplicably choked up.
You know what you're doing? You don't know a single thing.
Zhang Ziqian, who was watching the match from the audience, said with a puzzled look.
What is Yi Xiuyu doing? Doesn't he realize that he's making an enemy of the entire second-year student body? Although Zhang Ziqian was a martial arts fanatic, he also understood some basic social etiquette. Judging solely from the strength Yi Xiuyu has displayed so far, he should at least rank within the top 30 of the second-year combat power rankings, challenging those ranked 80th or 90th. Isn't this blatant bullying?
Although his actions complied with the rules of the Magic University. However, every time Yi Xiuyu successfully challenges someone, that person's ranking on the power ranking will drop.
Ranking means points.
Yi Xiuyu is cutting off people's source of income by doing this.
This is practically making an enemy of all the second-year students at Magic University. Such a simple principle. Zhang Ziqian didn't believe Yi Xiuyu couldn't understand it. Su Zihong, standing to the side, revealed a hint of understanding in his eyes.
The 3 people Yi Xiuyu challenged were all on the list he had given Yi Xiuyu before. You should know that those people are from Wu Shaoquan's faction. Yi Xiuyu's behavior. It's clearly revenge against Wu Shaoquan.
As for the reason, Su Zihong already had a clue.
Yi Xiuyu's villa is right next to Mu Qingwan's.
Wu Shaoquan was one of Mu Qingwan's suitors.
I heard he tried many methods, but still couldn't move into that villa. Yi Xiuyu was just a freshman, yet he managed to move into that villa. Given Wu Shaoquan's temper, it would be a miracle if he could hold back.
Looking at the current situation,
Wu Shaoquan has probably already privately caused trouble for Yi Xiuyu. However, Yi Xiuyu is still living in that villa, which means he has already rejected Wu Shaoquan. Thinking back to Wu Shaoquan's methods at the time,
not very friendly.
Otherwise, Yi Xiuyu wouldn't have used such a domineering method to express his dissatisfaction.
A freshman. How dare they provoke Wu Shaoquan to his face? Su Zihong didn't know that Yi Xiuyu was just a young calf unafraid of tigers. It takes skill and daring. Interesting. He had a vague premonition.
This university is about to get quite lively. On the arena, the referee gave Yi Xiuyu a deep look before calling out expressionlessly.
Chen Fei, please proceed to arena number 1 immediately.
At this moment, the competition for first-year students next door has been temporarily suspended.
The eyes of everyone present.
They all gathered on arena number 1. Everyone was curious to see how far Yi Xiuyu, this freshman, would rank on the second-year combat power list.
Chen Fei had just jumped onto the ring when,
before the referee could announce the start of the match, he had already charged towards Yi Xiuyu.
Kid, you dare underestimate me?
I'll show you what I'm capable of. Just as the referee was about to intervene to stop Chen Fei, he heard Yi Xiuyu say in a calm tone,
Teacher, let the competition begin.
After Yi Xiuyu finished speaking, he threw a punch. Then look, Chen Fei, who was originally so aggressive, is now flying backward at a speed even faster than when he rushed over.
One punch. Another punch. Regarding this result, by now, no one was surprised anymore.
Before everyone could finish their sighs, Yi Xiuyu, standing on the stage, has already announced his next challenger.
I want to challenge senior Sun Shuo. Wu Shaoquan's face turned completely gloomy. Wu Huai might still be an accident.
But then Xia Ming, Chen Fei, and Sun Shuo.
Yi Xiuyu challenged 4 people in succession. Coincidentally, all 10 of them were his followers. This cannot be explained by a simple accident.
Wu Shaoquan was very certain. Yi Xiuyu's actions were a form of revenge against himself. Just as Wu Shaoquan was pondering how to deal with Yi Xiuyu,
a slightly teasing voice suddenly rang in his ear. Old Wu, it seems like this freshman named Yi Xiuyu is challenging a bunch of people who are all your people, right? I wonder if this new student has some kind of grudge against you.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared beside Wu Shaoquan. The person who arrived was none other than his old nemesis, Zhou Shang.
Chapter 80 Zhou Shang adds fuel to the fire. Zhou Shang looked at Wu Shaoquan.
His eyes were full of schadenfreude. He had just raised his voice on purpose to attract the attention of those around him.
Sure enough, everyone's eyes.
In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Wu Shaoquan.
Now that Zhou Shang says it, it seems to be true. Yes, I just realized it too.
Wu Huai and the others are indeed Wu Shaoquan's men.
So, Yi Xiuyu really does have a grudge against Wu Shaoquan. But isn't he a freshman? How could he have offended Wu Shaoquan?
I heard that Yi Xiuyu's villa is right next to Teacher Mu's.
Could it be because of this? Everyone looked at Wu Shaokuan with strange expressions and couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Zhou Shang.
Wu Shaokuan turned to look at Zhou Shang. His eyes held a hint of gritted teeth.
Zhou Shang's actions are utterly despicable. He had originally intended to take this opportunity to stir up conflict between the second-year students and Yi Xiuyu. Zhou Shang did this. His situation became awkward instead.
Everyone will soon realize that Yi Xiuyu is not targeting them, but Wu Shaokuan. In this way, between Yi Xiuyu and the second-year students, then there will be no contradiction. All the pressure fell on Wu Shaokuan,
because those who followed him are now bearing the brunt of Yi Xiuyu's wrath.
If Wu Shaokuan does not respond in time, his prestige in the eyes of the people will be damaged. Zhou Shang had precisely grasped this point. That's why he deliberately brought this matter up in front of everyone.
Wu Shaokuan looked at Zhou Shang with a chilling gaze. Yi Xiuyu, Zhou Shang. How dare you two humiliate me like this?
Wu Shaokuan, swear I will not rest until I avenge this. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart.
Wu Shaokuan ignored Zhou Shang and focused his attention on the arena below. In just a short while, Sun Xue has already lost. Yi Xiuyu has begun his challenge journey once again. I want to challenge Senior Chao Ping. Forehead.
Chao Ping happened to be near Wu Shaokuan. He heard Zhou Shang's words clearly. A look of hesitation appeared on Chao Ping's face. With his strength, he was no match for Yi Xiuyu. Even if one goes on stage, it's nothing more than bringing shame upon oneself. He had previously thought that Yi Xiuyu looked down on them, the second-year students. Zhou Shang has now made it clear. Yi Xiuyu came here specifically for Wu Shaokuan. He harbored deep resentment towards Yi Xiuyu for taking his anger out on him because of Wu Shaokuan.
Also because of Wu Shaokuan's indifferent attitude. And I felt a little disheartened. Phew.
Chao Ping let out a breath and tentatively asked Wu Shaokuan a question.
Brother Wu, what do you think of this matter?
Wu Shaokuan was silent for a moment, then said, You decide for yourself. A hint of disappointment flashed deep in Chao Ping's eyes. Since Yi Xiuyu has already issued a challenge to him, even if he doesn't accept the challenge, his ranking on the combat power leaderboard will still drop.
What he really wanted to ask was,
actually, it was the points I lost because of this. However, judging from Wu Shaokuan's answer, he did not intend to offer any compensation. Although Chao Ping had anticipated this,
but he couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed.
Just then, the referee's voice suddenly reached his ears.
Chao Ping, please proceed to arena number 1 immediately.
A flicker of struggle crossed Chao Ping's eyes. After a moment, he slowly raised his right hand and said calmly,
Teacher, I give up. Whoosh.
A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd.
Following Xia Ming, the second person to abstain has appeared.
Wu Shaokuan's eyes turned colder. But Chao Ping turned away, seemingly no longer daring to look him in the eye.
The referee looked at Chao Ping and repeated the question. Chao Ping, are you sure you want to admit defeat?
Yes.
Chao Ping nodded, saying firmly, I'm sure.
Xin Xian, who was in charge of the treatment, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Chao Ping admit defeat.
She figured it out.
That freshman named Yi Xiuyu is not going to show any mercy. In this situation, his opponent conceded defeat, which actually saved Xin Xian a lot of trouble.
After the referee announced Yi Xiuyu's victory,
he turned to look at Yi Xiuyu and asked with a hint of helplessness.
Shall we continue? Yi Xiuyu nodded and said, of course. He just glanced at it. Chao Ping was not far from Wu Shaokuan, daring to admit defeat in front of Wu Shaokuan.
It seems they've realized they're targeting Wu Shaokuan.
He.
Yi Xiuyu sneered inwardly.
This is quite a show. It's finally starting. I want to challenge Senior Sun Liang. Teacher, I give up too. The winner is Yi Xiuyu.
I want to challenge Senior Song Yizhou.
Teacher, I give up. The winner is Yi Xiuyu.
With Chao Ping leading the way, the next people whose names were called by Yi Xiuyu. He instinctively felt that he was no match for Yi Xiuyu. I decisively chose to abstain. And so, for the next period of time, Yi Xiuyu had defeated 6 people in a row without even making a move.
As more and more people concede defeat, Wu Shaokuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he was very dissatisfied, But in the end, he didn't say a single word.
Yi Xiuyu has fought against Qin Mang before. Qin Mang is ranked 23rd on the second-year combat power ranking.
In addition to Yi Xiuyu's previous performance, Wu Shaoquan was certain that those ranked outside the top 30, even if they went on the field, they would never be a match for Yi Xiuyu. Rather than forcing them to go up, it's better to let them admit defeat. However, Wu Shaoquan seemed to have forgotten that his old rival, Zhou Shang, was by his side. Zhou Shang chuckled, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, "Old Wu, all the people Yi Xiuyu is challenging are your men. It's okay if this person loses, but their ranking on the power ranking will drop, and that means they'll lose points. The higher the ranking, the more points will be lost.
These brothers all took the bullets for you.
Knowing your personality, I don't think you'd let them suffer losses for nothing."
Upon hearing Zhou Shang's words, Wu Shaoquan's lips curled into a smile. He twitched involuntarily a few times. At this moment, he wished he could rip Zhou Shang's tongue out on the spot.
This is fucking ridiculous.
He really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. I was just worried about this matter, and now Zhou Shang has interfered.
He couldn't pretend he didn't know anymore. He.
Wu Shaoquan looked coldly at Zhou Shang, and said with a forced smile, "You don't need to worry about this, young Master Zhou."
Ha 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 ha.
Zhou Shang laughed a few times and said, "I was just afraid you'd forget, that's why I reminded you."
Wu Shaoquan ignored Zhou Shang and looked at Yi Xiuyu on the arena with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
The group after the 50th place. Losing is losing, and Wu Shaoquan doesn't really care. But those ranked above 50 are his core team that he has cultivated for himself. If this matter causes resentment in your heart, that's the real trouble.
Wu Shaoquan's eyes flashed, and he had already made up his mind. We can't just let Yi Xiuyu continue challenging them one by one. Chapter 81. Yi Xiuyu, are you playing me? Just after Yi Xiuyu won another victory, Wu Shaoquan finally couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Junior brother Yi, with your strength, you can already rank in the top 50 of the combat power list. You are perfectly capable of aiming for a higher ranking, so why make things difficult for those senior students who are not as good as you?" As soon as Wu Shaoquan said this, those students ranked around 60th or 70th on the combat power list couldn't help but feel nervous. Yi Xiuyu looked in the direction of the sound. A young man dressed in blue was standing on the stage, looking at him from afar. Before he could speak, just then, Zhou Shang, standing next to Wu Shaoquan, lightly waved his fan and spoke. "Wu Shaoquan, you're a third-year student. Isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere in the freshmen's competition like this?" Wu Shaoquan saw that Zhou Shang had come to cause trouble again. I could feel my temples throbbing a few times. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a calm tone, "Zhou Shang, Junior Yi has just entered the campus and is not very familiar with things on campus. I was just reminding him." He, Zhou Shang chuckled a few times and said, "I quite admire Junior Yi's cautious approach." As he spoke, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Yi Xiuyu, "Junior, keep going at your current pace, I believe in you." After Zhou Shang finished speaking, he reached out towards Yi Xiuyu. He made a cheering gesture. Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wu Shaoquan, Zhou Shang. These two are not only the top two on the third-year combat power ranking, but also, they are also the two students with the best qualities who are pursuing Mu Qingwan. I had a conflict with Wu Shaoquan before. Now they're in the power ranking challenge again. It was specifically targeted at his subordinates. Yi Xiuyu had long anticipated that Wu Shaoquan would emerge. But this guy named Zhou Shang is different. Although he was also one of Mu Qingwan's suitors. However, he did not do what Wu Shaoquan did. Just because I live in the villa next to Mu Qingwan's, they came over to warn me. Especially just now, when Wu Shaoquan dug a hole for himself, Zhou Shang even stood up to support him. This is clearly just causing trouble for Wu Shaoquan. However, if it ends like this, it would be too easy for Wu Shaoquan. Yi Xiuyu sneered inwardly. He cupped his hands in greeting to Zhou Shang and Wu Shaoquan, and said, "Thank you both for the reminder. Just as Senior Wu said, I've only been at Magic University for a short time, so I don't really know much about the abilities of the senior students here. In Wu's opinion, which senior should I challenge next?" Yi Xiuyu's tone was very sincere. There was even a hint of expectation in his eyes. To those around them, Yi Xiuyu appeared to be humbly seeking advice from Wu Shaoquan.
They were waiting for his answer. Zhou Shang was taken aback, and then his expression turned strange. He looked at Yi Shouyu carefully, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
This kid's got some interesting skills.
Wu Shaoquan's words just now seemed friendly, but in fact they concealed a murderous intent. In just a few words, he set Yi Shouyu and the second-year students at opposing sides. Even if Yi Shouyu was targeting Wu Shaoquan,
if he doesn't answer well, he will still provoke hostility from the second-year students.
Zhou Shang saw this out. That's why he specifically spoke up, wanting to help Yi Shouyu resolve this crisis. He didn't expect Yi Shouyu to pass the ball again.
It was kicked back to Wu Shaoquan. Now it's Wu Shaoquan's turn to feel bad.
Zhou Shang guessed correctly. Wu Shaoquan was feeling very upset. He's now in a difficult situation.
I'm in a dilemma.
Wu Shaoquan had just finished speaking when Yi Shouyu, unaware of the situation at Magic University.
Unexpectedly, Yi Shouyu not only admitted it directly, but also handed over the right to choose the next challenger to him. In this case,
Wu Shaoquan had no choice but to bite the bullet and help Yi Shouyu select people.
This is a technical job.
First of all, the person he chooses cannot be too much stronger than Yi Shouyu. Otherwise, it would not only prove that Wu Shaoquan has poor judgment.
Moreover, it makes it seem like he's bullying the freshman. Secondly, the question of who should be chosen is also a problem.
If you choose your own people, that makes it hard to guarantee they won't have their own thoughts.
However, if one chooses a neutral force, or even a small force, one will needlessly make enemies. Once they are selected, this would likely provoke hostility from their entire group. This deal is not worth it. After much deliberation, Wu Shaoquan finally set his sights on Zhou Shang. This Zhou Shang was originally his mortal enemy. He deliberately shifted the blame, pitting Zhou Shang against Yi Shouyu. Isn't this a brilliant plan that kills two birds with one stone?
Thinking of this, Wu Shaoquan smiled slightly and said,
"Since my junior trusts me, then as his senior, I will keep quiet about what I know."
In my opinion, junior brother Yi, your strength is roughly equivalent to someone ranked around 40 on the combat power list. Given your cautious nature, junior, why not challenge Shi Fanguan, who is ranked 45th?
What do you think, junior brother Yi? Shi Fanguan's face instantly darkened. A disdainful sneer appeared on Zhou Shang's face. "Wu Shaoquan, isn't your little scheme a bit too ambitious?" Wu Shaoquan said in a calm tone. "Zhou Shang, why are you so agitated? I was just giving my junior a reasonable suggestion." "You."
Zhou Shang was furious when he saw Wu Shaoquan's shameless behavior.
Just then,
Yi Shouyu, who had remained silent on the stage, suddenly spoke.
"Thank you for the advice, senior."
His face was full of gratitude. Judging from her appearance, she was actually preparing to accept Wu Shaoquan's suggestion.
Ha 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 ha.
Wu Shaoquan laughed a few times, then said,
"Then I'll wish my junior the best of luck in advance."
Zhou Shang looked at Yi Shouyu with some surprise.
This kid used to be so smart, how come he suddenly became stupid?
Seeing that Yi Shouyu had made a decision,
Zhou Shang didn't know what else to say.
He patted Shi Fanguan on the shoulder and said,
"Give it your all, don't hold back. If you lose, I will compensate you for the credits you lose." Shi Fanguan's eyes lit up, and he said with a grateful expression, "Thank you so much, brother Zhou. Go."
At this moment, Wu Shaoquan's followers, who had already been defeated by Yi Shouyu, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Wu Shaoquan was already cursing Zhou Shang in his heart.
Don't say that Shi Fanguan might not necessarily lose. Even if he really loses, Zhou Shang only needs to compensate him for his own academic credits.
On my side. But we need to compensate more than a dozen people. Wu Shaoquan pretended not to see the expectation in the eyes of these people.
He will focus his attention.
All of it was focused on Yi Shouyu. Just when everyone thought Yi Shouyu would choose to challenge Shi Fanguan,
then I heard him speak. "The person I want to challenge is Senior Li Ting."
The entire playground erupted in a clamor. Wu Shaoquan was stunned for a moment, then his face instantly turned ugly.
"Yi Shouyu, are you playing me?" Chapter 82 Wu Shaoquan's Fury.
In Wu Shaoquan's voice, he was filled with barely suppressed anger.
If they weren't currently on the campus of Magic University, attending the freshman orientation, they would be much closer to reality. People even felt that Wu Shaoquan will attack Yi Shouyu on the spot.
For a moment, everyone's eyes were on them. They all focused on Yi Xiuyu without prior arrangement. Yi Xiuyu spread his hands. He said in a somewhat innocent tone, "Senior, when did I ever play a trick on you?" Phew. Wu Shaoquan forcibly suppressed his anger and asked in an icy tone. "You just asked for my opinion, and I've given it to you. And then what happened? You just picked someone randomly? Senior, you've misunderstood me." Yi Xiuyu explained sincerely. "Senior, you said my strength is probably around 40th on the combat power ranking. He also said I'd better not make things difficult for those second-year students who aren't as good as me. In that case, wouldn't it be just what you want if I chose Li Ting, who was ranked 40th? Yi Xiuyu's words were reasonable and well-founded. Wu Shaoquan was speechless for a moment, unable to refute it at all. He felt his blood rush to his head. A sudden tightness in my chest. Damn it, I knew he shouldn't have said those things. Now Yi Xiuyu has seized on this. Phew. Calm down. I must stay calm. Deep down, Wu Shaoquan kept giving himself positive self-suggestions. He had just managed to suppress his anger. A series of wild laughs then erupted from the side. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Sheng had never felt so happy before. He even laughed until tears streamed down his face. He and Wu Shaoquan had been secretly vying for power for many years. This was the first time Zhou Sheng had ever seen a young man who had just entered university. What made Wu Shaoquan suffer such a huge loss in silence? Wu Shaoquan had completely lost interest in paying attention to Zhou Sheng, and he let Zhou Sheng laugh wildly to his side. On the arena, the referee concealed the surprise in his eyes and looked at Yi Xiuyu, asking, "Are you sure you want to challenge Li Ting?" Yi Xiuyu nodded and said firmly, "I'm sure." The referee withdrew his gaze and spoke loudly to the surroundings. "Li Ting, please proceed to arena number 1 immediately." When Li Ting passed by Wu Shaoquan, an extremely faint sound reached his ears. "Be harsh." Li Ting turned his head and looked at Wu Shaoquan, whose expression remained unchanged. He nodded imperceptibly, then strode towards arena number 1. On the arena, Li Ting looked at Yi Xiuyu, somewhat puzzled. Wu Shaoquan is the overlord of Moda University. He didn't understand why Yi Xiuyu kept provoking him. But none of that matters right now. What I need to do now is... It was on Wu Shaoquan's orders that Yi Xiuyu was seriously injured. Li Ting shook his head, clearing his mind of all these distracting thoughts. "Are you two ready?" Yi Xiuyu and Li Ting nodded in unison. "All right." The referee waved his hand and said, "The competition has officially begun." Blue lightning surged from Li Ting's body. It then covered his body, forming a thin layer of lightning armor. The audience below the stage gasped in surprise upon witnessing this scene. Thunder armor, this is thunder armor. I didn't expect Li Ting to use thunder armor as soon as he made his move. Thunder armor is an S-rank combat skill. It can simultaneously increase the user's attack, defense, and speed. It can be described as a combat skill that integrates offense, defense, and support. Li Ting has already cultivated it to the great perfection stage, and combined with his awakened A+ level lightning ability, its power is incredibly terrifying. He relied on the thunder armor. That's how he became one of the 3 strongest cultivators below the advanced second tier. Those familiar with Li Ting, seeing that he used the thunder armor right from the start, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. Judging from Yi Xiuyu, this put a lot of pressure on Li Ting. Sizzle sizzle. Accompanied by a sudden gust of wind, Li Ting flashed and instantly appeared in front of Yi Xiuyu. He clenched his right fist, carrying the force of thunder. It brought with it a powerful and domineering gust of wind, which slammed mercilessly toward Yi Xiuyu's head. Judging from his stance, once Yi Xiuyu is hit by him, he will inevitably be seriously injured. Faced with Li Ting's extremely fierce punch, Yi Xiuyu's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After Wu Shaoquan's interference, he could no longer use the one-punch style. Otherwise, Wu Shaoquan will definitely use his strength as an excuse again. Let him continue to challenge those who rank higher, in order to kill more people. In this battle, I must conceal my true strength and barely achieve victory. This is the only way to lower Wu Shaoquan's guard. Phew. Yi Xiuyu let out a soft breath. He threw a punch, still only using physical strength. Boom! With a loud bang, The two fists collided violently.
A visible shockwave swept across the arena. The protective shield at the edge deployed instantly, completely blocking the shockwave.
This time, Yi Xiuyu deliberately controlled his power.
Even so,
Li Ting was also extremely shocked.
Wow, that's incredibly strong. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. One's own lightning armor can enhance physical strength. During regular practice,
he can also draw lightning into his body and use the power of lightning to temper his physical body. Therefore, his physical strength is exceptionally formidable. Even a typical enhanced ability user might not be able to withstand that punch from him head-on. But Yi Xiuyu not only accepted it, and judging from his appearance, he still seems to be handling things with ease. No wonder Yi Xiuyu was able to defeat those people with one punch. His strength was far greater than he had imagined. Li Ting dared not be careless in the slightest. With a thought, blue lightning surged from his fist onto Yi Xiuyu's body, using the lightning power on the lightning armor to paralyze the opponent's body. This affects their actions. This is also one of the characteristics of thunder armor. At this moment, below arena number 1, those enhancement department students who had previously fought against Li Ting, his expression unconsciously darkened. Clearly, Lei Kai is a difficult and troublesome opponent.
They know it all too well. Ha!
Yi Xiuyu let out a soft "hm" to himself. The lightning power wrapped around his arm was actually trying to penetrate his body.
Not only that, from that lightning power,
Yi Xiuyu also felt a slight numbing force.
That was Li Ting's lightning ability. The attack effects it carries. That's interesting.
After inwardly praising him, Yi Xiuyu secretly began to circulate the undying heavenly silkworm technique.
His body jolted, and to everyone's astonishment, the lightning power wrapped around Yi Xiuyu's right arm. It shattered with a deafening roar. There was a moment of silence in the audience. Immediately afterwards, a series of exclamations erupted. Yi Xiuyu is actually alright? How is this possible?
Chapter 83: Defeating Li Ting, Xin Xian's doubts.
Li Ting's pupils contracted, and his expression grew even more serious.
This was the first time he had ever seen someone resolve a situation so easily. The lightning power generated by the thunder armor combat technique. Li Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. At this point, he could no longer hold back. As his aura surged, he flipped his left palm, and a surge of blue lightning power rushed towards Yi Xiuyu. That violent force brought with it a sharp gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu suddenly clenched his fists. He threw a punch, shattering the oncoming lightning. Under the cover of lightning, Li Ting transformed into a streak of blue lightning and hurtled towards Yi Xiuyu. His fist, enveloped in the power of lightning, it transformed into countless afterimages, bombarding Yi Xiuyu relentlessly. Yi Xiuyu activated the undying heavenly silkworm technique. He showed no weakness, his fists whistling through the air. He blocked all of Li Ting's attacks. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent collisions rang out from where the two were fighting. The news quickly spread to every corner of the entire playground. At this moment, the crowd below the stage was watching the two people fighting fiercely on the stage with shocked expressions. To be precise, she was looking at Yi Xiuyu. Li Ting is a formidable figure ranked 40th on the second-year combat power ranking. His abilities are evident to all. Yi Xiuyu was just a freshman who had just enrolled. He was actually able to fight Li Ting to a standstill. This strength is simply too terrifying. Watching the brutal, hand-to-hand combat on stage, the shock in everyone's eyes intensified. They never expected this. This battle, the competition was surprisingly fierce. Bang! Under the countless terrified gazes of the audience, the two men's right fists collided violently once again. That's about it. A glint flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. He secretly increased his strength slightly. Li Ting's expression changed drastically in an instant, as he saw the thunder armor that had been covering his body. A crack appeared silently. Cracks quickly spread all over his body. Then, to the astonishment of Li Ting and everyone else, the lightning armor surrounding Li Ting shattered layer by layer. The immense force sent him flying. Li Ting's body slammed hard into the protective shield at the edge of the arena. Yi Xiuyu in the stands. His shirt, already soaked from the fierce battle. Even after being shattered by Li Ting's lightning power, people could still vaguely see his muscular chest through his tattered clothes.
Puff!
Li Ting spat out a mouthful of blood, and the expression on his face was no longer as composed as before. Yi Xiaoyu's strength.
This has far exceeded his expectations.
At this moment, Li Ting no longer cared about hiding his strength. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he began to rapidly form hand seals. As his hand seals changed, a massive amount of blue lightning power surged forth, converging towards Li Ting's palm.
Thunderbolt palm! Li Ting roared.
Immediately, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground. He rushed towards Yi Xiaoyu at top speed. As he struck out with his right palm, blue lightning energy frantically gathered in mid-air. Finally, it transformed into a giant blue hand that was several tens of feet in size. Within that giant hand, the power of lightning pulsed continuously.
An indescribable surge of violent energy. It rippled outwards from within. For a moment, thunderous sounds echoed throughout the entire playground.
Those ranked ahead of Li Ting all wore solemn expressions.
This thunderclap palm is an S+ level combat skill. I never expected Li Ting to actually complete it. Unlike Thunder Armor, Thunder Palm is a purely offensive combat skill. Its grade is S+, which is even higher than Lei Kai. It can be said that after Li Ting learned the Thunder Palm, his ranking on the combat power leaderboard were able to move up a few places. The giant blue hand transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly streaking across the sky and striking towards Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu raised his head. Faced with that gigantic hand brimming with ferocious power, there was not a trace of panic in his dark eyes. Yi Xiaoyu's body trembled. An indescribable pressure emanated from his thin body. Unbeknownst to everyone, dark blue scales had appeared beneath Yi Xiaoyu's skin. This is precisely the power of the undying heavenly silkworm technique, the dragon rhinoceros body. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Yi Xiaoyu clenched his right fist and swung it straight at the thunderous giant hand in front of him. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous crash echoed across the entire playground. The violent lightning power engulfed Yi Xiaoyu. The dazzling light forced the onlookers to squint. But they remained fixed on Yi Xiaoyu and Li Ting. I was afraid of missing even the slightest detail. At that moment, in the very center of the storm, two figures were simultaneously sent flying backward. They crashed into the protective shields behind them. Bang! Bang! The entire playground fell silent once again. Everyone stared at Yi Xiaoyu and his companion, who were still standing in the center of the room, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Who's winning? Puff! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Ting suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he slowly fell backward, looking at Yi Xiaoyu standing on the arena. The first-year students were stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a huge cheer erupted. Yi Xiaoyu! Yi Xiaoyu! They waved their arms. The look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xiaoyu was full of admiration. We won! We really won! Yi Xiaoyu successfully defeated the second-year combat power rankings. Li Ting is ranked 40th. Zhang Ziqian's face was flushed, and he looked very excited. The frustration in his heart had long since disappeared. Yi Xiaoyu's performance. She completely conquered him. This battle. This made Zhang Ziqian realize something profound. Yi Xiaoyu. He's a pervert. Zhang Ziqian had given up on the idea that he could beat Yi Xiaoyu. In this lifetime, I must catch up with Yi Xiaoyu's pace. We can't let him leave us too far behind. On the other side, under the treatment of teacher Shen Xian, Li Ting finally woke up slowly. He looked at Yi Xiaoyu, who was not far away across from him. His expression was very complicated. Yi Xiaoyu is just a first-year student. He hasn't officially enrolled yet. But his strength has actually surpassed mine. While feeling moved, Li Ting also felt a sense of urgency. Looks like I still need to keep working hard. Shen Xian had just withdrawn her supernatural power when she heard the referee speak to her. Teacher Shen, please treat Yi Xiaoyu as well. Shen Xian glanced at him and said with a rather helpless tone, I understand. Yi Xiaoyu's heart sank as he stood on the arena. He was about to refuse when the familiar green beam of light had completely enveloped his body. Yi Xiaoyu's expression hardened, and he immediately shut his mouth. Ha! Shen Shendai frowned slightly, and she couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaoyu. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes.
Yi Xiuyu looks quite pitiful, but his blood and energy are strong and powerful, and he hasn't suffered any harm at all.
Xin Xian glanced at Yi Xiuyu, whose face looked pale. A guess began to form in my mind. Could it be that he's faking his weakness? Chapter 84 Wu Shaokuan, caught in a dire situation.
Xin Xian looked at Yi Xiuyu on the stage with a hint of curiosity in her eyes.
The battle just now seemed intense.
But Yi Xiuyu was not harmed.
A fierce battle? A narrow victory? He was just putting on an act.
Xin Xian secretly guessed in her heart.
If Yi Xiuyu wanted to, he could even defeat the others as he had before.
He defeated Li Ting with a single punch.
So why did Yi Xiuyu pretend to be weak? Xin Xian thought of the students he had challenged before.
And from his conversation with Wu Shaokuan, I had a vague guess in my mind. Yi Xiuyu probably wants to take revenge on Wu Shaokuan. I had heard Mumu complain about it once, that Wu Shaokuan had sent someone to look for Yi Xiuyu. Given Wu Shaokuan's personality, he probably wouldn't be very friendly towards Yi Xiuyu. If this happened to a normal freshman, they would probably just tolerate it.
Unexpectedly, Yi Xiuyu actually dared to take revenge. That's audacity. It's really huge.
Xin Xian gave Yi Xiuyu a meaningful look, then casually withdrew her superpower.
Ha! Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Why didn't she expose me?
Xin Xian's last glance was clearly telling Yi Xiuyu that she had seen through everything.
Yi Xiuyu couldn't figure it out for a moment. I might as well stop dwelling on this.
On the other side, Wu Shaokuan in the stands had a dark and gloomy expression. Anyone could feel the terrifying pressure surrounding him.
Li Ting actually lost. In this way?
Wu Shaokuan's previous remarks.
It looks like a joke. Boss? Bai Mingxian asked cautiously, are you alright?
Wu Shaokuan shook his head.
Seeing this, Bai Mingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Yi Xiuyu and said in a solemn tone, this kid actually has some skill. Don't be fooled by Li Ting's ranking of only 40th on the second-year combat power list. But within their team, he's already considered a fairly skilled individual. Yi Xiuyu was able to defeat Li Ting head-on. They could no longer treat Yi Xiuyu as an ordinary freshman. Just then, Yi Xiuyu announced once again the name of the person he would be challenging next.
Bai Mingxian glanced at Wu Shaokuan and said,
Boss, what do we do?
After a moment of silence, Wu Shaokuan said in a vicious tone,
do as he says, continue.
Yi Xiuyu only won by a narrow margin.
He refused to believe it. Can Yi Xiuyu keep winning?
What happened next resulted in Wu Shaokuan being slapped twice across the face. After Yi Xiuyu defeated Li Ting, they narrowly won 2 more matches. Yi Xiuyu's current ranking has reached 36th on the second-year combat power list. At this moment, Wu Shaokuan, having calmed down,
they finally realized something was wrong.
Since Yi Xiuyu possesses the strength to rank 36th on the combat power list,
that battle between him and Li Ting, you shouldn't have been so anxious. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu is deliberately feigning weakness.
Thinking of this, veins were already bulging on Wu Shaokuan's forehead.
Good. Very good. Very good. Wu Shaokuan was filled with rage.
He was just a lowly servant, yet he dared to repeatedly mock me. Wu Shaokuan secretly swore in his heart.
No matter what, Yi Xiuyu must pay the price. I want to challenge Senior Qin Liang.
Seeing that Yi Xiuyu showed no sign of stopping,
Wu Shaokuan finally couldn't sit still any longer.
He took a few steps forward and said loudly,
enough.
In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to Wu Shaokuan.
Finally couldn't hold back anymore?
Yi Xiuyu chuckled inwardly a few times, then asked with a puzzled expression,
Senior Wu, what's wrong with you?
Wu Shaokuan took a deep breath and said in a low voice,
Junior brother Yi, I have something I want to say to you. Oh? Senior, please tell me.
Too much rigidity leads to breakage when you're out in the world, it's best not to be too sharp or aggressive.
Yi Xiuyu shook his head and said, Senior Wu, I have a slightly different opinion on this. Remember that in your youth you had lofty ambitions, and once vowed to be the best in the world. From the moment our supernatural abilities awaken, we must contend with the heavens, with the earth, with other people, and with ferocious beasts. If you shrink back and hesitate when faced with a problem, how can you achieve great things?
As soon as Yi Xiuyu finished speaking, a series of cheers rang out from the surroundings.
Great!
That's very well said.
What a fine saying.
One should know that in youth one's lofty ambitions once aspired to be the best in the world. A person should be fearless in the face of difficulties and forge ahead.
Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Wu Shaoquan's face grew even more gloomy.
Zhou Shang, standing nearby, clapped his hands and said to Wu Shaoquan, "Hey Wu Shaoquan, this ranking on the combat power list isn't just about honor, it also means a lot of points. You just casually said something and you want people to give up these resources. Aren't you taking yourself a little too seriously?" Zhou Shang's tone was full of sarcasm. Wu Shaoquan narrowed his eyes.
"Zhou Shang, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you?"
"Humph." Zhou Shang snorted coldly, speaking with an indifferent expression.
"Wu Shaoquan, do you really think that I, Zhou Shang, am someone who can be easily intimidated?"
Looking at Zhou Shang's shameless appearance, Wu Shaoquan felt a throbbing sensation in his temples. If it weren't for the fact that he had more important things to deal with right now, he's definitely going to fight Zhou Shang right there and then.
Huff.
Wu Shaoquan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He shifted his gaze from Zhou Shang and looked back at Yi Shouyu on the arena. By now, most people present have probably realized that there is a conflict between him and Yi Shouyu. Wu Shaoquan stopped trying to hide anything and asked directly, "What will it take for you to stop?"
Yi Shouyu smiled. This is the moment he's been waiting for.
Yi Shouyu extended his right hand towards Wu Shaoquan and said in a calm tone,
5,000 points, I'm playing my last match. Wu Shaoquan's face was contorted with rage, and he roared almost furiously, 5,000 points? Why don't you just rob me?
5,000 points is already comparable to the total points reward for the third-ranked player on the second-year combat power ranking for an entire school year.
Wu Shaoquan was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth.
He knew he had fallen into a trap set by Yi Shouyu.
This is Yi Shouyu's open strategy.
If he rejects Yi Shouyu's proposal, therefore, Yi Shouyu will definitely continue to take on the challenge.
After that,
everyone who was defeated by Yi Shouyu, everyone would think that this situation arose because he didn't accept Yi Shouyu's suggestion at the time. However, once he agreed to Yi Shouyu's request, although it can be avoided that other people lose to Yi Shouyu, resulting in a drop in ranking and a loss of points.
But what about those who have already been defeated by Yi Shouyu? The points they lost. What should we do then? If Wu Shaoquan doesn't offer compensation, those people will definitely feel uncomfortable. If it's compensation, this is another huge loss. No matter which you choose. Yi Shouyu was a beneficiary. Chapter 85 Yi Shouyu vs. Luoying. Yi Shouyu stood on the arena, quietly waiting for Wu Shaoquan's reply.
Wu Shaoquan guessed correctly. All of this unfolded according to the route he had planned in advance.
Regardless of Wu Shaoquan's final choice, he will have to pay a considerable price for it.
Time passed by, minute by minute.
After an unknown amount of time, Wu Shaoquan's voice rang out again. Okay, we'll do it your way. 5,000 points, one match. However, I will choose your opponent.
Now that things have come to this, Wu Shaoquan has calmed down. Since the loss was inevitable, he simply stopped dwelling on it.
Wu Shaoquan admitted. This time, he really misjudged.
However, since Yi Shouyu dared to openly challenge his authority in front of so many people, he would have to bear his wrath. Yi Shouyu smiled calmly and said,
No problem.
The referee on the stage frowned slightly when he saw that Yi Shouyu had agreed to Wu Shaoquan's conditions. In order to cultivate students' practical skills, Magic University has always maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards conflicts between students on campus. As long as the students don't fight in private. Competitions like this, where both parties agree to it and a teacher is present. At the school level, they are very supportive. But that would be best if the two sides in the contest were relatively evenly matched.
Yi Shouyu is just a freshman.
If Wu Shaoquan were to randomly choose an opponent for him from among the second-year students, he will likely suffer a significant blow in the end. The referee hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Yi Shouyu and Luoying, who is ranked second on the combat power list, are Wu Shaoquan's men. Yi Shouyu glanced at the referee with some surprise. He clearly hadn't expected that the referee, who had maintained a neutral stance, would specifically speak up to remind him. Yi Shouyu nodded subtly and replied softly.
Thank you, teacher. I understand.
The referee's expression remained unchanged. He sighed inwardly, feeling rather helpless. Geniuses like Yi Xiuyu all possess a certain arrogance. It is extremely difficult to change their decision with just a few words.
Forget it, at his age, hitting a wall might not be a bad thing. Anyway, with Xinxian here, Yi Xiuyu will not be in any danger. I just hope that after his failure, he won't be discouraged and give up.
Yi Xiuyu was unaware of the extremely complex emotions the referee was experiencing.
He looked up at Wu Shaokuan and asked, "Hurry up and choose the right people, I'm very busy." His extremely casual attitude made Wu Shaokuan even more annoyed. Snort!
Wu Shaokuan snorted coldly. He turned his head and whispered to the person behind him.
"Luo Ying, go. Remember, do not drain the water."
Wu Shaokuan made no attempt to conceal his dissatisfaction and anger. So much so that those around him,
you could feel a chilling aura emanating from his words.
Almost everyone, including Zhou Shang, looked at Yi Xiuyu with a hint of sympathy in their eyes.
It must be said that Yi Xiuyu's strength has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations.
But he was, after all, just a freshman. Zhou Shang secretly speculated that even if Yi Xiuyu was hiding something, his ranking on the second-year combat power ranking list would be at most between 10th and 20th. Luo Ying is ranked second on the combat power list.
Peak second-tier cultivation, S-rank shadow-type ability.
Not to mention, Luo Ying also possesses extremely rich practical experience. Generally, those below S rank are third-tier beginner-level ability users.
None of them were his match.
Although Yi Xiuyu defeated so many second-year students in a row. But almost no one considered him a match for Luo Ying, except for Xinxian on stage. Before the freshman competition was held, during a casual chat with her best friend Mu Qingwan, Xinxian had inquired about Yi Xiuyu's abilities.
Mu Qingwan's expression at that time, very intriguing.
Considering Yi Xiuyu's formidable physical abilities and his practice of concealing his strength,
Xinxian had a vague feeling in her heart. This is probably exactly what Yi Xiuyu was hoping for. However, what puzzled Xinxian was that, why was Yi Xiuyu so certain? Can he defeat Luo Ying?
Xinxian couldn't figure it out, but she knew she would soon see the answer.
On the other side, on the arena,
Yi Xiuyu looked at the 5,000 points that had already been credited to his account.
A bright smile appeared on his face. He waved to Wu Shaokuan on the stage and said,
"Thank you so much for your generosity, senior."
Wu Shaokuan's face was gloomy.
He ignored Yi Xiuyu and instead gave Luo Ying on the stage a look.
Luo Ying sighed inwardly.
If it weren't for that promise, he really wouldn't want to fight Yi Xiuyu.
Phew. Junior Yi, let's begin.
Yi Xiuyu stretched his limbs and said in a relieved tone,
"Hey, finally I don't have to pretend anymore."
Before anyone could react to the meaning behind Yi Xiuyu's words, the others were still in shock.
He felt an extremely violent aura emanating from his body. Advanced Tier 2? Yi Xiuyu is actually Advanced Tier 2. How is that possible?
Previously, Yi Xiuyu's aura had always been at the mid-level of the second tier.
How did it suddenly become a second-tier advanced level? Luo Ying on the arena was also stunned for a moment.
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Xiuyu instantly closed in. With a sharp gust of wind, his right fist slammed towards Luo Ying.
Fortunately, Luo Ying reacted quickly enough. He threw a punch in return, blocking Yi Xiuyu's attack. Boom!
Almost the instant the two made contact, Luo Ying's expression turned serious.
The force transmitted from Yi Xiuyu's right fist was immense. It far exceeded his expectations. No superpowers. There are no tricks. Yes, there is only the most primal and violent power.
Luo Ying retreated rapidly, his feet sliding a considerable distance across the arena before finally coming to a stop. He raised his head and looked at Yi Xiuyu with a solemn expression.
Things happened so fast that no one had time to react.
They only realized it after they came to their senses.
Yi Xiuyu actually knocked Luo Ying back with a single punch. Whoosh! Really? Yi Xiuyu actually defeated Luo Ying?
Even Zhou Shang on the stage showed a hint of shock in his eyes. He had already overestimated Yi Xiuyu's strength as much as possible.
Unexpectedly, we underestimated him in the end.
Yi Xiuyu's ability to repel Luo Ying with a single punch means that he already possesses the strength to instantly kill Li Ting and the others with one punch. So, the previous fierce battles and narrow victories.
However, he didn't want to alert the enemy, so he pretended to be innocent. This kid is too cunning, isn't he?
While Zhou Shang sighed inwardly, a hint of schadenfreude crept into his eyes as he glanced at Wu Shaoquan beside him. Yi Shouyu's strength, temperament, and talent are far beyond what ordinary people can compare to.
You've messed with him. Wu Shaoquan is probably going to have a headache. Chapter 86 Combat Technique, Teleportation.
Zhou Shang guessed correctly. Wu Shaoquan was indeed having a headache at this moment. Wu Shaoquan admitted that Yi Xiuyu was indeed very talented.
But talent is not the same as ability. In Wu Shaoquan's view, Yi Xiuyu had only awakened in A-rank ability.
His status as a champion in a martial arts exam with supernatural abilities alone is not enough to warrant his excessive attention.
Therefore, when he learned about Yi Xiuyu, only after learning that Yi Xiuyu had moved into the villa next to Mu Qingwan's did Qin Mang send out a warning to him.
Wu Shaoquan originally thought that with Yi Xiuyu's experience and perspective gained in a third-rate high school,
they will definitely move out of the villa as soon as possible. Little did he know,
Yi Xiuyu not only rejected his proposal, and she even schemed against herself at the freshman orientation.
Losing some resources is a minor matter.
However, he became enemies with a freshman who had just enrolled but whose cultivation had already reached the advanced stage of the second tier, and whose actual combat strength had even reached the peak of the second tier. The losses that this incident caused to Wu Shaoquan,
but its value is immeasurable.
The Wu family of Shanghai has more than just Wu Shaoquan as an heir.
Besides Mu Qingwan's talent and beauty, the reason he pursued her was,
more importantly, he wanted to leverage the power of the Mu family to increase his influence within the Wu family. And the loss of the opportunity to befriend a genius like Yi Xiuyu,
it would cause the elders in his family to question his judgment and ability. Wu Shaoquan could almost imagine it.
His brothers, who were competing with him in the family, wore gloating expressions on their faces after hearing the news.
Thinking of this,
Wu Shaoquan gritted his teeth and said to himself, "It's all that damn Yi Xiuyu's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation."
But it's too late to say all this now.
Now, Wu Shaoquan can only hope that Luo Ying can defeat Yi Xiuyu and save face for himself.
On arena number 1.
Yi Xiuyu glanced at Luo Ying not far away, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes.
Warm-up complete. Now, let's move on to the main competition.
After he finished speaking, he moved swiftly and pounced towards Luo Ying. Luo Ying had already experienced the formidable strength of Yi Xiuyu's physical body.
He lightly touched the ground with his right foot, using the momentum to quickly retreat backward. At the same time, as Luo Ying's hands kept moving, a black shadow appeared between him and Yi Xiuyu.
Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xiuyu slammed his right fist fiercely towards the dark figure. However, to Yi Xiuyu's surprise, his right fist actually passed straight through the shadow. Yi Xiuyu frowned, a bad feeling rising in his heart.
Sure enough, the next moment,
the shadowy figure before him instantly turned into a black shadow, followed by a sharp gust of wind that blew from behind Yi Xiuyu.
Not good.
Yi Xiuyu didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly used the inch step technique. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground. He dodged Luo Ying's sneak attack from an incredibly unbelievable angle, and at the same time, kicked Luo Ying in the waist with his right foot. Luo Ying hadn't expected Yi Xiuyu to react so quickly.
Fortunately, he never let his guard down. Shadow palm. Luo Ying's right palm turned black and slammed down hard on Yi Xiuyu's right leg. Bang!
A visible shockwave emanated from the point where Yi Xiuyu and Yi Xiuyu were fighting, spreading outwards. Luo Ying grunted as he blocked the whip kick. He quickly switched positions with his shadow, creating distance between his real body and Yi Xiuyu. Swish swish. The sound of wind breaking echoed continuously from the arena. Yi Xiuyu and Luo Ying's figures flashed continuously on the arena.
In addition, the black shadow summoned by Luo Ying.
For a moment, everyone felt dizzy and overwhelmed.
Those whose cultivation level is below the advanced second tier cannot even see what is happening inside the arena. A few minutes later, the sound of wind breaking on the arena suddenly disappeared. Yi Xiuyu took a few steps back and couldn't help but frown. After the battle, he had roughly figured out Luo Ying's abilities.
Luo Ying can control his true form and shadow to switch places, so he always keeps a certain distance between them.
During the recent exchange of blows,
Yi Xiuyu kept trying to use the inch step technique to constantly switch positions in order to find a position where he could attack Luo Ying's real body and shadow at the same time. Only in this way can he launch an effective attack on Luo Ying. Unfortunately, Luo Ying saw through his thoughts and paid close attention to the movements of both his real body and his shadow.
They didn't give Yi Xiuyu any chance. Yi Xiuyu was slightly annoyed if he couldn't hit Luo Ying's true form, all his efforts would be in vain. Little did Luo Ying know that at this moment, she was also marveling at how difficult Yi Xiuyu was to deal with. Normally, he would use his real body and shadows to directly attack his opponent, rather than looking for opportunities to ambush them during the battle. Luo Ying adopted this fighting style because it was a last resort. Yi Xiuyu's physical strength and power are simply too great. His shadow palm. It can reduce the opponent's attack power by 30%. Even so, Luo Ying still felt somewhat strained when facing Yi Xiuyu's attack head-on. Both Wu Shaoquan and Zhou Shang on stage noticed this. He. After chuckling a few times, Zhou Shang looked at Wu Shaoquan and said, Wu Shaoquan, I truly admire you. I didn't expect that you would look down on even a genius of this caliber. He is truly a role model for us all. Faced with Zhou Shang's sarcastic remarks, Wu Shaoquan did not refute them, but instead chose to remain silent, which was extremely unusual for him. Wu Shaoquan was suffering. In this situation, how can he refute it? To be honest, his feud with Yi Xiuyu was indeed his own fault. If I had known Yi Xiuyu was so powerful that he could fight Luo Ying to a draw, what would have been the point of letting him live in the villa back then? Living in a villa doesn't mean anything. Besides, he might be able to take advantage of Yi Xiuyu staying in that villa. Create more opportunities for me to interact with Mu Qingwan. But it's too late to say all this now. At this moment, those on the playground who had fought against Luo Ying before were utterly shocked. Luo Ying's ability to manipulate his body and shadow to switch places is called Shadow Swap. Shadow Shift is a combat skill of grade S. It can be said that Luo Ying's ability to reach second place on the second-year combat power ranking is due to, besides his own cultivation level and combat experience. This combat skill also played a significant role. Luo Ying's S-rank shadow type ability, combined with Shadow Shift, will make his opponents feel like they are facing two opponents at once. For this reason, students at Magic University, there was still some time before they all flocked to practice shadow shifting. Unfortunately, apart from Luo Ying, no one else could use Shadow Shift to the extent that Luo Ying did. It was precisely because they knew how terrifying this combat technique was. That's why everyone was so shocked. Luo Ying used the Shadow Shift technique, yet she failed to recruit a single freshman. Yi Xiuyu. Is it really that strong? Chapter 87 Luo Ying, I concede defeat in this match. Luo Ying looked conflicted. Yi Xiuyu's physical abilities are simply too strong. If Luo Ying were to confront him head-on, he would have no advantage whatsoever. He also tried to use the technique of teleportation to find opportunities for surprise attacks. However, Yi Xiuyu's mental strength far surpasses that of his peers. He could always anticipate Luo Ying's intentions and then use his inch-step movement technique to evade Luo Ying's sneak attacks. We can't afford to waste any more time. Luo Ying's eyes hardened, and she finally made her decision. The only way to defeat Yi Xiuyu is through that method. In fact, during this holiday, Luo Ying had already mastered the art of teleportation. In other words, Luo Ying can actually control 3 shadows right now. Since one shadow is not enough to defeat Yi Xiuyu, Luo Ying can only increase the number of shadows. However, in this way, his true strength will then be revealed to everyone. Luo Ying is a cautious person, and he is unwilling to expose all his trump cards to the public unless necessary. Especially noteworthy is that among those present is Mu Xiao, who ranks first on the combat power leaderboard. This was originally a move he had prepared to compete with Mu Xiao for the top spot on the combat power ranking. However, right now, in order to defeat Yi Xiuyu, Luo Ying couldn't care less about anything else anymore. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, Luo Ying manipulated the black shadow and sped towards Yi Xiuyu's location. Seeing Luo Ying launch an attack, Yi Xiuyu felt a sense of vigilance. Luo Ying was like an extremely slippery eel. The two of them have been fighting for so long, and most of the time they've been comparing their footwork. The number of times we faced each other head-on was actually not that many. Yi Xiuyu knew that Luo Ying was wary of his physical strength, which was why she was unwilling to fight him head-on. Now, Luo Ying is acting out of character and taking the initiative, which has aroused his vigilance. Sure enough, just as the shadowy figure reached Yi Xiuyu's side, it suddenly split into 3. At the same time, Mu Xiao, who was watching the battle from below the arena, was shocked when he saw the black shadow summoned by Luo Ying split into 3. The 3 black shadows meant that Luo Ying had mastered the shadow shift technique. If he were fighting against himself,
Using this move suddenly might bring you a lot of trouble. On the other hand, among the first-year students, those who secretly supported Yi Shouyu couldn't help but feel nervous upon seeing this scene. Luo Ying was already able to fight Yi Shouyu to a draw with just a black shadow clone. Now, the shadow clone has increased from 1 to 3. Can Yi Shouyu withstand the combined attack of Luo Ying and his 3 shadow clones? I didn't expect Luo Ying to have such a trick up her sleeve. The 3 shadowy clones were enough to make Luo Ying invincible. After all, if he had encountered an ordinary person, even if Luo Ying is no match for him, he can still escape unscathed using the shadow shift technique. Unfortunately, Luo Ying encountered Yi Shouyu. Facing the menacing Luo Ying, Yi Shouyu's lips curled slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll have to reveal part of my strength ahead of time. After his superpower was upgraded to S level, Elder Feng once had a conversation with him and Mu Qingwan. Yi Shouyu currently possesses 5 spatial skills: interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional slash, devour, and spatial imprisonment. During the martial arts exam, he only revealed 2 skills: the ability to create another dimension and the ability to devour. For Yi Shouyu's safety, Elder Feng's advice was that Yi Shouyu should keep a low profile as much as possible before his cultivation level officially reached the 7th rank and he became a grandmaster. However, the news that Yi Shouyu's ability has been upgraded to S level will be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, besides other dimensions and devouring, he can demonstrate another ability. Because the functions of inch step and teleportation overlap, Yi Shouyu directly ruled them out. As for the remaining dimensional slash and spatial imprisonment, one focuses on attack, one focuses on control. Yi Shouyu was originally torn between the 2 options, but today's battle with Luo Ying finally made him make up his mind. It's decided, I'll choose spatial confinement. Yi Shouyu enjoys close combat, especially when facing agile opponents. Spatial confinement can help him better control his enemies. While Yi Shouyu was pondering, Luo Ying's 3 shadow clones had already arrived in front of him. The 3 dark figures, arranged in a triangular formation, surrounded Yi Shouyu. 3 hands attacked Yi Shouyu almost simultaneously. Yi Shouyu unleashed both palms simultaneously. They faced the dark figures on the left and right respectively. Luo Ying seized the opportunity and swapped positions with the dark figure behind Yi Shouyu. Looking at Yi Shouyu's wide-open back, he said in a low voice, his face expressionless, "It's over." Just as Luo Ying's shadow palm was about to strike Yi Shouyu, he suddenly froze on the spot in an eerie manner. When the strongest clash, victory or defeat can be decided in a single moment. Before Luo Ying could figure out what was happening, Yi Shouyu suddenly bent his elbow and struck him in the chest. Bang! A low, muffled groan sounded. Then, an invisible force exploded from Luo Ying's chest, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily into the protective shield. Put! Luo Ying suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to open his eyes and saw a fist hovering right in front of him. Yi Shouyu looked at Luo Ying with a smile. It's over. Luo Ying felt her mind go completely blank. Even now, he still doesn't know what exactly happened in that brief moment. The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. Bai Mingxian looked at Yi Shouyu on the arena and asked with a puzzled expression, "What exactly is going on?" "Wu Shaokuan replied with a solemn expression. At that moment, Yi Shouyu must have used some method to freeze Luo Ying for a split second. Frozen for a moment? Bai Mingxuan's expression was somewhat incredulous. Isn't this something only time-based ability users can do? Wu Shaokuan shook his head and said in a low voice, "Don't forget, among spatial abilities, there's a skill called spatial imprisonment. But Yi Shouyu's spatial ability is only a level. He has at most 2 skills, alternate dimension and devouring. These have already been demonstrated in the martial arts exam. How could he possibly have other skills? Unless Wu Shaokuan interrupted, his face grim. Yi Shouyu's spatial ability isn't just a rank, it's an even higher S rank." At this moment, Wu Shaokuan felt a faint sense of regret. On the arena, Yi Shouyu looked at Luo Ying and asked, "Shall we continue?" Luo Ying shook her head. "No need. I concede defeat in this match." Chapter 88. Yi Shouyu finally stopped. Snort! Upon hearing Luo Ying admit defeat, Wu Shaokuan snorted coldly and turned to leave the playground. At this point, he was too ashamed to stay there any longer. However, Wu Shaokuan's departure, it did not affect the lively atmosphere on the playground.
Luoying, he actually admitted defeat?
Yi Xiuyu actually defeated Luoying, who was ranked second on the second-year combat power list.
He's just a freshman. This is about to change the world.
Amidst the murmurs, Luoying, who had just finished treatment, walked up to Yi Xiuyu and said with a serious expression,
"You're very strong." "Thank you."
Yi Xiuyu replied with a smile, "You're very good too." Luoying shook her head self-deprecatingly, then said in a serious tone,
"I will do my best, and I look forward to our next match."
Yi Xiuyu nodded and said,
"I'm really looking forward to it." Luoying gave Yi Xiuyu a deep look before turning and leaving the arena.
He had just left when a figure appeared on the arena. The newcomer was dressed in gray clothes. His face was ordinary. But Yi Xiuyu could sense that a powerful force was hidden within that person's body. The person who arrived was none other than Mu Xiao, the number 1 on the second-year combat power ranking. Mu Xiao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit.
He attached great importance to the upcoming battle.
It was not only to uphold the dignity of his senior, but also to fight against Yi Xiuyu, a master. Yi Xiuyu glanced at Mu Xiao, then quickly looked away. Having defeated Luoying and avenged Wu Xiaokuan, I have accomplished my purpose in coming to the freshman competition. Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to leave, he heard a voice suddenly call out to him,
etc.
Whom? Yi Xiuyu turned around, looking at the person with a puzzled expression.
Is there something you need?
Mu Xiao asked, somewhat surprised.
Are you getting ready to leave? Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, otherwise? Mu Xiao froze on the spot. What happened? Why didn't Yi Xiuyu challenge him? This doesn't make sense.
Mu Xiao originally thought that, given Yi Xiuyu's sharp and outspoken personality, he would definitely continue to challenge him.
Moreover, after watching the battle between Yi Xiuyu and Luoying,
even Mu Xiao had to admit that Yi Xiuyu was indeed capable of fighting him. So when he saw Yi Xiuyu preparing to leave, he thought he was hallucinating. Mu Xiao never expected that Yi Xiuyu was really planning to leave. He paused for a moment, then asked in a somewhat anxious tone,
"Why don't you continue challenging me? Who are you?" "I am Mu Xiao." "Oh?" Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow.
He never expected that the unassuming boy in front of him was actually the number 1 on the second-year combat power ranking.
You really can't judge a book by its cover.
Yi Xiuyu sighed inwardly, then shook his head and said, I'm no match for my senior, so I won't embarrass myself. Mu Xiao felt somewhat aggrieved. Yi Xiuyu's words were clearly a compliment, but he didn't feel happy at all. Mu Xiao wanted to win, but he wanted a resounding and exhilarating victory.
It wasn't a victory gifted by Yi Xiuyu. Everyone present was stunned for a moment after hearing Yi Xiuyu's words.
Everyone was clearly surprised. They were surprised to hear such humble words from Yi Xiuyu. Judging from his previous posture, it seemed as if he wanted to challenge everyone on the second-year combat power ranking.
Interesting.
Zhou Sheng on the stage nodded, his eyes showing interest as he looked at Yi Xiuyu. Based on the level of skill Yi Xiuyu displayed in his battle against Luoying, he is now fully qualified to fight Mu Xiao. In fact, Zhou Sheng thought Yi Xiuyu had a better chance of winning.
Don't be fooled by the difference between first and second place.
They were just one place apart. But the meanings implied by the two rankings are worlds apart. If the top spot on the second-year combat power rankings were occupied by a freshman who had just enrolled,
where does that leave the second-grade student's pride?
If Yi Xiuyu really defeats Mu Xiao, he will be incredibly glorious.
But Zhou Sheng was certain. By then, all the second-year students will be hostile to and ostracize Yi Xiuyu. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu's retreat. Absolutely wonderful.
This saves face for the second-year students, and everyone in the second year will appreciate his kindness.
Secondly,
Yi Xiuyu used this method to demonstrate his challenge to the second-year combat power rankings. It was defined as a personal feud between him and Wu Xiaokuan. Because from beginning to end, Yi Xiuyu only challenged Wu Xiaokuan's faction and did not attack anyone else. Zhou Sheng was filled with emotion. Yi Xiuyu's actions seemed reckless.
In fact, every step he took was extremely precise.
He first used overwhelming force to challenge Wu Xiaokuan, starting from the bottom of the second-year combat power rankings, forcing Wu Xiaokuan to step forward and stop him. Then, pretending to have won by a narrow margin, while lowering Wu Xiaokuan's guard, try to reduce the ranking of his followers as much as possible. Then, when Wu Xiaokuan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward again, he extorted 5,000 credits from him.
Defeat Luoying in the final battle. This dealt a fatal blow to Wu Shaoquan. This series of actions can be described as a comprehensive blow to Wu Shaoquan's reputation, financial resources, leadership, and foresight. As Wu Shaoquan's old rival. At that moment, Zhou Shang even felt a pang of sympathy for him. To provoke such a monstrous talent whose strength, temperament, ability, and strategy are all astonishing. What will become of Wu Shaoquan in the future? Things aren't going to be easy for me. Thinking of this, Zhou Shang couldn't help but laugh. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I should get to know Yi Xiuyu better if I have the chance. Xin Xian watched Yi Xiuyu's departing figure. He couldn't help but complain to himself. Mumu took on such an interesting student, and she didn't even tell me. With this kid's strength, he doesn't need me to look after him at all. However, after her initial reflections, Xin Xian also felt a sense of worry. After Yi Xiuyu's outburst, there's no room for reconciliation between him and Wu Shaoquan. That Wu Shaoquan is from the Wu family in Shanghai. He has always been narrow-minded, so I doubt he will swallow this insult easily. If Yi Xiuyu were on the campus of Magic University, it would be fine, since Magic University is not a place where the Wu family has absolute power. However, students at Magic University have assignments required every semester. Yi Xiuyu always has to go out on missions. Once he leaves Magic University. Outside, Wu Shaoquan had no scruples whatsoever. Thinking of this, Xin Xian's mood became more serious. No, I need to tell Mumu about this as soon as possible. As Yi Xiuyu stepped off the stage. The freshman competition has finally officially begun. Chapter 89. The freshman competition officially concluded. On the Magic University playground, battles were taking place simultaneously on 6 arenas. After Yi Xiuyu left the stage, the freshman competition finally began normally. The match is proceeding smoothly. However, the crowd below the stage did not focus all their attention on the competition field, but instead looked at a certain part of the playground from time to time. That was where Yi Xiuyu was located. Yi Xiuyu's previous performance was truly astonishing. In contrast, everyone felt that the competitions for these ordinary first-year students were somewhat boring. I really couldn't muster much interest. Brother Yi, you're too awesome. Su Zihong gave a thumbs up, a hint of shock still lingering in his eyes. Since the founding of Magic University, only one person has defeated the number 1 on the second-year combat power ranking shortly after entering the school. That person's cultivation has now reached the peak of the 9th rank, making him one of the strongest experts in China. Yi Xiuyu smiled, but instead of answering Su Zihong, he chose to change the subject directly. Give me your student ID number, and I'll pay you back the points I owe you. Hey, Brother Yi, aren't you just making fun of me? Su Zihong waved his hands repeatedly. It's only 10 credits, so consider the intelligence as a gift from me to Brother Yi. Alright. Seeing Su Zihong's response, Yi Xiuyu didn't dwell on it any longer. Just as the two of them were chatting, a voice full of excitement suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Yi Xiuyu, you're amazing. Yi Xiuyu turned his head, and several familiar figures came into view. Senior Su, what brings you here? Yi Xiuyu looked somewhat surprised. He clearly hadn't expected to meet Su Qingying here. Su Qingying said with a smile, the freshman competition is a major event at Magic University. I happen to have nothing to do today, so I came to join in the fun. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bai Linger, hands on her hips, said with a displeased expression. Hey, little Yezi, is Qingying the only one in your eyes? Little Leaf? Yi Xiuyu looked around, then raised his hand, pointed at himself, and asked, You're not calling me, are you? Otherwise what? Bai Linger nodded, speaking with an air of self-righteousness. You're my junior, I'll call you Xiao Yezi, is there a problem? Su Qingying tapped Bai Linger's head and said softly, Linger, don't shout. Bai Linger rubbed her head and muttered in dissatisfaction. Sister Ing, why are you taking his side? Su Qingying ignored Bai Linger's dissatisfaction and spoke to Yi Xiuyu. Sorry, Junior Yi, Linger is just like this, please don't take it to heart. Yi Xiuyu smiled and said. It's alright, I actually really like Bai Shuejie's straightforward personality. Bai Linger looked at Yi Xiuyu with a hint of you're very perceptive. She walked up to Yi Xiuyu, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Not bad, you have a good eye. Since Su Qingying and Bai Linger appeared. Su Zihong then shrank behind Yi Xiuyu. Seeing that the group was chatting happily, he wanted to take the opportunity to leave. Su Zihong, where do you want to go?
Su Zihong was taken aback for a moment, then slowly turned around, looked at Su Qingying, and said with a fawning expression. Sis, I just saw you and brother Yi chatting quite well and didn't want to disturb you.
Sister? A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Shouyu's face. Are you two siblings?
He had thought Su Zihong looked familiar, but he hadn't considered that possibility.
Su Zihong scratched his head and said, yes, we are siblings. Su Qingying asked, he didn't cause you any trouble, did he?
Yi Xiuyu subconsciously looked at Su Zihong, and seeing the pleading look in his eyes, he said.
No, he helped me a lot.
Yi Xiuyu was telling the truth. Without the list provided by Su Zihong, he wouldn't have been able to strike Wu Shaoquan so precisely.
Su Qingying did not expose Su Zihong's little trick.
Regardless of whether Yi Xiuyu's words are true or false, the fact that he is willing to speak well of Su Zihong suggests that their relationship is probably good. Congratulations on getting second place on the combat power ranking.
Su Qingying was filled with emotion.
Although she had seen Yi Xiuyu fight against the peak second-tier Earth Demon Bear before. But Luoying had once escaped unscathed from a low-level third-tier ferocious beast. Yi Xiuyu defeated Luoying with his advanced second-tier cultivation. This indicates that he already possesses the combat strength of a beginner-level third-tier. Yi Xiuyu's talent is truly astonishing that a freshman who has just enrolled in school can possess the combat strength of a third-level beginner. Thinking of this, Su Qingying chuckled and said, if you ever need my help in the future, I hope you won't refuse.
Yi Xiuyu laughed and said, Senior, what are you saying? We are all students of Magic University, and we should help each other. As the group chatted idly. The freshman competition is finally over. It's worth mentioning that although Zhang Ziqian lost to Yi Xiuyu,
but in the end, he still managed to get second place among the freshmen and qualified to challenge the second-year power rankings.
However, Zhang Ziqian did not choose to challenge the number 100 on the leaderboard.
Instead, he chose the one he had previously defeated by Yi Xiuyu.
Xia Ming, ranked 95th. After his breakthrough, Zhang Ziqian's strength was not much weaker than Xia Ming's.
In addition, he was traumatized after being defeated by Yi Xiuyu. After going back and forth for a while, Zhang Ziqian actually managed to grind out a victory. This battle also restored Zhang Ziqian's confidence.
With the conclusion of the freshman competition, news of Yi Xiuyu's victory over Luoying spread throughout the entire Magic University campus.
People started spreading the word about just how intense that battle was.
Inside Mu Qingwan's villa.
It's such a shame you didn't go to the freshman competition.
You didn't see it.
Yi Xiuyu alone almost made all the second-year students unable to lift their heads.
It's a pity he didn't challenge Mu Xiao in the end. Mu Qingwan sat on the sofa, quietly listening to Xinxian's incessant chatter.
Seeing that Mu Qingwan remained silent, Xinxian couldn't help but poke her arm and said angrily,
Mumu, are you even listening to me? Mu Qingwan nodded and said softly, go ahead and tell me, I'm listening. That's more like it.
Xinxian withdrew her restless right hand and said with a sigh,
it's a pity he didn't challenge Mu Xiao in the end.
Ha! You're the one who brought Yi Xiuyu back.
Could it be that he knew Mu Xiao was your cousin and deliberately went easy on him? Mu Qingwan frowned and said with some uncertainty, it shouldn't be, right?
I didn't tell him about this.
Maybe he did the investigation himself. Don't talk nonsense. Ha 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 ha. Xinxian's silvery laughter echoed throughout the entire villa. Chapter 90 Song Yuanshan's Conspiracy. Yanqing University, Office of the Director of Admissions. Director Zhao, you wanted to see me? Smack.
Zhao Bing tossed the materials in his hand in front of Zhao Bin and then said expressionlessly,
explain this to me, what exactly is going on?
Zhao Bin picked up the materials in front of him with a puzzled look. He had only turned 2 pages when beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead.
Spatial confinement, peak second-tier combat power, awakened S-class spatial ability. This is impossible. Impossible? A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Bing's face.
This matter has spread throughout Shanghai, and the Wu family has yet to offer any explanation.
Are you trying to tell me that the Wu family is willing to sacrifice their family reputation in order to promote Yi Xiuyu?
Zhao Bin looked up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and explained somewhat flusteredly. Director Zhao, back at Qingtang High School, we used a supernatural ability testing device to test Yi Xiuyu's talent on the spot.
I can guarantee it's definitely grade A. I really don't know why his ability suddenly became S rank.
Zhao Bing narrowed his eyes.
Whose equipment is used for the test? It was brought by a teacher from Magic University. The test results that I and the teachers in Yunqing saw with our own eyes are absolutely a grade A. Idiot.
Zhao Bing pointed at Zhao Bin, saying with a hint of disappointment. If I had known you were this stupid, I would have sent Sun Mingyang instead.
The equipment was brought by Magic University, how can you be so sure that there's nothing wrong with it?
Zhao Bin was stunned, and he said somewhat blankly.
You mean, the Magic University tampered with the equipment? But why would they do that? Why?
Zhao Bing snorted coldly and said. Of course they're afraid they can't compete with Yanda University, so they resorted to such underhanded tactics. Zhao Bin felt that this wasn't the case, but seeing Zhao Bing's confident expression, he ultimately said nothing.
Zhao Bing glanced at Zhao Bin and said in a gloomy tone.
That old bastard Meng Xiaoshan went straight to the higher-ups and reported this matter to them.
Although the school didn't ultimately punish you, you can forget about the position of deputy director of the admissions office.
Zhao Bin asked somewhat unwillingly.
Director Zhao, is there really no way to resolve this matter? Easing things out?
Zhao Bing snorted coldly.
This is already the best outcome.
If it weren't for the fact that you brought Meng Shiyun back, it wouldn't have been as simple as just canceling your position.
Zhao Bin instantly lost all his energy. Okay, I understand. I have something to do, you can go out now.
After Zhao Bin left, Zhao Bing got up from his seat and walked to the French windows. He looked in the direction of Shanghai and muttered to himself.
Mode University, Yi show you.
I will show you that Yenqing University is invincible.
Meanwhile, the Song family in Songzhou.
Songwu hesitated outside the door for a long time before finally raising his hand and knocking.
Knock, knock, knock.
Soon, a deep, middle-aged male voice came from the room.
Come in. Songwu pushed open the door.
He saw a middle-aged man with a square face sitting at his desk, looking at him.
What brings you here?
Songwu pursed his lips and asked, Father, I heard that Yi Shouyu defeated a peak second-tier ability user at Magic University.
Is that true? The pain in Song Yuanshan's eyes flashed by in an instant.
He smiled and said to Songwu, I'm still verifying the truth of this matter.
Songwu was silent for a moment, then said. In my lifetime, will I even have a chance to defeat him?
There was a hint of despair in his voice. That battle in the martial arts exam with supernatural abilities left a deep shadow in Songwu's heart. Pull yourself together.
Song Yuanshan's tone became sterner. We martial artists cultivate to contend with heaven, with earth, and with humanity. Temporary success or failure is nothing.
In my life, I have seen countless geniuses who eventually became ordinary people. I've also seen quite a few mediocre people who eventually became grandmasters. If you become discouraged by a temporary setback, then in the end, you will truly disappoint your father. Songwu's expression changed, and he said, Father, I understand.
Seeing that Songwu was still somewhat downcast, Song Yuanshan sighed inwardly and said,
Don't worry, your father is preparing rare and precious materials to enhance your talents. At that time, Yi Shouyu will definitely be no match for you.
Father, is what you said true? Songwu looked up at Song Yuanshan, his expression extremely excited. Song Yuanshan said with a smile, Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?
What you need to do now is to work hard to build a solid foundation. His gaze gradually hardened.
Father, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. I believe in you.
Not long after Songwu left, a dark figure darted in through the window.
Master. Song Yuanshan raised his head and said to the person in front of him. Shadow 1, you're back. How did things go?
Ingyi replied respectfully, Deacon Wei and the others have sent another batch of divine blood, but it's only of the 6th rank.
Song Yuanshan frowned. What's going on?
Ingyi explained, Deacon Wei said that the resources and intelligence we provided are not enough to exchange for 7th grade divine blood.
Bang!
Song Yuanshan crushed the teacup in his hand and said in a stern tone.
Those insatiable bastards. Ingyi sensed Song Yuanshan's anger and tentatively asked, Patriarch, what should we do? Phew. Song Yuanshan let out a long sigh of relief and said. Let's try to get them some geniuses from other families first.
But Shadow hesitated, we'll be in big trouble if we get found out.
Song Yuanshan said with a sneer.
Then we just need to avoid being discovered. If someone does find out, we'll kill them.
Also, isn't Yi Shouyu, the martial arts champion recruited by Magic University, very physically strong? I'll leak his information to Deacon Wei. I want to see if they dare to make a move.
Yi Shouyu is in Shanghai, so Steward Wei and his men probably can't catch him, right? We're only responsible for providing information. Whether they choose to do it or not is none of our business.
Yes, I understand.
After Ingyi left, Song Yuanshan sat in a chair, slowly closed his eyes, and seemed to be deep in thought.
Shanghai University, Faculty Villa Area.
Yi Shouyu arrived at Mu Qingwan's villa early in the morning.
Ding dong. Ding dong.
After a while, the villa door was slowly opened.
Mu Qingwan's perfect face appeared before Yi Shouyu's eyes. What's up?
Yi Shouyu smiled and said.
There is something I need to discuss. May I come in and talk?
Mu Qingwan stared at Yi Shouyu for a while, then turned away.
Come in. Chapter 91 Leave of Absence in Mission Hall. Mu Qingwan sat upright on the sofa.
She looked at Yi Shouyu and asked casually.
Speak, what do you want from me?
Yi Shouyu waved the smart device in his hand and said.
I borrowed some credits from you before to exchange for the essence of ferocious beasts, didn't I?
I came here today specifically to pay off my debt.
Credits have been credited, please check.
Mu Qingwan looked at the 1,200 credits that had just been transferred to her account and said with some surprise.
Where did you get your credits?
Yi Shouyu chuckled and said, a kind person sponsored me.
A kind person? It's Wu Shaokuan. Mu Qingwan asked with some confusion, Wu Shaokuan?
Why would he give you credits?
Yi Shouyu asked in surprise. Don't you know? Mu Qingwan honestly shook her head and said, I don't know. All right.
Seeing this, Yi Shouyu briefly recounted how he obtained points from Wu Shaokuan at the freshman assembly. Mu Qingwan then learned what had happened. Shen Shen had only told her before how amazing Yi Shouyu's fighting power was in the freshman competition. She had no idea that there were so many things going on behind the scenes. After a moment of silence, Mu Qingwan spoke up to remind her.
You'd better be careful these days. Wu Shaokuan has suffered such a great loss, he won't let you off easily. You won't let me go?
Yi Shouyu sneered. I haven't thought about letting him off so easily yet. If he knows what's good for him, he'd better not provoke me any further. Looking at Yi Shouyu, who exuded murderous intent, Mu Qingwan felt a vague sense of unease.
Wu Shaokuan is one of the heirs of the Wu family in Shanghai. He had never suffered such a loss since he enrolled at Magic University. Mu Qingwan was certain that Wu Shaokuan would not let this matter rest so easily.
Thinking of this, she said to Yi Shouyu with a serious expression.
Nothing much is happening lately, so don't leave Magic University. At Magic University, Wu Shaokuan wouldn't dare to act recklessly.
Yi Shouyu knew that Mu Qingwan was concerned about him, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart.
Okay, I got it.
And so, in the time that followed, Yi Shouyu has always maintained a life that revolves around the library, the villa, and the classroom.
More than a month later. The office area of Magic University, the counselor's office.
Mu Qingwan placed the leave request on the table and said expressionlessly.
Explain it.
Yi Shouyu shrugged and said with a hint of helplessness. Teacher Mu, as you know, I've almost finished learning the theoretical courses for the first year at Magic University.
As for practical training, I can't find a single student in the entire first grade who can spar with me. If I really participate, wouldn't that be bullying me? So, I want to go to the Gate of Beasts for training, and while I'm at it, I'll finish my first year mission. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly.
What Yi Shouyu said was exactly what was bothering her lately. In fact, she also had the idea of letting Yi Shouyu lead a few missions to go out and gain experience. Yi Shouyu's learning progress is really too fast. In just 1 month, he has already self-studied all the theoretical courses of the first year. In addition, his strength was far beyond that of his peers. Forcing Yi Shouyu to stay at the school is actually a waste of his talent. To become a true strongman, it means going through all sorts of brutal battles. However, Mu Qingwan was somewhat worried that once Yi Shouyu left Magic University, Wu Shaokuan would target him. That's why we haven't let him leave. Seeing the hesitation on Mu Qingwan's face, Yi Shouyu tentatively asked.
Teacher Mu, you're not worried about my safety, are you? Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at Yi Shouyu. You're my student. Isn't it normal for me to worry about you?
Seeing this, Yi Shouyu patted his chest and said.
Don't worry, I'm more afraid of dying than anyone else. If I encounter any danger, I will definitely run away immediately. Don't forget, I'm a space-type ability user. Running away is my profession. Mu Qingwan asked, "Have you discussed this matter with Elder Feng?" Yi Xiuyu nodded.
Master has already agreed, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you for leave, Teacher Mu.
Hearing this, Mu Qingwan's tension eased somewhat. In that case, you may leave. Be careful when you're out.
If you encounter any danger, call for help immediately.
Okay. The Magic University's Mission Hall.
Before leaving, Yi Xiuyu made a special trip here. The mission hall was now crowded with people, a large number of students from Magic University were gathered there. As Yi Xiuyu read, he recalled what Mu Qingwan had told him about the mission hall. The mission hall was actually built by the Magic University specifically to boost students' enthusiasm. For the vast majority of ordinary students,
their academic credits mainly come from completing tasks assigned by the school.
The tasks at the Magic University are incredibly diverse, including hunting ferocious beasts and chasing down cultists.
Students receive a large number of academic credits for each task they complete.
With the credits, they can exchange them for the cultivation resources they want at the Magic University, including combat techniques, pills, and spiritual artifacts.
These cultivation resources are the core foundation of top universities.
The University of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences mandates that all students complete a certain amount of assignments each semester. The higher the grade level of the student, the higher the level of tasks they need to complete. The entire mission lobby is divided into 5 areas: S, A, B, C, and D. S rank missions are the most difficult, while D rank missions are the easiest.
For first-year students, each semester, they only need to complete 3 C-level tasks or 10 D-level tasks.
Yi Xiuyu entered Area C and began to examine the mission details on the mission wall. The main requirement for a C-level mission is to hunt down first-tier ferocious beasts. The mission difficulty is not high. Yi Xiuyu only glanced at it a few times before losing interest.
He quickly turned and left Area C, heading towards Area B.
Yi Xiuyu had just entered Area B. A murmur of discussion arose from the surrounding area.
Isn't that Yi Xiuyu, a first-year student? What's he doing here? Nonsense, everyone who comes here is here for the mission.
But he's only a first-year student.
Shouldn't he just need to complete the C-level missions? Do you think other people are as unambitious as you? Sigh, indeed, we just don't understand the world of geniuses.
Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Yi Xiuyu began to examine the mission details on the mission wall.
The main requirement for B-level missions is to hunt down second-tier ferocious beasts. This task is still a bit too easy for Yi Xiuyu now.
He casually accepted several challenging B-rank missions. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiuyu slowly walked towards the location of Area A. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then disbelief appeared in their eyes.
Could it be that Yi Xiuyu was planning to take on an A-level mission? Chapter 92: Accepting an A-rank mission, returning to the supply base.
Rank a mission, kill 10 Tier 3 beginner Red Claw Shrimp.
Rank a mission, kill 10 Tier 3 beginner Swamp Grass Snakes.
Rank a mission, kill 10 Tier 3 beginner Black Striped Pythons.
Looking at the wall full of tasks, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but nod in approval.
His strength will definitely increase again after this trip to the Gate of Beasts.
For me, a second-tier ferocious beast. But it's just an appetizer.
What Yi Xiuyu really wanted to hunt this time was a third-tier ferocious beast.
Although Yi Xiuyu wasn't actually afraid of Wu Shaoquan, he had to admit that with his current strength,
they are far from being a match for Wu Shaoquan. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu was extremely eager to improve his strength.
You're the ones.
After looking at them for a while, Yi Xiuyu casually selected 3 A-level missions.
The onlookers were all quite surprised when they saw Yi Xiuyu's actions. He answered. He really answered. That's an A-level mission. How dare he do that? Does he think that just because he defeated Luoying, he can act arrogantly in front of a third-tier ferocious beast?
This year's freshmen really don't know their own limitations. Yi Xiuyu completely ignored the mockery around him, turned around and left the mission hall.
Wu Shaoquan's villa. Boss, Yi Xiuyu has made a move.
He went to the mission hall this morning and accepted 7 B-level missions and 3 A-level missions.
He has already left Magic University. Wu Shaoquan said with a sinister grin. After provoking me, you actually dared to leave Magic University so brazenly. You've got some nerve. Bai Mingxian was also somewhat annoyed by Yi Xiuyu's behavior. By leaving so swaggeringly, Yi Xiuyu clearly doesn't take us seriously. Wu Shaoquan shook his head. He's not as stupid as you think. Boss, I don't understand what you mean.
Wu Shaoquan sneered and explained. Everyone at the entire Magic University knows that I have a grudge against Yi Xiuyu. He's left Magic University in such a high-profile manner. Now what if something happens to him outside?
Who do you think would be the first person everyone suspects? Bai Mingxian was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "This kid is a bit too insidious, isn't he?"
Humph. Wu Shaoquan snorted coldly. His plan is good, but if he thinks that this will make me, Wu Shaoquan, hesitate to act, he is sorely mistaken.
Boss, what do you want to do? Do you need me to send a few brothers over?
Wu Shaoquan shook his head.
No need. This matter is not suitable for people from Magic University.
That. Bai Mingxian wanted to say something more, but Wu Shaoquan waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about it, I have my own plans. I want to see just how tough this kid's life really is." In front of the supply base of the second-tier alien beast gate in Shanghai, a sky-blue sports car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the base. Under the watchful eyes of many around him, a tall, slender young man stepped out of the sports car. This person was none other than Yi Xiuyu, who had come to the Gate of Beasts for training. Yi Xiuyu casually closed the car door, then touched the car body with his right hand. Then, the blue sports car vanished into thin air right before everyone's eyes.
This is a space-type ability user? Yi Xiuyu did not use any magical artifacts when he put away the sports car. The ability to carry a personal alternate dimension is one of the abilities of spatial ability users. Spatial abilities are rare. Spatial ability users are highly sought after wherever they are. Just as everyone was wondering how to greet them, Yi Xiuyu had already stepped into the main hall of the supply base. Lobby reception desk. Juchi glanced at the people coming and going in the hall. I couldn't help but sigh. Seeing Juchi's dejected look, Xiaoxue couldn't help but tease her. What, are you still thinking about that handsome guy? Xiaoxue. Juchi couldn't help but complain, how dare you say that? Didn't I remind you that you should tell me immediately if you saw him? Xiaoxue said with a hint of helplessness, I really didn't see him. You've been watching him every day, but you still haven't caught him. After hearing Xiaoxue's words, Juchi felt even more depressed. Sigh. Just then, a voice called out from not far away. Juchi, someone over here specifically asked for you. Xiaoxue, I have to go now. Juchi turned her head, greeted Xiaoxue, and then hurriedly left. Looking at the clumsy Juchi, Xiaoxue shook her head with a smile. Xiaoxue only slowly withdrew her gaze after Juchi's figure had completely disappeared. Could you please register me? I need to enter the Gate of the Beasts. Xiaoxue frowned. That voice, it sounds kind of familiar. She looked up and saw Yi Xiuyu's young and handsome face. You're Yi Xiuyu? Xiaoxue asked, pointing at Yi Xiuyu with a surprised tone. Yi Xiuyu raised an eyebrow. You know me? Xiaoxue realized she had been somewhat out of line. Remembering something Juchi had once told her, she had a sudden inspiration and said, I'm your fan. Fans? Yi Xiuyu was somewhat stunned. When did I start having fans? Seeing Yi Xiuyu's bewildered expression, Xiaoxue felt a strange sense of amusement. She chuckled a few times, then began to explain. I've seen your combat videos from the supernatural martial arts exam before. Oh, Yi Xiuyu's face showed a look of sudden realization, so that's how it is. Let me verify your information first. This was Yi Xiuyu's second time visiting this supply base, so he only needed to verify the information to get the pass. Verification successful. Here is your pass. Please take it. Thanks. Yi Xiuyu nodded, took the pass, and was about to leave the hall when Xiaoxue suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. Yi Xiuyu turned his head. Is there any other question? And nothing. Seeing Xiaoxue's hesitant expression, Yi Xiuyu roughly guessed what was going on. He smiled and said in a gentle tone. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiaoxue said to Yi Xiuyu after taking a deep breath. Could you please take a picture with me? Yi Xiuyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, It's possible, but I'm not a celebrity. Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's agreement, Xiaoxue said excitedly. Thank you so much. Click, click. After Yi Xiuyu and Xiaoxue took a few photos together. Only then did they leave the hall and head towards the area of the Beast Gate. Chapter 93 Getting to know Lu Yuanming. Awah! Boom 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 boom.
In the core area of the Gate of Beasts, a tremendous crashing sound mixed with the roars of beasts echoed through the air. A giant python, several tens of meters long and covered in black stripes, was struggling incessantly. However, no matter how much the giant python struggled, it could not move an inch.
Because there's a foot standing on its head.
The person standing on the giant python's head was none other than Yi Xiuyu, who had come specifically to hunt down the ferocious beast. Yi Xiuyu looked at the giant python still struggling at his feet. He stomped his right foot hard, and a cracking sound of bone breaking rang out.
Immediately afterwards, the area fell silent.
Seeing that the black-striped python had fallen silent, Yi Xiuyu removed his foot from its head.
He leaped lightly.
He then jumped off the giant python. Seeing that the giant python was dead, several people suddenly emerged from the shadows. The leader quickly walked to Yi Xiuyu's side and said to him with a grateful expression,
"Thank you so much.
We would have been in danger if it weren't for your help, brother." The speaker was Lu Yuanming from the Shanghai branch of the China Superpower Association.
A trace of shock still lingered deep in Lu Yuanming's eyes.
The creature that just died at Yi Xiuyu's feet was one of the overlords of this beast gate area, the black-striped giant python. This giant black-striped python has reached the peak of the second tier in terms of cultivation.
Lu Yuanming is an A+ level awakened superpower user.
Not long ago, his cultivation level had just broken through to the advanced stage of the second tier. To prove his strength, he brought several friends from the association to the core area, preparing to hunt down this peak second tier black-striped giant python.
Lu Yuanming had not expected that this black-striped giant python would be so powerful.
Despite his advanced second tier cultivation and A+ level superpower, he was no match for this giant python.
Just when they were in danger,
Yi Xiuyu suddenly appeared out of thin air and finished off the black-striped giant python in just a few moves.
Lu Yuanming had just fought the giant black-striped python, and he knew its strength better than anyone else.
Previously, in order not to cause trouble for Yi Xiuyu,
Lu Yuanming and the others had been watching the battle from a distance.
Now that they've gotten closer, they've discovered that Yi Xiuyu actually looks younger than them.
This discovery further increased Lu Yuanming's opinion of Yi Xiuyu. Facing Lu Yuanming's grateful face,
Yi Xiuyu waved his hand and replied very politely,
"It's nothing, just a small favor."
Lu Yuanming cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Lu Yuanming from the Shanghai branch of the China Superpower Association."
Yi Xiuyu from Shanghai University. Yi Xiuyu? Lu Yuanming asked in surprise, "You wouldn't happen to be that martial arts exam champion, Yi Xiuyu, would you?" Yi Xiuyu nodded and said, "It's me." It was him. Recently, Lu Yuanming has heard a lot about Yi Xiuyu.
He clearly came from a third-rate high school. Yi Xiuyu not only defeated Zhao Xinghan, the genius of the Zhao family in Yanjing.
Moreover, he single-handedly killed the Tier 2, beginner-level hellhound in the secret realm.
He won the martial arts exam with the demeanor of a king. Given the limited resources, Yi Xiuyu's achievements are enough to prove his amazing talent. Almost all of China's higher education institutions, they all extended invitations to Yi Xiuyu immediately. This naturally includes Yenqing University, which is now one of the most famous and prestigious universities in China.
It is said that, in order to show sincerity, admissions officers from Yenqing University, Shanghai University, and Yunqing University.
He immediately went to Yi Xiuyu's alma mater, Xingtang High School, and submitted his application for admission to him in person.
Almost everyone believed that Yi Xiuyu would choose to join Yenqing University.
After all, Yenqing University had already achieved 3 consecutive victories in the National Superpowered University League. Whether it's the quality of the teaching staff or the teaching level, Yenqing University has already surpassed the other 2 universities that are also among the top 3 in China. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xiuyu rejected Peking University's offer and instead joined Magic University. This choice came as almost no one's expectations.
Originally, Lu Yuanming thought that Yi Xiuyu would regret this choice in the future.
Now it seems he was overthinking things. It's only been a little over 3 months since the end of the superpowered martial arts mania. During this period, Yi Xiuyu advanced from the peak of the first tier to the advanced level of the second tier.
Its combat power could easily overwhelm even a peak second tier black-striped giant python.
With such talent, whether Yi Xiuyu goes to Peking University or not is no longer important. The thought of those freshmen from Yanda University declaring their intention to challenge Yi Xiuyu made Lu Yuanming want to laugh.
Let alone them, even second-year students at Peking University. There are probably not many people who can defeat Yi Xiuyu.
3 years.
No, 2 years. I'm afraid that in 2 years, Yi University will regret missing out on Yi Shoyu. Given Yi Shoyu's current growth rate, 2 years from now, he alone will probably be able to suppress the entire Yinqing University to the point of being unable to lift its head. Thinking of that scene, Lu Yuanming felt a faint sense of anticipation. Yi Shoyu, unaware of Lu Yuanming's thoughts, pointed to the giant black striped python in front of him and asked, "This ferocious beast? Ha?" Lu Yuanming was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Yi, you killed this ferocious beast, so it's naturally your responsibility to deal with it. Not to mention killing the black striped giant python, they had hardly contributed anything. Just say that Yi Shoyu saved them. This giant black striped python should be dealt with by Yi Shoyu." Moreover, with the Supernatural Abilities Association behind them, Lu Yuanming and his group did not lack cultivation resources. They came to hunt the black striped python simply to test their strength. Seeing Lu Yuanming's decisiveness, Yi Shoyu felt a growing liking for him. "In that case, I'll accept it." With a wave of his right hand, Yi Shoyu caused the giant black striped python, several tens of meters long, to vanish instantly from the sight of Lu Yuanming and the others. This simple move not only shocked Lu Yuanming and the others, but also filled them with envy. To be able to so easily subdue a black striped python tens of meters long. This indicates that Yi Shoyu's spatial ability is of a high quality. With his high-quality spatial ability, Yi Shoyu's future is limitless. Yi Shoyu was in a very good mood. With this black-striped giant python added, I should have enough ability points to level up. Next, I just need to find a place to improve my cultivation level. Then you can leave here. We'll continue hunting ferocious beasts in the area of the 3rd-tier beast gate. Thinking of this, Yi Shoyu couldn't wait to speak to Lu Yuanming. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Seeing Yi Shoyu's expression, Lu Yuanming sensed that he was indeed in a hurry, and quickly said, "Since Brother Yi has other matters to attend to, I won't stay any longer. When you have time in the future, you must come to the Shanghai branch of the Superpower Association to find me." "Must." Yi Shoyu nodded, and with a few leaps, they had already disappeared from the sight of Lu Yuanming and the others. Chapter 94 Breakthrough, Peak of the Second Order. Yi Shoyu ran quite a distance in one breath. They then found a relatively secluded and quiet place to stop. He adjusted his internal energy and then issued the command in his mind. "Infinite, help me dissect the corpse of the black-striped giant python." "Yes, host." The decomposition of the 2nd-tier peak black-striped giant python's corpse is complete. 1,000 ability points have been distributed. "Infinite, give me some points." Consuming 12,000 ability points, the host's cultivation level has increased to the peak of the 2nd tier. As the Infinite System's notification sound rang out, Yi Shoyu felt a jolt throughout his body, and the power within him increased at least several times over. Boom! He threw a punch casually. With just the force of his punch, he smashed a huge crater into the ground. "Infinite, bring up the system panel for me." Name, Yi Shoyu. Level, Peak of Tier 2. Special ability, S-rank space type. Abilities, interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional slash, devouring, spatial imprisonment. Physical constitution, 12320. Spirit, 10102. Combat techniques, Bajiquan 8 Extremes Crushing Fist Mastery, Inch Step 4th level, Myriad Manifestations Technique 3rd level, Undying Heavenly Silkworm Skill 2nd level. Special ability points, 709. Seeing the various data on the system panel, Yi Shoyu nodded in satisfaction. His physical and mental strength have both broken through the 10,000 point mark, and he has reached the 3rd level of the Myriad Manifestations Technique and the 2nd level of the Undying Heavenly Silkworm Technique. With his current strength, he could even put up a fight against a mid-level S-class awakened superpower user. However, this increase in strength comes at a price. Fortunately, he only had a little over 700 ability points left after accumulating them for so long. Sigh. Yi Shoyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Infinite system? Based on this rate of energy point consumption, this system should probably be renamed the Liver King system. But despite the complaints, the thought of his rocket-like increase in strength, Yi Shoyu's desire to hunt ferocious beasts not only did not diminish, but actually intensified. After all, compared to diligent practice, hunting ferocious beasts is so much easier now. Phew. Yi Shoyu let out a long breath. For him, this area is no longer useful for exercise.
It's time to leave this place and head to the area of the third-tier beast gate to hunt ferocious beasts. Yi Xiuyu looked up and glanced around. Then, with a flash, he sped off towards the exit. At this moment, in the main hall of the supply base, Juchi looked at Xiao Xue and said with a frustrated expression,
Xiao Xue, I'm jealous of you. You've actually run into Yi Xiuyu twice.
Xiao Xue smiled and gently comforted her, you'll encounter it sooner or later. Juchi clenched her fist and said with a determined look.
This time, I'm determined to catch him. Seeing Juchi's expression, Xiao Xue secretly put the phone back in its place.
Given the current situation, it's not appropriate to tell Juchi about the photo of her and Yi Xiuyu.
Just as Juchi was secretly grieving,
Yi Xiuyu had arrived at the front desk of the supply hall.
Hello,
Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a piercing scream.
Master Yi, I've finally waited for you.
Yi Xiuyu turned his head and saw a pretty girl staring intently at him.
Do we know each other?
Yi Xiuyu searched his memory for a long time. He really couldn't remember where he had seen the girl in front of him before. Juchi barely managed to suppress her excitement, and she explained in a flustered manner.
I'm your fan.
I watched your combat video during the superpowered martial arts exam before, it was so cool.
Another fan?
Yi Xiuyu glanced at Xiao Xue beside him with a strange expression. He seems to have encountered quite a lot of fans lately. Juchi looked at Yi Xiuyu, who was so close to her, and asked cautiously, Master Yi, can I take a picture with you? Yi Xiuyu nodded and said quite readily.
Sure. Yay.
Juchi jumped up on the spot. She then realized that she had just lost her composure. She straightened her clothes slightly and handed the phone to Xiao Xue, who was standing next to her.
Xue, can you take a picture for me? Good. After taking the phone, Xiao Xue took more than a dozen pictures of Juchi before handing the phone back.
Just as Juchi was looking at the photos on her phone, Yi Xiuyu asked Xiao Xue, do you know which is the closest third-tier beast gate to Shanghai?
The gate to third-tier beasts?
Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's words, even Juchi, who was standing next to him, put down her phone.
Yishin, are you going to the gate of the third-tier beasts? Yi Xiuyu nodded and said, but I don't have a map, so I came to ask you?
When he left the Demon University, his cultivation level was still at the advanced stage of the second tier, and in terms of actual combat strength, he was only barely at the initial stage of the third tier.
Going to the gate of third-tier beasts for training is still too dangerous.
Therefore, both Elder Feng and Mu Qingwan told him about the gate of the third-order beast. Yi Xiuyu's cultivation has now broken through to the peak of the second tier, and his true combat strength has reached the mid-third tier. The second-tier beast gate no longer posed a threat to him.
Upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's reply, a hint of sadness appeared in Juchi's eyes.
Even the joy of taking a photo with Yi Xiuyu just now seemed to have diminished.
Xiao Xue took out several documents and handed them to Yi Xiuyu.
What's recorded above is the current Tier 3 beast gate in Shanghai.
If we're talking about the closest one,
they're available in the eastern suburbs. Xiao Xue took out another map, circled an area on it, and explained it to Yi Xiuyu. The entire eastern suburbs revolve around a 9th-tier beast gate, surrounded by dozens of beast gates of varying levels. About 800 kilometers away from here, there is a 3rd-tier beast gate.
This is it.
Yi Xiuyu looked in the direction Xiao Xue was pointing and asked with some confusion.
I think there's another gate to strange beasts here, isn't it closer?
Xiao Xue patiently explained, this area is already close to the border between Shanghai and Binhai. Although it's close by, it's located at the border of the two cities, so there are certain safety concerns. Therefore, I did not recommend you go to this place. Yi Xiuyu pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Let's go to the one located at the junction of Shanghai and Binhai. That place is only about 400 kilometers away from here.
Moreover, it is relatively close to Shanghai. As for security issues,
he has the ability to teleport, so if he encounters danger, he can just run away.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said to Xiao Xue, thank you.
Xiao Xue replied with a smile, you're welcome. Supply base. Yi Xiuyu stood at the entrance of the hall.
With a casual wave of his hand, a blue sports car appeared in the open space.
Yi Xiuyu got into the sports car.
Boom 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 boom. Amidst a loud roar of engines, the blue sports car quickly disappeared from sight.
Yi Xiuyu, in his haste to leave, did not notice. There was a pair of eyes watching his every move from the shadows.
Chapter 95: The Birth of Handmade Shrimp Balls. Swish swish. In the dense forest, a figure was constantly moving and leaping. This person was none other than Yi Shouyu, who had come to hunt down the ferocious beast. As Yi Shouyu traveled, he released his spiritual power to explore the surrounding environment. To make things easier, he deliberately avoided crowded places. Found it! Yi Shouyu suddenly stopped. Not far to his left front, in the direction he was heading, he sensed the presence of a red shrimp. A smile appeared on his face. Yi Shouyu's main purpose in coming out this time was to hunt ferocious beasts to obtain superpower points. However, in order to maximize profits, before leaving Magic University, he made a special trip to the mission hall of the Magic University and accepted several A-level missions, including hunting 10 red-clawed shrimp. Yi Shouyu quickly adjusted his direction and rushed towards the direction from which the red claw shrimp's aura was coming. About 10 minutes later, he finally saw the red swamp crayfish he had been longing for. The red swamp crayfish was several meters long, with a light greenish-blue shell covering its body, and 2 huge red claws. Almost the instant he saw Yi Shouyu, the red swung its 2 powerful claws and attacked Yi Shouyu. Whoosh! Yi Shouyu felt a sharp gust of wind rush towards him. His expression remained unchanged, he did not flinch. Instead, he clenched his right fist and slammed it down on the red swamp crayfish's claw. Seeing that Yi Shouyu dared to catch its claws with his bare hands, the red-clawed shrimp's ferocity intensified. The claws are the hardest part of the shrimp. This tiny human clearly doesn't take it seriously. The red swamp crayfish raised its massive claws and clamped them down hard on Yi Shouyu's right arm. There was a loud duong sound. The scene of blood and gore that it had imagined did not appear. Instead, a cracking sound came from its incredibly sharp claws. Yi Shouyu's right fist seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer. With a single punch, he smashed the claw of the red prawn open. The next instant, he moved his feet slightly and landed on the head of the red swamp crayfish. Under the astonished gaze of the red swamp crayfish, Yi Shouyu's right fist slammed hard into his head. The dimensional slash shot through the right fist, and the red prawn only held on for a moment before it stopped breathing. Bang! The enormous shrimp body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Shouyu casually waved his hand, and the resulting gust of wind dispersed the surrounding dust. Looking at the red prawn's right claw, which was now completely shattered, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was his first time fighting a Tier 3, low-level ferocious beast. The claws of the red-clawed prawn are the hardest part of its body. The fact that he could shatter it with a single punch proves that his physical strength far exceeds that of a low-level third-tier ferocious beast. Yi Shouyu's physical strength has reached this level, and the infinite system has undoubtedly played a crucial role in this achievement. But besides the system, the role of the undying heavenly silkworm technique is also undeniable. Yi Shouyu was almost certain that the undying heavenly silkworm technique was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. However, the conditions for cultivating this technique are extremely demanding. If it weren't for the system he possessed, he probably wouldn't have chosen to cultivate the undying heavenly silkworm technique. I just don't know if this infinite system can actually complete the incomplete undying heavenly silkworm technique. Yi Shouyu has now fallen in love with this kind of fist-to-fist combat. If possible, he would be very willing to continue cultivating the undying heavenly silkworm technique. However, this undying heavenly silkworm technique requires the blood essence of a ferocious beast to build its foundation every 3 levels. Yi Shouyu used the blood essence of an 8th-tier high-grade ironclad dragon rhinoceros for the first 3 levels, which had already exhausted his resources. What should be used for the 4th to 6th floors right now? That's enough to give him a headache. Phew, Yi Shouyu shook his head, shaking these troublesome things out of his mind. He walked up to the red swamp crayfish. With a wave of his right hand, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, a large number of kitchen utensils appeared on the open space next to him. Pots, pans, bowls, and all sorts of seasonings. Everything you could want, it has it all. Yi Shouyu quickly cut open the back shell of the red swamp crayfish and skillfully removed the shrimp vein. Immediately afterwards, several dimensional slashes of energy flew out from his fingertips. The red swamp crayfish in front of me instantly split into several pieces. The entire set of movements was so skillful and fluid that it would be no exaggeration to describe it as flowing smoothly like clouds in water. After Yi Shouyu quickly processed the red claw shrimp, he then set up an iron pot and cooked the shrimp tails and seasonings in advance. After preparing the wok, he turned to continue processing the red prawn meat. Yi Shouyu cut off 2 pieces of fresh shrimp meat, mixed the shrimp meat with ice, spices, and starch that he had prepared in the other dimension, and put them into a huge mortar.
He then picked up a pestle and began stirring frantically. Under Yi Xiuyu's forceful stirring, the red swamp prawn meat quickly turned into clumps of white, minced meat. While he was processing the red swamp crayfish meat, the water in the iron pot next to me had already started to bubble slightly. Yi Xiuyu felt the firmness and stickiness of the shrimp meat in the mortar and nodded in satisfaction. He casually picked up the chopped green onions and minced ginger from the side.
Pour it into the mortar and pestle, and mix it evenly with the shrimp meat.
Yi Xiuyu quickly grabbed the shrimp paste with his right hand, squeezed out evenly sized shrimp balls with his thumb and forefinger, and placed them into the pot. As the shrimp balls tumbled up and down in the water, Yi Xiuyu silently calculated the time in his mind.
I figured it was about time.
Yi Xiuyu grabbed the gauze and scooped all the shrimp balls out of the pot. It was placed in the ice water that had been prepared beforehand. After being frozen in ice water, the shrimp balls will have a smoother and more bouncy texture.
After the soup in the pot is cooked,
Yi Xiuyu put the chilled shrimp balls into the pot. Looking at the clear yet rich broth, and the smooth, tender shrimp balls rolling around, Yi Xiuyu felt a surge of appetite. He quickly scooped up a spoonful of shrimp balls and broth, put them in a bowl, and eagerly began to enjoy them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The piping hot and delicious broth, mixed with bouncy and tender shrimp balls, and topped with spices. Yi Xiuyu only felt his taste buds.
I was perfectly satisfied. Truly worthy of being a Tier 3, low-level ferocious beast.
As Yi Xiuyu sighed, his hands didn't slow down at all. In less than a minute, the shrimp balls and soup in his bowl were completely devoured. Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to continue enjoying his meal, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him.
Bro, would you mind if there were more people? Chapter 96 Mystic Rank Defensive Artifact, Dragon Pattern Jade Pendant.
Yi Xiuyu turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a man who looked to be around 40 years old looking at him with a longing expression. To be precise, it was looking at the shrimp balls in Yi Xiuyu's bowl. Yi Xiuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the muscles all over his body tensed up. With his mental strength, he didn't even notice.
How did this man get close to me?
The man also sensed Yi Xiuyu's wariness towards him. With a swift movement, he appeared before Yi Xiuyu.
Young man, don't be nervous. I am Lu Wanwen from the Shanghai Spirit Alliance. This is my identity token.
As Lu Wanwen spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a jade pendant of emerald green appeared in his palm.
Yi Xiuyu's pupils contracted. This is a jade pendant?
During this time, Elder Feng not only explained knowledge about superpowers to him, but also introduced him to many powerful organizations both inside and outside China. After all, he will eventually have to travel and explore the world.
Knowing these things in advance will also benefit Yi Xiuyu. The Spirit Alliance is an extremely mysterious organization. They usually keep a very low profile. It is said that the purpose of this organization is to deal with superhumans who have gone astray. The Spirit Alliance will issue corresponding identity tokens to its members based on their strength. What Lu Wanwen was holding was a jade pendant, which indicated that his strength should be between the 5th and 6th tiers. How could such a powerful being suddenly arrive at the gate of third-order beasts? Fortunately, Yi Xiuyu did not detect any hostility from Lu Wanwen. If such a master truly wanted to harm you, he would simply strike directly. There was no need to feign compliance with him. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu pointed to the spot next to the iron pot and said to Lu Wanwen, "It's fate that we met, please come in."
"Ha, young man, that's awesome." Lu Wanwen laughed a few times, then walked over and sat down next to Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu ladled out a bowl of shrimp balls and handed it to him.
Lu Wanwen didn't stand on ceremony and eagerly started eating after taking it. The moment the shrimp meat entered his mouth, Lu Wanwen's eyes lit up. Bouncy and tender.
Lu Wanwen is a typical foodie, but despite having eaten so many delicious foods, he has never tasted such wonderful shrimp balls.
Is the meat of this red-clawed prawn really this delicious?
If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the opportunity to kill a few more high-grade red swamp crayfish. Lu Wanwen was thinking about hunting red swamp crayfish, but his hands were moving faster and faster. After he finished the shrimp balls in his bowl, without waiting for Yi Xiuyu to call him, he then picked up the spoon next to him with practiced ease and scooped out a full bowl.
Just like that, in just a few minutes,
he had already devoured all the shrimp balls in the iron pot.
He.
Looking at the empty iron pot, Lu Wanwen chuckled awkwardly a few times.
May I ask how I should address you, young man? Yi Xiuyu glanced at Lu Wanwen and said, Yi Xiuyu. Oh, it's Brother Yi. Lu Wanwen rubbed his hands together and said with anticipation. I see there are still a lot of these red-clawed prawns left. It's such a waste to just throw them away. How about Brother Yi goes to the trouble of making some more of these shrimp balls? Yi Xiaoyu's mouth twitched involuntarily a few times. This person is really too informal. He gave Lu Wanwen a deep look, then got up and continued processing the red prawns. There was nothing that could be done, even if Lu Wanwen didn't bring it up himself. Yi Xiaoyu also planned to make another pot. After all, he only ate 2 bowls of that pot just now. Half an hour later, the once enormous red swamp crayfish has disappeared. All that was left were green shrimp shells scattered all over the ground, half a shrimp claw, and a complete shrimp head. Lu Wanwen was originally waiting for Yi Xiaoyu. Continue processing the shrimp heads and claws. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoyu actually started cleaning up the kitchen utensils. Ha! Wait. Lu Wanwen quickly stopped Yi Xiaoyu. Aren't you going to eat the rest? Yi Xiaoyu sighed and explained somewhat helplessly. I need to go back and turn in these too. Oh. After hearing Yi Xiaoyu's explanation, Lu Wanwen reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He had no idea that Yi Xiaoyu's heart was bleeding at that moment. Every bite he and Lu Wanwen ate. But they're all superpower points. Yi Xiaoyu swore that after finishing this meal, there would never be another one. Most of the superpower points are inside the ferocious beast's crystal core. They only ate the meat of red swamp crayfish, so Yi Xiaoyu could accept the loss of his ability points. Seeing Yi Xiaoyu put everything away, Lu Wanwen walked up to him and said, Brother Yi, to be honest, of all the things I've eaten, your shrimp balls are the most unforgettable. Yi Xiaoyu said with a smile, good food needs to be appreciated by connoisseurs. Ha ha ha. Lu Wanwen laughed loudly. Brother Yi is right, these shrimp balls are meant for connoisseurs to savor. After laughing, Lu Wanwen took out a jade pendant, handed it to Yi Xiaoyu, and said, Thank you for your hospitality today, brother. This jade pendant is a token of my appreciation. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was about to decline, he heard Lu Wanwen say, This dragon pattern jade pendant is a low-grade Xian-level defensive spiritual artifact, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from experts below the high-grade 5th rank. It's actually a Xian-rank spiritual weapon. This is a rare item. It could be used to save your life in a critical moment. Yi Xiao extended his right hand and took the jade pendant. He saw that the pendant was decorated with several dragon patterns. He looked at Lu Wanwen and said with a serious expression, Since it's Brother Lu's kind offer, then I'll accept it without hesitation. Seeing Yi Xiaoyu accept the jade pendant without any hesitation, Lu Wanwen's admiration deepened. May I ask which prominent family you belong to, young man? Yi Xiaoyu shook his head and said, I am a student at Shanghai University, not a member of a powerful family. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanwen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Judging from Yi Xiaoyu's demeanor, he thought he came from a prominent family. For someone not from a prominent family to be able to get into Shanghai University. Judging from this, Brother Yi's talent is truly astonishing. Lu Wanwen sighed as he spoke to Yi Xiaoyu. Brother, I have other things to take care of, so I won't stay any longer. If there's a chance in the future, let's meet up at Magic University. After Lu Wanwen finished speaking, he flashed and disappeared from Yi Xiaoyu's sight in an instant. With Yi Xiaoyu's discerning eye, they couldn't even see Lu Wanwen's movements clearly. Yi Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. As expected of someone who possesses a jade token, his strength is probably far more than just the initial stage of the 5th rank. Looks like I need to work harder too. After witnessing Lu Wanwen's skills, Yi Xiaoyu's desire to become stronger became even more urgent. He put the jade pendant away. He turned and walked deeper into the forest. Chapter 97 Encounter with a Tier 3 Advanced Armed Sword Tiger. Intermediate area of the 3rd Tier Beast Gate. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu was resting on a boulder. After more than half a month of killing, he has successfully completed 2 A-level missions. This includes killing 10 Tier 3 beginner-level red-clawed shrimp and swamp-grass snakes. In order to improve the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts, Yi Xiaoyu used a portion of the ability points he obtained from killing these ferocious beasts to improve the level of his Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique. Now his Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique has reached the 3rd level, allowing him to pass through the dragon rhinoceros skin, doubling his defensive power. Next, as long as Yi Xiaoyu kills another mid-level Tier 3 wolf-headed bat, you can accumulate enough ability points to upgrade your level while completing the last A-level mission. Once one's cultivation level breaks through the 2nd tier and officially enters the initial stage of the 3rd tier,
then his overall strength will definitely increase several times over. Yi Xiuyu has already investigated.
Just a dozen kilometers away from here lies the area where wolf-headed bats are found. However, wolf-headed bats have always preferred to travel at night.
That's why he took a short rest here.
After nightfall, he took the initiative to hunt down the wolf-headed bats.
Yi Xiuyu slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of semi-sleep.
Several hours later, night finally fell.
Yi Xiuyu suddenly stood up from the rock, glanced around, and then quickly headed straight ahead. He had only been gone a short while when a dark figure darted out from the woods behind him and landed on the rock where Yi Xiuyu had rested.
The dark figure examined the rock for a while.
He suddenly stood up and chased after the direction where Yi Xiuyu had disappeared.
The forest was exceptionally quiet at night. As Yi Xiuyu traveled, he used his mental energy to search for any traces of wolf-headed bats in the surrounding area.
Just then, a ferocious beast's scream suddenly came from directly in front.
A whoa!
With a thought, Yi Xiuyu turned around and rushed towards the direction from which the sound came. The smell of blood gradually filled the air. Yi Xiuyu stopped in his tracks. They carefully surveyed their surroundings. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind came from behind him. Yi Xiuyu didn't turn around. As he leaned forward, he kicked his right leg backward. He delivered a powerful back kick to the purple and gold crown.
A clanging sound of metal clashing rang out.
Yi Xiuyu took advantage of the situation and turned around. He saw a huge bat standing on a tree branch not far in front of him. The bat was covered in black fur, and its head was actually a wolf's head. On those thick and sharp claws, there was still a trace of blood left. It's obvious that it was here that it hunted the ferocious beast.
The wolf-headed bat's eerie green eyes held a hint of wariness. He was staring intently at Yi Xiuyu. Wolf-headed bat. After searching for so long, I finally found it. Sensing the aura emanating from the wolf-headed bat, Yi Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief.
A third-tier mid-level wolf-headed bat, with his current strength.
Taking it down shouldn't be a problem at all.
The wolf-headed bat was cautious by nature. It failed to land a hit and seemed to sense that Yi Xiuyu was not someone to be trifled with. Instead of attacking again, it watched Yi Xiuyu warily. However, Yi Xiuyu had no intention of getting entangled with it.
Snap! The ground beneath Yi Xiuyu's feet shattered instantly. He transformed into a cannonball and charged swiftly towards the wolf-headed bat. Ah! After the wolf-headed bat let out an angry roar.
It brandished its sharp claws and viciously clawed at Yi Xiuyu.
Bang!
Yi Xiuyu's right fist collided fiercely with the wolf-headed bat's sharp claws.
A visible shockwave swept outwards from the two of them.
When the wolf-headed bat saw that Yi Xiuyu, this tiny human, actually dared to fight it hand-to-hand, a hint of ferocity flashed in its eyes. It flapped its enormous wings, and a gale swept up the surrounding thick trees.
It flew rapidly toward Yi Xiuyu.
Swish swish.
Yi Xiuyu activated inch step.
In a flash, he dodged all the flying trees at the same time.
He lunged forward towards the wolf-headed bat. Bang bang bang. A series of collision sounds rang out.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiuyu had already exchanged dozens of blows with the wolf-headed bat. The aftershocks of their fight generated a violent impact that shattered the surrounding trees.
Bang! With yet another collision, Yi Xiuyu and the wolf-headed bat flew backwards respectively. At this moment, the wolf-headed bat's eyes were several shades redder than before.
It opened its enormous, blood-red maw, and a white sphere of light gradually formed within it. With a flick of its head, the wolf-headed bat sent the ball of light hurtling toward Yi Xiuyu.
This is an elemental light sphere?
Yi Xiuyu felt a sense of surprise.
Unexpectedly, this wolf-headed bat can also use elemental light orbs.
Looking at the astonishing power of the light sphere, let alone a peak second-tier ability user, even a mid-tier third-tier ability user would find it difficult to withstand it head-on. Yi Xiuyu smiled slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a black vortex appeared in front of him.
Devour.
The incredibly powerful sphere of light made contact with the black vortex.
The light gradually dimmed, until it was completely swallowed by darkness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xiuyu lunged forward and punched the wolf-headed bat. Boom! The wolf-headed bat's enormous body flew backward, crashing down several large trees before finally coming to a stop. After sending the wolf-headed bat flying with a single punch,
Yi Xiuyu did not stop. He flashed and instantly appeared above the wolf-headed bat. That powerful right fist slammed into the wolf-headed bat once more.
Woohoo! A tremendous scream echoed throughout the area. The wolf-headed bat's enormous body slammed heavily onto the ground. It smashed the ground, creating a huge crater. Its aura instantly weakened, and its gaze towards Yishoyu carried a hint of barely concealed fear. The wolf-headed bat struggled to get up and escape, but Yishoyu gave it no chance. Boom boom boom. He landed a few more punches, finally ending the wolf-headed bat's life. Just as Yishoyu was about to put the wolf-headed bat. As they entered the alternate dimension, a light suddenly flashed in the darkness not far away. A huge black shadow darted out from the shadows and pounced towards Yishoyu. Whoosh! Yishoyu only felt a sharp sound of wind breaking through the air. Immediately afterwards, a huge, sharp longsword appeared before him. Yishoyu dared not be careless. He moved swiftly, dodging the blade in an instant. Yishoyu took a few steps back. After creating some distance, he focused his gaze on the figure that had just darted out. When he saw that extremely imposing figure clearly, Yishoyu's expression became more serious. Tier 3 Advanced Armed Sword Tiger. This is getting a bit troublesome. Chapter 98 Assassination and Counterattack. Yishoyu's muscles tensed up instantly. With his current peak 2nd tier strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat a high-level 3rd tier armed blade tiger. If it weren't for my cultivation of the undying heavenly silkworm technique. Furthermore, through the infinite system, he enhanced his physical strength several times. If it were an ordinary peak 2nd tier ability user, they probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from a high-level 3rd tier armed blade tiger. However, shouldn't a tier 3 advanced armed slaying tiger stay in the advanced area of the beast gate? How did I end up here? Yishoyu subconsciously glanced around, and he vaguely sensed that something seemed amiss. Arm blade tiger didn't give him much time to think. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes, and then it leaped high into the air, pouncing towards Yishoyu. Faced with the exceptionally fierce attack from the arm blade tiger, Yishoyu did not take the attack head-on for the first time in a battle. He chose to evade. This arm sword tiger, named after its arm sword feature. This is because the blades on its forepaws are the sharpest and hardest parts of its body. Even a peak level 3rd tier ferocious beast, unless extremely skilled in defense, cannot withstand the arm blade of the arm blade tiger. Therefore, Yishoyu chose to avoid it, instead of recklessly fighting head-on. Under the moonlight, the sharp blades danced in the air, and anyone present would surely feel the chilling killing intent emanating from them. A sharp blade of energy shot out from the arm blade, cutting the surrounding trees to pieces. Fortunately, Yishoyu had already cultivated his inch-step technique to the 4th level. Taking advantage of this movement technique, Yishoyu was still able to withstand the fierce attacks of arm blade tiger. However, the arm blade tiger, whom they had been unable to defeat after a long siege, revealed a hint of human-like annoyance in its eyes. "Awah!" It roared to the sky. Immediately afterwards, a white cyclone gathered at its feet. Arm blade tiger moved, his speed even 3 points faster than before. Wind-based superpowers? Seeing this, Yishoyu's mood became even more somber. After a ferocious beast breaks through to the 2nd tier, it usually develops supernatural abilities within its body. The tiger with the sword in front of me. It should be carrying wind-based abilities. With the help of its superpower, its speed increased even further. This time, Yishoyu's expression was no longer as composed as before. Within minutes, his forehead was covered in sweat. It's easy to imagine the pressure he's facing right now. How big is it exactly? Under immense pressure, Yishoyu's movements still revealed a flaw. After barely dodging the arm blade, he was forced to take a direct hit from the tiger's claw. A violent force surged into Yishoyu's right arm and entered his internal organs. Yishoyu felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! He took advantage of the situation to retreat a few steps, creating distance between himself and the armed sword tiger. Just as Yishoyu was about to run away, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The dark figure raised its right palm and struck towards Yishoyu. Yishoyu extended his right fist to meet the attack. Boom! The violet blast wave snapped the surrounding trees in half. Yishoyu stood firmly in place, while the dark figure flew back and landed on a tree branch. The man in black looked at Yishoyu. The voice held a hint of surprise as it asked, "You're not hurt?" "Humph." Yishoyu sneered and said, "If we don't do it this way, how can we catch a big fish like you?" Looking at the man in black in the tree, Yishoyu felt a surge of anger. As expected, someone was sabotaging us in the shadows. When Yi Xiuyu saw the Tier 3 advanced Armblade Tiger appear, he had already begun to suspect something. He immediately used his mental power to explore the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, he did not let his guard down because of this. During his battle with Arm Sword Tiger, he remained constantly on guard against his surroundings. That final blow was Yi Xiuyu's test. He believed that if there were really someone lurking in the shadows, they would never let him leave like this. Sure enough, as soon as he showed any intention of running away, the person hiding in the shadows revealed himself. Yi Xiuyu stared intently at the man in black and asked in a serious tone, "Tell me, who exactly are you?" The man in black replied expressionlessly. "Ghost Shadow, a yellow rank assassin from the Hidden Assassin sect." People from the Hidden Kill sect? Yi Xiuyu was somewhat surprised. The Hidden Assassins is a notorious assassin organization. Their organization boasts that, as long as the money is right, they dare to kill even a 9th-tier powerhouse. However, I am just an ordinary college student. Who would go to the trouble of spending a fortune to hire assassins from the Hidden Assassins sect to kill them? Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu asked in a deep voice. "Who sent you?" No comment. Yi Xiuyu's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Ghost Shadow's words. He asked casually, not expecting the ghost to tell him who his employer was. Just when Yi Xiuyu thought the ghostly figure would attack him. Then they heard the ghostly figure say in a low voice, "Enjoy the last moments of your life." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body slowly dissipated into the darkness. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiuyu felt a fierce aura coming from his left side. "Depend on." Yi Xiuyu cursed under his breath. Just now, the Arm Sword Tiger pounced on him again. The sharp, emotionless arm blade cleaved fiercely towards Yi Xiuyu's head. Judging from their stance, they're determined to cut him in two. Yi Xiuyu turned to one side. He dodged the attack from the Arm Sword Tiger. Boom! The sharp blade energy cleaved a trench more than 10 meters long into the ground. Yi Xiuyu no longer held back and turned around to throw a punch at Armblade Tiger's right arm. Ah! The tiger with the arm-shaped blade cried out in pain. Yi Xiuyu, taking advantage of the situation, retreated again. This retreat landed right next to the wolf-headed bat they had killed earlier. As soon as he touched the wolf-headed bat's body with his right hand, the giant wolf-headed bat vanished from the spot. Yi Xiuyu stored the wolf-headed bat in the alternate dimension, and then quickly gave the system a command in his mind. "Infinite, quickly help me dissect the corpse of the swift wolf-headed bat." Yi Xiuyu's voice carried a rare hint of urgency. "Yes, host." The decomposition of the Tier 3 intermediate wolf-headed bat corpse is complete. 2,400 ability points have been awarded. Almost the instant the ability points were credited to his account. Yi Xiuyu couldn't wait to choose to upgrade his ability level. "Infinite, help me level up." 16,000 ability points consumed. Host's cultivation level has increased to level 3, initial stage. As the Infinite System's notification sounded, Yi Xiuyu felt an extremely powerful force emanating from deep within his body. Taking advantage of the wolf-headed bat's breakthrough in strength, Yi Xiuyu felt a surge of confidence. He glanced at a dark spot, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Come on, next. Let's have some fun." Chapter 99: Killing the Arm-Wielding Tiger, Fighting the Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow sensed the surge of aura emanating from Yi Xiuyu, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Early stage of the 3rd tier. Did he break through in the heat of battle? He had met many geniuses, but breakthroughs were made in the battle. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Ghost's muscles were tense, and he was ready to strike at any moment. Before Yi Xiuyu broke through, he was able to block the Armblade Tiger, a high-level 3rd-tier beast. Now, his strength has greatly increased. That sword-wielding tiger is probably no match for him anymore. He originally wanted to disguise Yi Xiuyu's death as being killed by a ferocious beast. It seems he'll have to take matters into his own hands now. The ghost's prediction was correct. Armblade Tiger is no match for Yi Xiuyu at all. After Yi Xiuyu lured out the mastermind behind the scenes, he had no intention of continuing to entangle with Armblade Tiger. Faced with the menacing Arm Sword Tiger, he finally stopped dodging. Under the ghostly gaze of astonishment, Yi Xiuyu's right fist collided violently with the arm blade on the tiger's front paw. Snap! As the clear sound of bone cracking rang out, the blade on the tiger's front paw had developed some cracks. It didn't have time to react.
Yi Shouyu's left fist slammed into the arm blade of its right claw once again. Click, click. Ah! The roar of the arm-bladed tiger carried a hint of fear. At this moment, it finally realized, belatedly, what had happened. Its most prized feature, its sturdy arm blades, was actually smashed by a tiny human with a single fist. The tiger with the arm blade stomped its hind legs against the ground.
Just as it was about to turn and run away. The third punch is coming.
With a sharp gust of wind, Yi Shouyu's powerful punch slammed into the arm blade of the tiger arm blade's right claw.
Boom!
The sharp arm blade shattered with a crash. At the same time, the massive body of the arm blade tiger was sent flying backward. After crashing through a cluster of large trees, it left a huge, deep ditch in the ground. Yi Shouyu's flicked his wrist, inwardly sighing.
He actually used 3 punches. This arm blade is really hard.
He flashed and appeared in front of Arm Sword Tiger. The tiger with the sword in the deep pit had lost its right forepaw and was no longer as majestic as before. Yi Shouyu's punch just now was full of immense power. Not only did it blast its right forepaw into a cloud of blood mist, but it also completely extinguished the arm-bladed tiger's will to survive. At this moment, the light in the eyes of the armed sword tiger had gone out. Yi Shouyu's raised his right foot and decisively stepped on its head. The overlord of the advanced area of the third-tier beast gate died unjustly in the intermediate area. After Yi Shouyu's put away the corpse of the armed sword tiger, he looked up into the darkness and said,
"Aren't you coming out?"
Although Yi Shouyu's could not sense the ghost's presence. But he was certain that the ghost had been hiding in the shadows and had not left.
Yi Shouyu's remained extremely vigilant towards the ghostly figure.
As the saying goes, it's not the thief you should be afraid of, but the one who has his eye on you.
Anyone would feel uneasy being constantly watched by a professional assassin.
Yi Shouyu's had already made a decision in his heart.
No matter what, we must kill Ghost Shadow in this forest today. Ghost Shadow shared the same idea as Yi Shouyu's.
Although Yi Shouyu's is strong, he is not strong enough to make Yi Shouyu's retreat without a fight. Even if Yi Shouyu's strength far surpasses his own, that ghostly figure wouldn't give up easily. Let alone Yi Shouyu's, even those with superpowers whose cultivation surpasses one's own. There must have been more than a dozen who died at the hands of Ghost Shadow.
Killing someone of a higher rank is nothing out of the ordinary for these professional assassins.
After all, his goal was to kill, not to determine a winner.
With enough patience, they'll always wait until their prey makes a mistake.
Seeing that the ghostly figure had not responded, Yi Shouyu's mood became more serious. Judging from this, the ghost is going to test its patience with me. The situation he least wanted to see.
It still happened.
Yi Shouyu's biggest worry was that the ghost shadow would continue to lurk in the shadows.
He came here to hunt ferocious beasts.
A professional assassin is constantly watching him from the shadows, which will seriously affect his efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts. After a great internal struggle, Yi Shouyu's finally decided to leave for the time being. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and sped off towards the exit. The shadowy figure in the shadows was startled when he saw Yi Shouyu's movements. He saw through Yi Shouyu's purpose at a glance.
Want to leave? If Yi Shouyu's leaves the Beast Gate secret realm and returns to the Demon University, then he won't have many opportunities to make a move.
Ghost Shadow sighed helplessly. It seems we have no choice but to use the backup plan.
He pulled a transparent bottle from his pocket. The bottle contained a crystal clear, fine white medicinal powder. This powder has a fragrant aroma and is a beast-luring powder specifically used to lure and capture ferocious beasts.
The Tier 3 high-level arm-blade tiger that appeared earlier was secretly captured by Ghost Shadow using this powder.
He only used a little bit before.
It's too late to try and lure ferocious beasts in this way now.
This is the only way.
A hint of heartache flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. In a few flashes, he was already in front of Yi Shouyu's. The ghostly figure clenched its right fist and swung it towards Yi Shouyu's.
You finally appeared.
A cold glint appeared on Yi Shouyu's face as he decisively met Ghost Shadow's right fist.
Just as the two fists were about to collide, the ghostly figure suddenly changed his move, transforming his fist into a palm. A small, transparent bottle appeared out of thin air in his palm. Snap!
The moment fists and palms collided,
the small bottle shattered instantly. Swift wind palm.
Yi Shouyu's felt a gust of wind rush towards him.
After the small bottle shattered, the powder from the beast-attracting powder was carried by the strong wind and covered Yi Shouyu's entire body.
Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Ghost Shadow did not linger in the fight. He took advantage of the situation to retreat and create a safe distance, then turned around to prepare to lie in ambush again. He felt the slight numbness in his right arm, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Although the exchange was brief, he had fully experienced Yi Shouyu's monstrous physical strength.
Gale Palm is an A+ level combat skill.
Furthermore, with Ghost Shadow's cultivation at the peak of the 3rd tier, it was able to activate its power. Even for a 3rd tier peak ability user, taking this attack would not be so easy. Moreover, Yi Shouyu's level is only at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. He was able to withstand the blow unscathed thanks to his physical body, which was comparable to that of a ferocious beast. At this moment, the ghost was extremely grateful.
He did not recklessly engage Yi Shouyuin in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, even if he successfully completes the mission, he will probably pay a heavy price for this. Chapter 100: Fierce Battle in the Forest.
On the other side, when Yi Shouyuin saw white powder covering his entire body, his expression darkened slightly.
It's obvious without even thinking that this is a trick by the ghost.
Seeing the ghostly figure trying to escape, Yi Shouyuin finally stopped hiding his strength. With a thought, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Ghost Shadow felt a flash before his eyes and saw Yi Shouyuin appear out of thin air in front of him.
Teleportation?
A hint of horror appeared in his eyes.
However, all he received in response was Yi Shouyu's fist.
In his haste, Ghost Shadow had no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest and brace himself to take Yi Shouyu's punch.
Bang! A visible shockwave emanated from the point of impact between the two.
Almost all the surrounding trees were uprooted.
The ghostly figure used the recoil to quickly retreat, trying to create distance between itself and Yi Shouyuin. It's teleportation. This is troublesome.
The information provided by the employer did indeed mention that Yi Shouyuin was a space-type ability user.
However, the intelligence reports that Yi Shouyu's spatial skills should be the other dimension, devour, and spatial imprisonment. This does not include teleportation.
As a professional assassin, Ghost Shadow's habit is to distrust everyone,
even if the intelligence is provided by the employer. He wasn't entirely trusting either.
Therefore, the reason he hid in the shadows before was to find out Yi Shouyu's background. In previous battles, Yi Shouyuin had already demonstrated the skills alternate dimension and devouring.
Unless he awakened an SS level ability, he probably only has one space-type skill left and used. Based on the current situation, that skill should be teleportation. Teleportation is even more troublesome than spatial confinement. Yi Shouyuin will definitely use teleportation to entangle himself tightly.
This means that he probably has no chance to hide in the shadows again.
Ghost Shadow tried to retreat, attempting to create a safe distance between himself and Yi Shouyuin.
But Yi Shouyuin didn't give him that chance at all.
Instant teleportation activated. Yi Shouyuin reappeared in front of the ghostly figure. There was no nonsense, just a simple, unadorned punch.
The fierce wind of the punches, carrying an unparalleled momentum, pounded towards the ghostly figure again and again. For the time being, the ghost could only passively defend itself.
Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions continued to echo throughout the space. As the battle dragged on,
the shock in Ghost Shadow's heart grew even stronger. He originally thought that Yi Shouyuin was so young that he must lack combat experience. As long as he has enough patience, he will definitely find an opportunity to regain control of this battle.
However, the truth terrified him. No, not even once.
Ever since Yi Shouyuin used teleportation to entangle him, he has been at a disadvantage. From the start of the battle until now, Yi Shouyuin has been consistently dominating him.
Moreover, they didn't leave him even the slightest opening.
Yi Shouyuin has extensive combat experience, like a seasoned warrior rather than a rookie who has just entered university. Otherwise, even if Yi Shouyuin could teleport and had an exceptionally strong physical body, even a ghost wouldn't be so desperate as to not even have a chance to escape.
As a professional assassin, running away is one of the basic skills.
But in front of Yi Shouyuin, Ghost Shadow found no chance to escape. On the other side, Yi Shouyuin was also somewhat surprised as he looked at the lively ghostly figure. He had already forced Ghost Shadow to take over 100 punches from him head-on.
Surprisingly, the ghost figure had not yet lost its fighting ability. Is it because of the black color on his clothes?
An ordinary peak level tier 3 ability user would absolutely not be able to withstand so many punches from me at full power. It seems there's something strange about this ghostly figure. While Yi Shouyuin was pondering, a whooshing sound suddenly came from his left rear.
Whoosh!
As Yi Xiuyu attacked the ghostly figure with his right fist, his left hand transformed from a palm into a claw, reaching out towards the direction from which the sound of wind breaking came.
Woohoo!
A scream was heard. Yi Xiuyu caught a cat-like ferocious beast in his hand. This ferocious beast was several tens of centimeters long, covered in black fur, and its pupils were blood red.
Netherworld mad cat. Yi Xiuyu only glanced at it.
They had already figured out the type of this ferocious beast. Without the slightest hesitation, he exerted force with his left hand and instantly crushed the mid-level third-tier Netherworld mad cat to death. Then, he put the corpse of the Netherworld mad cat into the alternate dimension. Upon seeing this, the ghostly figure opposite lit up.
Has the ferocious beast arrived yet?
The appearance of the Netherworld mad cat proves that the beast-attracting powder on Yi Xiuyu has begun to take effect. Next, there will likely be a steady stream of ferocious beasts arriving here. In order to attract the ferocious beasts to the maximum extent, he sprinkled an entire bottle of beast-attracting powder on Yi Xiuyu. For this, Ghost Shadow felt a pang of heartache.
Fortunately, this investment has finally paid off.
As more and more ferocious beasts appeared around them, Yi Xiuyu's mood grew increasingly heavy. Those ferocious beasts, although their levels were only between the early and middle stages of the third tier, but it also brought him considerable trouble. In just a few minutes, Yi Xiuyu's attacks on the ghostly figure had already shown 3 openings. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to prevent the ghost from escaping. However, most of these ferocious beasts only attack themselves, not the ghostly figures. This phenomenon allowed Yi Xiuyu to roughly figure out what the powder that the ghost had sprinkled on him was. It seems the powder from before was used to lure and trap ferocious beasts. The ghost must have seen that I was about to leave, so it tried to influence me in this way. I just don't know how long the effects of this medicine powder will last.
We can't afford to waste any more time.
As more and more ferocious beasts arrived, his situation will become increasingly dangerous. If things continue like this, even if he manages to kill the ghost, escaping the encirclement of the ferocious beasts will be a major problem.
Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to make his move, a fierce roar suddenly rang out from not far away. A whoa!
Suddenly, a 2-headed python, several tens of meters long, lunged out of the darkness.
It rampaged through the area, smashing trees to pieces.
The giant python was entirely red, with a blood-red crest on each of its 2 heads. Its 2 snake-like eyes looked at Yi Xiuyu, filled with an undisguised ferocity. As soon as the 2-headed fire python appeared, it charged towards Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu's eyes narrowed, and his mood became heavier.
A peak-level tier 3 2-headed fire python.
Unexpectedly, the beast-attracting powder on his body actually attracted this ferocious beast. Yi Xiuyu was unaware that this peak stage tier 3 2-headed fire python was a contingency plan secretly left behind by Ghost Shadow. The ghost had been waiting for this moment.
Chapter 101 Slaying the Ghost Shadow, Yi Xiuyu's new plan. Whoosh!
With a sharp whooshing sound, in the blink of an eye, the 2-headed fire python had arrived in front of Yi Xiuyu. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the spot where he and the ghost were standing. Yi Xiuyu felt a foul, fishy smell hit him. He didn't continue to entangle with the ghostly figure, and dodged the 2-headed fire python's attack in a flash.
The ghost took the opportunity to retreat in the opposite direction. They distanced themselves from Yi Xiuyu.
The 2-headed fire python completely ignored the ghostly figure's presence. It turned its head and chased after Yi Xiuyu. It swung its snake tail straight at Yi Xiuyu, smashing all the trees and rocks it encountered along the way to pieces. At the same time, the ghostly figure reached out with its right hand and grabbed at Yi Xiuyu from a distance.
As he extended his right hand, a huge, dark hand appeared in mid-air. The ghostly figure did not directly attack Yi Xiuyu himself.
Instead, they chose to use Shadow Claw, blocking all his escape routes. In this way, Yi Xiuyu will inevitably have to take the next hit between the 2-headed fire python and the Shadow Claw.
At this critical moment,
Yi Xiuyu made his choice without the slightest hesitation. He flashed away, escaping the Shadow Claw's attack range, and then threw a punch, meeting the 2-headed fire python's tail head on.
Boom! A piercing explosion rang out.
The ground beneath Yi Xiuyu's feet shattered instantly, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Upon witnessing this scene, Ghost Shadow felt a sudden jolt in his heart.
Yi Xiuyu flew in the direction he was in. He.
Yi Xiuyu raised his head and looked at the ghostly figure. After giving him a cold laugh, he extended his right hand towards the ghostly figure.
Spatial confinement. Not good. Ghost Shadow thought to himself, realizing something was wrong after seeing Yi Xiuyu's actions.
Although he didn't know what Yi Xiuyu was going to do, his hair stood on end. This was an intuition he had developed after experiencing life and death many times.
Run!
The ghostly figure instinctively prepared to retreat. However, this time, it was all too late.
An invisible spatial force enveloped his entire body. Spatial confinement. How is this possible?
The ghost's eyes were filled with horror. Yi Xiuyu had clearly used 3 spatial skills: alternate dimension, devour, and teleportation.
Why can he still use spatial confinement? Is the employer's information accurate? Could it be that Yi Xiuyu awakened an SS-level quality ability, and he had been hiding his strength all along? In the mind of the ghost, countless thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant.
However, what he received was an invisible air slash. The dimensional blade struck the ghost's chest.
He was cut in two.
The look in Ghost Shadow's eyes vanished instantly. He died without ever understanding how he had died.
Whoosh!
Yi Xiuyu landed in front of the ghostly figure. With a casual wave of his hand, he stored his corpse in another dimension.
This ghostly figure truly lives up to its reputation as a professional assassin. It is indeed an extremely formidable opponent.
He had revealed almost all of his spatial abilities. They managed to kill him by surprise. If they were to fight, Yi Xiuyu really wouldn't be able to do anything about Ghost Shadow for the time being. However, the ghostly incident has been resolved. But the 2-headed fire python in front of him, and the beast-attracting powder on his body, are still a problem.
Yi Xiuyu is still unsure. How long will the effects of this animal-attracting powder last?
While he was pondering, 3 more mid-level 3rd-tier ferocious beasts appeared around him. If this trend continues, even he will find it difficult to persevere. The death of the ghostly figure had no effect on the 2-headed fire python, whose 2 scarlet snake eyes were now fixed on Yi Xiuyu.
Hiss hiss hiss.
The 2-headed fire python coiled its body and flicked its tongue at Yi Xiuyu. He then exerted his strength and pounced towards Yi Xiuyu. With no ghostly figures lurking in the shadows, Yi Xiuyu could finally focus most of his attention on the 2-headed fire python. At this moment, a bold idea arose in Yi Xiuyu's mind.
His purpose in coming to the Gate of Beasts was to hunt ferocious beasts and accumulate supernatural power points.
He had been complaining that the search for ferocious beasts was too inefficient. Now that his body is stained with beast-attracting powder,
why not take this opportunity to hunt down a few more ferocious beasts?
Yi Xiuyu pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. This was a rare opportunity, and if he missed it, he feared he would never encounter it again.
Let's do it!
Faced with the menacing 2-headed fire python, Yi Xiuyu did not choose to run away, but instead went to meet it head-on.
Boom! The right fist, infused with dimensional blades, slammed into the head of the 2-headed fire python.
The 2-headed fire python's heads instantly flew apart, scales flying off and blood spurting out.
Awoo!
The 2-headed fire python, in pain, let out a series of miserable cries. With a turn of its body, it surrounded Yi Xiuyu. The hard, chilling scales were pressed together. It produced a series of metallic scraping sounds. The 2-headed fire python's thick body quickly enveloped Yi Xiuyu.
Judging from their posture, they actually wanted to squeeze him into a pulp.
Yi Xiuyu stepped on the body of the 2-headed fire python and escaped the danger in a few flashes. He casually summoned a massive dimensional blade several meters long. He manipulated it to slash at the 2-headed fire python. Having learned its lesson, the 2-headed fire python had already made preparations in advance. It opened its enormous, blood-red maw, and from each of its 2 snake heads, a fiery red elemental orb condensed.
The 2-headed fire python opened its mouth and spat out. 2 fiery red orbs shot out one after the other.
One of them crashed straight into the dimensional slash summoned by Yi Xiuyu.
Bang!
The 2 attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion. A huge crater was blasted into the ground beneath Yi Xiuyu and the 2-headed fire python.
The flashes of the explosion illuminated the night.
In an instant, the surrounding adventurers all turned to look at this place.
This fluctuation. It seems like there are some masters fighting over there.
Everyone was filled with curiosity, but due to the power of the explosion, they did not rush forward. On the other side, Yi Xiuyu's mood also became more serious when he saw that his dimensional slash was blocked.
As expected of a peak 3rd-tier 2-headed fire python, he actually managed to take the next level blade head-on.
Yi Xiuyu was surprised, but his actions were not affected in any way. He had just seen that the 2-headed fire python had summoned more than one fireball. Sure enough, another fireball passed through the dust and smoke kicked up by the attack and hurtled straight toward Yishoyu. Yishoyu dared not be careless, and he decisively activated teleportation. While dodging the fireball, he flashed onto the back of the two-headed fire python.
Spatial confinement.
The two-headed fire python hesitated for a moment.
That one moment could be fatal. Chapter 102: The Hunt.
Yishoyu raised his right fist high and slammed it down hard at the vital spot of the two-headed fire python. The dimensional blade sliced through the fist, cutting through the scales of the two-headed fire python. The attack struck its heart.
A whoa! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream.
The two enormous heads of the two-headed fire python fell limply to the ground.
Bang!
It kicked up a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground. After confirming that the two-headed fire python had stopped breathing, Yishoyu put its corpse into the alternate dimension. Then, he turned his gaze to the ferocious beasts that had been hiding around him. Yishoyu released his spiritual power to sense the 13 ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows. This includes 6 Tier 3 beginner-level beasts, 5 Tier 3 intermediate-level beasts, and 2 Tier 3 advanced-level beasts. Perhaps it was because they feared the oppressive aura emanating from the two-headed fire python.
During the previous battles, these ferocious beasts had not made a move. Now that the two-headed fire python is dead, they are starting to stir again. Yishoyu's eyes lit up. If I can wipe out all these ferocious beasts, along with the previous high-level Tier 3 Armblade Tiger and the peak Tier 3 two-headed fire python, the accumulated ability points should be enough for me to level up again. However, the battle with Ghost Shadow and the two-headed fire python had already depleted most of Yishoyu's supernatural abilities. For safety's sake, he needs to recover his strength before the battle. While keeping a watchful eye on the ferocious beasts around him, Yishoyu mentally commanded the Infinite system. Infinite, help me dissect the corpse of the swift-armed tiger. Yes, host.
The decomposition of the Tier 3 advanced arm-slaying tiger corpse is complete. 2,400 ability points have been awarded.
After successfully dismembering the body of the arm-bladed tiger,
Yishoyu decisively chose to increase the constitution value on the system panel. As his physical fitness improved, he felt a surge of energy, and all his fatigue vanished. The superpower that had already been mostly used up.
It has become full again.
The recovery of his physical strength and superpowers gave Yishoyu a greater sense of security. He quickly spoke to the system in his mind.
Infinite, bring up the system panel for me. Name, Yishoyu.
Level, Tier 3 Beginner.
Special ability, S-rank space type.
Abilities, interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional slash, devouring, spatial imprisonment.
Physical constitution, 18493. Spirit, 15049.
Combat techniques, Bajikwan 8 Extremes Crushing Fist Mastery, Inch Step 4th level, Myriad Manifestations Technique 3rd level, Undying Heavenly Silkworm Skill 3rd level.
Special ability points, 2,240 points.
The addition of points to his physique and the improvement in his Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique level gradually widened the gap between Yishoyu's physique and spirit values. Yishoyu's physical abilities are now almost comparable to those of a peak 3rd tier ferocious beast. However, his mental strength is starting to lag behind his physical strength. This incident caused the power of his abilities to be gradually affected in battles against opponents of higher levels. If his mental strength had been sufficient during the previous battles against Ghost Shadow and the peak 3rd tier two-headed fire python, he probably wouldn't have had such a difficult time. If anyone knew what Yishoyu was thinking, they would definitely want to scold him to his face. He was only at the early stage of the 3rd tier, yet he was able to kill a peak 3rd tier ability user and a ferocious beast that was already a miracle. This is something that countless people dream of but cannot achieve. Now Yishoyu is still complaining that his victory wasn't easy enough.
This idea is absolutely outrageous.
Yishoyu put aside those thoughts and sighed inwardly. It seems that the level of this myriad manifestations technique also needs to be upgraded as soon as possible.
Superpower points. Superpower points. It's still a special ability point.
Whether it's improving the quality of spatial abilities, raising their level, or advancing the realm of cultivation techniques, all of these require a large number of ability points. Having gotten used to system upgrades, Yishoyu could no longer accept gradual, step-by-step improvements. Thinking of this, he looked around at the ferocious beasts.
This is no ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts were like a treasure trove to Yishoyu. Boom!
Yishoyu stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Using the momentum, it suddenly leaped forward and charged towards the nearest Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, the grass serpent. When he arrived in front of the ferocious beast, Yi Xiuyu could still see a trace of confusion in the eyes of the grass snake. It seemed completely unprepared for this tiny human, already surrounded by them, to dare to launch an attack on it. The grass snake hesitated for only a moment.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiuyu's right fist landed on its body.
The grass snake didn't even have time to scream before it stopped breathing.
1.
After skillfully storing the grass snake's corpse into his alternate dimension, Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but feel a sense of gankai, a feeling of mixed emotions, often including nostalgia or regret. Tier 3, low-level ferocious beast. He could defeat the enemy before he left the magic university.
But it's absolutely impossible to achieve such an easy, instant kill as it does now.
It is obvious that Yi Xiuyu's strength has undergone a complete transformation compared to before.
I wonder what Master and Teacher Mu will think when they see my current strength.
Yi Xiuyu put away his ulterior motives and turned his gaze to the other ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows.
Get to work.
Whoosh!
Yi Xiuyu's figure vanished into thin air in an instant.
Then, the screams of ferocious beasts began to echo continuously through the forest. At this moment, a group of people stopped not far from Yi Xiuyu. One of them leaned close to the leader and asked in a low voice,
"Big brother, should we still go over there?"
The leader pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, judging from the situation, that expert is probably hunting ferocious beasts.
Let's not disturb him for now.
Everyone, let's rest here and check the situation after this hunt is over. I really don't know which powerful figure is hunting ferocious beasts here." After making a sigh, the leader casually found a place to sit down and rest. Similar scenes have been repeated several times in this area. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a black trenchcoat looked indifferently at the person he was carrying.
He said in a sinister tone, "You don't know? Then you can go die."
He gently pried it open with his right hand.
Snap!
A soft cracking sound was heard, and the man in the man's hand gradually lost focus and stopped breathing. He casually tossed the body aside, saying with a look of disgust,
"What a piece of trash.
The superpowered individuals in Shanghai are nothing special. I hope Yi Xiuyu, whom Song Yuanshan mentioned, can give me a little surprise." The man's figure slowly disappeared into the air, as if he had never existed. Only the corpse lying on the ground seemed to be silently telling the story of what had happened here.
Chapter 103: An invitation from Song Chai of the Beast God Society. Intermediate level of the Secret Realm.
Yi Xiuyu worked all night. In the end, they killed 2 high-level 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, 8 mid-level 3rd-tier ferocious beasts and 6 low-level 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Although a few still managed to escape in the end. But to achieve such results in just one night was far beyond Yi Xiuyu's expectations. Yi Xiuyu was the first to upgrade the level of the Myriad Manifestations technique. After entering the 4th level of the Myriad Manifestations technique, his mental strength reached 16,893 points. After his mental strength was enhanced, the power of all of Yi Xiuyu's space-based skills was greatly increased. If we encounter a 2-headed fire python at the peak of the 3rd tier again, Yi Xiuyu was confident that he could sever its head with the dimensional blade. He forcibly suppressed the urge to continue improving his mental strength and saved the remaining ability points.
He currently has approximately 28,000 ability points remaining.
Yi Xiuyu did not rush to use these ability points to improve his cultivation level. After all, with his current strength, he could practically roam freely in this area of the 3rd-tier Alien Beast Gate's secret realm. He could use these ability points to restore his stamina and improve his ability to fight continuously while leveling up. In this way, it can maintain a longer battery life.
Phew! We've rested enough, it's time to continue hunting ferocious beasts.
Yi Xiuyu got up from the rock, and just as he was about to head towards the advanced area, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
He was a man wearing a black trench coat.
The man looked at Yi Xiuyu with barely concealed excitement in his eyes.
His spirit is like a rainbow, he's truly a promising talent.
Kid, come with me. Yi Xiuyu's muscles tensed. He felt an extremely strong pressure emanating from the man in black before him.
He narrowed his eyes and asked in a serious tone, "Who are you?"
Ha 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 ha. The man laughed a few times and said, "I am Song Chai, a 5-star protector of the Beast God Society. Your physical body is quite good, kid. You can join my Beast God Society."
Song Chai's expression appeared calm, but in reality, a raging storm was brewing within him.
The Beast God Society possesses a secret combat technique called the Aura Observation Technique. The art of observing Qi has almost no barriers to entry, and its function is very simple, only used to observe the strength of a person's Qi and blood. The people of Earth have always revered supernatural abilities, and physical cultivation is not the mainstream. Therefore, the art of observing Qi was not popular. But for the Beast God Society, the situation is quite the opposite. The members of the Beast God Society are almost all physical cultivators. Their standard for judging strength is not cultivation level, but the strength of their Qi and blood. Therefore, the art of observing Qi is almost a mandatory combat skill for members of the Beast God Society. The moment Song Chai saw Yi Xiuyu, he used his Qi observation technique to check the strength of his Qi and blood. His blood and Qi strength has reached the peak of the 3rd rank. However, Yi Xiuyu's cultivation level was only at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. For an ordinary awakened being, their cultivation level will far exceed their blood and Qi strength level. However, Yi Xiuyu's situation was completely the opposite. This can only mean one thing: Yi Xiuyu's physical strength is extremely formidable. Once he cultivates the Beast God Society's body refining secret technique, his own strength will likely increase rapidly. As long as Song Chai can successfully bring Yi Xiuyu back to the Beast God Society, he will then be sure to receive a huge reward. Unlike Song Chai's excitement, Yi Xiuyu's mood was unusually solemn at this moment. The Beast God Society. The man before me is actually a member of the Beast God Society. Didn't this cult disappear from China a long time ago? Why did it suddenly reappear? About a decade or so ago, the Beast God Society stirred up a huge storm in China. The former president of the Beast God Society had reached the advanced level of the 9th rank. It is said that he once fought against 6 opponents single-handedly, resisting the combined attack of 6 masters of the same level. Although he ultimately lost, in that battle, of the 6 masters who had besieged him, 2 died, 1 was crippled, and 3 were injured. The reason he was able to achieve such a brutal record was, it was precisely because he defied the heavens and transplanted parts of a ferocious beast into his own body. On Earth, humans and ferocious beasts cannot coexist. It was the leader of the Beast God Society who committed such a heinous act, which led to the hunting down of the Beast God Society by the masses. Later, China issued a kill order against the Beast God Society, which was defined as a cult and was almost completely eradicated. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years have passed. The Beast God Society has surprisingly resurfaced. Yi Xiuyu felt unusually heavy-hearted. He had a pretty good idea of why Song Chai had come to him. Not everyone is a suitable candidate for transplanting the bones of ferocious beasts. To ensure optimal integration, the recipient's physical strength must far exceed that of an average person. The reason Song Chai approached him was probably because of his powerful physique. However, Yi Xiuyu had no intention of leaving with Song Chai. Putting aside the fact that he had already joined the Magic University, even if he were just someone without a background, he wouldn't want to turn himself into a half-human, half-beast. Although the leader of the Beast God Guild possessed astonishing combat power. But Yi Xiuyu was a man with a system by his side. He had absolutely no need to enhance his combat power by transplanting the bones of ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said to Song Chai in a deep voice, "Sorry, I'm already a student at Magic University and I don't plan to join the Beast God Society." Yi Xiuyu specifically mentioned the Magic University in order to intimidate Song Chai. Unexpectedly, after hearing Yi Xiuyu mention the Demon University, Song Chai, he gave a cold laugh and said, "Devil? They're just a bunch of pedantic bookworms. You think you can intimidate me with them? You're dreaming. I'm not discussing this with you. You'd better leave on your own, or you'll force me to take action." Phew. Seeing this, Yi Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief and said with some helplessness, "Okay, I'll go with you." Song Chai nodded with great satisfaction and said, "That's right, you're very sensible. This is good for both of us. Let's go." He had barely finished speaking when, suddenly, Yi Xiuyu vanished from the spot. Teleportation? Song Chai was stunned for a moment. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "I originally thought you were a smart person. Since you're so stubborn, I'll just have to teach you a lesson." After he finished speaking, in a few flashes, the person had already arrived behind Yi Xiuyu. Yi Xiuyu sensed the astonishing aura behind him and was filled with shock. Such speed! I used teleportation several times in a row. Unexpectedly, Song Chai caught up with them in the blink of an eye. Fourth order? No, fifth order. Yi Xiuyu secretly speculated in his heart.
This Song Chai is at least a 5th level expert. What to do?
Yi Xiuyu began to feel anxious. Hunted by a 5th tier expert.
This situation looks rather ominous. Chapter 104. Yi Xiuyu falls into a desperate situation.
Song Chai blocked Yi Xiuyu's path and asked indifferently, "Kid, put away those clever ideas in your head.
In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me."
Yi Xiuyu said with a solemn expression.
"I am a student at Magic University, and my master is Feng Chen. Feng Chen is Mr. Feng's real name."
Now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to try his luck by revealing his background.
Feng Chen?
Upon hearing this name, a hint of seriousness flashed in Song Chai's eyes. As a member of the Beast God Society's Shanghai branch, Song Chai naturally knew what the name Feng Chen meant.
Although Feng Chen's strength is not particularly outstanding at Magic University.
But this old guy's level of danger is almost among the top 3 most dangerous people in the Magic University.
Because Feng Chen is an 8th level Grandmaster of the space system.
Spatial ability users possess extremely strong escape skills. Once you've made an enemy of them, you must constantly guard against their sneak attacks. Therefore, high-level spatial ability users are generally considered to be among the least desirable individuals to provoke.
Song Chai's inner struggle lasted only a moment. His eyes had already regained their firmness.
Yi Xiuyu's physical talent was the strongest he had ever seen in all these years. If we capture him and hand him over to the higher-ups, they will surely reward him.
By then, let alone just Feng Chen. Even if the entire Magic University were to mobilize. What does Song Chai have to fear? Humph. Song Chai sneered. "Kid, do you think I'll be afraid just because you mentioned Feng Chen's name? Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll have no choice but to capture you myself."
After Song Chai finished speaking, he transformed his palm into claws.
It reached straight for Yi Xiuyu. To prevent Yi Xiuyu from escaping again using teleportation, Song Chai deliberately used his mental power to lock onto the space around Yi Xiuyu.
Yi Xiuyu's expression changed.
Song Chai's level is at least at the advanced 5th rank, and the level difference between him and himself is too great. After being locked onto by Song Chai's mental power, Yi Xiuyu can no longer use teleportation at will.
Faced with Song Chai's ferocious claw strike, Yi Xiuyu no longer held back. He used his remaining ability points without hesitation to upgrade his level. Consuming 20,000 ability points, the host's cultivation level has increased to the intermediate stage of the 3rd tier.
"Break it!"
Yi Xiuyu roared and swung his fist to meet Song Chai's claw.
Boom!
The moment their fists and claws collided, a visible shockwave emanated outwards from where Yi Xiuyu and Song Chai were fighting.
The trees around the two were pulverized by the violent shockwave.
Yi Xiuyu's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater.
Flying dust. It enveloped Yi Xiuyu completely.
With a whoosh, a dark figure darted out of the dust and disappeared into the surrounding woods.
Ha!
Looking at Yi Xiuyu, who was unharmed and full of energy, Song Chai couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Although he only used less than 10% of his strength in that attack. But even a low-level 4th tier ability user, they couldn't easily withstand that attack either. Even if Yi Xiuyu made a breakthrough at the last minute, his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. Yi Xiuyu was able to withstand that attack unscathed.
This is enough to prove just how powerful his physical body is. Song Chai's eyes gradually became burning.
"Yi Xiuyu, I'm going to have him." He flashed away and chased after the direction where Yi Xiuyu had disappeared.
What to do?
Yi Xiuyu felt the approaching presence behind him, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead.
The gap between himself and Song Chai. It's so big.
Even if he used his remaining ability points to increase his level, he was still no match for Song Chai. If things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before Song Chai catches us.
Yi Xiuyu checked the remaining ability points. I finally made up my mind.
Although his 8,000 plus ability points were insufficient to further increase his cultivation level.
However, it can allow his Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique to advance even further.
Yi Xiuyu knew in his heart that even if he successfully stepped into the 4th level of his Undying Heavenly Silkworm technique, it would still be a disaster. He was no match for Song Chai, but he didn't want to give up so easily.
During the time Yi Xiuyu was pondering, Song Chai has caught up.
"Kid, I advise you not to waste your energy.
You absolutely can't escape.
Song Chai's voice carried a hint of determination. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck Yi Xiuyu with another palm strike. This palm strike was even more powerful than the previous claw strike. Yi Xiuyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. With a flick of his wrist, a jade pendant with a dragon pattern appeared in his palm. He decisively channeled his supernatural power into the jade pendant. Then, a yellowish-brown protective shield enveloped him. Bang! Song Chai's palm strike didn't even cause a ripple after hitting the protective shield. Song Chai raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat surprised. A Xian-grade defensive magical artifact? Emoda is really willing to spend that much. The power of his palm strike just now was almost at the advanced level of the 4th rank. The protective shield activated by the jade pendant could block that palm strike. Its rank is undoubtedly Xian level. However, Song Chai looked at Yi Xiuyu and said with a half smile, "You don't actually think you can stop me with just a Xian-ranked defensive magical artifact, do you?" Yi Xiuyu ignored Song Chai's taunts. He took out a glass bottle containing the essence blood of a peak-level 3rd tier 2-headed fire python. After surviving the assassination attempt by the shadow of the hidden assassins, a sense of vigilance also arose in Yi Xiuyu's heart. The essence blood of this 2-headed fire python. It was one of the trump cards he kept for himself. His undying heavenly silkworm technique has already reached the 3rd level. As long as he has enough supernatural points and the essence blood of ferocious beasts, he can step into the 4th level at any time. Once Yi Xiuyu successfully cultivates the undying heavenly silkworm technique to the 4th level, then his strength will definitely be greatly improved. However, using the essence blood of a peak-level 3rd tier 2-headed fire python to establish the foundation for the 4th level of the undying heavenly silkworm technique, this is absolutely a very bad choice. However, given the urgency of the situation, Yi Xiuyu couldn't afford to worry about anything else right now. Boom! Snap! Seeing that Song Chai had begun to attack the protective shield with all his might, Yi Xiuyu finally stopped hesitating and crushed the glass bottle in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he activated the undying heavenly silkworm technique and began absorbing the essence and blood of the 2-headed fire python. White silk threads flowed from Yi Xiuyu's body, completely enveloping him. This is? Upon seeing the white silk sphere encasing Yi Xiuyu, Song Chai, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In Song Chai's perception, Yi Xiuyu's blood and chi power actually began to subtly increase. How is that possible? Chapter 105, Refining the Blood of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix God, breaking through to the 4th level of the undying heavenly silkworm technique. Song Chai stopped his attack. He arrived directly in front of the silkworm white sphere, released his mental energy, and carefully sensed it for a while. A look of shock flashed across Song Chai's eyes. Yi Xiuyu's blood and chi power is indeed getting stronger. Moreover, it is rapidly becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although his cultivation level did not break through, his blood and chi power continued to increase. Could it be? Recalling Yi Xiuyu's earlier action of crushing the glass bottle, Song Chai quickly realized what was happening. Breakthrough in body refinement technique. That's right, this should be the body refining technique that Yi Xiuyu has been practicing. He has broken through to a higher realm. As a member of the Beast God Society, Song Chai had seen a large number of body refining techniques, including many S-rank and even SS-rank body forging combat skills. But he had never heard of any body refining technique that could make his physical strength more than 10 times greater than his own level, just like the one Yi Xiuyu practiced. Even the ultimate technique of the Beast God Society, the SSS level combat skill, Beast God Transformation, cannot achieve this. If I could obtain Yi Xiuyu's body refining combat technique, my strength would definitely increase several times over. Thinking of this, a hint of fervor appeared in Song Chai's eyes. Just as Song Chai was lost in his fantasies, the aura within the white silk sphere suddenly began to wane. What's going on? Song Chai was a little stunned. Judging from the momentum just now, this breakthrough shouldn't have ended so quickly. What this kid just took out should only be the essence blood of a low-level ferocious beast. Could it be that there isn't enough energy for body training? Thinking about this, Song Chai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The fact that Yi Xiuyu uses the essence blood of low-level ferocious beasts to build a foundation for his body-tempering combat skills is ultimately because of him. It was precisely because he exerted too much pressure on Yi Xiuyu that, left with no other choice, Yi Xiuyu decided to break through on the spot. Hey! This is troublesome. This Yi Xiuyu is an unparalleled genius in body refinement. If the higher-ups found out that it was because of Song Chai that Yi Shouyu had to use the essence blood of a low-level ferocious beast to build the foundation of his body refining technique,
he's probably in deep trouble now. There's no other way. Song Chai took out a transparent bottle.
Inside the bottle was a lump of black liquid, from which a faint, extremely violent aura emanated.
Song Chai gritted his teeth and crushed the bottle in one swift motion. Splash!
The black liquid floated in Song Chai's palm, churning and rolling, seemingly trying to break free.
Snort! Song Chai sneered. As his supernatural power surged forth, the black liquid gradually calmed down.
Song Chai activated his supernatural power with his right hand, guiding the black liquid onto the white silk sphere. Subsequently, Yi Shouyu's blood and chi began to rise steadily again. Song Chai was both excited and heartbroken as he watched. He was thrilled to have found such a brilliant talent for the organization, and he was sure to receive a huge reward. It's heartbreaking that, in order to help Yi Shouyu break through, he sacrificed his 7th grade divine blood. This 7th grade precious blood is one of the special products of the Beast God Society.
It is divine blood obtained by using special methods to purify the essence of ferocious beasts a second time.
The 7th grade divine blood that Song Chai used on Yi Shouyu was extracted from the essence blood of the 7th tier Peak 9 Netherworld Phoenix.
Its true value even far exceeds that of the essence blood of a peak 8th tier ferocious beast.
This was something Song Chai went through a lot of trouble to get, but unexpectedly it ended up benefiting Yi Shouyu. Fortunately, as long as he can successfully bring Yi Shouyu back, the reward he can obtain will definitely far exceed this 7th grade divine blood.
Thinking about it this way, Song Chai's heartache lessened a bit.
As time passed, the violent blood energy in Yi Shouyu's body gradually calmed down. Song Chai knew that they had reached the final step. If Yi Shouyu can pull through, then his body refining technique will have successfully broken through.
Song Chai's breathing became lighter. This area seemed to have quieted down.
After an unknown amount of time, a loud bang was heard, and the silk that had been enveloping Yi Shouyu shattered. Countless fragments of white silkworm silk shot out in all directions. Swish swish. With a casual wave of his hand, Song Chai created a golden protective shield in front of him. The protective shield deflected the rapidly approaching fragments.
They blocked them all.
Then, Yi Shouyu's figure finally reappeared in Song Chai's sight. His eyes were closed, and his clothes were torn at some point.
There were faint traces of bluish-brown scales on his strong chest.
From his thin body,
Song Chai vaguely sensed an extremely violent power.
He stretched out his right hand, grabbed at the air, and a small stone flew between his thumb and forefinger.
Then, Song Chai flicked his index finger.
Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp and rapid whooshing sound.
The small stone pierced through the air and slammed into Yi Shouyu's chest. Bang!
The small stone shattered into powder instantly.
Now look at Yi Shouyu's body. There wasn't a single scratch left on it.
Upon seeing this scene, a look of shock flashed in Song Chai's eyes.
A level 4, low-level attack can't even break through this kid's defense?
After the initial shock, Song Chai's gaze towards Yi Shouyu gradually became more intense. I never expected to encounter such a genius during my trip to Shanghai.
Just as he was sighing inwardly,
suddenly, Yi Shouyu opened his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Shouyu threw a punch at Song Chai.
Ha ha ha.
Song Chai laughed loudly, raised his right hand, and met Yi Shouyu's fist.
Boom!
Song Chai's supernatural power, carrying rubble, transformed into sharp swords and shot towards Yi Shouyu continuously. Although Yi Shouyu had used all his strength, employing the inch step technique to dodge. However, some of the rubble still grazed his body, leaving streaks of blood.
Still not working?
Yi Shouyu felt a sense of powerlessness. The difference in strength between him and Song Chai was simply too great. Even though his cultivation level had already reached the mid-3rd tier, and the undying heavenly silkworm technique had entered the 4th level. But he was still no match for Song Chai. Just as Yi Shouyu was in despair, a slightly mocking voice suddenly rang out behind him.
Song Chai, aren't you ashamed to be hiding here and bullying the younger generation?
Yi Shouyu only felt a blur before his eyes. A broad and kind figure appeared before him.
That back view, it seems a little familiar.
Just as Yi Shouyu was wondering what was going on, the man suddenly turned around and gave Yi Shouyu a hearty laugh.
Young brother Yi, we meet again.
Upon seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Shouyu's face showed a hint of surprise.
The person who arrived was none other than Lu Wanwen from the Spirit Alliance. Chapter 106 Song Chai's Beastly Transformation, Lu Wanwen's Crisis.
A hint of joy appeared on Yi Shouyu's face.
Lu Wanwan casually gave me a low-level Xian rank spiritual weapon, so his strength must be quite high.
As he was thinking, he heard Lu Wanwan say, "Let's catch up later, I need to take care of what's at hand." He turned and looked at Song Chai opposite him.
Song Chai, you managed to escape last time, but I never expected you would dare to come to Shanghai again?
Upon hearing this, a hint of apprehension flashed in Song Chai's eyes.
Lu Wanwan, last time it was just a moment of carelessness on my part. Do you really think that I, Song Chai, am afraid of you?
Song Chai's attitude appeared forceful, but his words subtly revealed a hint of bravado masking underlying weakness.
It seems he is quite wary of Lu Wanwan. Snort!
Lu Wanwan snorted coldly and said, "Whether you're afraid of me or not is not important. However, you've caused trouble in Shanghai time and time again."
Do you really think my spirit alliance is helpless? Faced with Lu Wanwan's aggressive questioning,
a surge of anger rose in Song Chai's heart. If he fails to bring Yi Shouyu back, he will not only lose the 7th grade divine blood of the 9 Nether Phoenix for nothing, but he will also face punishment from his superiors.
He absolutely could not accept this consequence.
A ruthless glint flashed in Song Chai's eyes.
Lu Wanwan, I don't want to fight you today. Don't force me.
The smile on Lu Wanwan's face vanished instantly, and he said in a flat tone,
I'm forcing you, so what are you going to do about it? You're asking for it.
Song Chai's aura erupted instantly, and a high-level 5th-tier aura emanated from him.
Lu Wanwan's expression remained unchanged.
He took 2 steps forward, and an aura belonging to a 5th-level advanced ability user also erupted from his body.
Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Song Chai,
Yi Shouyu's expression became more serious. Judging from the looks of it, Song Chai probably only used less than 1/10 of his strength when he fought me before.
If Song Chai had gone all out from the start, I probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single move.
As Yi Shouyu was thinking, he suddenly felt a power surge through his body. They carried him away from the center of the battlefield. Before he could figure out what was going on, Lu Wanwan's voice rang in his ears. "Brother Yi, once we start fighting, I'm afraid I won't have time to look after you. You should stay away from the battle for now. Brother Lu, be careful." After giving a word of advice, Yi Shouyu looked at Song Chai in the distance. Seeing that Yi Shouyu had moved away from the center of the battlefield, Song Chai breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a master like Lu Wanwan, he couldn't hold back.
If he accidentally injured Yi Shouyu, it would be a huge loss.
Fire burst fist. With a roar from Song Chai, a large amount of flames surged from his body, gathering into a thick layer of flame armor on his right arm.
An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the fiery armor. This fire burst fist is one of his signature moves. Knowing Lu Wanwan's strength, Song Chai did not test him further and immediately launched a killing move.
He transformed directly into a red flame.
He charged towards Lu Wanwan.
As Lu Wanwan watched Song Chai's astonishingly powerful attack, his expression also became more serious. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground. A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from beneath Lu Wanwan's feet and into the earth, mixing with the soil to form a formidable earth dragon. Roar! The earth dragon roared to the sky and leaped towards Song Chai.
Boom! A huge crater was blasted out at the center of their fight.
All the trees within the area affected by the aftershocks were pulverized and dissolved into the air.
Yi Shouyu sensed the two imposing figures. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So strong.
As expected of a 5th-tier advanced expert, if I hadn't withdrawn in time, the aftershocks of this fight alone would have been enough to seriously injure him.
Boom boom boom.
The continuous explosions came from the place where Lu Wanwan and Song Chai were fighting. Because of the sheer scale of their fight, it quickly attracted the attention of other ability users in the vicinity. Yi Shouyu sensed that at least 3 peak-level 3rd-tier ability users were hiding in the shadows.
Although these people didn't seem to intend to make a move.
But Yi Shouyu did not dare to let his guard down. He perked up, watching the fight while keeping an eye on the actions of those people.
Bang! As the two figures collided,
Lu Wanwan and Song Chai were both sent flying backwards. At this moment, Song Chai had several more wounds on his body, and Lu Wanwan's breathing was also a bit heavier.
Pooh!
Song Chai spat out a mouthful of blood, staring fiercely at Lu Wanwan opposite him.
Lu Wanwan, you forced me to this. Beast transformation.
With a loud shout from Song Chai, his entire body suddenly began to swell up. A large amount of yellow hair gushed out from his body, almost covering his entire body. What shocked Yi Shouyu even more was that Song Chai's head had actually turned into a beast's head. If Song Chai hadn't maintained his hind legs, Yi Shouyu would have thought he was a ferocious beast.
What is this?
Yi Shouyu frowned, somewhat bewildered. Even among beast-type ability users, none have transformed to this extent.
Seeing Song Chai's appearance,
a look of shock flashed in Lu Wanwen's eyes.
This is the beast transformation of the Beast God Society?
Only the Beast God, who was infamous throughout China back then, could have achieved such a level of beastification. Even those with superpowers are still human, and as human beings, they are capable of both good and evil. The Spirit Alliance was created in order to save those with superpowers who have gone astray.
Members of the Spirit Alliance organization.
They have always taken it upon themselves to vanquish evil spirits and exorcise demons. If we're talking about evil organizations, the Beast God Society.
He is definitely one of the most powerful ones. However, in that battle, the Beast God Society was almost completely wiped out.
Since then, the Beast God has disappeared from the land of China and has never appeared again.
Lu Wanwen's inspection of the Gate of Beasts was due to rumors that the Beast God would reappear in China. Lu Wanwen has been investigating for over a month but hasn't found a single clue.
Unexpectedly, this Song Chai was one of the members of the Beast God Society.
He. After giving Lu Wanwen a few strange laughs, Song Chai said,
"Use your blood to proclaim the return of the Beast God Society." As soon as Song Chai finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he was already in front of Lu Wanwen.
"Go to hell."
With a sinister grin on his face, he slammed his completely beast-like right hand down hard towards Lu Wanwen's chest.
Such speed! Lu Wanwen's expression instantly turned serious.
With a wave of his right hand, a thick earthen wall appeared in front of him.
Boom!
The earthen wall lasted only a moment before it shattered. Fortunately, Lu Wanwen had taken advantage of this time to retreat and create some distance between himself and Song Chai. However, although Lu Wanwen is safe for the time being,
but inside the venue,
the balance of power has shifted.
Chapter 107 Yi Shouyu launches a sneak attack, Song Chai is defeated and flees. Phew, Lu Wanwen took a deep breath.
After Song Chai entered his beast form, his strength was already very close to the peak of the 5th rank. With Lu Wanwen's strength, he was no match for Song Chai in his beast form.
Fortunately, the beast form has a time limit.
The only way to defeat him is to wait for Song Chai to revert to his beast form. Lu Wanwen was determined to stall for time, but Song Chai had no intention of giving him that chance. His attacks rained down on Lu Wanwen like a storm. Seeing that Lu Wanwen was about to collapse, a sense of anxiety welled up in Yi Shouyu's heart. If Lu Wanwen loses, then he is destined to fall into Song Chai's clutches as well.
We absolutely cannot just sit here and wait to die.
A thought arose in Yi Shouyu's mind. He was going to step in and help Lu Wanwen defeat Song Chai. However, Yi Shouyu was very clear in his heart that he had no right to participate in the main battle.
He could only try to create some opportunities for Lu Wanwen from the sidelines.
Yi Shouyu could only rely on one thing: spatial confinement.
If he can use spatial confinement to control Song Chai for even a moment, Lu Wanwen will have a chance to turn the tide.
However, with his mental strength at around the peak of the 3rd tier, if he wanted to control Song Chai, a 5th tier advanced cultivator, for even a moment, he would probably have to pay a considerable price.
I can't worry about that anymore. Seeing Lu Wanwen escape death once again, Yi Shouyu finally made up his mind.
At the same time, Song Chai's triumphant laughter echoed from mid-air.
Ha 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 ha. Lu Wanwen, you're dead. Blazing palm.
Just as Song Chai was about to strike out with his palm,
a glint of light flashed in Yi Shouyu's eyes. Now. Teleportation.
Yi Shouyu flashed behind Song Chai. In his blind spot, a right hand stretched out towards him from afar.
Spatial confinement.
Just as Lu Wanwen was preparing to fight back, he saw Song Chai suddenly freeze for a moment.
Although he did not know the reason.
But Lu Wanwen was not about to miss such a golden opportunity. He seized the opportunity and unleashed all his remaining supernatural abilities, launching a full-force attack on Song Chai.
Earthquake and rockfall. Countless pebbles flew up from beneath Lu Wanwen's feet, hurtling towards Song Chai. Put.
Just as Song Chai broke free from the spatial confinement, Yi Shouyu felt a sweet taste in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground.
Huff, huff.
Yi Shouyu gasped for breath, his heart filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, he only controlled Song Chai for a moment, almost exhausting all the mental energy in his mind. But his efforts were clearly worthwhile. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to change the course of the battle. Just as Song Chai broke free from the spatial confinement, the earth-flowing stones summoned by Lu Wanwen arrived before him. He had no time to dodge and was caught off guard by the oncoming pebbles.
Bang 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 bang.
Countless pebbles struck Song Chai, producing a series of low, resounding impacts.
The blonde hair on his body quickly shrank back into his body.
Clearly, after being hit head-on by Lu Wanwen's earth slide attack, Song Chai could no longer maintain his beast form. In just a moment, Song Chai went from having the upper hand to being seriously injured.
Put.
Song Chai coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and glared fiercely at Lu Wanwen. Then, with a few flashes, he dashed off into the distance. From afar, only his furious voice could be heard. Lu Wanwen, this isn't over. After Song Chai left,
Lu Wanwen plopped down on his seat.
Huff, huff. He took out a milky white bottle from his spatial ring, poured out a few pills, and popped them into his mouth. Lu Wanwen activated his internal supernatural power and began to absorb the effects of the medicine.
After a while,
his paleness improved somewhat. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a hint of relief still in his eyes. If Song Chai hadn't been momentarily stunned by that final blow, he would likely have met with dire consequences in today's battle. At this moment, Lu Wanwen had some doubts in his mind. The battle had been too intense, and he hadn't noticed what had happened to Song Chai.
Never mind. Lu Wanwen shook his head.
The most important thing right now is to report the news of the Beast God Society's official appearance to the higher-ups of the Spirit Alliance. Lu Wanlin got up from the ground, looked around, and found Yi Shouyu.
However, when he arrived in front of Yi Shouyu,
I then noticed that his face had become extremely pale for some reason.
Young Master Yi, what's going on here?
It's nothing. Yi Shouyu waved his hand. I suffered some internal injuries when I fought Song Chai earlier.
Lu Wanwen frowned. He remembered when he first met Yi Shouyu. His energetic appearance didn't suggest he had suffered any hidden injuries. However, Lu Wanwen did not press the matter further. He said to Yi Shouyu, "Brother, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. If we have the chance in the future, let's have another good meal of red prawns." As Lu Wanwen spoke, he couldn't help but swallow. However, he knew what was important and that now was not the time to indulge in food. Goodbye. Lu Wanwen bowed to Yi Shouyu.
Then, with a few flashes, he left the place.
Phew.
Yi Shouyu breathed a long sigh of relief.
It seems that Lu Wanwen was unaware that he had secretly helped Lu Wanwen. That's a good thing. Otherwise, he would have to go through all that trouble.
Yi Shouyu looked around. He had originally planned to hunt the ferocious beasts here for a while longer. However, after experiencing assassination attempts by Ghost Shadow of the Hidden Assassins Society and attacks by Song Chai of the Beast God Society, in Yi Shouyu's heart, a sense of crisis also arose. We can't stay here any longer. Currently, he is suffering from mental trauma, and the power points from the infinite system are almost completely depleted. He has no way to recover in a short time, and if he stays there any longer, he might encounter some danger. Yi Shouyu determined the direction. Then, he got up and slowly made his way towards the exit. After leaving the secret realm, Yi Shouyu immediately called Elder Phone. Beep, beep. Hey, little leaf, you're back? Master. Yi Shouyu said weakly, I'm injured.
Master, could you arrange for someone to come and pick me up?
He could return to the Magic University on his own, but he was worried that the Beast God would send more people over. After much deliberation, Yi Shouyu decided to have his master, Elder Phone, send someone over.
What? What happened? Why are you injured? Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you when I get back. Where are you? I'll send someone over right away. Chapter 108 Old Master Feng's Fury, Yi Shouyu settles the mission. Phew. After hanging up the phone,
Yi Shouyu breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment, his tense mood finally relaxed a bit. Yi Shouyu stood there at the entrance of the supply base hall.
Quietly wait for the arrival of the people sent by Elder Phone.
A few minutes later, a familiar portal of light suddenly appeared before him.
This.
Yi Shouyu was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he saw Old Phone walk out of the light gate. Master, why did you come in person? He asked, his tone filled with surprise. Yi Shouyu had no idea that Elder Phone would come to pick him up in person. Old Phone didn't speak, but grabbed Yi Shouyu's wrist, and then a look of seriousness appeared in his eyes.
Master. Yi Xiuyu was about to explain. Old Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back. This isn't the place to talk." Okay. Yi Xiuyu nodded and followed Elder Feng into the teleportation portal. After following Elder Feng and passing through several teleportation portals, Yi Xiuyu finally returned to the familiar courtyard. However, before he could even relax, he heard Old Feng ask anxiously, "I see that your mental strength is severely damaged. What happened?" "Hi." Yi Xiuyu sighed and recounted his experiences along the way to Old Feng, word for word. "The Beast God Society has resurfaced?" Upon hearing the news of the Beast God Society's reappearance, Elder Feng's expression also became more solemn. Back then, he also participated in the siege of the Beast God Society. It must be said that the strength of that group of demons was indeed quite troublesome. The members of the Beast God Society have extremely strong physical bodies. After transforming into beasts using secret techniques, even ability users of the same level would find it difficult to break through their defenses. It seems they've set their sights on Xiao Yezi because of her abnormal physical body. Yi Xiuyu's physical strength is even stronger than that of those in the Beast God Society who use secret techniques to transform into beasts. Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared in Old Feng's eyes. Those people are all lunatics. Yi Xiuyu being targeted by the Beast God Society is not good news. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Feng gave Yi Xiuyu some instructions. "The Beast God will reappear on the land of China. This is a troublesome matter. Until we completely resolve their issues, there's no need for you to leave Magic University for now." This. Yi Xiuyu instinctively wanted to refuse. However, after considering Song Chai's strength and glancing at Elder Feng's serious expression, he finally nodded helplessly. "I understand, Master. Let's put the Beast God Society aside for now. What's the deal with that assassin from the Hidden Assassins Society?" Yi Xiuyu spread his hands, somewhat speechless, and said, "I don't know either. I've only been at Magic University for a short time and haven't met many people yet. If I had to say who I have a grudge against, that leaves only Wu Xiaokuan from the 3rd grade." Seeing Yi Xiuyu's expression, Old Feng instantly understood that Yi Xiuyu already had someone he suspected. He waved his right hand, isolating his villa from the outside world, and then said, "All right. Now, only the two of us can hear what you're saying. Whom do you suspect?" He, Yi Xiuyu chuckled and said, "Master understands me best. All right, just tell me already." Yi Xiuyu's smile faded, and he spoke in a serious tone. "I suspect Wu Xiaokuan." Old Feng raised an eyebrow. "That Wu Xiaokuan from the Wu family?" "Yes." Yi Xiuyu hesitated for a moment before adding, "There's something I didn't tell you, Master. Wu Xiaokuan once sent people to follow me." Old Feng frowned. "Why are you being followed?" Yi Xiuyu explained helplessly, "It's all because I live in the villa next to Mu Qingwan's. Wu Xiaokuan wanted me to move out, but I didn't agree. Later, before the start of the semester, I left Magic University to gain experience, right?" At this point, a cold look appeared on Yi Xiuyu's face. "It was that time that Wu Xiaokuan sent someone to secretly follow me." Wu Xiaokuan's pursuit of Mu Qingwan. Mr. Feng had also heard some of it. But those were things for the younger generation, and he didn't know much about them. Now, after hearing what Yi Xiuyu said, Old Feng had a general idea of what was going on. Regardless of whether the person who hired the hidden assassins was Wu Xiaokuan, the fact remains that Wu Xiaokuan sent people to harass his apprentice. Ha! Old Feng chuckled coldly to himself. A junior member of the Wu family dared to bully his precious apprentice. Judging from his appearance, he hadn't stretched his muscles in a long time, and the people at the Demon University seemed to have forgotten his name. "All right, I roughly understand what happened to you. The most important thing right now is to heal your injured mental energy." With a flick of his wrist, Old Feng produced a Celadon porcelain bottle in his hand. He handed the blue porcelain bottle to Yi Xiuyu and said, "This contains a soul-gathering pill. Take it when you get back. It will help repair your damaged spiritual power." Yi Xiuyu accepted the porcelain bottle with both hands, and said with a grateful expression, "Thank you, Master." During the battle with Song Chai, he had almost exhausted all the ability points in his system. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu really needs the soul condensing pill. Seeing that Yi Xiuyu had accepted the soul condensing pill, Elder Feng also lifted the spatial seal. "I will personally report the matter of the hidden assassins to the school. They dare to assassinate even students from our Magic University. I think they're tired of living.
There was a hint of murderous intent in Old Feng's tone.
You should go back to the villa first.
Yes, master. After leaving Elder Feng's villa, Yi Shouyu did not go straight home, but instead went to the mission hall of the Magic University. He cannot leave the Demon University to hunt ferocious beasts and accumulate superpower points in the short term. But before leaving Magic University, Yi Shouyu took on quite a few missions.
These tasks can earn you a lot of academic credits.
With academic credits, he can use them to exchange for resources. Then we'll use the system to allocate resources.
You can then obtain ability points.
Thinking of this, Yi Shouyu quickened his pace. At this moment, in the mission hall, many students gathered in twos and threes, choosing missions. Yi Shouyu's arrival did not cause any ripples. Yi Shouyu went straight to the B-level mission area and spoke to the teacher in charge of mission acceptance.
Teacher, I need to check your work.
The inspector raised his hand, pointed to the equipment in front of him, and said, "Swipe your student card here."
Yi Shouyu took out his student card and gently placed it on the device. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice then rang out.
Beep, B+ level mission, kill a peak second tier black-striped giant python.
A B+ level mission? The teacher who was reviewing the task hadn't even had a chance to ask any questions.
Then Yi Shouyu pulled out 2 venomous fangs and handed them to him.
Teacher, these are the fangs of a black-striped python. So, I've completed my mission, right? Chapter 1097 B+ rank missions, everyone shocked.
The teacher in charge of task acceptance is named Ma Pingwen.
Ma Pingwen glanced discreetly at the information on Yi Shouyu's student ID. First-year student, Yi Shouyu.
When he saw this name,
a look of surprise appeared on Ma Pingwen's face. Recently, the name Yi Shouyu has become widely known throughout the entire Magic University.
Despite graduating from a third-rate high school, he won the championship in the Special Ability Martial Arts exam. Shortly after enrolling at Magic University, Yi Shouyu defeated more than a dozen students on the second-year combat power rankings in the freshman competition. This also includes Luo Ying, who ranked second. If Yi Shouyu hadn't suddenly stopped at the last moment, who knows, the number 1 spot on the second-year power ranking might have already changed hands. The idea of a freshman getting first place on the second-year combat power ranking is thrilling. Unfortunately, Yi Shouyu did not continue to challenge Mu Xiao, the number 1 on the second-year combat power ranking. The freshman felt very regretful about this. Even now, they are still discussing who is more powerful, Mu Xiao or Yi Shouyu.
After the freshman competition ended, Yi Shouyu remained silent for less than a month before suddenly appearing in the mission hall.
He accepted 7 B+ level missions and 3 A level missions in one go, and then left Magic University. Even Mu Xiao has only ever accepted a maximum of 3 B+ level missions at a time, which is enough to shock everyone. Yi Shouyu caught 7 of them at once. What happened next was even more shocking. In addition to the 7 B+ level missions, Yi Shouyu also took on 3 A level missions. A level missions are only accepted by third-year university students. Yi Shouyu's acceptance of an A-level mission sparked heated discussions at Magic University. Although he defeated Luo Ying, almost no one believed that Yi Shouyu could actually complete the A-level mission.
Because of the content of an A-level mission. But we need to kill a third-tier ferocious beast.
Even someone as strong as Mu Xiao could only barely manage to exchange blows with a low-level third-tier ferocious beast. He couldn't even defeat it, let alone kill it.
So now inside the Magic University, I wonder how many people are waiting to see Yi Shouyu make a fool of himself.
If those people knew that Yi Shouyu was currently settling accounts in the mission hall, they would probably rush over here without hesitation. Yi Shouyu was unaware of these matters, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Seeing Ma Pingwen staring blankly, he couldn't help but speak up to remind him.
Teacher, is there a problem with my assignment?
Ha!
Ma Pingwen snapped out of his daze. I'm sorry, I'll check right away.
He picked up the black-striped python's fangs, examined them carefully from top to bottom, and then said, "Indeed, peak of the second tier.
Mission accomplished."
After putting away the venomous fangs, Ma Pingwen said to Yi Shouyu, "Student Yi, the credits will be directly deposited into your student card, you."
Wait a moment.
Yi Shouyu suddenly interrupted Ma Wenping. He then pulled out a huge rhinoceros horn, placed it in front of Ma Pingwen, and said,
"Teacher, I have other things here.
Please transfer them to me all at once after you've settled the bill." Ma Pingwen stared in shock at the rhinoceros horn before him.
What is this?
Yi Shouyu said with a smile.
A peak level tier 2 one-horned rhinoceros.
As he explained, he continued to retrieve materials from the ferocious beasts within the alternate dimension.
The claws of a peak second-tier black-feathered eagle. The fangs of a peak second-tier shadow moon demon wolf. In addition to the venomous fangs of the peak second-tier black-striped giant python at the beginning. 7 parts of peak second-tier ferocious beasts, one after another, were placed in a row in front of Ma Penguin. At this moment, the surrounding students were attracted by the commotion.
When they saw the materials of the peak second-tier ferocious beasts neatly arranged on the table, they couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Good heavens, 7 peak-level second-tier ferocious beasts. Really? Didn't you see Teacher Ma's expression? It's definitely true. Isn't Yi Xiuyu a bit too fierce?
Judging from this, Mu Xiao is definitely no match for him.
Hey, don't talk nonsense.
It's just a peak second-tier ferocious beast, it's not like Mu Xiao hasn't killed one before. Open your eyes wide and look carefully, there are 7.
As the discussion grew louder,
more and more students gathered in the mission hall. Every student who came was shocked by the row of ferocious beast materials on the table.
For a moment, even the third-year students in Area A couldn't help but look at Yi Xiuyu. What happened in Area B?
I'm not sure, but it seems like it was that freshman named Yi Xiuyu who completed several B-level missions.
TCH. It's just a B rank mission, what's the big deal?
Brother Chen, that kid completed a B+ level mission. The mission content was to kill peak second-tier ferocious beasts. And he completed 7 in one go.
What? Let's go check it out. Ma Penguin selectively ignored the discussions among the onlookers. He looked at Yi Xiuyu and asked with some uncertainty.
You killed all of these?
Yes. Yi Xiuyu nodded and said, could you please check it together, teacher?
Phew. Ma Penguin forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and began to check one by one. A few minutes later, he put the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's fangs back, let out a long sigh, and said to Yi Xiuyu with difficulty.
The materials are fine.
Yi Xiuyu smiled brightly, then I'll trouble you, teacher, to settle the bill together.
Okay.
Ma Penguin accepted the student card from Yi Xiuyu with mixed feelings. At this moment, in Ma Penguin's eyes, he still had a look of disbelief on his face. Those were 7 ferocious beasts at the peak of the second tier.
How old is Yi Xiuyu? 18.
An 18-year-old freshman has already begun hunting ferocious beasts at the peak of the second tier.
Following this trend. 2 more years? No.
1 year later, Yi Xiuyu might be able to kill a peak third-tier ferocious beast. I never imagined that their magic university could recruit such an unparalleled genius. Ma Penguin suppressed his shock and handed the student card to Yi Xiuyu. Your credits have been credited to your card.
Thank you, teacher.
Yi Xiuyu took the student card, thanked Ma Penguin, and then turned and left the mission hall area B.
Just when the students watching thought Yi Xiuyu was about to leave, he then strode towards Area A. Isn't that the direction of Area A? What is Yi Xiuyu doing in Area A?
Just as everyone was wondering, Yi Xiuyu smiled slightly and said to the teacher in Area A.
Teacher, I'm handing in my assignment.
Chapter 110 Settlement of the 3 major A-level missions, questioning from Senior Wang Chong 3rd year.
The teachers in Area A haven't reacted yet.
Suddenly, Yi Xiuyu pulled out 10 pairs of red-clawed crab claws. And the tails of 10 swamp grass snakes were placed on the table in front of the teacher. The entire mission hall fell silent instantly, and everyone turned to look at Yi Xiuyu with expressions of utter disbelief. Yi Xiuyu ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued speaking to himself. Kill 10 Tier 3 beginner red claw shrimp and 10 Tier 3 beginner swamp grass snakes.
I have completed both of these A-level missions. Could you please check this, teacher?
Huh? Yi Xiuyu's teacher was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, okay, Yi, please wait a moment. Just as the teacher was checking the materials. After regaining their senses, the students who had been watching began to whisper among themselves again.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Those are 20 Tier 3, low-level ferocious beasts.
How exactly did Yi Xiuyu do that? Let alone first-year students, even second-year students can't do it. So, before even half a semester has passed, Yi Xiuyu's strength has already reached this level?
If it hadn't happened right before their eyes, no one would have believed that a freshman who had only recently enrolled could have done such a thing. However, they had no idea that what was about to happen would shatter their understanding. While the teacher was reviewing the materials, Yi Xiuyu took out a pair of bat wings.
A commotion immediately erupted around them. No way. There's more? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. There was only one ferocious beast this time. A small number of students had a glint of shrewdness in their eyes when they saw the pair of bat wings that Yi Shouyu had taken out. Back then, he accepted a total of 3 A rank missions in the mission hall. This includes killing 10 Tier 3, Level 1 red claw crawfish and 10 Tier 3, Level 1 swamp grass snakes. And this last A-level mission. It looks like they killed a mid-tier Tier 3 wolf-headed bat. Could the pair of bat wings that Yi Shouyu took out have come from a mid-level 3rd-tier wolf-headed bat? The teachers in Area A had just finished counting the red swamp crayfish and swamp snakes when they noticed a pair of wolf-headed bat wings on the table. He casually picked up the bat wing. Immediately afterwards, his expression became more serious. The lingering aura of ferocious beasts on the bat wings was even more powerful than that of the red-clawed shrimp and the swampgrass snake. After carefully inspecting it several times, he lowered the bat wings and said in a solemn tone, "These are indeed the wings of a mid-level Tier 3 wolf-headed bat." Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. No one could have imagined that Yi Shouyu would actually succeed in killing a Tier 3 intermediate wolf-headed bat. Just then, a discordant sound suddenly came from the surroundings. "Teacher, I suspect Yi Shouyu cheated." Yi Shouyu raised an eyebrow and saw a thin boy walk out from the crowd. The man's name was Wang Chong, a third-year university student and one of Wu Shaokuan's followers. Wang Chong glanced at Yi Shouyu, then spoke to the teacher. "Teacher Ma, 3 months ago, Yi Shouyu's strength was only at the peak of the 2nd tier. How could he have killed a mid-level 3rd-tier wolf-headed bat all by himself? I demand to see the video of Yi Shouyu killing the ferocious beast." All eyes of the onlookers immediately turned to Wang Chong. To prevent students from cheating when completing tasks, the university does use smart devices to record the entire process of students killing ferocious beasts. However, this video involves students' privacy. Therefore, when accepting assignments, the teachers at Magic University generally do not check them. Unless there are special circumstances. The first scenario is that the teacher responsible for evaluating the task's outcome questions the student's abilities. As for the second type, it is when other students question the abilities of the students who are tasked with completing the task. However, in both of the above situations, this has only happened a handful of times since the founding of Magic University. Because, under normal circumstances, the difficulty of the tasks that students are given is not much different from what everyone is used to. Special cases like Yi Shouyu's are actually very rare. Moreover, it's not that anyone is questioning it. The university will disclose details of the video showing students killing the ferocious beast. Otherwise, if anyone questions the process and the videos of students killing the ferocious beasts are checked, wouldn't the task acceptance process be in complete chaos? In fact, there are quite a few people who secretly suspect Yi Shouyu. After all, Yi Shouyu killing a mid-level Tier 3 wolf-headed bat was far too shocking. But to raise questions directly would be tantamount to slapping Yi Shouyu in the face. Even if this matter is true or false. But Yi Shouyu's talent is beyond doubt. It would be unwise to fall out with such a peerless genius for no reason. Wang Chang's move was also a gamble. After the freshman orientation, almost all the students in the school knew that Yi Shouyu and Wu Shaokuan were at odds. Wang Chong was originally a follower of Wu Shaokuan. By questioning Yi Shouyu to his face, he is now demonstrating his loyalty to Wu Shaokuan. Teacher Ma looked at Wang Chong and asked in a serious tone, "Young man, are you sure you want to watch the video of Yi Shouyu killing the ferocious beast?" Wang Chong nodded and said, "I'm sure. I don't believe a freshman can kill a mid-level Tier 3 wolf-headed bat on his own." Teacher Ma said, "To review Yi Shouyu's combat videos, an application needs to be submitted. No need for all that trouble." Yi Shouyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly interrupted Teacher Ma, "I have an easier way." Yi Shouyu turned to Wang Chong and asked, "May I ask what this senior's name is?" Wang Chong replied coldly, "3rd year, Wang Chong." Yi Shouyu chuckled and said, "Senior Wang Chong, right? Since you have some doubts about my abilities, how about we have a match?" This? Wang Chong was stunned. He never expected Yi Shouyu to make this request. The students watching nearby all showed a hint of interest in their eyes. Wang Chang's strength is just at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. If Yi Shouyu can defeat him, then he can naturally defeat the mid-level of the 3rd tier, the wolf-headed bat. "What, Senior Wang Chong, are you afraid?" Seeing Wang Chong hesitate, Yi Shouyu's tone gradually turned cold. "Dare to question face to face. Does he really think he has a good temper?
Although his mental strength was injured, dealing with Wang Chong, a mid-level third-tier cultivator, was still effortless for him.
Faced with Yi Xiaoyu's aggressive demeanor, Wang Chang's expression darkened.
Zhua Yu was just a freshman who had just enrolled.
Is he really capable of defying the heavens? If he could defeat Yi Xiaoyu, he would definitely make a good impression on Wu Shao.
Thinking of this, Wang Chong snorted coldly and said, "Since you're interested, Junior, it's only natural that I, your senior, couldn't refuse."
Junior, please.
Chapter 111 Mu Qingwan's worries after defeating Wang Chong with one punch. Seeing that Yi Xiaoyu and Wang Chong had reached a consensus, Teacher Ma, who was in charge of the acceptance of the task in area, didn't know what else to say. Surrounded by the crowd, Yi Xiaoyu and Wang Chong headed towards the martial arts arena, which was closest to the mission hall.
The long procession attracted frequent attention from students on the road.
Some students who were unaware of the situation on the roadside grabbed someone they recognized in the group and asked,
"What happened?"
"You don't know." Yi Xiaoyu, a freshman, completed 3 A-level missions, and then Wang Chong, a junior, questioned the authenticity of Yi Xiaoyu's missions. In a fit of anger, Yi Xiaoyu challenged senior Wang Chong to a duel, and the two of them were just about to head to the martial arts arena.
That sounds exciting. I'm going to check it out too.
Yi Xiaoyu ignored the group of people behind him who were there to watch the show. With a flick of his wrist, a Celadone porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Yi Xiaoyu opened the blue porcelain bottle. He poured out a soul-gathering pill and put it in his mouth. Although Wang Chang's strength was average, Yi Xiaoyu still took a soul-gathering pill to repair his mental injuries, just to be on the safe side. After the soul-condensing pill entered his body, Yi Xiaoyu felt a cool sensation surge into his mind. Nourished by this aura, his damaged spiritual power.
It is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is?
Seeing Yi Xiaoyu's actions, a glint of light flashed in Wang Chang's eyes. He took a few steps forward and tentatively asked Yi Xiaoyu,
"What? Junior brother Yi, are you injured?"
Yi Xiaoyu replied coldly, "That's none of your concern, senior." Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu did not deny it.
He smiled slightly and said, "If junior brother Yi is not feeling well, the competition can be rescheduled for another day. I believe everyone will understand."
"Ha!" Yi Xiaoyu sneered and said, "Anyway, it won't take long, it's no big deal."
Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's face darkened. Isn't this blatant self-deprecation?
"Humph." Wang Chong snorted coldly and said, "Then I look forward to junior brother Yi giving me a surprise."
"No problem."
And so, the two remained silent the rest of the way until they reached the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena, which had been bustling with activity, instantly fell silent after Yi Xiaoyu and his companion entered.
Wang Chong walked straight to the number 1 arena, beckoned to Yi Xiaoyu, and said, "Junior Yi, come on up."
Yi Xiaoyu leaped onto the arena. At this moment, the students watching from below the stage began to discuss among themselves.
"Hey, what do you guys think, Yi Xiaoyu or Wang Chong, who will win?" "Isn't that obvious?"
"Of course it's senior Wang Chong. He's a genuine mid-level third-tier expert."
"But Yi Xiaoyu also killed a mid-level tier 3 wolf-headed bat. Didn't you hear what senior Wang Chong said?"
"It's possible that Yi Xiaoyu didn't kill him himself. Moreover, even if he killed a mid-level third-tier wolf-headed bat, senior Wang Chong has killed countless mid-level third-tier ferocious beasts."
"That's true. Wang Chong never believed that Yi Xiaoyu could kill a mid-level tier 3 wolf-headed bat.
I saw Yi Xiaoyu on the road earlier, and he seemed to be injured." Hearing his classmates talking about it, Wang Chong couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride in his eyes.
He looked at Yi Xiaoyu and said in a flippant tone, "Junior Yi, don't say I'm not looking out for you. I'll let you make the first move."
After saying this, Wang Chong put his hands behind his back.
His arrogant demeanor stirred excitement in the hearts of everyone watching.
Yi Xiaoyu originally wanted to end the battle as soon as possible so he could return to the villa to recuperate. What Wang Chong said was exactly what he wanted to say.
Yi Xiaoyu showed no politeness whatsoever. Without warning, he vanished from the spot.
The next instant, the students watching below the arena heard a bang, and then Wang Chong was sent flying off the arena.
Wang Chong felt an unbearable, sharp pain in his chest.
He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Chong raised his head and looked at Yi Xiaoyu on the stage, his eyes filled with shock.
How is this possible? He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart.
In that instant, Wang Chong didn't even see Yi Xiaoyu's movements before he was punched off the stage.
The entire martial arts arena fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a series of loud exclamations erupted. Can anyone tell me what just happened? Why did Wang Chong end up below the arena? One punch. Just one punch. Yi Xiuyu actually defeated Wang Chong with a single punch. This is unbelievable. Ha ha ha, I just want to ask one question. Who dares to question Yi Shen's strength now? The entire martial arts arena erupted in excitement. It's worth noting that Wang Chong is ranked 89th on the third-year combat power ranking. No one could have imagined that Wang Chong, whose cultivation was at the mid-third level, couldn't even withstand a single move from Yi Xiuyu. After this battle, no one at Magic University dared to question Yi Xiuyu's strength anymore. Da. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Yi Xiuyu slowly walked to the edge of the arena, looking down at Wang Chong below, and said, I wonder if Senior Wang Chong had a good time. If you still have doubts, Junior, you can spar with your senior for a couple more moves. How about I let my senior make the first move this time? Wang Chong was already seriously injured, and upon hearing Yi Xiuyu's sarcastic words, he was consumed by rage. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell backward and passed out. Yi Xiuyu glanced at the unconscious Wang Chong, then jumped off the stage and turned to walk towards the exit of the martial arts arena. Wherever Yi Xiuyu went, people unconsciously made way for him. Then, he watched Yi Xiuyu leave. It wasn't until Yi Xiuyu's figure had disappeared for a long time that the group, having regained their senses, realized that Wang Chong was still lying on the ground. Wang Chang's friend quickly stepped forward, helped him up, and took him to find a teacher in the treatment department. Yi Xiuyu had just left the entrance of the martial arts arena. Then he saw a familiar beautiful figure appear before his eyes. Mu Qingwan rushed straight to Yi Xiuyu, looked at him with a worried expression, and asked, I heard from old Feng that you were injured. Yi Xiuyu saw the anxious look on Mu Qingwan's face and felt a warmth in his heart. Hey, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious. A minor injury? Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at Yi Xiuyu, then grabbed his wrist without saying a word. When she sensed the weakened spiritual energy within Yi Xiuyu, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Is this a minor injury? Her tone clearly carried a hint of displeasure. I've taken care of everything regarding your mission. You, right now, immediately. Go back and recover. Speak, Mu Qingwan said without waiting for Yi Xiuyu's reply. He grabbed him by the neck with his right hand and rushed towards the villa. Hey! Teacher Mu, let go, please let go. I can walk by myself. Faced with Yi Xiuyu's protest, Mu Qingwan showed no intention of paying any attention. And so, Mu Qingwan carried Yi Xiuyu all the way back to her villa. Chapter 112 Mu Qingwan, Yi Xiuyu, are you crazy? Inside the villa, Mu Qingwan crossed her arms. Looking down at Yi Xiuyu on the sofa, he asked, Why didn't you call me? Yi Xiuyu explained somewhat helplessly, I just wanted to tell you in person that I'm back. I'm referring to the task settlement. As Mu Qingwan spoke, her expression gradually turned cold. I'd like to see who dares to question whether my people are cheating in the mission. Hey, is that all? Yi Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, I've already taken care of it. Solved? Mu Qingwan narrowed her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of danger as she spoke. When you say solution, do you mean going into battle injured to prove your strength? Hiss, Yi Xiuyu shuddered, involuntarily sighing inwardly. This atmosphere, something feels off. Judging from Mu Qingwan's expression, could she be angry? Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu raised his head and looked at Mu Qingwan cautiously, asking, Teacher Mu, are you angry? Mu Qingwan said expressionlessly, I'm not the one who got hurt, so what do I have to be angry about? Hearing Mu Qingwan say that, Yi Xiuyu belatedly realized what was going on. Mu Qingwan was angry because he fought while injured. Yi Xiuyu was somewhat moved. After a moment of silence, he explained to Mu Qingwan with a serious expression. Teacher Mu, I know you can help me solve this. But if I don't prove myself, people will always gossip. I don't care what others say about me, but I can't let you suffer the criticism along with me, can I? Hearing Yi Xiuyu's words, Mu Qingwan's dissatisfaction dissipated considerably. Yi Xiuyu noticed that Mu Qingwan's expression had softened. He quickly added, Given your status, Teacher Mu, it's definitely not appropriate for you to argue with a student. I'm not that magnanimous. Wang Chong dared to question me to my face, so he'll have to pay the price. Otherwise, people will think that I, Yi Xiuyu, have no temper. Teacher Mu, don't you agree? Alright. Mu Qingwan interrupted Yi Xiuyu, saying irritably. Based on what you did in the freshman competition, who in the entire Magic University dares to say you have no temper? He. Yi Xiuyu chuckled a few times. In my opinion, this is far from enough. Look at me, even when I'm just settling down a task, people still come to my door to provoke me. At this point, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. After a long silence, Mu Qingwan spoke up. Wang Chong, who questioned you, is Wu Shaoquan's man. Humph. Yi Xiuyu snorted coldly. I already guessed it. He had no grudge against Wang Chong, so there was no reason for Wang Chong to step forward and provoke him. Unless, Wang Chong was trying to show his loyalty to certain people. Yi Xiuyu had just entered the Magic University, and the only person who had a grudge against him and also had influence was Wu Shaoquan. Even if Wu Shaoquan wasn't the one who carried out the assassination. Qin Mang and Wang Chong both approached him because of Wu Shaoquan. It seems the lesson he learned at the freshman orientation wasn't enough. Phew, Mu Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'll warn Wu Shaoquan. No need. Yi Xiuyu directly refused Mu Qingwan's offer. He wants to play, right? I'll play with him. I just don't know if Wu Shaoquan can handle the consequences of provoking me. Mu Qingwan frowned and couldn't help but remind her. You absolutely must not act rashly. Wu Shaoquan is a member of the Wu family in Shanghai. The Wu family can't possibly have absolute power over Magic University, can they? How is that possible? That's settled then. Yi Xiuyu said confidently. In terms of background, I'm not as good as him for now, but in terms of talent, I can crush him until he questions his existence. With the system at his disposal, given enough time. Let alone just the Wu family, even if all the families in Shanghai came together, Yi Xiuyu wouldn't be afraid. At this point, he asked Mu Qingwan, Teacher Mu, I'd like to exchange my academic credits for some ferocious beast cores. Do you have any connections in that regard? The system's ability points are almost completely used up. Because of the Beast God Society, Yi Xiuyu dared not go out to hunt ferocious beasts for the time being. After much thought, he realized he could only use the points he earned from this mission to exchange for cultivation resources. Yi Xiuyu checked the Magic University shop, which was almost entirely filled with combat techniques, pills, or spiritual artifacts. After all, the energy inside the beast core is not pure, which means that the value of the beast core on the market is much lower than that of combat skills and pills. Even so, apart from a few rogue cultivators, very few people would use ferocious beast cores to cultivate directly. However, for Yi Xiuyu, who has an infinite system, this is actually a good thing. Because he doesn't directly use the ferocious beast crystal core for cultivation, but instead uses the system to decompose it to obtain superpower points. In this situation, using academic credits to exchange for beast cores is clearly a more practical option. However, Yi Xiuyu did not find any ferocious beast crystal cores in the Magic University's online store. Left with no other choice, he then inquired about Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled, and said, a ferocious beast core? What do you need that for? It's useful, and very useful. However, this matter is a bit private. As Yi Xiuyu spoke, a look of apology appeared on his face. The infinite system is his trump card, and he will never tell anyone about it. Mu Qingwan gave Yi Xiuyu a deep look. He then asked in a calm tone, level, quantity. A hint of joy appeared on Yi Xiuyu's face. Mu Qingwan's statement proves that she has a way to obtain the ferocious beast's crystal core. But as for the level and quantity, Yi Xiuyu began to make plans in his mind. During the freshman competition, he received 5,000 points from Wu Shaoquan. After deducting the 1,200 points he returned to Mu Qingwan and the living expenses he incurred at school, he had about 3,500 points left in his card. This time, I completed 7 B+ level missions, earning a total of 8,400 credits, and 2 Tier 3 beginner level Ferocious Beast level missions, earning 4,800 credits. In addition, there is a Tier 3 intermediate Ferocious Beast rank A mission. He currently has over 19,000 academic credits on his card. Keep over 1,000 credits as reserves, and the remaining 18,000 credits can be used to exchange for Ferocious Beast cores. Thinking of this, Yi Xiuyu said to Mu Qingwan, the higher the grade, the better. As for the quantity, I have a total of 18,000 credits, I'll use them all to pay for the courses. Replace them all? Are you crazy? Mu Qingwan's eyes showed an incredulous expression. Even if you don't need magical artifacts, you'll still need combat skills and pills, right? I'll use all my points to exchange for Ferocious Beast cores. You're not going to cultivate anymore? Chapter 113 Yi Shouyu persuades Mu Qingwan, Wu Shanming warns Wu Shaoquan. Mu Qingwan's expression grew even colder. It's easy to imagine the immense impact Yi Shouyu's demands had on her mental well-being. Yi Shouyu quickly offered some words of advice. Ms. Mu, please calm down. Phew, Mu Qingwan replied expressionlessly, I'm very calm right now. Yi Shouyu glanced at Mu Qingwan's expression and couldn't help but think to himself, if you can be calm, then there's no one in the world who can't be calm. However, he only dared to say these things to himself. Yi Shouyu took a deep breath, looked at Mu Qingwan, and asked seriously, Teacher Mu, do you think I'm stupid? Stupid? Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow. In her eyes, Yi Shouyu was completely unrelated to the word stupid. She looked at Yi Shouyu and said in a muffled voice, just say what you have to say. Yi Shouyu's expression became more serious. Teacher Mu, you know my background and circumstances. I cherish every resource I have. The credits on my card were all earned little by little. I wouldn't joke about this. The matter of the ferocious beast's crystal core involves my own secrets. Although I cannot tell you the specific reasons, I assure you that I am absolutely not making a fuss. I don't want these things to be exposed. I only asked you for help because I trust you, teacher. I hope the teacher will keep this a secret. Hearing Yi Shouyu say that, Mu Qingwan felt much better. Yi Shouyu said something that resonated with Mu Qingwan. Given his current fame at Magic University, his every move will attract the attention of Magic University students. If Yi Shouyu were to suddenly use his academic credits to exchange for a large number of ferocious beast cores, it might attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives and cause him some trouble. Just like Yi Shouyu said, he was able to approach him because he trusted him. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan said to Yi Shouyu, I see. I'll figure out a way to deal with the beast core. However, Mu Qingwan paused, then said in a dangerous tone, if I find out you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. Hearing that Mu Qingwan had agreed to his request, Yi Shouyu visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a fawning smile, even if you gave me 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I need this beast core urgently, so I'll have to trouble Teacher Mu to take good care of it. You go back first, I'll bring it to you tonight. All right. After Yi Shouyu responded, he left Mu Qingwan's villa with satisfaction. Inside the secret basement of the Wu family compound, Wu Shaoquan lowered his head and knelt there cautiously, not daring to move an inch. At this moment, a thin middle-aged man. He stood right in front of him. That man was Wu Shanming, the current head of the Wu family and Wu Shaoquan's father. What does Yi Shouyu's matter have to do with you? Wu Shanming's voice was devoid of any emotion, yet it carried a terrifying and oppressive force. Wu Shaoquan trembled slightly, and he hesitated before replying. Father, it's me. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a tremendous force strike his right arm. Wu Shaoquan was sent flying and crashed hard into the wall. Put. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The next instant, a strong hand grabbed his throat and slammed him against the wall behind him. Think it through before you speak. Is it yes or no? The right hand gripping Wu Shaoquan's neck began to tighten its grip. Wu Shaoquan felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Father, no. It wasn't me, who did it? The moment he finished speaking, the pressure on his neck vanished. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Wu Shaoquan was panting heavily. In just a short while, his back was completely soaked with sweat. Wu Shanming looked down at Wu Shaoquan and said expressionlessly, remember what you just said, I don't want to hear a second version of it from you. Wu Shaoquan's expression turned alarmed, and he quickly replied, Father, I understand. Wu Shanming looked at Wu Shaoquan on the ground, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. What angered him was not Wu Shaoquan's secret assassination attempt on Yi Shouyu. Although Yi Shouyu is an unparalleled genius, there are quite a few geniuses in history who have fallen from grace. Compared to the Mu family's assistants, a genius who hasn't even reached his full potential is nothing. However, since Wu Shaoquan had already made an enemy of Yi Shouyu because of Mu Qingwan, if you're going to make a move, you have to be quick, accurate, and ruthless, giving the opponent absolutely no chance to react. Yi Shouyu is still alive, and he remains a potential threat. But after this assassination attempt, both he and the university will be more cautious. If they want to make a move against Yi Shouyu again, this is much more difficult than before. Wu Shanming looked at Wu Shaoquan and asked, did you remember what I just said? Wu Shaoquan nodded and said, I'll remember.
Seeing this, Wu Shanming waved his hand and said, you can go out now.
Meanwhile, in the office of Mu He, the vice principal of Magic University,
Mu He placed the teacup in front of Old Feng and said, Old Feng, please calm down.
Snort.
Old Feng snorted coldly and said,
I'm not dead yet. What exactly does the Wu family want?
Mu He placed the teacup he was holding on the table and said with a serious expression,
We don't have enough evidence yet, so we can't jump to conclusions so hastily. No evidence? Old Feng raised his eyelids slightly and said meaningfully, Xiaomu, do you know why the Wu family's power has grown so rapidly in the past few years?
Because you're not as ruthless as Wu Shanming. It's a good thing that you have your own bottom line in doing things. But for someone like Wu Shanming, if you think you can wait until you have something on him before you take action, it's obviously too late.
But
Mu He hesitated for a moment before saying, Wu Shaoquan is the top student in our third year at Magic University.
If we want to punish him, we need some evidence, right? When did I say I was going to make a move against Wu Shaoquan? So, what brings you here this time?
Old Master Feng said, Wu Shaoquan is just a junior, I wouldn't do anything to him.
Why don't you take the lead and convene a board meeting?
The hidden assassins have become increasingly arrogant in recent years.
Now, they even dare to kill students from our Magic University. If we don't do something, people will think that our Magic University is failing.
Furthermore, it's time to warn some people. Chapter 114 The Board of Directors convenes, and Vice Principal Zhou Shijun makes a proposal.
Magic University Conference Room.
At this moment, more than a dozen people gathered in the conference room.
Cough cough.
Mu He coughed a few times to draw everyone's attention, and then said, Our freshman Yi Xiuyu was assassinated by assassins from the Hidden Assassins Society at the Gate of Strange Beasts at the junction of Shanghai and Binhai. I requested to convene a board meeting today to discuss with everyone how to handle this matter.
Smack.
No sooner had Mu He finished speaking than a middle-aged man with a square face slammed his hand on the table and stood up, saying,
They dare to assassinate even a genius student from our Magic University.
The Hidden Assassins Society is going too far. The speaker was named Su Ji, and he was from the Su family in Shanghai.
Su Ji looked around and then said, I propose that we issue a kill order in the name of Magic University, calling on members of all universities and organizations to jointly eradicate the Hidden Assassins Society.
Chairman Su, please calm down.
Humph. The man opposite Su Ji sneered and said, Chairman Su, what a show of power you have.
This isn't the first time our students at Magic University have been targeted for assassination in recent years.
Why haven't I seen you so agitated, Chairman Su, before? Su Ji frowned and said, Bai Hongba, what do you mean by this?
Bai Hongba leaned back in his chair and said in a calm tone, I think we'd better stick to the facts.
I'm just stating the facts. You dare say you didn't have any personal feelings involved?
I heard that your daughter, Su Qingying, was quite close to Yi Xiuyu recently.
Su Ji paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Bai Hongba, are you questioning whether I'm abusing my position for personal gain? I never said that. That's exactly what you mean.
Seeing that Su Ji and Bai Hongba were about to start arguing, Mu He quickly spoke up to mediate.
Chairman Su, Chairman Bai, please calm down.
Hearing Mu He's words of advice, Su Ji swallowed his words, but his gaze toward Bai Hongba still held a hint of displeasure. Bai Hongba, on the other hand, remained completely calm and composed. They didn't take Su Ji seriously at all. The entire conference room fell silent instantly, and Mu He turned his gaze to the right.
Sitting to his right was Zhou Shijun, one of the 3 vice principals of Magic University. Vice Principal Zhou, what's your opinion on this matter?
Zhou Shijun pondered for a moment and then said, I think we shouldn't rush to issue the kill order.
Vice Principal Zhou, this. Su Ji wanted to say something more.
Zhou Shijun gestured for him to stop and said, Chairman Su, I understand your thoughts. Yi Xiuyu, he's this year's martial arts exam champion.
He rejected Yinjing University and chose to join our Magic University. For Magic University, Yi Xiuyu is not just a genius student, but a symbol.
You're worried that if we don't handle this well, it will not only discourage Yi Xiuyu, but also disappoint the other students and make them lose faith in our Magic University.
Su Ji nodded and said, I do have this concern in my heart. However, since you've considered this point, why? He.
Zhou Shijun chuckled a few times and explained, issuing a kill order can indeed demonstrate how much Magic University values its students.
Then what?
If our school's gifted student is assassinated, and our first reaction is to join forces with other universities or organizations to handle this matter, it will inevitably raise questions about the strength of our university. My suggestion is to issue missions directly within the school, encouraging students to kill members of the hidden assassins. Firstly, it can demonstrate our strength and attitude. Secondly, it can also sustain our war effort through war. As for the higher-ups of the Hidden Assassins Society, we'll have to trouble the school's teachers to take action. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Our teacher's task is to contain the high-level assassins of the hidden assassins. Clap, clap, clap. Muhi clapped his hands, supporting Zhou Shijun's suggestion. I agree with Vice Principal Zhou's suggestion.
I agree. I agree. Muhi then turned to his left and asked the person in the seat, what does Vice Principal Wu think?
Wu Xian shook his head and said in a gentle tone, Vice Principal Zhou is absolutely right, I have no other opinions.
All right.
Muhi announced, seeing that everyone had reached a consensus.
Since everyone agrees, let's proceed according to Vice Principal Zhou's suggestion. Etc. The conference room door was suddenly pushed open.
Old Feng strode in from outside the door. After recognizing the person's face, Suji quickly stood up from his seat and addressed Elder Feng respectfully.
Mr. Feng, what brings you here?
In an instant, more than half of the people in the conference room stood up. When Mr. Feng was young, he taught them classes. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Feng himself disliked it, they should have respectfully addressed him as teacher.
Given Professor Feng's qualifications, he is indeed eligible to participate in the Board of Trustees.
However, he rarely concerned himself with school affairs anymore, and I wonder why he suddenly came here this time. Old Feng glanced at the people in the conference room, waved his hand, and said,
Why are you all so tense? Sit down.
The group looked at each other in bewilderment, and then one by one they returned to their seats. Old Feng casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and said in a calm tone,
I came here today to ask you one thing. Who exactly hired the hidden assassins to assassinate my apprentice Yi Xiuyu? How do you plan to investigate? The entire conference room fell silent instantly.
The group glanced around, and they could all see a hint of shock in each other's eyes.
Bai Hongba took a deep breath and asked cautiously, Old Feng, when did you take Yi Xiuyu as your disciple? How come we didn't know?
Old Feng glanced at Bai Hongba and said expressionlessly, What, do I need to report to you before taking on a disciple?
He.
Bai Hongba chuckled, somewhat embarrassed, and said, That's not what I meant.
Snort.
Old Feng gave a disgruntled snort, then asked, I've seen you two discuss this for quite a while now, so you must have a plan for how to investigate next, right?
Faced with Mr. Feng's question, everyone looked at each other, unsure how to answer.
Muhi also remained silent, which was unusual for him. He knew perfectly well why Old Feng had come over. As for Wu Xian, he didn't express much of his opinion throughout the meeting. Seeing that neither of them intended to speak, left with no other choice, Zhou Shijun could only bite the bullet and begin to explain.
We haven't had a chance to discuss this yet. Do you have any good suggestions, sir? Chapter 115 The Board of Directors meeting ends, Beast Core acquired.
After glancing around, Old Feng said casually, Let's first gather all the people in the school who have had conflicts with Xiao Yezi and investigate them all. This Zhou Shijun was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Muhi beside him, only to see him sitting calmly in his seat with an expression of indifference on his face.
Muhi's unusual attitude caught Zhou Shijun's attention.
After a moment's thought, Zhou Shijun quickly came up with a conjecture.
Could it be that this old man Feng is here for Wu Xian of the Wu family?
The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. When Yi Xiuyu was assassinated by the hidden assassins, Elder Feng immediately pointed the finger at people inside the Magic University.
What does this tell us?
This suggests that Mr. Feng may have some evidence, but this evidence is probably not enough to prove that the person who hired the assassin was from the Wu family.
Otherwise, given his personality,
they might take action against Wu Xian directly at the board meeting.
Wu Xian also sensed that Elder Feng's visit was ill-intentioned.
Having remained silent until now, he suddenly spoke up.
Mr. Feng, shouldn't we reconsider this matter?
I believe that students from our Magic University would not do such a thing. Old Feng glanced at Wu Xian and said expressionlessly, as the saying goes, the innocent are innocent. If the person who hired the hitman isn't a student at our school, then they have nothing to fear from an investigation.
But there are no buts.
Old Feng interrupted Wu Xian directly, looking at him with a serious expression and saying, Xiao Wu, I heard that Xiao Yezi and Wu Xiaokuan from your Wu family had some unpleasantness. Your strong opposition to investigating our university students is likely to cause misunderstandings. As soon as Mr. Feng finished speaking, Wu Xian felt that everyone's eyes in the conference room were focused on him.
Ha ha ha. Wu Xian said awkwardly after a few laughs, Old Feng, you've misunderstood.
I'm just worried that my classmates at school might have other ideas because of this. Then let the responsible teacher do some psychological work with the students. I believe that the students of our magic university will understand us.
Xiaomu, Xiaozhou, what do you two think?
Mu He was the first to express his opinion. I support Elder Feng's proposal.
To repel external threats, we must first secure our internal stability.
If we thoroughly investigate our internal situation, everyone will feel more at ease. Upon hearing Mu He's statement, Zhou Shijun first glanced at Wu Xian discreetly, then said in a serious tone, Old Feng and Vice Principal Mu are right.
I also think that we should start the investigation from within the school.
After seeing Vice Principals Mu He and Zhou Shijun express their support for Elder Feng, everyone else followed suit and stated their opinions.
Old Feng is right. I support it. I support it too.
Seeing that everyone had expressed their opinions, Old Feng turned his gaze to Wu Xian and asked, Vice Principal Wu, do you have any further insights?
After hearing how Old Feng addressed him, Wu Xian. He was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, Mr. Feng, you can just call me Xiao Wu.
Ha! Old Feng snorted a few times, without replying. Wu Xian chuckled bitterly to himself, but his expression remained unchanged.
Since everyone agrees, let's proceed with the investigation as Elder Feng suggested.
Mu He and Zhou Shijun said in unison.
No problem.
Old Feng stood up from his seat and addressed the people in the conference room. I won't be involved in what happens next, so please take care of everything.
Just have Xiaomu let me know whatever information she finds.
After saying that, he turned and left the conference room.
As Wu Xian watched Old Feng's departing figure, he fell into deep thought. Through this incident, he finally gained a profound understanding of Mr. Feng's shrewdness. He wasn't actually worried that the Magic University would be able to uncover the truth about Wu Xiaokuan hiring assassins. Wu Xian believed that Old Feng was also aware of this. The problem is that after Yi Xiaoyu enrolled in Magic University, he only ever had a feud with Wu Xiaokuan of the Wu family. Students at Magic University all know that.
Yi Xiaoyu's behavior at the freshman assembly. It wasn't aimed at the second-year students, but only at Wu Xiaokuan personally. We need to investigate those who have had conflicts with Yi Xiaoyu. This is equivalent to questioning Wu Xiaokuan and all the people Yi Xiaoyu had defeated at the freshman assembly, one by one.
Even if the school ultimately cannot find anything about Wu Xiaokuan.
However, this incident will also have a significant impact on Wu Xiaokuan's reputation at the university. And that is precisely Mr. Feng's purpose. Wu Xian knew in his heart that this was old Master Feng's warning and reprimand to the Wu family. If they pull any more dirty tricks behind the scenes, it will probably be more than just an investigation. This matter must be communicated to the head of the family as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Wu Xian quickly spoke to Mu He and the others beside him.
Gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now.
After speaking, Wu Xian got up from his seat and strode out of the conference room. Evening, at Yi Xiaoyu's villa. Yi Xiaoyu was resting in the lobby when he heard the doorbell ring.
Ding dong.
Yi Xiaoyu walked to the door and opened it. They discovered that the person standing outside was Mu Wanqing.
Teacher Mu, what brings you here? Could it be that the matter of the ferocious beast core has been resolved? Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to talk to you here?
Ouch, Yi Xiaoyu slapped his forehead, stepped aside, and extended his right hand, saying, Teacher Mu, come in and sit down.
Mu Qingwan glanced at Yi Xiaoyu before stepping into the villa.
As soon as Yi Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa, he couldn't wait to ask, Teacher Mu, how's the matter with the ferocious beast crystal core? Mu Wanqing didn't waste any words, she simply flipped her right hand. More than a dozen ferocious beast cores appeared on the table in front of Yi Xiaoyu. There are a total of 14 high-level Tier 3 ferocious beast crystal cores and 5 peak Tier 3 ferocious beast crystal cores here.
Time is of the essence, these are all the things I could find.
In fact, Mu Qingwan could have given even more, but she still had some concerns, so she didn't give it all to Yi Xiaoyu. That way, even if problems arise, Yi Xiaoyu can still retain a certain number of points.
Enough. Enough.
Yi Xiaoyu stared at the ferocious beast crystal core on the table, his eyes already glowing green.
For him, these are all superpower points.
As long as he has enough ability points, he will be able to increase his strength again.
Yi Xiuyu looked at Mu Qingwan and said with gratitude, Teacher Mu, how many credits do these require?
After hesitating for a moment, Mu Qingwan said, just give me 12,000 credits.
A warm feeling welled up in Yi Xiuyu's heart.
He could tell that Mu Qingwan had probably said less than necessary. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiuyu transferred 14,000 credits to Mu Qingwan's account.
Teacher, the money has arrived.
Mu Qingwan glanced at the transfer records, and her delicate brows furrowed involuntarily.
14,000? You've transferred too much.
Yi Xiuyu chuckled and said, there's no reason for Teacher Mu to suffer a loss.
Mu Qingwan looked up and saw Yi Xiuyu's clear eyes.
After a long silence, she said, all right.
After resolving the credit issue,
Yi Xiuyu turned his gaze to the ferocious beast's crystal core.
With these, he finally felt more confident.
Chapter 116. Another breakthrough in strength, the plan to take revenge on Wu Shaokuan. Yi Xiuyu casually put the ferocious beast crystal core on the table into his alternate dimension. He looked up at Mu Qingwan, who was still sitting upright on the sofa opposite him, and asked with a hint of doubt.
Teacher Mu, aren't you going back yet? Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow and said, are you trying to get rid of me? No.
Yi Xiuyu shook his head and quickly explained. Although he desperately wanted to break down the ferocious beast's crystal core right now, immediately, to obtain ability points and increase his strength.
But Mu Qingwan did it for his sake. I've been out all day.
Even if he is anxious, there is no need to rush.
However, although Yi Xiuyu did not show anything, Mu Qingwan still noticed the eagerness in Yi Xiuyu's eyes.
She glanced at Yi Xiuyu, then stood up and said goodbye.
I'm a bit tired today, I'm going home now. After saying that, Mu Qingwan turned and walked towards the door.
Yi Xiuyu followed closely behind her until Mu Qingwan reached the door, at which point he couldn't help but call out to her retreating figure, Teacher Mu.
Mu
Qingwan turned her head, a hint of doubt still lingering in her beautiful eyes.
Phew.
Yi Xiuyu looked at Mu Qingwan and said solemnly, thank you. Without her help, I would never have been able to obtain these ferocious beast cores so easily. Mu Qingwan stared at Yi Xiuyu for a while. She then nodded slightly and said, okay, I understand.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. That's all, goodbye Teacher Mu. Mu Qingwan turned around and walked towards her villa.
Yi Xiuyu didn't notice that the moment Mu Qingwan turned around, a subtle smile appeared on her lips.
However, that smile vanished too quickly. Even Mu Qingwan herself didn't notice. After Mu Qingwan left, Yi Xiuyu couldn't wait to enter the training room in the basement.
Infinite, help me decompose all the ferocious beast cores.
Yes, host.
The decomposition of 5 peak tier 3 ferocious beast cores has been completed, and 13,000 ability points have been distributed. The decomposition of 14 tier 3 intermediate beast cores has been completed, and 28,000 ability points have been distributed. Upon hearing that 41,000 ability points had been credited to his account, Yi Xiuyu chose to upgrade the level of the myriad manifestations technique almost without hesitation. Consuming 8,000 energy points, the myriad manifestations technique has been upgraded to level 5. As the voice of the infinite system sounded, Yi Xiuyu felt a warm current surge into his mind. His previously wounded spirit quickly recovered after the warm current swept over him. Phew, Yi Xiuyu let out a long sigh, then couldn't help but let out a low growl, awesome. The restoration of his mental strength instantly dispelled the unease that had been lingering in his heart. After Yi Xiuyu stretched his muscles and bones, then, he gave instructions to the system in his mind. Unlimited, increase your cultivation level. Consuming 24,000 ability points, the host's cultivation level has increased to the advanced stage of Tier 3. Yi Xiuyu shuddered, and his blood and qi increased even more. He quickly brought up the system panel in his mind.
Name, Yi Xiuyu.
Level, Tier 3 Advanced.
Special ability, S-rank space type.
Abilities, interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional / devouring, spatial imprisonment.
Physical constitution, 23093. Spiritual state, 21328.
Combat techniques, Bajiquan Mastery Plus, Inch Step 4th level plus, Myriad Manifestations Technique 5th level plus, Undying Heavenly Silkworm Skill 4th level plus.
Special ability points, 10,240 points.
After his cultivation reached the advanced stage of the 3rd tier, the Undying Heavenly Silkworm Technique entered the 4th level, and the Myriad Manifestations Forest Technique entered the 5th level. His physical and mental values have both broken through the 20,000 mark. Compared to when he fought Song Chai, Yi Shouyu's strength has increased several times over. However, the price of this rapid increase in strength is he had barely had time to enjoy the 40,000 ability points he had just received when only 10,000 remained. Yi Shouyue was excited about his rapid increase in strength. On the one hand, he was worried because his ability points were being consumed too quickly.
This must be what is meant by
a sweet trouble, perhaps. The remaining 10,000 ability points.
Yi Shouyue doesn't plan to use it now.
This assassination attempt, along with the appearance of the Beast God Society, made Yi Shouyue realize one thing: the importance of concealing one's true abilities. Sometimes, concealing one's talents appropriately can achieve unexpected results. Therefore, in order to lower the guard of others, Yi Shouyue felt that he needed to learn another combat technique to conceal his aura. He still has 5,000 credits and over 10,000 ability points, which should be enough to cultivate a set of combat techniques that conceal one's aura. I'll go ask my master for a recommendation tomorrow.
The thought of Song Chai and the Beast God.
Yi Shouyue felt a heavy pressure in his heart. From Elder Feng's attitude, he could sense that the Beast God Society must be a very powerful organization. In other words, being targeted by the Beast God Society is definitely not a good thing. Yi Shouyue was unsure whether Elder Feng could completely resolve the Beast God Society's troubles for him.
However, regardless of the outcome, he needs to prepare an alternative plan in advance. That is, enhance our strength. We still need to improve our strength. As long as one's strength is strong enough, neither the Wu family of Shanghai nor the Beast God Society need to be taken seriously. Therefore, his main task in the coming period is to accumulate power points and improve his strength. However, he dares not leave the Demon University to hunt ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Yi Shouyue still had credits from the Magic University.
Using credits to exchange for resources, and then obtaining ability points by breaking down those resources, is also a good solution.
It's just unknown how many more ferocious beast cores Mu Qingwan can obtain.
If she could obtain enough ferocious beast cores, the speed at which one's strength increases may not be much slower than the speed at which one kills ferocious beasts.
However, before that, Yi Shouyue needs to earn enough credits. As for how to earn credits,
the first thing that came to his mind was the combat power ranking. The second-year combat power rankings are not worth pursuing, but the third-year combat power rankings will likely yield a significant number of points.
Perfect timing. Isn't Wu Shaoquan the top of the third-year combat power ranking?
Whether it was Qin Mang before, Lu Oing from the freshman competition, even the assassination attempt on him by the hidden assassins,
Yi Shouyue was certain that this was definitely Wu Shaoquan's conspiracy.
Previously, my strength was indeed somewhat inferior to his.
But now, the situation is completely different now.
Wu Shaoquan has been at the top of the list for long enough. It's time for him to take his place.
Yi Shouyue made a decision quickly. The first step in taking revenge on Wu Shaoquan is to take the top spot on his combat power ranking and leave him with psychological trauma. Consider it collecting some interest.
I just don't know who's at the top of the third-year combat power rankings.
How many credits can you get in a school year? Chapter 117, Conditions for Starting the Power Ranking Battle. Early the next morning,
Yi Shouyue then dialed Su Zihong's number.
Beep, beep.
The call was quickly answered, and Su Zihong's voice came from the other end.
Hey, Brother Yi, what made you decide to call me?
I need your help with something.
Hey, Brother Yi, what are you saying? We're all brothers, no need for any help or anything. Just let me know if you need anything. Hearing Su Zihong's words, Yi Shouyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Su Zihong can sell intelligence. Yi Shouyue suppressed his emotions and said into the phone, "Is there any way I can challenge the third-year combat power rankings?" What? Brother Yi, did I hear that right? You're going to challenge the third-year combat power ranking? Yi Shouyue neither admitted nor denied it. He said calmly, "No, I'm just a little curious." But who is Su Zihong? He can sell information on the Magic University campus.
Observing words and expressions and assessing situations are just his basic skills.
Judging from Yi Shouyue's ambiguous attitude, Su Zihong can now confirm his guess.
A first-year student wants to challenge the third-year student's power ranking.
He found it somewhat unbelievable just talking about it. Don't miss it. Su Zihong made his decision almost instantly. Brother Yi, where are you? Ha!
Yi Shouyu was taken aback for a moment, then said, I'm at home, what's wrong?
At home.
A glint of light flashed in Su Zihong's eyes.
Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon, let's talk in person. Oh, actually, you don't need to, you can do it over the phone.
Before Yi Shouyu could finish speaking, the phone went dead.
About 10 minutes later,
Su Zihong indeed arrived at Yi Shouyu's villa.
He had barely stepped into the villa when he eagerly asked, Brother Yi, you're not really going to challenge the third-year combat power rankings, are you?
Faced with Su Zihong's question, Yi Shouyu remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I do have that plan.
Phew. Su Zihong gasped inwardly. He looked at Yi Shouyu and asked,
Brother Yi, Mu Xiao and Luo Ying have already reached the level of the bottom 20 in the third-year combat power rankings, but they have never launched a challenge.
Do you know why?
Yi Shouyu raised an eyebrow. He had never paid attention to this matter before. Su Zihong had no intention of selling the case, he quickly explained. That's because starting from the 60th place on the third-year combat power ranking, the credits earned each year will surpass those of the top 3 on the second-year combat power ranking. Once Mu Xiao and his team succeed in the challenge, their ranking on the second-year combat power list will disappear. There is still a considerable gap between Mu Xiao and Luo Ying's strength and that of the 60th ranked person on the third-year combat power list. Successfully completing the challenge will bring you fame, but the loss will be in the form of real financial benefits.
So, Su Zihong did not continue speaking.
But he believed that Yi Shouyu should have already understood what he was trying to express with those words.
Oh, I see.
Yi Shouyu suddenly understood something. He took 2 steps forward, patted Su Zihong on the shoulder, and said, Thank you for reminding me.
However, Yi Shouyu paused for a moment, then continued. I'm still curious. Tell me about it?
The person he was going to challenge was Wu Xiaokuan, who was ranked first on the third-year combat power list, so he had no worries about credits. However, Yi Shouyu was still grateful for Su Zihong's reminder.
Seeing Yi Shouyu's resolute attitude, Su Zihong understood what was going on.
A bright smile spread across his face as he said, Since Brother Yi is interested, then I'll tell you about it. Under normal circumstances, the power ranking battle will only begin at the end of the semester. Because at the beginning of the semester, the school will distribute points according to the ranking on the combat power list. There are only 2 ways to unlock the power ranking challenge ahead of time.
Yi Shouyu asked, What method? Su Zihong replied in a deep voice, One option is for members of both sides in the conflict to voluntarily sign an agreement.
However, under normal circumstances, even if the challenged party accepts the battle invitation, they will not agree to start a power ranking battle. Therefore, in this situation, if the challenger wants to force a power ranking battle, they need to use the second method.
It was through the teacher's recommendation. Hearing this, Yi Shouyu frowned and asked with some confusion, What is a teacher's recommendation?
Su Zihong explained, simply put, the challenger needs a teacher to initiate the challenge on their behalf and forcibly start the power ranking battle. Once the challenger adopts this challenge model, the challenged party has no right to refuse.
However, this method also has its drawbacks. If the challenger fails, the teacher who made the recommendation will have points deducted from their teaching record. Yi Shouyu asked with some confusion, Why are the teacher's points deducted from the referral score?
Su Zihong spread his hands, saying with some helplessness, The school is actually quite helpless too. In the beginning, in order to encourage students to learn from each other, the power ranking battle was always open. Later, the students started challenging each other like crazy in order to compete for a place on the power ranking. Those evenly matched opponents, in order to win the battle, have almost no way to hold back in the fight.
As a result, a large number of students began to be injured in the fighting.
To prevent this from happening, we must add referees and high-level healing instructors to every battle ranking competition. This is an enormous test of the power and resources of the magic masters. After several board meetings, it was finally decided that the power ranking battle would only be held at the end of the semester. At other times, if you want to start a ranking battle, you must have a teacher's introduction.
I see.
At this moment, Yi Shouyu finally understood that in order to fail the ranking challenge, the recommending teacher's points would be deducted. This is actually to prevent the recommending teachers from making random recommendations, which would lead to an excessively high frequency of battles on the power ranking list. Once you figure out the method, things become much easier.
Next, all he needs to do is find a recommender.
Then you can start the battle for power ranking against Wu Xiaokuan.
As for the candidate for the recommending teacher, at Magic University, Yi Shouyu only knew one teacher, Mu Qingwan.
Mu Qingwan thought she was emotionally hurt, and if she didn't explain the matter clearly, she probably wouldn't recommend her. As Yi Xiuyu was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Ding dong. Ding dong. Brother Yi, you made plans with other people too? As Su Zihong spoke, he walked towards the door.
By the time Yi Xiuyu reacted, Su Zihong had already opened the door.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiuyu heard a surprised voice coming from the doorway. Teacher Mu. Chapter 118. Yi Xiuyu reveals his strength. Mu Qingwan is shocked.
Mu Qingwan subtly hid her right hand behind her back. She frowned slightly as she looked at Su Zihong in front of her.
Ta-da!
In just a short while, Yi Xiuyu had already run up to Mu Qingwan. He pushed Su Zihong aside and looked at Mu Qingwan, saying, Teacher Mu, what brings you here? There was a hint of surprise in Yi Xiuyu's voice. He was just hoping Mu Qingwan would introduce him to someone so he could start the ranking battle with Wu Shaoquan, but he never expected her to come to him on her own initiative. As Mu Qingwan was pondering how to answer, she heard Su Zihong speak from the side. Teacher Mu, Brother Yi, I have something to take care of.
You guys keep chatting, I'll be going now.
As Su Zihong spoke, he winked at Yi Xiuyu, signaling Yi Xiuyu not to worry about him.
Yi Xiuyu instantly understood Su Zihong's intention and couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Su Zihong was indeed good at reading people. He said to Su Zihong, thank you for today. Su Zihong chuckled and said, Brother Yi, what are you saying? I'm leaving now. Just call me anytime if you need anything. After saying that, Su Zihong turned and left the villa. However, before he left, his gaze lingered on Yi Xiuyu and Mu Qingwan for a meaningful moment. I'll have to warn that kid later, he can't be allowed to talk nonsense.
Yi Xiuyu thought to himself.
He then welcomed Mu Qingwan into the house. Mu Qingwan asked casually, was that Su Zihong just now? Does Teacher Mu know him? I'm a professor at Magic University. Is it strange that I know him? What does he want with you?
Yi Xiuyu smiled slightly and said, I asked him about something. Seeing that Yi Xiuyu was unwilling to talk more, Mu Qingwan did not press him further.
Did Teacher Mu come to see me because of something?
After a moment of silence, Mu Qingwan said, I already know about the assassination attempt on you by the hidden assassins. Yesterday, Old Feng only told me that Yi Xiuyu was injured. She never imagined that Yi Xiuyu would not only be assassinated by the Hidden Assassins Society. They also ran into that group of perverts from the Beast God Society.
Hey, Yi Xiuyu said nonchalantly, I'm fine. I heard from my father that you suspect Wu Shaoquan is the one who hired the assassin? Phew, Yi Xiuyu let out a long sigh and said. I only have doubts. I'm so sorry. A rare hint of annoyance appeared on Mu Qingwan's face. I really didn't expect Wu Shaoquan to do something like this. Ha, Yi Xiuyu looked at Mu Qingwan with some surprise, you believe my guess so much? Mu Qingwan nodded and said, of course I believe you.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuyu felt a strange stirring deep within his heart.
Teacher Mu, this has nothing to do with you. However, if you really feel guilty towards me, could you do me a favor? A ferocious beast core? I'll keep an eye out for that for you. Not this.
Yi Xiuyu shook his head, then said with a serious expression.
I want to challenge Wu Shaoquan, and I want you to be my mentor.
Mu Qingwan paused for a moment, then said urgently, her voice tinged with urgency. Yi Xiuyu, don't be impulsive, your mental strength is still injured. Before she could finish speaking, she felt an extremely powerful spiritual force emanating from Yi Xiuyu.
This is Level 4, beginner? No.
Judging from the strength of this mental energy, it's already close to the mid-stage of the 4th rank.
How is this possible?
His mental strength was clearly severely injured yesterday, so how come it has not only fully recovered after just one night, but is even stronger than before? Mu Qingwan was momentarily lost in thought. The porcelain bottle she was holding in her right hand rolled to the ground.
Clang. Sky blue porcelain bottle.
It kept shaking on the ground like that.
Mu Qingwan's expression changed slightly.
Just as she was about to bend down to pick it up, a slender hand reached out to her. The owner of those hands was none other than Yi Xiuyu. As soon as Yi Xiuyu touched the porcelain bottle, he felt a warm and cool sensation. Judging from the feel of this Celadone porcelain bottle alone, it is quite valuable. As he was enjoying the aroma, a light, grassy scent suddenly wafted into his nose.
This scent, it seems familiar.
Yi Xiuyu recalled for a moment, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes.
Soul condensing pill.
This smell is clearly the soul-gathering pill that his master, Elder Phone, gave him yesterday to repair his mental injuries.
A fragrant breeze swept by.
The porcelain bottle in his hand vanished instantly. Yi Xiuyu looked up at Mu Qingwan, and sure enough, the porcelain bottle had returned to her hands. With a flick of her right hand, Mu Qingwan put the sky-blue porcelain bottle back into her spatial ring.
Yi Xiuyu scratched his head and said, "Teacher Mu, thank you." If he still doesn't understand why Mu Qingwan came over so early in the morning, then he would be incredibly stupid.
Mu Qingwan turned her face away, and said somewhat awkwardly,
"It's nothing, and I wasn't of any help. Teacher Mu."
Yi Xiuyu's voice became more serious, "You've already been a great help."
Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow, her face full of confusion. Seeing this, Yi Xiuyu laughed and said, "Have you forgotten the beast core you gave me last night?" A hint of surprise crept into Mu Qingwan's eyes. "Is your recovery of mental strength related to those ferocious beast cores?" Yi Xiuyu nodded. "You could say that."
At this moment, Mu Qingwan finally understood why Yi Xiuyu insisted that she collect a large number of ferocious beast cores for him.
The power within the beast's crystal core is not pure, therefore, after obtaining the beast's crystal core, the superhuman. The usual practice is to purify the power within the ferocious beast's crystal core. Could it be that he is also proficient in purification techniques?
Mu Qingwan looked at Yi Xiuyu, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. However, even if Yi Xiuyu's mental strength recovers, she will not allow him to challenge Wu Shaoquan.
Wu Shaoquan is a peak third-tier superhuman.
With the Wu family's resources, his strength even surpasses the early stage of the fourth tier.
You are no match for him.
Yi Xiuyu smiled slightly and said meaningfully,
"Teacher Mu, the breakthroughs I've made recently aren't just in my mental strength."
After he finished speaking, he activated the supernatural power within his body, and the aura of a high-level third rank spread out completely.
Mu Qingwan abruptly stood up from the sofa.
At this moment, she could no longer maintain her usual composure and aloofness. She pointed at Yi Xiuyu and asked incredulously,
"Tier 3, Advanced. When did your cultivation level break through to the advanced third tier?" Chapter 119 Mu Qingwan tests Yi Xiuyu. He.
Yi Xiuyu scratched his head, chuckled shyly a few times, and said, "Maybe I'm just lucky."
"So, Ms. Mu, can you help me now?"
"Don't worry, I'm confident I can win, it won't affect your teaching grade."
Mu Qingwan blurted out, "Teachers' grades aren't important, I'm worried about your safety."
The moment she said those words, both she and Yi Xiuyu were stunned. Yi Xiuyu glanced at Mu Qingwan with slight surprise. A faint pink tinge had appeared on her fair earlobes, seemingly from nowhere. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, making her incredibly alluring.
Ahem.
Yi Xiuyu coughed a few times, breaking the romantic atmosphere.
Dealing with Wu Shaoquan is just a piece of cake. Teacher Mu, please don't worry. Just a casual thing? Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at Yi Xiuyu, annoyed. Wu Shaoquan is the undisputed #1 student in the 3rd grade. How come in your mouth, they become just random passers-by A, B, and C?
Yi Xiuyu chuckled and muttered under his breath, "I'm just telling the truth."
Are you really sure?
Real. After pondering for a moment, Mu Qingwan said, "I can vouch for you, but..." She paused deliberately at this point, then continued. "I want to test your strength."
Sure.
Yi Xiuyu replied casually.
How do you want to test me?
Mu Qingwan glanced casually at the furnishings in the living room and said, "It's not convenient here, let's go to my place." Led by her, the two arrived at the training room in the basement of her villa. Mu Qingwan stood in the training room and spoke to Yi Xiuyu.
"Come on, attack me with all your might."
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuyu immediately realized what was happening. I never expected that Teacher Mu would personally test my strength.
Since Mu Qingwan had this intention, he had no objection to it. "Teacher Mu, be careful,"
Yi Xiuyu casually reminded him before activating the undying heavenly silkworm technique.
Mu Qingwan only felt an extremely fierce force of blood and energy. It emanated from Yi Xiuyu's body.
A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of her eyes.
Could it be that his body tempering technique has broken through again?
The power of this blood and chi has surpassed that of a mid-level 4th tier ferocious beast.
Besides breaking through in body strengthening techniques, Mu Qingwan couldn't think of any other reason.
Just as she was filled with doubt,
Yi Xiuyu moved.
Yi Xiuyu stomped his right foot on the ground and charged straight at Mu Qingwan like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Mu Qingwan. Yi Xiuyu raised his right fist high, and dark flames clung to his fist. This was after his undying heavenly silkworm technique broke through to the 4th level. One of the special abilities derived from it. This was also the strongest attack Yi Xiuyu could unleash without using his spatial abilities.
Mu Qingwan is a peak 6th tier expert. Just one step away from becoming a grandmaster.
Facing such a master, Yi Xiuyu was not naive enough to think that he could hurt Mu Qingwan. Therefore, his move was a killing blow. Faced with Yi Xiuyu's fierce attack, Mu Qingwan's expression remained unchanged. She raised her right hand and gently placed it on Yi Xiuyu's fist.
Boom! The loud crash echoed throughout the training room.
The instant their fists and palms made contact,
Yi Xiuyu felt a tremendous force travel from Mu Qingwan's slender arm into his body. Snort!
Yi Xiuyu let out a muffled groan.
Immediately afterwards, he was sent flying backward. Bang!
His body crashed into the wall, which brought him to a stop. Yi Xiuyu raised his head and looked at Mu Qingwan opposite him. She looked as usual, as if nothing had happened.
Is this the strength of a peak 6th tier expert?
Yi Xiuyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His all-out attack had no effect on Mu Qingwan whatsoever. This means that between him and Mu Qingwan,
there's still quite a distance to go.
Yi Xiuyu took a deep breath, put away the complicated thoughts in his heart, and stepped in front of Mu Qingwan.
Teacher Mu, how was it? Wasn't I very strong?
Mu Qingwan gave Yi Xiuyu a deep look, then said in a calm tone.
It's all right.
Yi Xiuyu's eyes widened.
It's just okay?
He dared to say that, with his abilities, he was a top figure even among all the students at the entire Magic University.
In Mu Qingwan's eyes, is this just a okay rating?
Just as Yi Xiuyu was wondering whether he should throw a punch, he heard Mu Qingwan say,
I agree to your challenge against Wu Shaokuan. Ha!
Yi Xiuyu was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, Really?
Mu Qingwan nodded and said, I will vouch for you in my own name. Get ready, let's set the competition for 3 days from now.
Yi Xiuyu narrowed his eyes.
3 days? That's fine. Let him be arrogant for 3 more days. You should go back first. Okay, then thank you for your help, teacher. After Yi Xiuyu left, Mu Qingwan opened her right palm. A small piece of black ash lay quietly in her palm.
Yi Xiuyu's punch. Its attack power has reached the level of mid-4th tier. But what shocked Mu Qingwan the most was not this, but the dark black flames wrapped around Yi Xiuyu's fist. That wisp of flame actually broke through her supernatural power and damaged her sleeve. Although Mu Qingwan's carelessness also played a part. But this is enough to prove Yi Xiuyu's strength.
Is that flame a ghostly fire from the underworld?
Yi Xiuyu awakened a spatial ability, and what puzzled Mu Qingwan was,
why are there flames on Yi Xiuyu's body? Magic University, Student Villa Area.
Wu Shaokuan sat on the sofa in the living room, a hint of anger on his face.
He had no idea. It was nothing more than assassinating Yi Xiuyu, a freshman who had just entered the Demon University. The assassins from the Hidden Assassins Society actually failed. Now Yi Xiuyu has not only returned safely to Magic University, but has also persuaded that old guy Fengchen to openly investigate him. Wu Shaokuan was not worried that hiring assassins would be exposed. After all, Yi Xiuyu probably didn't have direct evidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just assisting with the investigation. But after Fengchen did this, rumors started circulating on the Magic University campus. If this continues, his reputation will likely be greatly affected. Just as Wu Shaokuan was feeling frustrated, the villa's door was suddenly pushed open. Bai Mingxian rushed up to him with a hurried expression. Boss, something terrible has happened. Yi Xiuyu has launched a power ranking challenge against you. Wu Shaokuan frowned. The end-of-term ranking competition hasn't even started yet. If he wants to start a challenge, he'll need a teacher's guarantee, right? Who is Yi Xiuyu's guarantor? Bai Mingxian hesitated for a moment, then secretly glanced at Wu Shaokuan, his expression somewhat hesitant. Speak your mind. Bai Mingxian took a deep breath and said, word by word. Yi Xiuyu's guarantor is Mu Qingwan. News of the Chapter 120 Challenge tournament spread, causing great turmoil in the demon realm. Bang! The table in front of Wu Shaokuan shattered into several pieces instantly. He abruptly stood up from the sofa, looked at Bai Mingxian, and asked with a gloomy expression. Mu Qingwan? Why would she vouch for Yi Xiuyu? In Wu Shaoquan's eyes, Yi Xiuyu was nothing but a clown.
He admitted that Yi Xiuyu was indeed very talented, but talent is not the same as strength.
If it were another year or two, Wu Shaoquan might actually be somewhat wary of Yi Xiuyu.
However, for Yi Xiuyu to challenge himself now is nothing short of a pipe dream.
Wu Shaoquan didn't care about Yi Xiuyu's challenge at all.
What he found unacceptable was that the person who vouched for Yi Xiuyu was actually Mu Qingwan. In Wu Shaoquan's heart, Mu Qingwan was already the woman he had chosen. Therefore, Mu Qingwan's actions in helping Yi Xiuyu to deal with him deeply hurt Wu Shaoquan's pride.
Huff, huff.
Wu Shaoquan's breathing became a little heavier.
He forcibly suppressed his anger and asked Bai Mingxian, what exactly happened?
Bai Mingxian glanced at the broken pieces of the table scattered on the floor.
He secretly swallowed and said,
An hour ago, Teacher Mu submitted the application for the power ranking competition between Yi Xiuyu and you, in her own name as a guarantor. The school has agreed, and the competition will be held in 3 days.
This news has now spread throughout the entire Magic University campus. Everyone is looking forward to the match in 3 days.
During the closed period of the power ranking competition, it is relatively rare for competitions like Yi Xiuyu and Wu Shaoquan to have a teacher's guarantee. Even when such incidents do occur, they are almost always competitions between students of the same grade. The last time there was a competition across grade levels was 11 years ago. However, that competition was just a third-year student challenging a fourth-year student, and that person was the 38th ranked fourth-year student on the combat power list. Yi Xiuyu is a freshman in this competition. Not only is it 2 grades above him, but the person he's going to challenge is the top-ranked student on the third-year combat power list.
The title alone is enough to pique the interest of many viewers.
Wu Shaoquan slowly sat down on the sofa.
You dare challenge me?
3 days from now, I will personally defeat Yi Xiuyu.
I will show Mu Qingwan who is truly worthy of her. On the playground of the Magic University,
Su Qingying stood in an inconspicuous corner, quietly listening to the discussions around her. I never expected Yi Xiuyu to dare challenge Wu Shaoquan.
Yes.
Wu Shaoquan is the top of the third-year combat power rankings, at the peak of the third tier, and he once defeated a fourth-tier beginner-level alien beast.
That powerful? It seems Yi Xiuyu has no chance. Who can argue with that? Hey, why is Yi Xiuyu, a freshman, so foolish as to challenge Wu Shaoquan? I do have some inside information about this matter. What news? Tell me.
The man glanced around, then whispered to the crowd.
You've all heard about Yi Xiuyu being assassinated by the hidden assassins, right?
Yes, yes.
Everyone nodded. We've heard about it.
Seeing this, the man continued, according to rumors, the person who hired the assassin is Wu Shaoquan from the Wu family.
Wu Shaoquan? Really? Shu, keep your voice down.
I was just suspicious at first, but think about it, Yi Xiuyu is clearly no match for Wu Shaoquan, so why does he insist on challenging him?
Are you saying that Yi Xiuyu is expressing his dissatisfaction in this way? Hey, just keep that in mind.
It's tough for students like us who don't have strong backgrounds.
After hearing this, Su Qingying.
His expression darkened. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in her ear.
Sis, what do you want from me?
Su Qingying looked up and saw Su Zihong, who had appeared in front of her at some point.
Come with me.
After she finished speaking, she led Su Zihong to a secluded spot.
What's going on? Why are you being so mysterious? Su Qingying looked at Su Zihong and asked in a serious tone, are you aware that Yi Xiuyu is going to challenge Wu Shaoquan?
I know.
Su Zihong nodded.
I'm the one who told Brother Yi about the challenge method.
A smile appeared on Su Qingying's face. But Su Zihong sensed a dangerous aura from Su Qingying's smile.
Hiss hiss hiss.
Su Zihong couldn't help but shiver.
He patted his chest and said confidently,
Sister, what do you want to ask?
Your brother will answer everything he knows.
After giving Su Zihong a deep look, Su Qingying finally asked, why did Yi Xiuyu challenge Wu Shaoquan?
This. Su Zihong spread his hands, saying in a somewhat helpless tone. Sis, you're putting your brother in a difficult position.
I'm not Brother Yi, how would I know what he's thinking?
Seeing that Su Qingying's eyes were starting to turn dangerous again,
Su Zihong quickly said, although I'm not Brother Yi, I can probably guess a thing or two.
Su Qingying secretly withdrew her right hand and said in a calm tone,
Tell me your theory.
Phew, Su Zihong raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and then continued.
The conflict between Brother Yi and Wu Shaoquan started because of Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan? Upon hearing this name, a strange look flashed in Su Qingying's eyes. Okay, go on. Isn't the villa where Brother Yi lives next door to Mu Qingwan? Mu Qingwan personally applied for that villa for Brother Yi. You know Wu Shaoquan's personality, sister.
He must have privately asked someone to warn Brother Yi, and the result was obvious. Brother Yi ignored him. I suspect something else must have happened in between. That's why later on, Brother Yi challenged Wu Shaoquan's faction to a duel at the freshman orientation.
Su Qingying frowned and said, "What happened in between that you don't even know?" Hee. Su Zihong chuckled mischievously and said, "If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to find out."
But who is your little brother?
The all-knowing expert of the Magic University.
Su Zihong wanted to boast a bit more, but when he met Su Qingying's gaze, he quickly steered the conversation back to the main topic.
Although I don't know the specifics of what happened, I found some interesting information. Brother Yi arrived at Magic University ahead of time.
Before the official start of the semester, he left Magic University for more than a month to go to the second-tier alien beast gate in the eastern suburbs for training.
Coincidentally, Wu Shaoquan has a follower named Qin Mang who, following Brother Yi, also went to the second-tier alien beast gate in the eastern suburbs for training. As a result, Qin Mang died after Brother Yi returned to Magic University. Chapter 121 Mu He's shock. Su Qingying frowned.
She leaned close to Su Zihong's ear and whispered, "Qin Mang's death."
Although Su Qingying didn't finish her sentence, Su Zihong already understood what she wanted to say. Su Zihong shook his head and said, "No."
According to the school's investigation, Qin Mang did indeed die at the hands of a few rogue cultivators. At this point, Su Zihong glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice and said,
"I still don't understand why Qin Mang, who was clearly going to find Brother Yi, would end up clashing with the rogue cultivators?
I dare say that Qin Mang found Brother Yi in the area of the Beast Gate, and something must have happened between the two of them. That's why Brother Yi targeted Wu Shaoquan so relentlessly during the freshman competition."
A hint of confusion appeared on Su Qingying's face.
She asked, somewhat puzzled.
"Even if you guessed right, what does that have to do with Yi Shouyu challenging Wu Shaoquan?" "It's related. And it's very related."
Su Zihong patiently explained, if Qin Mang went to the Gate of Beasts to find Brother Yi on Wu Shaoquan's orders. Brother Yi's actions during the freshman competition were sending a message to Wu Shaoquan.
"I know everything you've done to me. Sis, what do you think Wu Shaoquan will do, given his personality?"
After pondering for a moment, Su Qingying said, word by word, he might try to find a way to shut Yi Shouyu up.
Yes. Su Zihong nodded. The best way to shut someone up is to turn them into a corpse.
Only the dead can never speak. Phew, upon hearing this, Su Qingying let out a long sigh and slowly uttered 3 words, Hidden Assassination Society. But even so, Yi Shouyu has no need to challenge Wu Shaoquan.
With his strength, he's no match for Wu Shaoquan. My dear sister.
Su Zihong scratched his head in frustration and said in a rather helpless tone, "You seem to have forgotten one thing, Brother Yi doesn't have any connections. The school made such a big commotion yesterday to investigate Wu Shaoquan and those people who follow him."
"And then what happened?" "Let's just leave it at that. Who is Wu Shaoquan?" "He's one of the young masters of the Wu family. The school won't do anything to him until there's absolute evidence."
So, in order to get the school's attention, Brother Yi could only express his attitude in this way.
It's connected. It's all cleared. In that instant, Su Qingying understood everything. No wonder these past few days. The school has been investigating Wu Shaoquan's people. No wonder Yi Shouyu insisted on challenging Wu Shaoquan.
No one could easily swallow this insult.
Sigh. Su Qingying sighed helplessly, then the price of this competition is too high.
Furthermore, it's one thing for Yi Shouyu to act recklessly, but Mu Qingwan is his mentor, how could she possibly agree to this competition?
He. Su Zihong chuckled mischievously and said, "Sis, I have some inside information about this. Do you want to hear it?" Su Qingying glanced at Su Zihong. "If you're itching for a beating, then say something." No. Su Zihong waved his hands repeatedly. I'll tell you right now. I saw Mu Qingwan at Brother Yi's villa this morning. She came to see Brother Yi very early this morning. Sister, you know I've seen it all. Based on my experience, there's definitely something fishy going on between them. Otherwise, would Mu Qingwan risk losing points as a teacher just to vouch for Brother Yi? Hey, I have to say, this Brother Yi is really something, you tell me. Su Zihong was still rambling on and on.
But Su Qingying no longer had the desire to hear it.
Yi Xiuyu and Mu Qingwan?
For some reason, after hearing the news, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest.
Seeing that Su Qingying was somewhat dazed, Su Zihong couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her and softly call out, "Sister, sister?" Ha! Su Qingying finally came to her senses. What's wrong?
Su Zihong carefully examined Su Qingying's expression and asked with a hint of suspicion.
Sis, something seems off about your expression? Ahem, Su Qingying coughed a few times and said calmly, really? You must have seen wrong. I have something to do, I'll be going now.
After she finished speaking, she turned and left the playground. Su Zihong watched Su Qingying's retreating figure, which seemed to have a hint of fleeing in panic.
Smack!
He slapped his head hard and muttered to himself.
My sister, she. Could it be that it's fallen? Vice Principal's office.
Muhi looked at Mu Qingwan on the sofa and asked. Yi Xiuyu is being ridiculous, why are you joining in his nonsense? Wu Shaoquan's strength is at the peak of the 3rd tier. Yi Xiuyu challenging him is just asking for humiliation. Mu Qingwan placed her teacup on the table and said calmly.
Father, how do you know that it wasn't Wu Shaoquan who brought this humiliation upon himself? Mu He raised an eyebrow. He couldn't sense any worry from Mu Qingwan's attitude. All that's there is peace and confidence? Yes, it's confidence.
Muhi had a vague feeling that Mu Qingwan seemed to have already made up her mind. Yi Xiuyu will win this match.
This shouldn't be happening. Yi Xiuyu's challenger is Wu Shaoquan. In terms of talent, even at Magic University,
Wu Shaoquan can also be considered an outstanding individual.
In terms of resources, Shanghai, the Wu family is definitely one of the most prominent families. Mu Qingwan should know these things better than anyone else.
After all, in the last 2 years, Wu Shaoquan had been pursuing her.
Moreover, some of the older generation in the Mu family also support this.
Mu He admitted that Yi Xiuyu's talent was indeed superior to Wu Shaoquan's. But he was just too young. If he waits another 2 years, perhaps he can defeat Wu Shaoquan. But now, Yi Xiuyu is definitely no match for Wu Shaoquan. Mu Qingwan chuckled a few times and said, Dad, this time, you've probably really misjudged me.
Oh?
A hint of surprise flashed in Muhi's eyes.
How so?
I personally tested Yi Xiuyu's strength. Let me put it this way, if those 4th-year students don't step in, Yi Xiuyu is invincible at Magic University. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Muhi's eyes. He asked, somewhat incredulously.
Are you telling the truth? Mu Qingwan nodded and said, absolutely true.
Hearing this, Muhi gasped, Yi Xiuyu, when did you become so powerful?
Chapter 122 Mu Qingwan's proposal. Seeing the confusion on his father Muhi's face,
Mu Qingwan couldn't help but recall Yi Xiuyu's request for her to collect the ferocious beast cores.
Although she didn't know how Yi Xiuyu had managed to do it.
But she was certain that Yi Xiuyu's strength had improved so quickly. It should be related to the crystal core of the ferocious beast. After all, Mu Qingwan had personally witnessed Yi Xiuyu obtain the ferocious beast's crystal core.
The damage to his mental energy was repaired overnight.
Mu Qingwan guessed that Yi Xiuyu must have cultivated a special combat technique that could directly extract energy from the crystal cores of ferocious beasts. However, Mu Qingwan did not intend to tell anyone about this, including her father, Mu He. She shook her head and said to her father, Mu He,
I don't know the specifics either.
However, Yi Xiuyu's current strength has already reached at least the mid-stage of the 4th rank.
So strong. Even if you've prepared yourself mentally beforehand.
But when Muhi heard this news, he was still greatly surprised.
4th tier intermediate level, this level of strength.
This surpasses the vast majority of senior students.
Yi Xiuyu is only a freshman in college. If he waits until his senior year of college, how much will his abilities have grown?
Putting aside everything else, at least for the next National Superpowered College League. With Yi Xiuyu around, it would be a piece of cake for them, Magic University, to win the league championship. Thinking of this, Muhi's expression became more excited. If that's the case, then there's really no need to worry about his match with Wu Shaoquan.
Only. After a brief pause, Muhi continued.
Revealing Yi Xiuyu's strength so early might not be a good thing for him.
He might be under tremendous pressure because of this.
There's no need to worry about this, Mu Qingwan said slowly. The competition was proposed by Yi Xiuyu himself, and I believe he is mentally prepared.
Mu, he sighed, I hope you're right.
If Yi Xiuyu were to get into trouble because of this, the loss to their magic university would be enormous. Yi Xiuyu, a peerless genius.
That's extremely rare.
Mu Qingwan stood up, walked up to Mu-He, and said with a serious expression.
Dad, I have a suggestion. Mu-He raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
What suggestion?
Mu Qingwan said solemnly, I want Yi Xiuyu to participate in this year's National Superpowered College League. After hearing Mu Qingwan's words,
Mu-He's brows furrowed almost instantly. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking, Warner, isn't this a bit too early?
The list of students representing the school in this year's National Superpowered College League was finalized a long time ago. Yes, if we only look at the strength, Yi Xiuyu is indeed qualified to be a substitute player, or even a starter. But the National Superpowered College League is not just about individual strength, it also includes teamwork.
Those students have been secretly training for a long time.
It's impossible for Yi Xiuyu to reach that level of tacit understanding with them in a short period of time.
In response to Mu-He's question, Mu Qingwan calmly asked in return. Dad, what do you think are the chances of our Magic University winning the championship in this year's college league?
4 head.
After hesitating for a moment, Mu-He said with some uncertainty, probably less than 20%.
He, Mu Qingwan chuckled a few times, speaking without any politeness.
You're being too optimistic. If you ask me, it's less than 10%.
Mu-He sighed helplessly.
Although Mu Qingwan spoke directly, it was all true. In recent years, almost all the talented students have been recruited by Yenching University.
Yenching University was able to win the National Superpowered College League Championship for 3 consecutive years precisely because they almost monopolized the top talents in China.
The 3 greats of China? This is just to give face to Moda University and Yunnan University. In fact, Yenching University. It already has a monopoly in China.
If Yi Xiuyu hadn't suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the champion of the next few college leagues would probably still be a foregone conclusion. Seeing that Mu-He had fallen silent, Mu Qingwan continued. My intention in having Yi Xiuyu participate in this year's National Superpowered College League is not at all to help our Magic University win the championship.
Instead, we wanted him to accumulate experience in advance.
If he can participate in this year's college league earlier, I believe that this experience will definitely be of great help to him in the next year. Mu-He's eyes flickered a few times. It has to be said that Mu Qingwan's words just now convinced him. From the perspective of improving team combat strength, Yi Xiuyu's participation in this college league can indeed provide limited assistance.
However, from a long-term perspective, this approach is almost entirely beneficial and harmless. Participating in another college league season is more than just gaining experience. Whether it's perspective, ability, or mindset, Yi Xiuyu will get a great deal of training. The chances of this year's Magic University team winning the Intercollegiate League Championship are very slim. Adding Yi Xiuyu to the team as a training exercise would indeed be a good idea. However, the selection of the team members. It needs to be decided by a show of hands by the Board of Trustees. Mu-He cannot make this decision on his own. Moreover, there are personnel restrictions in the college league. If Yi Xiuyu wants to join, someone else has to leave. If we want to get this done, we need to plan it out carefully. Thinking of this, Mu-He said to Mu Qingwan, I understand about this, and I will do my best to try. But I can't guarantee what the outcome will be. Dad is the best. Alright, you're always giving me difficult questions. While Mu Qingwan and her father were discussing in the study of the Wu family villa, Wu Shaoquan looked at Wu Shanming in the chair, head bowed, and said respectfully, Father, is there anything you need to tell me to do by calling me back? As Wu Shanming wrote with a calligraphy brush, he casually said, Be careful in the match 3 days from now, don't go too far with Yi Xiuyu. Wu Shaoquan suddenly raised his head and asked in disbelief, Father, why? Yi Xiuyu, that clown, has provoked me time and time again. In Wu Shaoquan's heart, he was already burning with rage. He was planning to teach Yi Xiuyu a lesson in the match 3 days from now. Unexpectedly, his father, Wu Shanming, suddenly said that he was not allowed to use excessive force against Yi Xiuyu. How could Wu Shaoquan accept this? Wu Shanming suddenly stopped writing. He raised his head, looked at Wu Shaoquan opposite him, and said in a detached tone, Do you have a problem with that?
Hiss. Wu Shaoquan suddenly shivered. Only then did he realize what he had just said.
He quickly explained, "No, I have no objection." Wu Shanming's pen started moving again. "You can leave now."
"Yes, father." Not long after Wu Shaoquan left, Wu Shanming put down the pen in his hand. On the paper in front of him were 2 lines of poetry. Poetry becomes more flavorful when it is dry, and in all gradually hides its sharpness after being tempered. Chapter 123, The ranking tournament begins, with the 3 vice principals arriving together. In the past 2 days, there have been rumors about Yi Xiuyu and Wu Shaoquan.
It spread almost throughout the entire Magic University campus.
The opinions of the Magic fans regarding this match were surprisingly unanimous.
Almost no one really thinks that
Yi Xiuyu will be Wu Shaoquan's opponent. Therefore, everyone is very curious about what exactly happened between Yi Xiuyu and Wu Shaoquan. That's why Yi Xiuyu was willing to go to any lengths to challenge Wu Shaoquan.
Could it be that, as the rumors say, Wu Shaoquan secretly hired assassins from the Hidden Assassin Society to assassinate Yi Xiuyu? As Yi Xiuyu's mentor, Mu Qingwan, knowing full well that Yi Xiuyu was no match for Wu Shaoquan, why would he vouch for Yi Xiuyu?
These questions filled everyone with anticipation for the challenge in a few days. Wu Shaoquan has been in a very irritable mood for the past 2 days. Since Yi Xiuyu returned to Magic University, he has inexplicably encountered a lot of trouble.
First, that old guy Fengchen.
They actually proposed to investigate students at Magic University who had conflicts with Yi Xiuyu at the school board meeting.
Wu Shaoquan knew very well that Fengchen pulled this stunt specifically targeting him.
His father, Wu Shanming, finally managed to suppress the matter. Mu Qingwan vouched for Yi Xiuyu and challenged him to a ranking competition based on his combat power.
This incident once again deeply wounded Wu Shaoquan's pride.
Mu Qingwan was the woman he had his eye on.
Now, she's actually helping Yi Xiuyu, an outsider, to deal with her. How could the proud and arrogant Wu Shaoquan swallow this insult?
He is planning to play in the upcoming matches.
Give Yi Xiuyu a good lesson.
Immediately afterwards, Wu Shaoquan's father called him back to the Wu family villa and specifically instructed him not to use excessive force against Yi Xiuyu during the match. Wu Shaoquan never expected this. Even his father sided with Yi Xiuyu.
Bang!
Wu Shaoquan crushed the cup in his hand and said with a gloomy expression, "Yi Xiuyu, I refuse to believe that your luck can stay this good forever." Unlike Wu Shaoquan, Yi Xiuyu, who was also a prominent figure at the university recently, was in a very good mood. After Mu Qingwan submitted his application for the ranked matches, Yi Xiuyu wasn't idle either. He made a special trip to his master, Elder Feng, and asked him to recommend a combat technique that could conceal one's aura. This experience at the Gate of Beasts made Yi Xiuyu somewhat wary. As his strength and talent become more apparent, more and more people will start to pay attention to him.
Among them, we cannot rule out heretical sects with ulterior motives, such as the Beast God Society. Once Yi Xiuyu leaves the Demon University and goes to the Gate of Alien Beasts for training, his situation will then become extremely dangerous. But Yi Xiuyu couldn't possibly cultivate step by step at the Magic University. Only by constantly hunting ferocious beasts, acquiring resources, and breaking down those resources to obtain ability points can he become a powerful being as quickly as possible. Therefore, if you want to hunt ferocious beasts, provided that safety is guaranteed, Yi Xiuyu needs to disguise his identity. He needs to change his aura and appearance so that he can better blend in with the Demon University. Elder Feng gave Yi Xiuyu a mid-level Xian rank mask. With this mask, as long as Yi Xiuyu doesn't encounter a Grandmaster level expert of the 7th rank or higher, then others will be unable to see through his disguise. In addition, Yi Xiuyu spent 5,000 credits to ask Mu Qingwan to exchange for an S-level combat skill, the Concealing Breath technique, from the Magic University Mall. He then spent over 4,000 ability points to raise his breath concealment technique to the Great Perfection level. Now, Yi Xiuyu has been able to adjust his cultivation level to the advanced stage of the first tier. Whether used to disguise one's identity, whether it's feigning weakness to deceive the enemy or playing dumb to outmaneuver them, both are excellent strategies. Unlimited, bring up the system panel. Name, Yi Xiuyu. Level, Tier 3 Advanced. Special ability, S-rank space type. Abilities, interdimensional dimension, teleportation, dimensional slash, devouring, spatial imprisonment. Physical constitution, 23093. Spiritual state, 21328.
Combat techniques, 8 extremes crushing fist mastery, inch step 4th level, myriad manifestations of the forest technique 5th level, undying heavenly silkworm skill 4th level, breath concealment technique mastery.
Special ability points, 5,540 points.
The mastery of the concealing breath technique, combined with the mid-level Xian rank mask given to him by Elder Phone. If Yi Xiaoyu wanted to leave the Demon University and go to the Gate of Beasts for training, his safety would be guaranteed to a certain extent.
However, after all this, he only had 700 credits left in his Magic University account. Sigh.
Yi Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. He worked hard for several months, completing 7 B+ level missions and 3 A level missions in a row.
I never imagined that I would become penniless again in the blink of an eye.
Fortunately, he was in another dimension. There was also a high-level Tier 3 wolf-headed bat and a peak Tier 3 two-headed fire python. After his ranked match with Wu Shaokuan ended, he went to the mission hall, accepted the corresponding mission, and exchanged it for Magic University credits. I just don't know if teacher Mu Qingwan will be able to collect enough ferocious beast cores.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful eyes of numerous faculty and students at Magic University, the ranking match between Yi Xiaoyu and Wu Shaokuan is finally coming. In the Heavenly Martial Arts Hall.
It was crowded with people early on.
The lineup gathered here today is quite impressive.
Besides Yi Xiaoyu's die-hard supporters among the freshmen, Zhang Ziqian, the second-ranked freshman, also came to the scene. Most of the members from the World War II strength rankings also attended. This includes Mu Xiao, who was ranked first on the combat power list, and Luo Ying, who was ranked second. The others who didn't come were out on missions and weren't on the Magic University campus, so they unfortunately missed this grand event. At this moment, Mu Xiao and Luo Ying were sitting side by side in the first row of the audience seats in the martial arts arena. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Mu Xiao said with a sigh, "Wow, I never expected Yi Xiaoyu to directly challenge Wu Shaokuan, a third-year student.
That guy is no pushover."
As a member of the Mu family, although Mu Xiao did not want Mu Qingwan to marry Wu Shaokuan,
but even he had to admit it. Wu Shaokuan, this man is no ordinary person.
Mu Xiao didn't think highly of Yi Xiaoyu. Although his talent was amazing, it was still too early for him to challenge Wu Shaokuan. Luo Ying, who was standing to the side, had remained silent since entering the martial arts arena. His eyes remained fixed on the direction of the door.
It's obvious he's waiting for someone.
Seeing that Luo Ying didn't speak, Mu Xiao reached out and nudged her, asking with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why aren't you saying anything?"
Just then, a series of exclamations suddenly rang out from the direction of the martial arts arena entrance. Vice Principal Mu is here. That's Vice Principal Wu. Vice Principal Zhou, I didn't expect him to come too. For many students at Magic University, the university's vice president is a rare and important figure.
Most of them only participated in the end-of-term ranking matches. Only then can you see one of the three of them. Unexpectedly, in the match between Yi Xiaoyu and Wu Shaokuan, they were fortunate enough to witness the arrival of all three vice principals of Magic University. The entire martial arts arena erupted in chaos.
Chapter 124 Yi Xiaoyu's first display of strength shocks everyone.
Mu He and his two companions arrived at the special viewing room.
After everyone was seated, they greeted each other. Mu He turned to look at Wu Xian beside him and said with considerable surprise, "Old Wu, I really didn't expect you to come and watch the game." In private, the way Mu He and the other two address each other is relatively casual. Faced with Mu He's teasing, Wu Xian smiled slightly and said, "Among the students we're facing today are members of the Wu family. It's not surprising that I'm here. But why are you two also so interested in this match?" He. Mu He said in a serious tone, "My daughter Qingwan is Yi Xiaoyu's mentor." Zhou Shijun glanced at Mu He and the other man, and said in a calm tone, "I've always been a little curious about Yi Xiaoyu, the champion of this year's martial arts exam. I happen to have some free time today, so I came along to join in the fun." While the three were chatting, Wu Shaokuan has already stepped onto the ring. The teacher in charge of refereeing this ranking competition is named Song Ming. Seeing that Wu Shaokuan had already entered the arena, Song Ming turned around and shouted loudly to those around him, "Has Yi Xiaoyu arrived yet?" He asked 3 times in a row, but no one in the entire fighting arena responded. He. Seeing this, Wu Shaokuan sneered a few times. Is Yi Xiaoyu regretting his decision and too afraid to come? No sooner had he finished speaking than a clear, cold voice rang out from the entrance of the martial arts arena. Who said I'm afraid to come?
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure slowly walking in from the entrance of the martial arts arena.
Da. Da.
The footsteps grew louder as they approached. Yi Xiaoyu's face gradually became clearer. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoyu moved swiftly, and in the next instant, he appeared on the arena.
Wu Shaoquan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to actually dare to come?" Yi Xiaoyu asked in a calm tone, "Why wouldn't I dare to come? Some people, used to throwing their weight around, actually think they're someone important?" Wu Shaoquan's face turned completely gloomy. "If it weren't for my father's instructions?" He wished he could tear Yi Xiaoyu to pieces on the spot. Wu Shaoquan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Not seriously injuring Yi Xiaoyu doesn't mean I have no other way to deal with him. Humph. I hope you'll still be laughing in a little while. Yi Xiaoyu had no intention of wasting any more words with Wu Shaoquan. He turned to Song Ming beside him and asked, "Teacher, may I begin?" After glancing at Yi Xiaoyu, Song Ming turned to Wu Shaoquan and asked, "Wu Shaoquan, are you ready?" Wu Shaoquan nodded. "I'm ready." Song Ming then looked up at his left front. That was the location of Xin Xian, the teacher in charge of treatment during this competition. Xin Xian volunteered to take charge of the treatment work for this competition. After receiving a signal from Song Ming, she casually gave him an OK sign. Song Ming understood immediately. He waved his right hand and shouted, "The competition begins." Then, he flashed away. Then it disappeared from Yi Xiaoyu and Wu Shaoquan's sight. He. Crack. Crack. Wu Shaoquan stretched his limbs, then grinned maliciously at Yi Xiaoyu and said, "Kid, I'll make you regret what you've done." Yi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of sarcasm, "You think you can make me regret this?" Seeing that Yi Xiaoyu was still acting arrogantly, Wu Shaoquan's anger intensified. However, he did not choose to attack Yi Xiaoyu directly. Instead, he put his hands behind his back. "Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you make the first move." His dashing posture drew cheers from the third-year students in the martial arts hall. "Good. As expected of the top spot on my third-year combat power ranking. That's impressive. Brother Wu, I think one move might not be enough. Why don't you let that brat have a few more moves?" Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiaoyu ignored these figures. As he activated his supernatural ability, an aura of the early stage of the third rank emanated from his body. This was precisely the result of his deliberate control using the breath concealment technique. Zhang Ziqian, sitting in the audience, showed a hint of shock in his eyes after sensing Yi Xiaoyu's strength. Early stage of Tier 3. I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. Since the freshman competition, Zhang Ziqian has been cultivating like crazy. Even so, he had only just entered the mid-stage of the second tier a few days ago. On the other hand, Yi Xiaoyu. When the supernatural martial arts exam was about to begin, he met him. Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation level has only just reached the peak of the first tier. In just about half a year, his cultivation level has already reached the early stage of the third rank. If Zhang Ziqian knew that this was the result of Yi Xiaoyu deliberately controlling the situation using a concealment technique. In reality, Yi Xiaoyu's true cultivation level had already reached the advanced stage of the third tier. I wonder what Zhang Ziqian is thinking. Luo Ying was just as shocked as Zhang Ziqian. 3 months ago, when he fought Yi Xiaoyu was only at the advanced level of the second tier, 1 tier lower than him. Unexpectedly, not long after that, Yi Xiaoyu has already taken the first step. Breakthrough to Tier 3. Mu Xiao, who was sitting not far from Luo Ying, couldn't help but sigh, muttering to himself. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have forced Yi Xiaoyu to fight me at least once during the freshman competition. Now, even if Yi Xiaoyu is willing, Mu Xiao was also unwilling. Yi Xiaoyu was a freak. He defeated Luo Ying, who was at the peak of the second tier, with his advanced second tier cultivation. Mu Xiao doesn't understand Yi Xiaoyu, but he understands Luo Ying. Yi Xiaoyu's ability to easily defeat Luo Ying shows that his strength is not much different from his own. At that time, Yi Xiaoyu was only a second-level advanced cultivator. Now that he has broken through to the third tier, no matter how confident Mu Xiao is, he wouldn't naively believe that he is Yi Xiaoyu's opponent. At the same time, a series of uproars erupted throughout the martial arts arena. Although everyone believed that Yi Xiaoyu was no match for Wu Shaoquan. But no one expected that Yi Xiaoyu's strength had already broken through to the early stage of the third tier. Inside the special spectator room,
When Mu He sensed Yi Shouyu's aura, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even Mu Qingwan had already privately told Mu He about Yi Shouyu's true strength beforehand. But Mu He didn't see it with his own eyes after all. Having experienced it firsthand, Mu He was indeed somewhat shocked. However, amidst the shock, there was still a hint of expectation in his eyes. According to Mu Qingwan, Yi Shouyu was a sure winner against Wu Shaoquan. A cultivator at the initial stage of the third tier cannot do this. Could it be that Yi Shouyu is still hiding his true strength? Chapter 125 Yi Shouyu vs Wu Shaoquan. When Wu Shaoquan sensed Yi Shouyu's aura, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. When did this kid's cultivation level break through to the early stage of the third rank? How old is he now? If we continue to let Yi Shouyu grow like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm no match for him. Regardless, we must take this opportunity to suppress him today. Wu Shaoquan suppressed his shock, gave a cold snort, and said, Yi Shouyu, I admit, you did give me some surprises. If I gave you a little more time, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be your match. But now, you don't really think that with your cultivation at the early stage of the third rank, you can be arrogant in front of me, do you? Yi Shouyu did not continue the verbal exchange with Wu Shaoquan. He raised his head, a bright smile spreading across his face, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Yi Shouyu disappeared from the spot without any warning. The next instant, they were already in front of Wu Shaoquan. His clenched right fist generated an incredibly sharp gust of wind, slamming fiercely towards Wu Shaoquan in front of him. Faced with Yi Shouyu's fierce attack, Wu Shaoquan's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such speed! He turned his right hand into a fist and met Yi Shouyu's right fist head-on, not to be outdone. Boom! A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, began to spread outwards from the point where Yi Shouyu and Yi Shouyu were fighting. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Wu Shaoquan slid more than 10 meters along the ring before finally coming to a stop. He quickly circulated his supernatural power to suppress the restless energy within his body. Only then did he raise his head, looking at Yi Shouyu with a gaze that. His eyes gleamed with deep shock. How is this possible? Yi Shouyu's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the third rank. But just now, the instant my right fist made contact with his, Wu Shaoquan felt an incomparable force enter his body from Yi Shouyu's thin arm. That power is definitely not something a level 3 beginner ability user could possess. Wu Shaoquan's expression turned completely serious. Although he had only exchanged blows with Yi Shouyu for a brief moment, but the strength Yi Shouyu displayed far exceeded his expectations. Hold back? Wu Shaoquan had already stopped thinking about that. If he had dared to hold back, I might have really suffered an upset in today's match. But this is good, now he has a reason to go all out. At the same time, gasps of surprise echoed from the surrounding stands. Yi Shouyu actually knocked Wu Shaoquan back with a single punch, am I seeing things? Is Yi Shouyu that strong? What are you yelling about? Brother Angkor was merely being polite. Ha! Didn't you see the completely bewildered look on your brother Wu's face? He doesn't even deserve to give way. What are you saying? I'm just telling the truth, so what? Just because I'm not as skilled, doesn't mean I can't be criticized? Inside the special spectator room, Zhou Shijun was also extremely surprised when he saw this scene. Although Yi Shouyu's punch just now had a hint of a sneak attack. Even if Wu Shaoquan were careless, there would be very few students in the entire third year of Magic University who could knock him back with a single punch. Zhou Shijun originally thought that today's match would be a foregone conclusion. Now it seems that Yi Shouyu dared to challenge Wu Shaoquan. It really wasn't a momentary impulse. And Zhou Shijun glanced at Mu He subtly to the side. The moment Yi Shouyu defeated Wu Shaoquan, Mu He, that old guy, didn't show much shock on his face. He didn't believe that Mu He's state of mind had reached the point of being indifferent to both honor and disgrace. Considering Mu Qingwan's act of vouching for Yi Shouyu in the competition, a bold guess began to form in Zhou Shijun's mind. Could it be that this old guy Mu He already knew Yi Shouyu's strength beforehand? The more Zhou Shijun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Since Mu Qingwan dared to vouch for Yi Shouyu, she must have a certain understanding of Yi Shouyu's abilities. Mu He is Mu Qingwan's father, so how could he not have some inside information? You old Mu, you've been hiding it well. Zhou Shijun cursed Mu He inwardly, then turned his gaze back to the arena. However, this time, in Zhou Shijun's eyes, there was a clear increase in anticipation.
On the arena, Wu Shaoquan's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. He looked at Yi Xiaoyu and said with some surprise, "I really underestimated you."
Yi Xiaoyu casually stretched his limbs and replied nonchalantly,
"You're surprised? Then I've overestimated you." Wu Shaoquan's face instantly darkened. He chuckled coldly and said, "Heh. Looks like that last attack gave you some unrealistic fantasies. You've probably forgotten that what superpowered individuals compete in isn't their physical strength." As soon as Wu Shaoquan finished speaking, countless black liquids gushed out from his body. Hundreds of dark arrows gathered in mid-air. Upon witnessing this scene, a murmur of surprise and disbelief arose from the stands. "This is the S-rank combat skill, Ice Soul Arrow Rain technique. I heard that Wu Shaoquan once used this move, combined with his S-rank superpower, to severely injure 3 peak 3rd tier superpower users. This is only the beginning, and Wu Shaoquan has already used this move. It seems he doesn't want to give Yi Xiaoyu any chance at all. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to see those two have a showdown. I can't believe the match is over so soon." Everyone sighed in amazement. Almost no one believed that Yi Xiaoyu could withstand this move. Even Yi Xiaoyu's supporters. At this moment, a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. The aura emanating from that black arrow alone. They could then sense just how astonishing the power of this move was. "Ha ha ha." Wu Shaoquan laughed a few times. "Kid, try and catch this move." With a wave of his right hand, the dark arrows flew towards Yi Xiaoyu like raindrops. Ice Soul Arrow Rain technique. Swish swish. Countless sharp whooshing sounds rang out. In an instant, the area beneath Yi Xiaoyu's feet was almost completely enveloped by a rain of arrows. Yi Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at the sky filled with dark arrows. A cold smile crept onto his lips. "Ha! Superpowers aren't something only you possess." Yi Xiaoyu stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the rain of arrows in mid-air. The next instant, a black vortex with a radius of several meters appeared out of thin air between him and the rain of arrows. Yi Xiaoyu silently shouted to himself, "Devour." The dense rain of arrows, upon contact with the black vortex. In just a few breaths, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 126 Wu Shaoquan gets completely crushed. Space-based skill, Devour. Wu Shaoquan practically gritted his teeth as he uttered those words. He was actually quite familiar with the concept of devouring. Yi Xiaoyu once used Devour to defuse the attack of the Hellhound during the martial arts exam, even though he was of a higher level. However, later on, he consistently relied on his superior physical strength to fight opponents of higher levels. This made Wu Shaoquan selectively ignore the fact that Yi Xiaoyu could also use Devour. Although Wu Shaoquan verbally looked down on Yi Xiaoyu. However, in private, he had also carefully studied Yi Xiaoyu's abilities. In the battle between Yi Xiaoyu and Luo Ying, he relied primarily on his physical strength. Finally, Yi Xiaoyu used spatial imprisonment to defeat Luo Ying by surprise. Throughout the entire battle, Yi Xiaoyu never used the Devour technique, which Wu Shaoquan had initially thought. Yi Xiaoyu doesn't use the Devour skill because there's a limit to how much he can devour. He never expected that Yi Xiaoyu, with his cultivation at the early stage of the 3rd tier, would use Devour to neutralize his full force attack as a peak 3rd tier ability user. Just as shocked as Wu Shaoquan were all the audience members present. No one expected that Yi Xiaoyu could so easily deflect Wu Shaoquan's attack. Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation level is only at the early stage of the 3rd rank? Given Yi Xiaoyu's cultivation speed, it probably won't be long before his cultivation level reaches the intermediate, advanced, or even peak of the 3rd tier. By then, wouldn't Yi Xiaoyu be able to fight against a 4th tier ability user? 4th level, that's already the graduation standard for Magic University. Ignoring the commotion around him, Yi Xiaoyu looked at Wu Shaoquan, who was on guard, and spoke softly. "You've attacked. Now it's my turn, isn't it?" Yi Xiaoyu had barely finished speaking before Wu Shaoquan could reply. In a flash, he was already in front of Wu Shaoquan. Whoosh! With a sharp whooshing sound, Yi Xiaoyu punched Wu Shaoquan in the chest. Wu Shaoquan knew that Yi Xiaoyu was physically strong. How could he dare to easily accept that punch? With a wave of his hands, a black shield appeared in front of him. Water Elemental Shield. Boom! Yi Xiaoyu's right fist slammed hard into the shield. The shield flickered a few times before returning to calm. Just when Wu Shaoquan thought he had blocked Yi Xiaoyu's punch, a very faint sound reached his ears. Click!
It turned out that Yi Shouyu had gathered the power of devouring in his right fist. Therefore, at the instant his right fist made contact with Wu Shaoquan's water elemental shield, the power of devouring is already breaking down the shield's defenses. The whole process happened very quickly, and by the time Wu Shaoquan reacted, it was too late. Wu Shaoquan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that a crack had appeared on the shield in the area where Yi Shouyu's fist had hit. The crack spread rapidly as soon as it appeared, crack, crack, crack. Wu Shaoquan inwardly knew something was wrong. Oh no, this shield is about to shatter. Just as Yi Shouyu's right fist was about to strike him, he quickly raised his left arm, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! Under Wu Shaoquan's unpleasant gaze, the water elemental shield he had conjured shattered with a deafening roar. Yi Shouyu's punch was faster and heavier than before. Even after being weakened by the water elemental shield, it was still beyond the physical strength of Wu Shaoquan. Wu Shaoquan felt a tremendous force slam into his left arm. Puff! He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee. Yi Shouyu sneered, thinking to himself, we've wasted so much time, it's time to get down to business. He grabbed Wu Shaoquan's left arm with his right hand and pulled him forcefully towards himself. At the same time, he took a half step forward with his right foot, twisted his waist and lowered his shoulder, and his shoulder slammed directly into Wu Shaoquan's chest. Yi Shouyu used the move shoulder collapse from the Bajiquan Benquan. With this collision, the two forces clashed. Wu Shaoquan felt a tightness in his chest, and his whole body almost fell apart from the impact. He had no time to react before Yi Shouyu's next attack followed like a leech. De Cheng's inch step and 8 extremes bun fist. These two combat techniques fully demonstrate Yi Shouyu's formidable physical strength. Fist, foot, elbow, knee, leg, shoulder, head. In that instant, every part of Yi Shouyu's body. They all seemed to have been transformed into deadly weapons. The dense attacks, like a storm, completely enveloped Wu Shaoquan. Wu Shaoquan was like a punching bag, being knocked from one side of the ring to the other by Yi Shouyu, until Wu Shaoquan's back was pressed tightly against the protective shield at the edge of the ring. Yi Shouyu unleashed a powerful right straight punch. It struck Wu Shaoquan hard in the chest. Boom! With a loud crash, the protective shield on the arena began to flash continuously. This scene proves that Yi Shouyu's punch just now. The shield is almost at its limit. Referee Song Ming quickly channeled his supernatural power into the protective shield, stabilizing it before looking up at Yi Shouyu. Considering Wu Shaoquan's strength, he set the protective intensity of the arena's shield to the intermediate level of the 4th tier. Unexpectedly, Yi Shouyu was able to shake the protective shield. Doesn't this mean that his attack power has already reached the edge of the mid-level 4th tier? This guy is absolutely phenomenal. At the edge of the arena, as Yi Shouyu slowly withdrew his right hand, Wu Shaoquan finally got a chance to catch his breath. Huff, huff. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was breathing heavily. After taking the full combo from Yi Shouyu head-on, Wu Shaoquan was essentially rendered incapable of fighting. This was only because Yi Shouyu deliberately held back his strength. In this battle, Yi Shouyu not only needs to defeat Wu Shaoquan, he also wanted to completely shatter Wu Shaoquan's self-esteem. He will not let anyone who wants to hurt him get away with it, no matter who they are. Looking at Yi Shouyu's ambiguous smile, a sense of fear crept into Wu Shaoquan's heart. Even now, he still can't figure out how he lost. In terms of cultivation, he was at the peak of the 3rd rank, while Yi Shouyu was only at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. In terms of background, he is backed by the Wu family of Shanghai. What about Yi Shouyu? He was just an insignificant nobody who came from a 3rd-rate high school. How could I possibly lose to him? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Wu Shaoquan felt he must be dreaming, but the constant, excruciating pain throughout his body served as a constant reminder. Everything he had just experienced. It's all true. Wu Shaoquan's eyes were glazed over, and he muttered to himself. So? Did I really lose? Chapter 127 Wu Shaoquan admits defeat. The entire martial arts arena was completely silent. Everyone stared at Yi Shouyu and Wu Shaoquan on the stage, their faces filled with disbelief. Things happened so fast that by the time everyone realized what was happening, Yi Shouyu had already used a smooth combo to make Wu Shaoquan cough up blood. Almost no one expected that this highly anticipated challenge would end like this. Yi Shouyu looked at the battered and bruised Wu Shaoquan and asked with a smile. How about it?
Did you have a good time, senior? Faced with Yi Xiaoyu's questioning, Wu Shaoquan's eyes instantly turned red.
He forced himself to sit up, roaring with a face full of resentment.
The game isn't over yet.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's smile grew even brighter.
This is the moment he's been waiting for.
Almost the instant Wu Shaoquan finished speaking, Yi Xiaoyu vanished from his spot in an instant and appeared in front of Wu Shaoquan.
He raised his right leg and swept it towards Wu Shaoquan's knee. Click.
A faint but clear cracking sound rang out. Wu Shaoquan felt a piercing pain coming from his left knee. The next instant, he felt that he had lost feeling in his right leg.
Ah! My leg! Wu Shaoquan's screams echoed throughout almost every corner of the martial arts arena.
Yi Xiaoyu's movements were not affected in the slightest.
He retracted his right leg and kicked Wu Shaoquan's left knee again. Click.
Yi Xiaoyu's movements were swift and decisive, the entire process flowing smoothly. By the time the students who were watching realized what was happening, Wu Shaoquan was already kneeling on the ground. Just as Yi Xiaoyu was about to break Wu Shaoquan's right arm, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. A fist and a palm collided violently.
Bang!
After a loud bang, Yi Xiaoyu was sent flying backward. He lightly tapped the ground a few times with his feet before coming to a steady stop. Yi Xiaoyu raised his head, and when he saw the face of the person in front of him, his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. The person who arrived was none other than Song Ming, the referee for this match.
Yi Xiaoyu asked in a deep voice, "Teacher Song, what do you mean by this?"
Song Ming looked at Yi Xiaoyu, a hint of displeasure in his eyes.
"Student, you've already won." He.
Yi Xiaoyu chuckled a few times, then pointed to Wu Shaoquan behind Song Ming and said,
"Didn't you hear me?"
Wu Shaoquan himself said that the competition isn't over yet. Hiss, Wu Shaoquan couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this.
He was now fully awake.
Yi Xiaoyu's two kicks not only broke Wu Shaoquan's legs, but also shattered his pride and self-esteem. At this moment, Wu Shaoquan had completely lost the desire to continue fighting. He said with some difficulty,
I admit defeat."
After Wu Shaoquan finished speaking, he seemed to lose all his strength and collapse to the ground, his face turning pale and listless. Make him admit he lost. This was even more painful for him than killing him.
However, Wu Shaoquan had no choice. If he doesn't admit defeat, based on Yi Xiaoyu's actions just now,
let alone his limbs, Yi Xiaoyu would probably smash every single bone in his body.
As expected, after hearing Wu Shaoquan concede defeat,
a hint of regret flashed in Yi Xiaoyu's eyes.
He originally thought Wu Shaoquan was a tough nut to crack.
Unexpectedly, after he broke both of Wu Shaoquan's legs, this guy had already voluntarily admitted defeat. Wu Shaoquan conceded defeat, and referee Song Ming had already left the field. Left with no other choice, Yi Xiaoyu had to withdraw his restless supernatural power. He looked at Wu Shaoquan and said with lingering satisfaction, "Senior, I'll take the top spot on the third-year combat power ranking. You're always welcome to challenge me to a ranked match." Wu Shaoquan, already traumatized both physically and mentally, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words.
Put.
He couldn't wait to get up from the ground and have a big fight with Yi Xiaoyu. However, not to mention that both of his legs had been broken by Yi Xiaoyu, he also suffered severe internal injuries.
Moreover, Wu Shaoquan felt a faint sense of fear when he thought of Yi Xiaoyu's strength. Even if he is at his peak now, Wu Shaoquan might not dare to fight Yi Xiaoyu.
Song Ming, standing to the side, decisively announced the results of the match.
"I hereby declare the winner of this challenge to be Yi Xiaoyu."
As soon as Song Ming finished speaking, the entire martial arts arena erupted in thunderous cheers.
Iya. Yi Shun. Yi Shun. Who just said that Yi Shun was no match for Wu Shaoquan?
Step forward, you bastard. Ever since the news of Yi Xiaoyu's challenge to Wu Shaoquan spread, Yi Xiaoyu's supporters have been secretly holding their breath.
Almost the entire faculty and student body of Magic University are talking about it.
Yi Xiaoyu was too impulsive.
With his current strength, he is definitely no match for Wu Shaoquan. Of course, it wasn't just Wu Shaoquan's faction that held this view. Even their supporters think so.
They didn't doubt Yi Xiaoyu's talent, but as everyone said, Yi Xiaoyu was simply too young. If given another year, Wu Shaoquan would definitely not be a match for Yi Xiaoyu.
However, things always take unexpected turns.
At this crucial moment, Yi Xiaoyu chose to challenge Wu Shaoquan, and what surprised everyone even more was
Yi Xiaoyu won.
He defied everyone's expectations, defeating Wu Xiaokuan, who was at the peak of the third rank, with a cultivation level of only the initial stage of the third rank. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the audience, the atmosphere on the ring fell silent. Just as Song Ming announced the results of the competition, Shen Xian came to Wu Xiaokuan's side. After examining Wu Xiaokuan's body, Shen Xian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This kid looks kind, but he's ruthless. Wu Xiaokuan's injuries were far more serious than she had anticipated. He suffered multiple fractures throughout his body, and all his internal organs were severely injured, in addition to a comminuted fracture of his knee.
This treatment will require a lot of my energy.
Shen Xian first gave Yi Xiaoyu a resentful look, then she raised her right hand and gently stroked Wu Xiaokuan's back.
A continuous stream of healing abilities.
It flowed from her palm into Wu Xiaokuan's body. Yi Xiaoyu shivered when Shen Xian glared at him.
His such heavy resentment. Could this woman be one of Wu Xiaokuan's suitors?
Yi Xiaoyu was certain that he did not know Shen Xian. Therefore, he could only secretly speculate that Shen Xian's resentment towards him stemmed from Wu Xiaokuan.
Chapter 128 Wu Xian's Worries. Wow, I didn't expect Yi Xiaoyu to actually win.
A trace of disbelief still lingered in Mu Xiao's eyes. Although he didn't like Wu Xiaokuan either. However, Mu Xiao had to admit that Wu Xiaokuan did have considerable strength. He was already ranked number 1 on the second-year combat power list, and the top spot on the combat power list is not an easy position to hold. At the end of each semester, Mu Xiao has to face at least a dozen rounds of challenges.
As far as he knew, Wu Xiaokuan's experiences. Not much better than him.
In this situation, anyone who can maintain their position at the top of the combat power rankings is not someone to be trifled with. However, Wu Xiaokuan, a genius boy from a prominent family, actually lost to Yi Xiaoyu, who came from a third-rate high school.
Mu Xiao could almost foresee that. What a shock this news will cause among all the teachers and students of Magic University. If we were to summarize everyone's previous impression of Yi Xiaoyu, they are still only considered unparalleled geniuses. From today onwards, Yi Xiaoyu will rise to become a dominant figure at the Magic University.
Thinking of this, Mu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. I heard that some people in the family are very dissatisfied because his cousin Mu Qingwan vouched for Yi Xiaoyu in the ranking competition. He was really curious what kind of expressions these people would have if they knew that Wu Xiaokuan had been defeated by Yi Xiaoyu.
Sigh.
Mu Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, my cousin has such good taste. Not to mention those people, even he himself didn't think highly of Yi Xiaoyu before.
All I can say is that Yi Xiaoyu brought a surprise to everyone.
Luo Ying, standing to the side, was even more shocked than Mu Xiao. What shocked Mu Xiao even more than Yi Xiaoyu's strength was his speed of growth. He had faced off against Yi Xiaoyu in the freshman competition. At that time, Yi Xiaoyu's strength was only slightly stronger than his.
How long has it been? 3 months.
Only 3 months have passed. Yi Xiaoyu was actually able to defeat Wu Xiaokuan head-on.
Such a growth rate was unheard of before Luo Ying. Special spectator room.
At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the room.
Ha 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 ha.
After laughing for a while, Zhou Shijun said to Mu He beside him, Old Mu, you've been hiding this really well.
Throughout the match, Yi Xiaoyu almost completely dominated Wu Xiaokuan.
This shows that Yi Xiaoyu's strength far surpasses Wu Xiaokuan's. Considering Mu Qingwan's act of vouching for Yi Xiaoyu, and the subtle expressions on Mu Yi's face during the match, Zhou Shijun naturally came to the conclusion. That is, the Mu family father and daughter already knew about Yi Xiaoyu's strength. But Mu He hadn't shown any of this before his acting skills were truly superb. Mu He was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood Zhou Shijun's meaning and explained somewhat helplessly. I really didn't know that Yi Xiaoyu could have such strength. Seeing that Mu He was still arguing, Zhou Shijun curled his lip, his face showing an expression that said, I don't believe you. Seeing this, Mu He did not continue to argue.
Unlike Zhou Shijun and Mu He, Wu Xian's expression was no longer relaxed. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war.
Wu Xiaokuan lost and dropped to the top of the power rankings. This wasn't something that was too difficult for the Wu family to accept. The trouble is that the person who defeated Wu Xiaokuan was Yi Xiaoyu. Now, almost everyone at Magic University knows that.
There is a significant conflict between Yi Xiaoyu and Wu Xiaokuan.
Originally, according to the plan of the family head Wu Shanming, Wu Xiaokuan was supposed to hold back against Yi Xiaoyu in this ranking match. At that time, the Wu family will then communicate with Yi Xiaoyu on their behalf.
Offer them substantial rewards.
As the saying goes, wealth can move people's hearts. In Wu Shanming's eyes, there is nothing that cannot be resolved through negotiation. If there is such a thing, it's simply that the price isn't right. Given Yi Xiuyu's background from a third-rate high school, as long as the Wu family treats him with proper respect and provides him with some cultivation resources, Wu Shanming believed that Yi Xiuyu would probably soon become one of the Wu family's followers. But now, things have changed. Yi Xiuyu won. Once this news spreads, not just at Magic University, but probably throughout China, everyone will know that Yi Xiuyu is an unparalleled genius. Therefore, it won't be an easy task for the Wu family to either subdue Yi Xiuyu or resolve the conflict between them. They will have no shortage of competitors, especially the Mu family. Mu Qingwan took a huge risk to vouch for Yi Xiuyu in the ranking matches. This action definitely earned Yi Xiuyu a lot of goodwill. Thinking about this, Wu Xian felt somewhat depressed. If Mu He didn't know Yi Xiuyu's strength, he dared to have his daughter, Mu Qingwan, vouch for Yi Xiuyu? Wu Xiankai didn't believe it. Therefore, in Wu Xian's eyes, this was a trap set up by Mu He instigating Yi Xiuyu for their Wu family. He glanced at Mu He almost imperceptibly, and seeing the gentle, warm expression on Mu He's face, Wu Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly, insidious. Absolutely insidious. However, since things had come to this point, no matter how frustrated he was, it was all in vain. He could only report the matter as soon as possible. Let's see if there's any room for maneuver. Thinking of this, Wu Xian suddenly stood up from his seat. Gentlemen, I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the room without waiting for Mu He and Zhou Shijun's response. He. Zhou Shijun watched Wu Xian's departing figure. He chuckled a few times and said meaningfully, "Old Mu, it seems some people are about to get restless this time." In recent years, the Wu family's behavior in Shanghai has become increasingly domineering. Zhou Shijun has already suffered quite a few hidden losses at Wu Xian's hands. Now that he could finally see the Wu family suffer a setback, he was naturally delighted. However, despite his happiness, Zhou Shijun still gave Mu He a word of advice. "You'd better be careful lately. The Wu family has suffered such a huge loss, I reckon they won't let this go easily." Mu He nodded solemnly. When Mu Qingwan vouched for Yi Xiuyu, he had already foreseen this scene today. After all, everyone in Shanghai knows that Wu Shaoquan has been pursuing his daughter, Mu Qingwan. Now that Mu Qingwan is helping Yi Xiuyu to deal with Wu Shaoquan, this is practically slapping Wu Shaoquan and the Wu family in the face. Given Wu Shaoquan's temper, there's no way he'd swallow this insult. Mu He had always looked down on Wu Shaoquan and the Wu family's ways. Therefore, Yi Xiuyu's victory over Wu Shaoquan was actually good news for him. As for the Wu family's reaction, Mu He only had 8 words to say. "When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it." Chapter 129 Traveling with Beauty, The Disturbance in the Mission Hall. Yi Xiuyu calmly jumped off the arena. The students watching from below the stage spontaneously made way for him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Xiuyu strode out of the martial arts arena. As Wu Shaoquan watched Yi Xiuyu's departing figure, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of defeat. He always considered himself a chosen one of heaven. Unexpectedly, they have now been defeated by Yi Xiuyu, a freshman. Wu Shaoquan seemed to be able to sense that the people around him were looking at him with a hint of mockery. Damn it! Wu Shaoquan clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for Yi Xiuyu, how did he end up like this? Yi Xiuyu, you deserve to die. At the entrance of the martial arts arena, as soon as Yi Xiuyu stepped out, he felt a fragrant breeze wafting from his left. The next instant, Mu Qingwan's perfect face appeared in his eyes. Yi Xiuyu said with some surprise, "Teacher Mu, you were here just now?" Mu Qingwan nodded. She looked at Yi Xiuyu and said in a calm tone, "You did well today." Hey. Yi Xiuyu said with a smile, "If Wu Shaoquan had gone all out, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily." Mu Qingwan neither confirmed nor denied this. She had some understanding of Yi Xiuyu's strength. Even if Wu Shaoquan goes all out, he won't cause Yi Xiuyu any trouble. She looked at Yi Xiuyu and said, seemingly casually, "Want to go back to the villa together?" Yi Xiuyu shook his head and replied, "You go back first, I still need to go to the mission hall." In his alternate dimension, there was also a Tier 3 high-level Armblade Tiger's Armblade, and 2 pairs of Tier 3 Peak 2-headed Fire Python's fangs. He hadn't converted these items into academic credits in order to conceal his strength.
The battle between Yi Xiuyu and Wu Shaoquan is now over.
He naturally had no such concern in his mind.
The mission hall? Mu Qingwan frowned, asking with some confusion, "What are you going there for?" Old Feng hasn't finished dealing with the Beast God Society matter yet. You can't leave Magic University at a time like this.
Seeing Mu Qingwan's wary expression, Yi Xiuyu explained somewhat helplessly. Teacher Mu, I still have some ferocious beast materials.
I just want to go and exchange them for academic credits. Mu Qingwan stared at Yi Xiuyu with suspicion. Where did you get the ferocious beast materials?
Yi Xiuyu replied matter-of-factly, I killed him when I left school last time. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan's heart stirred. As far as she knew, after exchanging the beast core with her, Yi Xiuyu spent 5,000 credits to buy the S-rank combat skill, concealing breath technique, through her.
He probably doesn't have many credits left now.
Under these circumstances, Yi Xiuyu actually waited until his match with Wu Shaoquan was over before using the remaining ferocious beast materials to exchange for academic credits.
Could it be that he did this to lower Wu Shaoquan's guard? Was this done on purpose?
After all, if Wu Shaoquan and the Wu family had known beforehand that Yi Xiuyu possessed the strength to kill a peak 3rd-tier ferocious beast, then their attitude towards Yi Xiuyu wouldn't be like this today.
Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan's gaze towards Yi Xiuyu gradually deepened.
Yi Xiuyu had no idea that Mu Qingwan had guessed his plan pretty accurately based on just one sentence. At that moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable all over.
Teacher Mu, you're looking at me like that, is there something you want to ask me?
Mu Qingwan slowly withdrew her gaze.
It's nothing. I'll go to the mission hall with you.
Yi Xiuyu never expected Mu Qingwan to say that.
Should I have Mu Qingwan accompany me to the mission hall? To be honest,
Yi Xiuyu was unwilling.
Mu Qingwan is the universally recognized goddess mentor of the entire Magic University.
The fact that Mu Qingwan vouched for his match against Wu Shaoquan has already sparked heated discussions. Yi Xiuyu didn't want to be associated with this rumor.
This is adding fuel to the fire.
He hesitated for a moment, then said in a somewhat tactful tone,
Teacher Mu, you go ahead and do your work.
I can handle things here myself.
Mu Qingwan seemed not to have heard the implication in Yi Xiuyu's words.
She said casually, I happen to have nothing to do today, so I'll go with you. After Mu Qingwan finished speaking, she led the way towards the mission hall. Yi Xiuyu was left standing there, dumbfounded. Mu Qingwan took a few steps, then turned back when she saw that Yi Xiuyu hadn't followed. She asked, somewhat puzzled.
Come on, aren't you going?
Ha! Yi Xiuyu snapped out of his daze and quickly said, let's go.
Let's go. Today's mission hall at Magic University.
It was a bit quieter than usual. Most of the people were drawn to the match between Yi Xiuyu and Wu Shaoquan. Just then, a man and a woman walked in through the door.
The people who arrived were Yi Xiuyu and Mu Qingwan.
As soon as Yi Xiuyu stepped into the mission hall, he felt everyone's eyes on him. To be precise, it was concentrated on Mu Qingwan, who was standing next to him.
Teacher Mu.
Yi Xiuyu felt a flash before his eyes, and then a person appeared in front of him.
The man looked at Mu Qingwan with eager eyes and said excitedly, What are you doing here?
Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed towards Yi Xiuyu.
Teacher Mu.
Hello, Teacher Mu. The students in the mission hall quickly surrounded Yi Xiuyu and his companion. Mu Qingwan glanced at Yi Xiuyu subtly. She looked around and said in a calm tone, I came here with someone else, you don't need to worry about me.
The entire mission hall fell silent instantly. Accompanying someone? Whom are you accompanying? Who is worthy of Teacher Mu's company? There was only one person who came with Teacher Mu. All eyes turned to Yi Xiuyu. This is Yi Xiuyu. The person Teacher Mu mentioned accompanying, could it be Yi Xiuyu? But shouldn't Yi Xiuyu be competing with Wu Shaoquan right now? How did he suddenly appear here? Could it be that the match is over? That's so fast.
However, when everyone thought about the gap between Yi Xiuyu and Wu Shaoquan, they felt there was no problem.
Judging from Yi Xiuyu's current condition, he doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Could it be that Wu Shaoquan threw the game? The more people thought about it, the more likely it seemed.
After all, the person who vouched for Yi Xiuyu's match was Teacher Mu Qingwan. Everyone at the entire Magic University knows this. Wu Shaoquan has been pursuing Teacher Mu Qingwan.
However, what everyone was wondering about was, why is Teacher Mu Qingwan accompanying Yi Xiuyu to the mission hall?
Chapter 130 Accepting and Accepting A+ rank missions. facing the gazes of his classmates. Yi Xiuyu sighed helplessly in his heart. In that instant, he finally felt the power of the saying, "Beautiful women bring disaster." Just as Yi Xiuyu was about to speak, he heard Mu Qingwan say in a cold tone, "Dear students, we have some things to take care of, please make way." Good. The people in front quickly evacuated, spontaneously making way for a passage.
Thank you, Mu Qingwan said, then stepped forward.
Amidst a chorus of envious, jealous, and resentful gazes, Yi Xiuyu followed Mu Qingwan's steps.
The two quickly arrived at Area A of the mission hall. He.
Yi Xiuyu stepped forward and greeted the teacher in charge of task acceptance in Area A.
Teacher Ma, we meet again. Teacher Ma looked somewhat surprised. Student Ji, didn't you just finish settling your tasks a couple of days ago? Is there a problem? No.
Yi Xiuyu shook his head and said, "I came here to settle a new task."
A new task?
Teacher Ma's eyes grew increasingly puzzled. "I checked your task list last time, and there are no other unfinished tasks."
Not now, but soon.
After Yi Xiuyu finished speaking, he walked to the task board and clicked a few times casually.
Immediately afterwards, an emotionless, mechanical voice sounded.
Trainee Yi Xiuyu has accepted an A-level mission, kill a Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast, the wolf-headed bat. Student Yi Xiuyu has accepted an A+ level mission, kill a peak Tier 3 ferocious beast, the two-headed fire python.
Those classmates who were originally paying attention to Yi Xiuyu.
They were stunned for a moment after hearing the system voice. No one could have imagined that Yi Xiuyu would suddenly run to the side and give two new tasks, one of which was an A+ task. A two-headed fire python at the peak of the 3rd tier. That's a two-headed fire python at the peak of the 3rd tier.
How dare he? Let alone Yi Xiuyu, there are very few students in the entire 3rd year of Magic University who can complete this task. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd,
Yi Xiuyu returned to Teacher Ma's side once again.
Teacher Ma, I have a new task now.
Teacher Ma looked at Yi Xiuyu, who was standing in front of him with a smile on his face.
He asked cautiously, "Yi, did you accept the wrong mission?" Ha!
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuyu quickly began to check the task he had just accepted. After seeing Yi Xiuyu's actions, the people around him said as if they suddenly understood.
Heh, so you accepted the wrong mission. I thought.
Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiuyu's clear, cold voice rang out again from the mission hall.
That's right, it startled me. The entire mission hall fell silent in an instant. No, mistake? Teacher Ma couldn't help but widen her eyes. So, is Yi Xiuyu really planning to accept the A+ level mission to hunt down a two-headed fire python at the peak of the 3rd tier? Holy crap! Is this kid insane? A peak 3rd tier twin-headed fire, is that something a freshman like him can even dream of? That's right.
Even among us 3rd year students, I'm afraid only a few of the top 10 on the power ranking could do that. I suggest that our Magic University should increase the penalties for students who take on random tasks.
I second that. Seconded +1. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Mu Qingwan's expression turned colder.
Yi Xiuyu, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, as if the person everyone was talking about was not him at all.
Teacher Ma took a deep breath and said earnestly,
"Student Ji, you may not understand the strength of a peak 3rd tier two-headed fire python. Hunting a ferocious beast of this level is extremely difficult. Your teacher suggests you think it over carefully." Upon hearing Teacher Ma's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xiuyu's eyes. He could sense that Teacher Ma was sincerely trying to dissuade him, and there was no mockery or contempt in her words. Without wasting words, Yi Xiuyu flipped his right hand, and several thick, white snake fangs appeared in his palm. That was the very thing he had pulled out of the mouth of the peak 3rd tier two-headed fire python. Yi Xiuyu casually tossed the two-headed fire python's fangs to Teacher Ma. Then, he took out the arm blade of the Tier 3 advanced arm blade tiger from the alternate dimension and handed it to Teacher Ma.
Teacher Ma, I'm handing in my assignment. Teacher Ma was somewhat stunned by Yi Xiuyu's series of smooth movements.
By the time he realized what was happening, several more materials related to ferocious beasts had appeared on the table in front of him. Teacher Ma picked up Arm Blade Tiger's arm blade and examined it carefully. Then, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Tier 3 Advanced. This is actually the arm blade from the Tier 3 Advanced Arm Blade Tiger. What shocked Teacher Ma even more was that, of all the arm blades in front of me, only one is intact. The front end of the other handle was completely shattered.
The arm blade is the hardest part of the arm blade tiger's body. Even a peak 3rd tier attack might not be able to shatter the arm blades on the arm blade tiger into this state.
Phew.
Teacher Ma put down the arm blades in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "These arm blades are indeed from a tier 3 high-grade arm blade tiger." Upon hearing this, a series of gasps suddenly arose from the surrounding crowd.
How is this possible?
With Yi Xiaoyu's strength, how could he possibly kill a tier 3 high-level arm blade tiger?
Teacher, are you sure you're not mistaken?
Humph.
Teacher Ma snorted coldly and said, "Were you just questioning my professionalism?"
The student who had just spoken noticed that Teacher Ma looked displeased, and quickly spoke up to explain.
No. Teacher Ma, that's not what I meant. Teacher Ma gave him a deep look before looking away. They're just a few outspoken kids.
Although he was unhappy, he wasn't going to hold a grudge against them. Teacher Ma quickly focused his attention on the fangs of the 2 pairs of 2-headed fire pythons on the table. He slowly picked up the snake fang from the table, secretly activating his supernatural power to sense the residual supernatural energy fluctuations on the snake fang. He is a sensory type ability user, and it is precisely for this reason.
Teacher Ma's main responsibility at Moda University is to verify the completion of students' assignments.
As soon as he got his hands on the snake fang, he sensed the extremely violent aura that remained on it.
This. Teacher Ma's eyes widened instantly.
He never expected that the snake fang that Yi Xiaoyu casually pulled out was actually from a peak 3rd tier 2-headed fire python.
Doesn't this mean that?
Yi Xiaoyu.
Did they really kill a peak level tier 3 2-headed fire python?